What's up, my peoples? What's up? Sorry, I'm late. Child, I was watching another video. It's crazy when you're a YouTuber, like you make content, but it's like also like watching other people's content and stuff. It's just too much. It really is too much. All right, you guys, let's start the show today. Let's start the show today. Where did I want to start? Where am I? Hold on. Let me see. I should have prepared this before I came home. So I got distracted. Hold on. I got distracted. I got distracted. I got distracted. Armand. Oh, I'm so happy for you. One's out here just winning. I know that's right. Which one was it? Was it this? Moon said the title alone. Hey, Moon, what's up? Oh, yeah, it's real. We need to talk about this jealousy stuff. We need to talk about how jealousy will cause these women out here to crash out. Yeah, Armand is just too funny. Armand cracks me up. Tell me what, yesterday he took off his drawers. He said, we're at the Diddy party now. I said, what is this? He took off his drawers on the live. I said, Armand, you are insane. That's my Gemini. That's my Gemini. That's my fellow air sign. He is too funny. Armand is insane. He is insane. I am so happy for him. He's so funny. You see, like the way Armand gives you the recap, he makes you feel like you were in there. Like, I'm like, oh, he said 10 million. He said 10 million. And all the black people got real. I'm like, what? Cassie don't get it. She got like 30 million. 30 million. And she still wants people to feel sorry for her. This girl's mentally sick. She is mentally ill. But today's video, you guys, I gotta go find this video. Hold on, because I'm like, look, I'm taking all of Armand's content. Oh my gosh. She'll be like, Marlene. I'm like, Armand, forgive me. Okay. I want to freak off for 30 million. Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. This is so funny. Hold on. So here's how I'm going to do it, right? So we're going to start off because I forgot which day it was. Maybe it's this day, but the defense went, they cross-examined Cassie, and they had asked Cassie how she felt about Kim Porter. And they asked her, are you jealous of Kim? Were you jealous of Kim? And the girl said, yes. Because I'm going to tell you this. So we're going to, like, y'all, it's a lot of videos, you guys. It is a lot of video. This is going to be a long-ass live. We might be here for 12 hours. You know how I do it. You know, it's me, y'all. I'm so thorough. We're going to be here for maybe 12 hours, Shaya. I hope your life is in order, okay? But the thing is, we're going to start off with Armand. Armand has many videos, but we got to go with, like, the day when the defense cross-examined Cassie and when she admitted that she was jealous of Kim Porter. Because I truly, truly believe that part of her wanting to do all these freak offs and going above and beyond and do all that, like doing all of that, right? I truly believe that she was trying to compete with Kim, okay? Because honestly, even though they were not married, but I'm starting to understand, like, his relationship with Kim, it was truly giving wife energy. It was truly giving wife energy. Oh, that's the mother of my kids, da, da, da. And I also feel like before Gina got pregnant, right? I truly do believe that for Diddy, most likely, he only wanted to have children with black women. Okay? I don't think he wanted to have children with other people. I think he wanted to have black children. All right? But Kim is someone very special to him. She truly, truly is. Now, the man can't be faithful for a reason, but I do feel like part of being a bad boy, part of being in show business and things like that, Diddy had, like just like even Beyonce too, right? You have your persona, okay, like your alter ego, right? And then you have the intimate person that people don't know because it's show business. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, cool. And I think Cassie, first of all, I didn't even think Cassie was jealous of J-Lo, if we want to be honest, okay? I think Cassie was jealous of J-Lo. Because when we were growing up, because we're about the same age, like growing up and things like that, like J-Lo was really big. J-Lo was a big superstar. So to see how J-Lo got with Diddy, the buzz that used to be around their relationship when she wore that Versace dress to the MTV Music Awards and things like that, right? I think she wanted that too. I think she wanted that too. Somebody who was already like doing music and trying, I mean, not really doing music, but I think she wanted to be an influencer. Okay. So your boyfriend, Ron Leslie, says, we're about to go meet Diddy. I can see why she's like, oh, wow, like Diddy, like the Diddy. Okay. The Puff, the show, Puffy Combs. Okay. So I'm like, yeah, she wanted that. And most likely she wanted the life with the J-Lo. Anybody who grew up when I grew up, yo, we used to binge, like everything came out from MTV, like MTV Cribs, Pimp My Ride, Wumpty Wump Wump. Okay. You can see all these celebrities with so much money, like living life and stuff. Like, yeah, I want that too. Then, but she gets in there and she realizes there's another woman, and that woman is Kim. Right. And then Kim has his children and they've been together a lot longer. So I do believe, like, she's like, okay, for how do I compete with this woman? Because she's been no longer, first of all, she's older. So she's a bit more mature. Like the stuff that impresses you, she already gets that. Okay. She has that already. She has his heart already. She has his children already. I don't think he took advantage. Absolutely not. I don't think he took advantage. I don't think so. Because Ryan Leslie is 12 years older, right? No, yeah, he's 12, right? Diddy is 17 years older. I don't think so. When she meets him, she's 19. When they, I guess, like she said, when they officially started, she was 21 years old. No, he didn't take advantage. These young ladies, this is what they want. We have to stop acting as if when you're 18 years old, you don't know right from wrong. We have to stop. We have to stop acting as if girls don't want to be out here and be sugar babies. You come here on YouTube, you'll see all kinds of videos of young women who want to look for a rich man. There are so many people on YouTube who make 3 or 4 content. Hey, Val, what's up, my love? Right? There are so many women here on YouTube who make content about how to be a 3 or 4, how to be a sugar baby, how to find a man with money, how to deceive a man with money. They want to be attached with men that have money. Nobody is taking advantage of these girls. Nobody is. This is what they want. They want to be with rich people that have lots of money. They don't want to work because they know by themselves they can never give themselves these lifestyles. That's why most women too are out here looking for a rich man. I'm like, why are you worried about? Why are you worried trying to find a rich man when you yourself can become a rich woman? Find something you love, work hard, and one day you'll be rich. You don't have to wait for a man that has money. You can be the person that has money. So no. Even here on YouTube also, there are plenty of influencers who are sex workers. There are plenty of influencers who go around and sleep with basketball players, soccer players, wumpty wump wump wump. Many of these girls are prostitutes over here. Okay, that's what they do out here, right? So you can't say, oh, this basketball player took advantage. No, she decided to go sign for an apartment that costs $6,000-$7,000 a month. How you gonna pay for that, right? When you decide to live a lifestyle that you can't afford, then you have to go sell your body to pay for it. Who took advantage, right? Who took advantage? Let's talk about when you decide to live above your means. What's up, Janet? When you decide to live above your means, and then your back is against the wall financially, and now you got to make money quick, so you decide to sell your body. Whose fault is that? Who's taking advantage? No one is taking advantage, right? Because people who don't want to have to do certain things for money. Exactly, Val. So you can't say, if you decide to go sleep with a basketball player, a football player, a soccer player, an NFL player, or a hockey player, you can't say, oh, he took advantage. He didn't take advantage of shit. Because if you had lived underneath your means, like, y'all see all these YouTubers, like, there's a bunch of girls out here, they got a $6,000 apartment. They got an $8,000 apartment, a $10,000 apartment. It's like, girl, how are you making all this money? That's just the apartment. And then every day it's a haul, it's a this, it's a that. A lot of girls today do not have an issue selling their bodies. It's just like when the shame catches up to them. They're like, oh my gosh, because of the age, he took advantage. No, he did not take advantage. Because many times too, to find men with money, you have to put in the work, right? You got to go to the right restaurants. You got to find where they go, where they exercise, Oh, exactly. So to me, that's a better way. Exactly. That's a better way of putting it. But I'm like, Marlene, I do not co-sign the notion that, oh, Diddy took advantage because she was so young. No. When she came to his office, Ryan Leslie, she was grown. When they officially decided to start the relationship, she was grown. And even at 21 years old too, you can say to yourself, I don't want to be with a 40-year-old or whatever he is with all this baggage, because Diddy has a lot of baggage. When you compare Ron Leslie to Diddy, Diddy has so much baggage. First, there's Misa. Misa has, what's his name again? Christian. She has Justin, right? Okay, cool. Then you have Kim. Kim has, what's it called? Kim has Christian. Now, I don't know if when she got with Kim, when she got with Diddy, he already had the twins. But my point is, so far, 2 baby mamas, 2 kids. He also broke up with J-Lo because of infidelity. Okay? Plus, he's super famous. So let's just assume like the number of groupies every single night. All right? This dude don't have a healthy lifestyle. Now, when it comes down to Ryan Leslie, I do believe that Ryan was committed to her. So even she chose to leave something stable to go be with a crazy-ass rock star who has the lifestyle of a rock star, 2 baby moms, the 2 kids, and a failed relationship with J-Lo because he went in the club and decided to pew a woman in the face. This dude is crazy, right? She said, yes, danger, sounds exciting. So she went and signed up for that shit, right? But I'm like, it's not like you don't have anybody. You have Ron Leslie. Ron Leslie went to Yale. Ron Leslie is calm. He minds his business. He writes your music. He produces your music. Why can't you stay to that relationship? You understand? That's what greed does to people. Instead of being grateful for what you have, like, no, how can I get more? How can I get more? And this is how people get played. This is how people get played. You have something sturdy. You got somebody committed to you. Even when you hear how her and Diddy went around cheating on Ryan Leslie, pretending that she had an event in Miami, printing out fake flyers. These people are crazy. They were printing out fake flyers and they were reposting those fake flyers all over social media to make Ryan Leslie believe that she really had something going on in Miami. I'm like, this is insane. The level of deception. So a young woman like that, she can't be taken advantage of. We have to stop. Every 19-year-old ain't the same. You have some 19-year-olds who are very sheltered and things like that. Cool. It kind of gives Chloe and Haley a little bit. Okay, cool. But then you have some 19 years old, since they were 13, they're already having sex. They've been outside. Everybody's not the same. We're not the same. But I'm like, me, Marlene, I see a lot of deviant behavior at an early age, which lets me know this girl has been outside. She's been outside. Just like Carisha. Carisha cannot come out here tomorrow and say, oh my gosh, Diddy took advantage of what? Of what? Right? No. No. But even her beauty, on that part, I don't agree because she's not the most beautiful. So that right there, there's nothing to take advantage of. Her beauty, she's not the most beautiful. Now, I understand that for some people, when you're somewhat Asian, that makes you beautiful, but she's not the most beautiful. Like if you were to put all these women like J-Lo, Kim, Misa at the same age, Cassie's face card is not the best face card unless somebody's a colorist. But she's not the most beautiful. She is not. Even Carisha also is very pretty. Right? Even Carisha too is very pretty. Hey, Lacey, if you took all the women that we know, as far as we know, that Diddy has been with, and you take them at the same age, and you put them side by side, okay? Misa was beautiful. Look at Justin. Justin looks just like his mom. He's a mirror copy of his mom. That's his mom's twin. Look at Justin. When it comes to Kim, look at her children. I'm trying to be funny, but like, look at her kids. Like, Kim is beautiful. Misa's beautiful. J-Lo is beautiful. Cassie is so beautiful. So you can't say, oh, he took advantage of her youth and her beauty. Like, nah. If somebody, for me, Marlene, if I said that he took, if I could say he took advantage of somebody's youth and beauty, I would say Misa. Misa was really young. Like Misa, I believe that. Kim also, from the time Kim started being with him until she died, yes, you took advantage of Kim's beauty because you gonna get married or not. Okay, are we gonna get married or not? Right? Cassie goes into this knowing that in his heart, there's no space. Even in his calendar, there is no space. That's why she said she had to do the freak offs because that was the only time he had for her. Because if he's not working or doing some kind of money move, he's with his children. He didn't have time for her like that. So he took advantage of her youth or whatever. No, he did not gain anything. Cassie does not work. Cassie does not work. So what are we taking advantage of? Cassie don't work. You see how like even Jay-Z signed Rihanna, and now Rihanna has a makeup line, and the makeup line is like worth billions. Yes, you okay, youth, whatever, beauty. Cassie was not even selling her beauty. She don't want to work. She's at home all day planning freak offs. The girl is lazy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and she can. But my thing is, even Young Miami, she was oiling herself up for broker dudes. So it's like, hey, she got multiple kids by men who ain't got shit. So it's like, whatever. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, to me, it's like, no. She's not, we're not doing anything colorless over here. We're not about to put her on a pedestal because her phenotype is Filipino. No. Who's ugly? Okay, who is ugly? So of course she does. Who out here is ugly? Yeah, she don't want to work. She don't want to work. Even Carisha had a podcast with Revolt, and it did really well. I think Carisha won an award for that. Cassie don't want to work. Cassie is lazy. She does not want to work. And that's why when she breaks up with Diddy, she has not saved $1. Because you're like, where is the money? Because Esther sent me a video. I didn't watch it though, but she said the person said that allegedly Cassie was getting $30,000 a week. That was Diddy's allowance. He was giving her $30,000 a week. I said $30,000 a week for 9 years. And then you leave Diddy and you have to go to your mother's house. You didn't even try to buy a house for yourself when he was giving you all this money. You see, she's not intelligent. She is not. How can you be? Y'all think about this, right? Think about this. How can you? Yes, Layla. They said it was $30,000 a week. That was her allowance for 9 years. And you never bought yourself one house? Because by the time you leave Diddy, you should have at least had one property to your name. No. All she does is shop, whatever she do, buy drugs, whatever. The girl is a bum. The girl really is a bum. Because how come you leave Diddy, you leave the house, the apartments, and you go back and you stay with your mom? Where is your money? You didn't save any money? Because we know he gave you money. Where is the money? You know what I'm saying? Like, where is the money? Like, what the heck? So then her and Alex, they go move into her mother's house. Even Alex, like as a trainer, why don't you have money? Where is your money? You either have an apartment, like Alex Fine doesn't even have an apartment in LA. What is going on? So that's why I'm even wondering, like when they call him a trainer, is he really a trainer or is he a drug dealer? Oh, you'll be surprised. You will be surprised who out here is addicted to drugs. A lot of people do drugs. It's just that as long as they have money, you can't tell because they can always go buy more because they don't have the withdrawals. Like homeless people, they have the withdrawals real bad because they don't have the money to sustain their addiction, right? But as long as you have money, you can be a functioning addict because you have money to get more. It's poor people who suffer with their addiction because they don't have the money to keep buying the stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like she don't want to work. And even Alex also, like, how are you a trainer in LA? Don't you have clients? Like, why don't you have an apartment in LA? That if she breaks up with Diddy, she can move into your apartment. No, he moves in with her and her mom in Connecticut. So my question is, this guy, Alex Fine, is he really a trainer, you guys? Is he really a trainer? Or is he something else? Because I've always said he looks like the type of white boy that has a bad meth addiction on Skid Row. Yeah, no ownership. Yeah, I don't know. It's very weird because before he met Cassie, where was he living? Before Diddy hires him, where was he living? Why can't she move into your apartment? Where are your clients? Yo, we gotta start asking questions like, where are your clients? Oh, I have a video I got to show y'all today. Hold on. Thank you. It just came back to my mind. Hold on. I have a video that I saw. Man, this goofy ass white man, he's so damn funny. Okay. Let me show you a video I watched this morning. Hold on. Because I'm like, this is a video we did not get to see.
The better part of a week. You know,
this white dude, he's such a warm. I'm like, okay, like, yes, she got 30 million. That's why I said earlier from the jump, like, why is she talking about the abuse? Like, why does she keep talking about domestic violence when she was compensated 30 million for what she went through? Like, He beat you. Okay, you got 30 million. Most people don't even get $500. Most people who get beat by their husbands don't even get $100. You got 30 million for putting yourself in reckless situations with people who do lots of drugs and crash out and act like crackheads. Okay? So this goofy ass white man, y'all, don't mind him too much because he's just pandering. You know, many of these white folks out here are racist. But he has the longer video. He has the longer video of what happened in that hotel, and then he has it slowed down because the video we saw was sped up to make Diddy look more aggressive. Okay? So I saw this video this morning. Hold on. Okay, look at this. Hold on, I'm coming.
The Combs sex trial have released surveillance videos showing Combs physically assaulting the then girlfriend. So let's watch this.
Yeah, they hate black people, but they can't stop talking about black culture. Bunch of racists.
She doesn't even have shoes on yet. She's trying to put her shoes on here.
And you guys, I'm not trying to be funny too, right? But do you know, I have to tell you this. Me, Marlene, I am now under the impression that Cassie was in with someone to have this thing recorded. I truly do believe that. Because think about this, right? When you watch this video, I'm going to tell you what I think. And I want you to go back to everything that was said in court. Oh, I was afraid to leave. Oh, I couldn't leave. I tried to leave. He dragged me. Wumpty wump wump. I said this, I don't know, was it yesterday or the day before? I don't remember. But in one of my lives, I said this to you, right? If Diddy is the monster you say that he is, because he came out in a towel, right? He comes running or walking down the hall in a towel to get her. You understand? My thing is, if you're truly trying to make an escape, number one, are you going to worry about grabbing designer bags? Okay. Are you truly, if you're truly trying to make an escape for your life, like, hey, this is the one window I have to get the fuck up out of here. Okay. Are you truly going to worry about your what's that? This is a Chloe bag, right? Grab your Celine bag. Whatever. Yes, the Celine bag. Grab your Celine bag. Grab your Louis Vuitton tote bag. And not just that. When you get to the elevator, first of all, me, I would have gone for the stairs. Because, like I said, these luxury hotels, sometimes it's 20 floors, it's 30 floors, it's 50 floors. Only God knows where this elevator is, right? But by the time, if I do decide to take the elevator, right? If this is the elevator thing, I'm gonna be like, pounding that thing because I'm like, child, you better get here real quick. Hey, queen, because this man is coming to kill me, right? You're gonna be frantic at the elevator because you're trying to get out before he realizes you're gone, right? But like I said, I'm taking the staircase because these elevators, only God knows. Because by the time, because the elevator, you got to get it, you got to call the elevator. Then it has to slowly open the door. Then you have to get in there. Then you have to, oh my gosh, where's the lobby? Then you hit the lobby. Then you have to wait for it to like slowly close like this, right? Are you truly trying to run away? Because I'm like a real person that feels really threatened. You're going to frantically pound the elevator button. Or better yet, you take the stairs. And also, I'm not running with Louis Vuitton, the Chloe, the whatever, the Celine. You can have it all. Just give me my phone. Because this happened in 2016. So I'm like, all you need is your phone. Like if it's Uber, if it's Lyft, if your credit card's already on there, if your PayPal's already on there, you can go. And sometimes with Lyft and Uber, you don't even have to pay right away. Okay? You can pay later. All right? So the goal is to get the fuck up out of there. I want you to see how this girl gets to the elevator. Then what she starts to do at the elevator, and ask yourself, is this person actually scared for her life? And then there's even a part where a man comes in. Ask yourself, is she going to tell this man to walk her down so she can leave this place? You're going to see what she does. You're going to see what she does. When I tell you these goofy people are not going to mess with me today, hold on. Let me show you. Let me show you this. Let's start over right here. Hold on. Let me show you. Hold on. Let's right here. Start.
Then girlfriend. So let's watch this.
Watch this, right? Watch this. She's slowly walking to the stairs. Louis Vuitton.
She doesn't even have shoes on yet.
Celine bag.
She's trying to put her shoes on here.
She slowly opens her bag. Okay. She slowly puts on her shoes.
She hasn't even had a chance to hit the elevator button.
Then she calls the elevator.
She hits it and she's trying to leave.
So you see, a person that is trying to leave, the first thing she does is not even call the elevator. I think this was set up. I truly think this was a setup. And somebody told her the camera's going to be right there. You are running for your life. And the first thing you do, you leave the place, Celine bag, Louis Vuitton bag, the Louis tote. You walk out, you find your way to the elevator place. You put down your stuff. You open your stuff. You get your shoes. After you get your shoes, now you want to call the elevator. Does that make sense to you guys? Does that really give somebody who's trying to run for her life? The first thing you do is not call the elevator. No. Put her back down. She slowly opens her Louis tote. She goes in there. She gets her shoes. And then she calls the elevator. This is suspicious. There you go.
Well, this is a 16-minute video.
You see? Look how she slowly closes back her Louis. And then Didi comes out. You see? All this time, this girl could have been gone. All this time, the girl could have been gone, y'all. I'm telling you, if she had taken the stairs, and it seems like this, I don't know, is that the stairs right there? But my thing is, she could have taken the stairs. She didn't want to leave. She wanted to be recorded because she knew he was going to do this. I pray he finds out who put her up to this. And that's why the guy said, oh, I paid the money, but the tape was gone. Because who sat on this tape? And if this thing is happening at the hotel, right? Y'all got to think about this, right? This happened at the Intercontinental, right? The security guard, the people that they would know. But then who else would know to even go there and look for that tape? Somebody powerful. Because who had that tape for 9 years? Who had this tape for 9 years? Because the hotel people, they would want that tape to be destroyed. Because you see, the tape came out and now they had to pay $10 million. So there's another party here that is involved. She's not doing this by herself. And one thing you know about Cassie, I hope you realize this by now, right? I hope you realize this by now. Cassie's very sneaky. Cassie is very, very sneaky. Cassie knows how to deceive people. She's very sneaky and she's full of deceit. From making fake billboards to lie to Ryan Leslie, fake flyers to lie to Ryan Leslie, to be with Diddy and to sleep with these men that he introduces you to hide stuff in her phone and things of the sort. Cassie is very, very sneaky. And only God knows who she was talking to because she wanted to hurt him. You understand? This is not normal. But let's keep watching the video. Hold on. Okay, so now he hits her.
That does not look like consensual to me.
He hits her.
Does it to you?
He kicks her.
And then she was asked, why were you just laying?
How she just lays there like this? She just lays there. Right? Okay.
There because I didn't want to get hurt anymore.
She just lays there. So she lays there so he can kick her. Right? I'm going to ask you also another honest question. Somebody drags me and kicks me. I'm just going to lay there because I don't want to fight anymore. No, I'm getting my ass. You're not about to kick me again. And somebody hits you, you don't fight back. You don't fight back. Meanwhile, remember yesterday when Armand said that she had a friend like the guy with the Asian name, KG? She has some Indian name. So she had a friend. He's like her brother, but he's Indian. And he told her, Cassie, there's a video of you. And then Diddy told her, don't let that young man get out your sight. Right? And I guess Cassie went to her brother's party. It was whatever. And the young man said, yeah, I saw the tape. I have the tape. And she was like, oh, he didn't want to show the tape. And she said, you got me fucked up. I will kill you. I will bury you. And she said, oh, y'all get the fuck up out of here. Okay, you got the wrong motherfucker. Right? Don't forget that. Do not forget that. The same Cassie who threatened somebody over a tape that she's going to kill him, bury him, wumpty wump wump. And she told everybody at that party, y'all get the fuck out. You got the wrong motherfucker. Nigga, all kinds of N-word left and right. Do you truly believe that a girl like that, if somebody's going to hit her, she's going to just stay there like this and just lay there like this? No, she wanted to be hit again. She wanted to be hit again. And I told you there's a reason why they only have one tape. There's a reason why. Oh, Trisha, that's you. There's a reason why they only have one tape. This is not normal behavior. This is not normal behavior because it's meant to be recorded. Hey, Miss William, it is meant to be recorded. Think about, maybe I'm going to play it again. Think about the boy that had her tape. She flew all the way out there because he told her there was a tape of her having sex. And when she got there, she told that boy, if you don't tell me, give me the time, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to bury you. You got the wrong motherfucker, nigga. all kinds of N-word. Like, what the heck? She used the N-word. Then she canceled the entire party. She told everybody to get the fuck up out of there. Y'all got the wrong motherfucker. Okay? That you think that's the same person? It's like, why would you not get up though? No, because I was just too tired to fight. This is the same Cassie in her lawsuit who said that Diddy came and he had a gun and he made her carry a gun and then he dragged her so they could go pew, 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 Suge Knight. But then they asked her, were you there when he was pew, 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 Suge Knight? She said, oh, I never said I was there. Baby, this right here, suspicious. Because she knows he's being recorded. He doesn't even know he's being recorded like that. And this is the same bullshit that Haley Bailey was trying to do to DDG. Because a ring door, a ring, what's it called? The ring camera, people put that on the front door to see who's coming towards the front door. Haley takes that shit out the front door, brings the front door inside the house. Only God knows where she had it put. Because the goal was, let me act like a damsel in distress, and then DDG gonna start acting a fool. I thank God. Oh, yes, I thank God he saw that shit and he threw it away. And then she went back because she was looking for damning evidence. She brought it back. He crushed that shit. I'm like, good for you. It's the same thing that what's her name? Kiki did the same thing to Darius. She knew he was coming to pick up Leo for the football game. She could have simply said, he's not going to go with you. But if you've noticed with the whole Usher thing, Kiki has a tendency of blocking Darius. She blocks him so he can't reach her. She blocks him because the goal is to get you frustrated so you can drive over to her house and you can be on 10. These women are demons. They are truly wicked. So then when Darius gets there, she's like, oh, I don't know how he got there. Girl, shut the fuck up. Okay? She hasn't go upstairs. The baby Leo is nowhere to be found. And then she calls her mom so that her mom can insult him. And you heard how she talked about his penis. She talked about him being a Mexican, a dirty Mexican, that his mom don't speak English. You see, they do these things to get you to act a fool because there's a camera somewhere to catch your reaction. Kiki kept saying to Darius, is your brain broken? Your brain is broken, wumpty wump wump. But when it came to Trey Songz, oh, I was so afraid I hid in the closet. I was so afraid I hid in the closet. When Trey Songz allegedly was applying pressure, why don't you cuss his ass out and tell his ass his brain was broken? Okay? But you want to do that to Darius because she sees Darius like a little bitch. You know what I'm saying? And then they start tussling because there was a camera in there. And then when she goes and she decides to go ask for a restraining order, Kiki intentionally selects the clips where she looks like a victim. When the entire time, all of this was orchestrated. Darius says he wants to take the boy to the football game. If you have an issue about the weather or the sound level, we can go buy the equipment. If you also don't want Darius to take Leo to the football game, just say so he won't come over. But these women are sick as hell because they want to play dangerous games. Their goal is, I need to get this man to act a fool, and there's a camera somewhere to record him. You understand? This stuff is real. Look at her behavior, you guys. We're not done. We are not done. We are truly not done. Hold on. You see?
It's just disturbing when you watch this.
He drags her. Keep watching this, right? And then he stopped. You see? Now she defends herself because what is the goal? The goal is to be in front of the camera. The goal is she knows the camera was right there. She knows. Why don't you let him grab you back to, and you'll see it from a different perspective, right? But you see, as soon as she was out the frame, she fights back to come back into the frame. Y'all need to watch it. Why don't you let him drag you back to the room? Okay? Because the camera's in there. She wants to be right here. Okay? She wants to be right there. Because see, I'm going to play it again. You watch carefully. As long as she's in the frame of the camera, she doesn't fight back. Right? Look. As long as she's in frame, she does not fight back.
Shoes on yet. She's trying to put her shoes on here.
You see? Do you find this normal? Y'all please tell me in the comments. Do you find this behavior normal? For someone who's trying to flee from her life, she's trying to flee from a freak off. She told the people, I'm trying to flee from a freak off. This is how you run away from a freak off? Mm-mm. Mm. Mm. Okay. No, I'm being serious. Somebody, because when you say, "Oh, I'm trying to flee from a free call," you're saying there's like 5, 6, 16 big black penises, right? Who are just trying to destroy you, destroy your body, and pee all over you. You are running from a freak off, and this is you. This is Cassie, y'all. This is Cassie. No, I mean, are you serious right now? Are you truly serious? Are you seriously serious? Are you serious? These people think we're idiots. I swear, in America, like these Americans, man, they think they have everybody so sheeply, like what's it called again? Like the conversion therapy stuff. They think we all have suffered from conversion therapy. You guys, I want you to put yourself, like seriously, think about this, right? Think about this. There is a room. Because she's saying the freak offs, it's like 10 hours to 12 hours. Think. A freak off can last. Thank you, Whitney. A freak off. You guys, I'm asking you need to be serious. Please listen to me. We need to be serious. Because what she's saying, it truly happens to some people. 12 hours nonstop having sex with men. 12 hours of you have multiple sessions of sex with men. You have a window because Diddy is in the shower. This is your time to get the fuck up out of there. I need y'all to see, and you need to tell me what you would have done. That's why I said, I'm not taking the elevators. I'm going for the stairs. Y'all crazy. You're about to catch my ass because I know this is a luxury hotel and you're Diddy. You're not going to chase me down the lobby in your towel because you look hella crazy. So my main goal is to get to that fucking lobby as quickly as possible. You might try to run down the stairs, but by the time you get to me, I might make it to the lobby. And plus, she is 17 years younger and she's smaller, so she can run. You can run. But you are telling us that you are running away from a 12-hour sex session with 5, 6, 12 black dudes with the biggest penises known to mankind. And when we see you, and that's why they sped up. You see these white bitches, these goofy ass pack of 6 white bitches who are prosecuting Diddy, a bunch of racists. That's why they had to speed up the video. Because if we had seen this video like this, we would have been confused. Like, there's a freak off. You are running from a freak off. Why are you so damn slow? It's like those scary movies where there's somebody outside and the white woman says, "Jimmy, is that you?" And you see her walking towards the door. You're like, "You dumb bitch. Don't walk towards the door, bitch. They're going to kill you, bitch." Okay? You see? Somebody, exactly. There you go. I'm running for my life. I'm the stairmaster. The way I would have taken down them stairs, y'all. I probably would have slid my body down those stairs. This man, you're not about to drag me in there to sleep with these men. Okay? No. Cassie's like, "Oh yeah, I'm running for my life. It's a freak off. It's a 12-hour session. There are multiple men in there. I don't want to have sex with him. Diddy is in the shower. This is your time." The one thing you have to grab is your phone. You grab your phone, you run for your life. Because as long as you have your phone, you can call for everything, even at the lobby, because it's a luxury hotel. But you might not want to do it because it's luxury. As long as you're downstairs, they can get you a car service and he can pay for that shit. But if you don't want him to know where you're going, grab your phone so that way you can pay. You can pay with your thing. Because if you have Lyft, this is 2016. Uber's out. Lyft is out. As long as most likely your credit card detail is in there, your PayPal is on there, you can pay. You're going to grab your phone, you're going to hit those stairs and ask the Lord to be with you. And you don't even look back because even that too is wasting your time. Cassie's just walking casually. She grabs her Louis Vuitton. She grabs her Celine bag. Who would even think about these things? I need to grab Louis. I need to grab Celine because she's attached to material. And most importantly, she's not afraid. She's setting him up. She's setting him up. So I'm going to play it again and then watch. As long as she's in the frame, she's defenseless. She doesn't fight back. because she was in on, I'm going to play the Filipina damsel in distress. But that does not match the person who went to her brother's party and called everybody the N-word. I'm going to kill y'all, bury y'all. Y'all got the wrong motherfuckers. Wumpty wump wump. Diddy said he going to put you down. Wumpty wump wump. Okay? This and that girl. Because she's in frame. We're gonna chat. Okay? So I'm like, you're going to run for your life. You're going to run for your life. Let me play the video again. That's why these white girls have to speed up the video to make it look like there's a rush, like she's rushing to run. No. And then you get to the stairs. You're not even trying. You get to the elevator. You're not even trying to violate that button. A woman that is scared, she going to violate that button. I'm going to call this elevator child. She's not even violating that button. Why aren't you violating this button? Your life depends on this. Otherwise, they're going to drag you back into a freak off. No. She gets there. She drops the Celine. She drops the Louis. She opens the Louis. She gets her shoes out. And then she hits the button. And mind you, she only hits it once. So she's not in the rush. She only hit it once. Because the point was to make a scene right there. Play with me if you want to. This is ridiculous. We know what running for your life, a 12-hour sex session with 5 men to pee on me. You think I'm a be so like, no, I'm going for the stairs. I am running for the stairs. You're not about to catch my ass. Good luck with that. You see? Look, she puts on her shoes.
She hasn't even had a chance to
hit
the elevator button.
Then she calls the elevator.
She hits it and she's trying to leave.
You see? No urgency. Look at that. This is
a 16-minute video.
She closes her Louis bag. So Diddy comes. He's like, what the heck? So he grabs her. Yes, he hits her, right? Look.
That does not look like consensual to me. And then does it to you?
How can kicking somebody be consensual? Are you stupid? Okay.
And then she was asked, why were you just laying there? Because I didn't want to get hurt anymore.
No, she was laying there. So she acted like she never fights back. I'm a slave. I never fight back. Sure. A Filipino, an Asian woman. Yeah, right. Somebody called Mama Mai for a second. Anyways, let's carry on. He kicks her. She doesn't lose it. She just, okay. Then he grabs her.
It's just disturbing when you watch.
As soon as she gets out the frame, she fights back. Look. Boom. She gets up. There you go. You see? Because she felt like she was getting out the frame. Let's keep going. You see? She looks at him back like this. Still not running for the stairs. She's still not trying to make a go at it. There's a sex, whatever it's called, there's a freak off waiting for you in there. And she's like this. She looked at him like this. I'm asking you, is that the normal reaction for a scared woman? Because me, I kick, I'm running, I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna try again. She doesn't want to leave this place, y'all. It's a performance. Diddy's the one who didn't know he was like, I don't think he knew he was being recorded. Hey, Mamish. Because as soon as she felt like he was taking her body out of because this is a stage, the camera is right there. She knew it was right there. And most likely, when they were doing it at night, she got the go-ahead. A text message probably came through. She got the go-ahead that the cameras were ready. Go ahead and do it. We have the people in position, so go ahead and do it. Okay? Now keep watching this. Keep watching this. She looks back at him. She just gets up. So, okay, then she grabs this, she grabs this, she grabs that. She's still not trying to run. She's not running. And at this point, she's still not calling the elevator. She doesn't call the elevator. She comes for the phone. So there's an elevator right here. On her left, what is this? On her right, there's an elevator. On the left, there's an elevator, right? She doesn't call. She only called once. Because she knows what she's doing. Because if she really wanted to leave, she would have hit that button again. Like, what the fuck is this elevator? Or you run for the stairs because now he knows you ran. Right? No. She's going to walk. She picked up the stuff. She puts it in her pocket. And then once again, you have 4 elevator doors. No, she's not calling the elevators. She will come to the phone right there. Look at her. Look at this. Now she's on the phone. Diddy comes back again.
And here he is in a fucking towel.
You see this? I don't know what he's saying to her.
Now here's the problem that Sean popped.
Hold on, you
Daddy.
quiet. I want to hear from you, your racist ass. Okay, look,
Now-
she's right there. She's still not trying to run. And my thing is also he's in a towel. Even right there, you guys, there's the fire alarm thing right there. Do y'all see it? Do you see it? Hey, Mamish, do you see it? Do you see this? The fire alarm thing is right in front of her. If there's truly a freak off, you're trying to run, the elevator has not come soon enough, right? He came, he beat you, he dragged you. As soon as you're getting away from the camera, you push back so you can come back in frame because this is a stage. This is a performance. She agreed to let herself get hit on camera because she knew she was going to use that one day to make $30 million. Here we are. The fire, what's it called? The fire thing is right there. Why don't you press that and cause a whole commotion in the hotel? She doesn't. She doesn't call back the elevator. She doesn't even try to press buttons on both sides. She doesn't do it. She grabs the stuff on the floor and then she just strolls, not even frantically walking to the phone. She just walks to the phone. Diddy's looking at her. She's looking at him. Is that somebody who's afraid of somebody? Seriously, is this a woman who's afraid of this man? For real, for real. For real. Let's keep going, you guys. Let's keep going.
Now he's not touching her because she's on the phone.
That she's no longer on the phone. She put the phone back with your dumb ass. What the heck? Let's keep going. So he leaves again. And then now she puts on her lip gloss. Y'all see this? She put on her lip gloss. A man just beat your ass. And then you putting on lip gloss. You guys, if you don't understand, y'all listen to me. America is not a real place. America is not, this country right here was built on crime. This country is built on a scam. This country is racist. You guys, you are running for your life. A man is trying to beat you like an animal. And you out here putting on lip gloss. You see, B. Marlene, sometimes when I say things, y'all can get mad at me. It's okay. But me, when God talks to me, I know God has talked to me. I said she lied. Meg Thee Stallion, liar. Haley Bailey, liar. Kiki, liar. I told y'all. But I pray that one day y'all will start to receive the Holy Spirit the same way I have the Holy Spirit. I pray for all of y'all who love me to have the same spirit of discernment that I have. Sometimes you see things, it's really shocking. Calm down. Calm down. And then ask yourself what is going on. I even said to you, the mere fact, she says she's running from a freak off. But when you look at the window, it is daytime. And that's why I said it's also possible that Diddy is crashing from his drug withdrawals because when they have the freak off, they take the drugs. It takes about 12 hours for your withdrawals to come in. And it's like you go from being really, really happy to really, really being enraged. But is this normal behavior? A woman who's really trying to run away from a freak off, is she truly going to be sitting here putting lip gloss on? Is this how people run away from danger? They put lip gloss on? Hold on. Y'all need to see this. Okay? Diddy is threatening her, and then she pulls a lip gloss in his face. Look. She was on the phone. Let's start over. Let's start right here. Hold on. Watch her come back. She going to watch for yourself. Watch this girl. Please watch this girl. She just gets up. Calmly, she grabs this. She grabs that. And she grabs this. She puts it in her pocket. Does not call the elevator. Does not ring the fire alarm. She just picks up the phone. Who even know? I guess, yeah, she calls. Diddy comes back. Here's the big.
Here he is in a fucking towel.
The crazy black man. The black man who forced.
Here's the problem that Sean Puff Daddy,
You shut up. You're racist.
Touching her because she's on the phone.
So Diddy grabs her bags. She does been fighting for her bags, which just means all of that is just, she brought the bags out. You guys, you know what? You know what I'm trying to realize? You know what I'm realizing? Because I understand the sick bitch. She's a sick motherfucker. Let me tell you something. These bags that she brought out, these are props. These are props. Because the bags help to create the scene that she's trying to leave. You know how like sometimes like, you probably don't know, but you kind of know. You know how like when you write a movie, you have a script, right? And then you have like set directors, you have design, like set design and things. What do you call them? Prop design, right? So it's okay. We have this scene. How can we dress the character, right? What other props can the character have to really convey that the person is now about to leave? So what do you usually do? You have bags. Because you see, if Cassie had came out here like this by herself, they could have said, well, how did we know you're really trying to leave? You could have been trying to go downstairs to get a drink. We don't know what you're doing. But if I bring the props, It helps to show that I'm trying to leave. Ladies, you are running for your life. For some reason, you feel as though these bags are so important. That Celine bag is just so important. That Louis bag is so important. I just have to take it with me. No problem. Now here is Diddy taking those same bags for which you risked your life. You don't fight back. She's not fighting back. So obviously, whatever is in there is not important. So why did you bring that stuff in the first place? Right? Because if you are willing to like take an extra minute, an extra 2 minutes while he's in the bathroom, and this is your time to run and save your life, to grab these bags, then I will assume that there's something or there are things in these bags that mean something to you. No problem. Now the man has your bags. You're not going to fight back. No. She's going to pop the lip gloss and start rubbing her lips with lip gloss. Because it's like, yes, it's all recorded. Make a fool out yourself. You see this? Why are you not fighting for your bags? So if you're not fighting for those bags, then they ain't shit in those bags. They ain't shit. She brought those bags as props. This girl, this Filipina right there, she's dangerous. She's a criminal. That's a criminal ass mind. Diddy might be violent, but this right here, she's a criminal mastermind. So now she gonna pull out her lip gloss, and she's looking at him too, and she just puts lip gloss on her face. Okay, let's keep watching this video. Watch the video. So he takes her bags. She doesn't look. She putting out the lip gloss. There you go. Putting on her lip gloss. She's putting on her lip gloss. She's not calling for the elevator again. She's not calling for it. No, like neither elevators. There you go. No, this is insanity. You see? So Diddy comes to her because the point is this right here is the stage. You guys, you cannot, in this country right here, we as black people, the day we understand that we're on our own, no matter how many grievances you have towards another black woman, another black man, we are truly on our own out here. White people are racist. These Asians, especially these poor Asians, Filipino, Vietnamese, the Thailand, the Laos, Cambodia, these people, they come to America and they are always attaching themselves to black people. They don't like black people, but they always come around black people to take advantage because this is how they get rich. You know, one time in New Orleans, the girl who does my nails, she's Vietnamese. Because it's so hard to book an appointment. I don't know what happened. This girl talked to me crazy. And I got in my car from the West Bank all the way down to Kenner. Oh, hear me well. These goofy ass Vietnamese. I drove from the West Bank all the way to Kenner. And I said to her, you will not treat me this way. And you're not going to treat black people this way. Because if you were in a white neighborhood and you were catering to white people, even your booking stuff will not even be this complicated. From that moment on, we never had an issue. We never had an issue. Because you left your goofy ass third world country to come here in America. And now you want to leech on black people to get rich. Me, I don't trust nobody. I don't trust anybody. Because if they're not racist, they're bigots. I don't give a fuck. Okay? This girl right here, she's only around black men. And that's why I even said it. She's trying to pass around HIV. She's trying to pass around HIV. You go from Ryan Leslie, Diddy, Kid Cudi, Michael B. Jordan, the black football player. Only God knows how many black men who are powerful and have money she slept with. What the fuck is she passing around? This is what they do. The same thing with Karuchi, Pikachu, whatever the fuck her name is. Okay? This is what they do. They come over here to black people because they know the black community is colorist. And they know, oh, I'm Blasian or whatever the fuck they claim to be. Okay? And this is what they do. These people are deceitful. They are very, very sneaky, you know? So no, I don't trust you. I do not trust you. And I will question everything. You think because he's kicking you and he's grabbing you, that's going to make me so revolt. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so disgusted. I can't. No, I will watch. It's not easy to watch though, but it's okay. I will watch through this because I'm confused here. I am so confused because you're not a person of honorable character. Anytime a man, you're with a man, he introduces you to another man, you jump ship, you go over there, you have sex. You can't be trusted. Even the man from the freak off, he asked for your HIV results. You never gave it to him. You are with Ryan Leslie. Instead of breaking up with Ryan Leslie, you go as far as creating fake flyers to make him believe that you have a real engagement in Miami. Who goes this far? Like, this is so crazy. Just break up with him. You tell a story to Alex Fine. You said Diddy, da 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 da. And the whole time you're having sex with Diddy. And Alex is calling you on FaceTime. So when he's calling you on FaceTime, his entire face is taking over your phone. His entire face is taken off your phone. And you don't even feel an ounce of shame. You don't even feel an ounce of remorse. I'm in a new relationship. This guy, his mother is a victim of domestic violence. He is trusting me. And you're out here having sex with Diddy. He calls you because when you do FaceTime, his face is all over the phone. And you proceed to have sex with Diddy and to moan while Alex is calling you. Y'all think you think you can trust this girl? You think you can trust somebody like that? So everything she says, she does, she shows you, you got to be extremely critical. You cannot trust her. She's not a trustworthy person. And then you intentionally plan your pregnancy. She got pregnant on purpose. Tell me why an addict would intentionally want to get pregnant when you know you take medication, okay? And that could affect your baby. You already got 2 kids. Why even risk it? Because you want more sympathy. This girl's a sociopath. She's a malignant narcissist. She has a troubled personality. Ain't nobody running from their life. You don't try to press all these buttons. You ain't trying to lift the fire thingy, right? You ain't trying to run for the stairs. No, you out here just putting lip gloss on. You put lip gloss on your face because you know who you're in cahoots with. You know who put you up to this. And you know exactly who put those cameras right there. You know who's watching. And you know how long they told you to keep this charade going for. You know what you're up to. You know who sent you. You know who sent you. Even the girl Jabari with Jonathan, she was sent. That girl, Jonathan was her assignment. Jonathan was her assignment. That's what they do. Their goal is to come to America, destroy Black people, and get rich off of Black people. But yet they hate Black people. I got time for these people. They are crazy. They are truly crazy.
You can see him in the mirror back there, what he's doing.
Watch, she gonna find a way to come back. Watch, she gonna come back. Because there you can't see it. You see? You see? So he grabbed her phone. Look what happened. So this whole time she had her phone.
Big man. Taking her phone.
You see?
Big man.
Now he's going to sit down. Watch him sit down. He's going to break the vase. He's going to break the vase. There you go. She's still not running. She goes back and she calls the phone again. And you know what, though? I think now that I'm understanding this, there's somebody in the hotel. They were all in it. All of them were in it. Diddy was the idiot. That hotel right there, they're all in it because she's calling and she's waiting. What are you waiting for? What are you expecting? Who made you a promise to come to your rescue? Right? Because let's say Diddy was really crazy. He could have killed you right there. And instead of pressing the elevator, she's calling. Who are you calling? Why are you calling? You called and didn't show up. She put her lipstick on, her little lip gloss. He went and he grabbed your phone. He walked away. He came back. He sat down. He broke a vase. He's looking at you again. A woman who is scared. This man is so diabolical. And she goes, she turns her back to him, and she grabs the phone. She's still not trying to leave. She does not want to leave this place, y'all. I hope y'all understand. She doesn't want to leave this place. Because this is what they put her up to. Cassie's an escort. She's for sale. Anybody offers her money, she will do anything you pay. If you pay the price, she'll do it. You're looking at a prostitute. You are looking at a bona fide prostitute. If you're paying this and you can pay higher, she's gonna do it. Somebody put her up to this. Somebody paid her to do this. Once again, just like she got $10 million from the hotel, she didn't tell nobody. That's what Armand said. We were shocked. Like, you got another 10 million? Didn't tell anyone. This girl's incredibly sneaky. She has no integrity. And she will sell herself for money. I hope you understand this. That's why you can't be out yourself. I support all women. All women ain't shit. Not every woman is worth a damn. Not every woman is worth a damn. Some women are for the devil. I don't know. Okay? So now she's going to call again. Let's keep watching. Keep watching. But she's
Big
so
man.
scared. But she's not leaving yet.
Putting his hand on a woman. You
see? She's still not leaving. Even Diddy is confused. Like, what is going on?
The problem is that when you watch this, you can't, and you see how it's quiet right now?
You see this?
You can hear a pin drop when you put this in a courtroom.
You cannot hear a pin drop. I have questions.
And it's powerful stuff.
You see?
You can't argue.
She hangs up the phone and look at her.
Argue against this.
There you go.
Now, one could argue, well, this is just a domestic dispute between.
Shut up. Okay? Look. And now he's just standing there with his arms crossed, and she's right there. And they made sure we don't have the sound, so we don't know what she's saying. Because he's saying things to her. Who knows what she's saying? He's coming back again. And now she does this. But why are you still there? Why are you still there? Now she's like this. Girl, you could have been gone. She don't want to leave. This right here is a setup. Diddy is the one who doesn't realize what's going on. Because he should have been like, this is weird. Like, I'm hitting her. I'm grabbing her stuff. I'm taking her phone. She's not following me. She's not running. She's grabbing this phone. At that moment, he should have realized something ain't right over here. Something is not right. Because it's also a girl. Because remember last time too, remember that one scene when Armand told us yesterday, y'all need to write notes. Remember yesterday, Armand told us that she was not feeling well. So they went to see the doctor. And then Didi said to her, text your mom and tell your mom you're okay. So I guess she opened up her phone because she had to put the code in. And then when she did that, Didi grabbed her phone allegedly. And then he ran out because he wanted to see what she was doing on her phone because she usually has affairs. You hear me, right? What did she do? She went to her mom's house and they called the police because she wanted her phone. How many women do you know a man can hold her phone and she's not running behind that phone? Why is she not running behind that phone? Because the goal of this video is to make Cassie look defenseless. Okay? It's to make her look defenseless. He grabbed her bags. She's not running. He grabbed your phone. Your phone, your iPhone, with all your nasty, goofy stuff in there. You're not running? No, she's not running. Because she cannot run. Because the moment she shows her true characters, oh, well, she used to hit him too. And it's like, no, this is the nice, friendly Filipino who's very, very submissive, right? And she's so afraid of the black man. No, he has her phone. Grab any woman's phone and walk away. See what happens. Grab any woman's iPhone and walk away. See what happens. I don't care how big you are. She's going to fight you because you don't give her back her phone. She's like this. But I'm like, girl, not only are you not fighting for your phone, you're doing this. You could have been gone. There's a fire alarm right next to you. It's right there. It's red, so you can see it. No, you go for the black phone. If you saw the black phone, then you saw this red big-ass thing right there for the fire thing. You could set this entire hotel up in hell. If there are a bunch of men in there waiting to just rape you or do whatever, you freaking lift this fire alarm, the entire hotel. And guess what? It's not just the entire hotel won't go crazy. The people come out. The fire department will come out. They will come out. And then you can leave. And not just that, they will see Diddy, they will see the other man, because everybody's going to have to evacuate the entire hotel. So that we can have pictures of people who came for the freak off. No, she does neither. You have two separate buttons to call this elevator. She doesn't press. This, I don't know how long we've been here, but the whole time we've been here, she only pressed the elevator button one time. But this is a woman who urgently wanted to leave. There you go. Bunch of lies. We don't have time for this. You see? Now Diddy's going to sit down. Now a man comes. Now this guy comes. There you go. Now you will say to yourself, okay, security is finally here. What is Cassie going to do? Is Cassie going to ask security to help her leave? You watch. You watch. This is a woman who is trying to leave a freak off. Security is finally here. What is Cassie going to do? Or if Cassie is really trying to run away from a freak off, what should Cassie ask from the man? You watch. You tell me. Okay. All right. Okay. So I guess she's talking to him. And he's saying, we're going back. Now she's talking to Diddy. She's afraid of Diddy, but she's talking to him. Look. Look again. Hold on. Let me get out so you can see for yourself, right? Hold on. She talks to him and then she talks to Diddy, but she's afraid of him. Okay, let's go. He looks. She comes to him. She tells him something. He said, okay, let's go back. So she's saying something to Diddy, like this, let's go or something. Okay, she's pointing that way. Okay. They're talking. All right. Now, this was her leaving initially. Look at you see how long it took from the time she left? Because you're rewatching this from a different angle, okay? It's a different angle. She, okay, you see how she looks at him? Hold on, can you see? She looks at him like, are you crazy? Okay. She said something and then she got up. Okay. This is a different angle. That's another camera angle. So you see her, even look how she's leaving. She's not running, she's walking. This is how she's escaping a freak off. This is a different camera angle. So here she is. She's just walking. She's not running. She walked away from a freak off with no shoes and her Celine bag and her Louis tote. Okay. This is one that's sped up. Okay. So here's Diddy. And you can see he's grabbing her. Then she fights back. And then she gets up. And she says something to him like, are you crazy or something? So he walks away. Then she gets up. Now here's the security. Is she leaving? No, she's still not leaving. Now look right next to her. What do you see right next to her? Look right next to her. Okay? No, I will finish this girl off. I don't have time for these racist people. I don't got time for these people, man. What is right next to her again? So right there, you see the light thing for the fire alarm thing. You see the stuff about the door, like the room numbers and stuff. What's next to her again? A fire alarm. So right now, we have seen 2 different fire alarms. So my thing is, yet again, she could ring this thing off. If she really feels scared, she just lift this thing up. Just lift it. Your life. Who cares? Okay? No. So Diddy went up that way. Diddy goes up this way. She's going in a different way. You think she's heading for the stairs? Or while this man, or you could say, while the man is here, let me just go back to the elevator and let the elevator come. But isn't it funny also, you guys, that this entire time, the elevator has not showed up? Y'all need to take notes. Take notes. Have you seen elevator doors open? She never called the elevator. She just put her finger on it. And we can go back. You'll see if the light comes on. Because you know how when you call the elevator, the light comes on. We can see, and I'm not even that too. His lawyers. Maybe I'll send a letter to his lawyers. When you zoom in, you can see if the light came on. We've been here for how long? Have you seen, there are 4 different elevators. Have you seen one elevator door open? Cassie never called for the elevator. This girl is dangerous. She's mentally ill. This girl is serious. People think Diddy's a monster. Imagine being like, what's she, like 20-something, 30-something, and having in your mind it works like this. Okay? This girl never called for the elevator. I'm going to replay the video. You can turn on your time watch. You will see. I'm asking you, even if we're talking like 10 floors or 20 floors, how long do you think it takes for an elevator to travel up 10 floors or 20 floors? We'll look it up. We're going to ask AI. We're going to look it up. I will replay the video from the moment she hits the button until this whole foolishness. I want you to tell me if at any point you saw any elevator doors open. She never called the elevator. She put her finger on it because she knew she was being recorded. This girl is dangerous. I'm going to say it again. She is dangerous. Child, let me finish this. So she's still not leaving. She's standing right next to a fire alarm. She's not lifting that shit. But this is a woman who's doing everything in her power to evade a 12-hour sex session. Yeah, right. Good luck with that shit. Good luck with that. Okay, so then he leaves. All right. So, okay. So he walks behind Diddy. Do you see her trying to run through the door to make her run for it? No. So you see, right now the man is talking to Diddy. Why hasn't she left yet? Why isn't she leaving? Why don't we see her again near the elevator trying to make a run for it? She doesn't want to leave. Okay, here she is. What, see? This right here, where this white man is, y'all, right here is the door. This is where you go for the elevator, right there. Okay, y'all see this? Okay, right here is where you go for the elevator, right there. You think you're gonna go this way? Okay, since he's talking to Diddy, let me just go. Let me just go. You think that's what you're gonna do? Let's watch. She's walking towards Diddy. She's walking towards the freak off. These women are so damn stupid. That's why she never had a career. She's an idiot. She's not that smart. She might be pretty, but she's stupid. Okay? So we were told that Cassie was trying to run from a freak off. Did you see her walk past the elevators to walk towards Diddy? The mean, evil, monstrous black man with the big penis that forces her to be a sex slave. Why are you walking this way? The elevators are that way. The stairs are somewhere. Why don't you leave? No. She goes back towards Diddy. She goes back towards Diddy. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Look. There you go. She's going back towards the freak off. You see this? And it was, she goes inside the room. Oh, there you go. She goes inside the room. Are y'all here? Or are you quiet? Why y'all so damn quiet? Are y'all here? Let me know in the chat if you're still here. Yo, wake up. She went back to the room, y'all. She did all of this to go back into the room. She's back in there. For what reason? For what reason? You will think, hey, finally, security is here. Let me have security escort me out. Even if you want your bags or your phone, he can go get it. You can wait for him by the stage. You can wait for him by the elevator. And then he gonna come back with your stuff and he can walk you out. No, she walks in there. That's why we have women in prison. There's a reason why we have female prison, you know. She walks back in there. But somehow there's a freak off in there, whatever is in there. What is going on? Okay. She walks back in there. She walks back in there. Let's keep watching this. Okay. Okay. So let's start over. Let's start right here. Hold on. Let's start right here again. Hold on. And you tell me if these doors ever open. Let's watch this. You need to count. What time is it? 4:31 over here. Okay. I wish we could really zoom in on this stuff. Do we even see anything turn on? And also, you know, the thing about these elevator things is like when you call this one, if this one lights up, this one's also going to light up because they're all connected. But I don't think she hit the button. I wish I could zoom in. Let me see. This girl is crazy. You see, she probably just touched it. She didn't call the doors. 4:32. Okay. All right. Let's see. Look at your time. Look at your time. Let's look at the time. Okay. 1 minute. The doors still haven't opened yet. Okay. All right. People are crazy. Let's see. Y'all need to put the timer on. So far, I have like 1 minute. Okay, so now right part, that's why he's talking. So he's messing up my time a little bit. She puts on her lip gloss. Okay. 2 minutes. The doors still haven't opened yet. Okay. I have 2 minutes over here. The doors still haven't opened, huh? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now we have 3 minutes. None of the doors have opened up. Okay, I have 3 minutes. But this lady called the elevator, right? 3 minutes. We're 3 minutes in. Maybe anywhere from like 3 to 4. Let's go with something else. Okay, now he comes in. So you see, and this is how you know something is bizarre. This is how you know something is bizarre. The first elevator door that opens is the one that brings him up. I'm telling you guys, she'd never called the elevator. The first elevator door that opens up is the one that comes with this guy, right? But you know, she didn't call the elevator for him. She called for him to come up. So he had to walk and he had to call the elevator. So he actually called the elevator. She didn't call the elevator. She didn't call the elevator. Okay. So about 4 to 5 minutes in, he comes up. And then he comes up with the elevator door. So she watches the elevator open. She doesn't try to leave. Okay, cool. Let's keep going. Now, I need to find like this. They need to put the whole video out so we can see what this is. Okay. And to see, yet we don't have any doors that's open. The only door that opened is the one that came with this guy. Okay. Were we watching the whole thing again? Let's just watch it. Let's keep watching this. She's saying something to him, and then she just gets up. Oh, she's walking with her bags. Now she fights back. She gets up. Mm-hmm. People are crazy. Now, this is the scene with the guy. So for some reason, when he comes in, I don't know, he comes in. Hold on. The sad part is from this part, I can't see if the elevator door was ever opened. But no. So the guy comes in. She comes like towards this side, which is like she goes, it's room 622 to 640. She walks that way. Their hotel room something different, right? What's their hold on, where they at? Hold on. Let me see her. Let's see her walk again. Hold on. Okay. So their room is like 601 to 621. That's that direction, right? And then the other direction where she's walking to is 622 to 640. Okay. So when the security guard comes in, Diddy is walking towards room 601 and 621 where it says ICE. He walks that way with the security guard. She comes into the frame and then she walks towards 622 to 640. Why is she walking there? I have no idea. It's quite interesting. Okay, hold on. Very, very interesting. Hold on. Okay. You see how she walks? So she walks this way. He hurt himself because he broke the vase and stuff. So they're walking towards 601 to 620. So they stop and they talk. Okay. Now she's leaving 622 to 640. She's walking back towards 601 to 621. Is that what it was? Okay. 600 to 621. She's walking back towards there. Okay. And then she continues, and then she goes back into the room. All right. I don't know if he keeps playing anything else. I don't know how this man's a criminal defense attorney and he's horrible like this. He's a horrible lawyer. All right, you guys. Sorry, you guys. My bad. So hopefully you saw what I saw. This is very bizarre. We need to have the full video. But as you can see, I don't think she ever called the elevator. I don't think she ever called the elevator. Because this was a performance. Okay. So people are like, oh my gosh. Because I'm sure she said to herself, oh, we need proof. We got to be able to show that he beats on me. Okay. But anyways, you guys. So hopefully you saw what I saw. Hopefully his lawyers, they need to go through the entire tape all over again in front of that jury. Don't let the part where he's kicking on her like scare you. Play that video and ask the people, how come it don't take 5 minutes? And also, people on his team need to go back to the Intercontinental, go back on that floor, and then see, like, somebody needs to be at the bottom. You go at the top, 6th floor, call the elevator, and you need to record this. How long does it take for the elevator to get to the 6th floor? Because on the 6th floor, it doesn't take more than 5 minutes. It doesn't take more than 5 minutes. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, thank you. These people, man, they're not smart, you know. Okay, so I asked DeepSeek because I'm like, it doesn't take that long. For me, from where I saw, it took about like 5 for the security guard to show up. If that's the actual video, if that's not something also sped up, you know. If it's not sped up, what I counted was 5 minutes. Okay, so this is what it says. This is what DeepSeek is saying. Okay, so I said, how long would it take for an elevator to leave from the lobby to the 6th floor at a regular hotel? The time it takes for an elevator to travel from the lobby to the 6th floor in a regular hotel depends on several factors, including height per floor. Typically, each floor in hotels about 3 to 4 meters. Okay. Elevator speed. Standard hotel elevator usually move at half to 1.5 meter per second. Okay. Acceleration, deceleration, door opening, door closing usually adds 5 to 10 seconds per stop. But if going nonstop to the 6th floor, this only applies at the end. Okay. Total distance, 6th floor, assuming 3.5 meters per floor. 6th floor, it gets times 3.5, gives about 21 meters. Elevator speed, okay, at this, at that. So total estimated time is 25 to 30 seconds. She never called for the elevator. She's a liar. Okay, she's not that smart. I'm not trying to be mean. I will say something else, but it's going to sound really mean. Okay, she's not that smart. She's not that smart. So DeepSeek is saying it takes about like 25 to 30 seconds. Me, I can say at least maybe a minute. But the thing is, there are 4. So because there are 4, I can see it even be faster. So from 30 seconds to a minute, they were in this lobby thing for about like 5 minutes plus. We never saw a door open until the security guard came up. She never called for the elevator. And the point was, she was not trying to leave anywhere. She was trying to be recorded. Being beat on by Diddy. There you go. There you go. She's not that smart, you know. There's a reason why she never had a career. And there's a reason why she had to sell sex. The girl's not intelligent. When you see any woman go into the sex work business, whatever, it's because she's not intelligent. Intelligent people do not sell their bodies. Intelligent people don't sleep around with men to get ahead. Because guess what? They're intelligent. When you're smart, you can figure things out. When you're dumb, you just lay on your back and you spread your leg and you charge a fee. That's what happens. Okay. So anyways, you guys, interesting. Anyways, what was I again? Right? Let me play this part right here with Armand because I gotta get back on topic.
Because the defense lady is all over the place. It's a mess. It's a mess. They're confused. She's jumping all over the receipts. They can't figure it out. Then we jump back to the right. So Cassie told everybody that Diddy raped her in 2018 in August. But then she said to them yesterday that she was raped. in 2018 in September. But the problem was a day after or days before August 18th, she was talking about hit me up when you can. I'm trying to hang out with you. What's going on? I like you. I love you. And she was sending them text messages like they was talking. And it was like, well, girl, if he raped you, how are you talking to him like y'all want to hang out? So Cassie had her dates mixed up. So they don't know if she got raped in September, if she got raped in August, because in August, she's trying to with the nigga, but in September, she had already the nigga, they hanging out. So it's like, well, when did he rape you? Because the day after y'all kick in, the day before y'all kick in, so it doesn't feel like you were ever, because you also telling the nigga, come over. So they caught her up there because they're like, okay, this girl don't know what she's talking about. Okay. And so they're trying to figure out how do we get to the next stage here in the case, because it's looking a little frazzled. It's like flopping all over the place, and they can't really corner Cassie the way that they want to corner her, in my opinion.
This girl lies too much.
So Diddy, then they go into text messages about Diddy.
This girl lies too much.
So when Cassie texts Diddy, or I guess apparently Diddy was dating his yoga instructor. So Cassie said, I heard you're dating. This was Cassie's excuse to start dating again, I guess. I heard you're dating. I didn't know that. Diddy said, no dates, no dinner, nothing. Why would you think that? Do you want to start dating? And then Diddy says, I don't want to have a conversation where you don't want to be with me anymore. I need you. Cassie said, that's fine. Diddy said, can I hold you? This is September 2018. Can I hold you? Or are you just going to break up with me? Because I think Cassie wanted to have a conversation with him, but her conversation was about closure, because at this time, she's dating Alex Finn, but she haven't told Diddy. So she's like, well, I want to talk in person. And she was dating Alex. At some point, her friends, he finds out that she was sleeping with Diddy, and she was not raped. So apparently September 27th, 2018, she went and Diddy. Mind you, this is the time where Alex Finn is calling her on FaceTime. Diddy comes over to hang out, talk to her for a minute. She declines the call from Alex Finn because she's getting porked up in a freak off with Diddy.
Let's go.
Mind you,
let's go with
I'm sitting there, I'm looking at Alex. Alex is visibly uncomfortable. He's sitting in the courtroom while she's basically telling the world that she cheated on him. Now, she wasn't going to say that. The defense led her into that. They was like, so you know, after Diddy you, whatever the case may be, you then still had consensual, you consensually had sex with Diddy, right? And this is while you were dating your husband. Your now husband. And she said, yes. The courtroom gasped. Ooh. And all you see is everybody doing this. Looking over at Alex. Alex is sitting there looking crazy. I'll be surprised if Cassie is still with that man after this. I'm going to be honest with you. I'll be really surprised if Cassie is with this man after this, because she was still fucking Diddy after he allegedly fucked her. She went and had consensual sex with Diddy while she was in a relationship with Alex Finn. So now let's follow this. You went from Ryan Leslie cheated on him with Diddy,
Mhm.
cheated on Diddy with Kid Cudi,
Mhm.
got back with Diddy,
Mhm.
then was cheating on Diddy with Ryan Finn, your personal trainer,
Mhm.
then got back with then Diddy you, then you went back and consensually had with Diddy, but you was in a relationship with Ryan Finn.
Hmm.
All these men are connected to Diddy. Ryan Leslie introduced you to Diddy. Diddy used to introduce you to Kid Cudi. Diddy booked your trainer for you. This is why Diddy ended up wanting all his money back from the trainer, because you were having a secret affair with the trainer, or to just go back and have a secret affair with Diddy.
Okay, let's stop right there, you guys. Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. Now let's come to this video, okay? Let's do this one.
The defense for a reason. So these are questions that you have to ask. Why? Who is this benefiting? Why are you so deeply invested in this? Who, what, when, where, why, and how questions are critical thinking questions that you have to keep asking until you get to the bottom of something. All right? So hopefully that makes sense to you. All right. This is one thing that I also want to address, because they say consent. We want to talk about consent. And this is where we're going to really get deep into it. And then I'm going to, let y'all go. I'm not going to keep you all night. But consent. Ladies, you have to understand that you all play a dangerous game with yes and no. With the words yes and no. Ladies, a lot of times you don't mean what you say, and you don't say what you mean. And when it comes to this grape issue, this is a very, very big gray area. Very, very big gray area. And the reason that is because a lot of you ladies love playing grape fantasies. You love quote unquote consensual, non-consensual acts. You say one thing and then you do another. Your no's don't mean no. And your yeses don't mean yes. You pick and choose when they actually mean what they supposed to mean. You speak with a forked tongue and unclearly. I remember there was a content creator, and I won't mention her name. But when I was doing social media back in 2014, 2015, back in that era, that time, there was a content creator who had got herself into a bit of a tussle with somebody. And since I was popular at the time in that space, the guy reached out to me and asked me to tell his side of the story for him. Because this chick had accused him of grape. And he sent me all of the text messages. Oh, this was back in 2017. He sent me all the text messages. Now, by women being as wicked as they are and unstable a lot of times, she called herself trying to go in on me over nothing, like creating beef that wasn't there. And I let her know that I had the text messages. They were sent to me. And instantly, she went on hush mouth. Well, time went by, years went by, And then Princella reemerges as the queen maker. And she thought she was going to come out and try to quote unquote expose me for saying that I'm not for women because I blamed her for her grape. And I guess she thought I didn't have them text messages no more. Well, when I blasted them, because I didn't blast them the first time, 2017, I just let her know I had them. This time, I put them out on the internet and ain't heard nothing else from her. You know why? Because she lied on that dude. Because she lied on the dude. You know how she lied on him? Because I saw all the text messages. Because this is what women do. You all do this because you like chaos. This guy stayed 800 miles away from her. Let's start there. 800 miles away. It's an 800-mile distance. And she was sending him text messages trying to get him to engage her in her grape fantasies. She told him, I want you to choke me. I want you to do all of this. And even when I say no, I want you to keep going. This is what she was saying in the text message. She then flew over there. She flew to him to act out this grape fantasy. Now, she done already said in the text, I want it to be like the real thing. I want you to keep going even when I say no. So he engaged with her with this crap, and then she gonna cry rape because she gonna say, I told him no, and he wouldn't stop. Ma'am? What? You go fly all the way across 800 miles away to create this whole grape scenario, and you're baiting him in to do this, and then you get there and then you cry grape when he do exactly what you groomed the situation to be. Women do this so much that nobody takes you seriously when you cry this.
Now, let me play this other video. Let me play this video. Okay. Let me play this video.
Okay.
Greg was not my type. Okay, Greg was much older than me. That wasn't my type. The new year had came in and I said to myself, it's a new year. I want to be in a relationship. I'm going to date everyone that wants to date me.
Good.
Okay. Not anyone that I want to date. Whoever chooses me is who I'm going to go out with. So Greg chose me. And I was like, I wasn't looking for this. And I even told him, I was like, no, this is not what I'm looking for. And like after maybe dating him for 3 or 4 weeks, and I liked him when we dated, I just didn't know that we had any sexual chemistry. He didn't try to have sex with me. He didn't do any of that with me. He took me out to dinner, showed me a good time, opened the car door for me, held the door for me, gave me flowers, gave me chocolates. And I was still over in my corner saying, this man is corny as hell, because I wasn't used to a man doing those kind of things for me. Being nice to me. After about 4 weeks, Greg said, you know what? One day you're going to be my wife, girl. I said, oh, this man has lost his mind. I'm never going to be his wife. I am not going to be his wife. I'm not. He said, you remind me of my mama. And I was like, really? I continued to date him. And the more I dated him, the more I liked him. And I liked him and I liked him. And he did not ask for sex. Greg did not ask for sex. I was staying at his house one night and I was like, I'm tired of this man not asking for sex. We went into the...
But to that point, how long are you dating?
We've probably been dating almost 2 months. And he had not asked me for sex. Let me tell you 2 things that Greg did. So I went to his house. I was sleeping in the bed with him. He wasn't trying to hug me or, spoon me a little bit. And I was like, I'm over this shit. Every night he goes into that bathroom. What is he doing in that bathroom? bathroom every night. I didn't know this. I walked over to the bathroom because I would always smell a funny smell when he was in the bathroom. He was in the bathroom smoking weed. And then he would, and I was like, this man smoked weed. So he got a little hood side. You know, he was wearing suits and being all proper, but he was sneaking in the bathroom smoking a blunt. And then when he came back to get into bed that night, I said, when this man come out that bathroom, I'll be butt naked in his bed. I did. I'm tired of him not trying to have sex because I don't know how to push up on a guy. I want the guy to push up on me, right? So I got in his bed with no clothes on.
And what happened?
Oh, we got it in then.
Okay, there you go. There you go. Let's go over here. Let's watch this video. Let's go. Let's go.
It's not a one size fits all. So I can only tell you what it means to me. Now, for me, it's complete selflessness. I am satisfied in serving. I'm a servant. And I watched my mother serve all my life, you know, and it was rain, sleet, or slow. I think we talked about this on the phone. My mother's love for my father wasn't conditional. It's not my responsibility, but
it's your joy.
It is my joy. You know, I love to see him eating the meal that I cooked. I love seeing him sleep easy. Like every night, like clockwork, I scratch this man's back to sleep. And I know when he's asleep because I can tell when his breathing changes. And some people might think that's psychotic, but that's like, I just know that's when I'm like, oh, I can stop now. But I find joy in being.
Some people might think it's psychotic because she knows it's psychotic. But I hope you guys hearing this right. We started with Cassie. Did he grape you in August? Did he rape you in September? I can't remember when he raped me, but I know he raped me. Okay. So it's August or September that you were raped. Okay. Did you go back to Diddy to have consensual sex? Yes, I did. Okay. Were you having consensual sex with Diddy while you were still with Alex? Yes. Was there a day where you were having sex with Diddy that Alex called you on FaceTime? Yes. Did you pick up? No. Okay. Then we go to Priscilla. Priscilla said these ladies out here, they play a dangerous game with consent, right? And she, I don't know if we got to that part yet. You say yes, but you mean no. You say no, you mean yes. You text the man and you say, I have a grape fantasy. I want you to pretend like you're graping me. And in part of doing that, I want you to choke me. And as you're choking me, I'm going to scream for you to stop. And when I do not take heed. Keep choking me. Right? And she proceeds to book her flight 800 miles to fulfill that fantasy. And the man does exactly what she asked for. But I don't think he should have, because he should have realized that's a mental illness. That's not normal. That's a mental illness. Okay? He goes for it. She comes back. She tells her followers, oh my gosh, I've been raped. Now the man is scared because she's doing it on social media. So he feels like, okay, Priscilla's not scared. You're shit Aquarius. That's my evil twin. So she's like, no, I'm going to defend you because he brought the receipts. So she's like, oh, she's trying to attack Priscilla, attack her character. Oh, you don't stand for the victim. You're not a victim. You had a fantasy. You went there to fulfill your fantasy. See, victims are not co-conspirators in their own oppression, you know? Okay? Victims are truly victims. It's a random act of violence. It's not a random act of violence. You designed this because it was your fantasy. And instead of telling your followers, you know, my mind might be a little bit off because I have always fantasized about being sexually assaulted. You know, we have to start realizing that many people have mental illnesses. And that's why you can't just look at gender, or you can't look at how cute someone is. Oh no, she can be mentally ill, because to you, mental illness has a face. Are you okay? And this is how people have, and I guess it also comes from like growing up and watching cartoons and movies and shit, because in the cartoons, evil always wear black and good is always like very, very black, very, very like light and stuff. Human beings are very complex machines. So complex people, very, very complex, with lots of trauma, lots of triggers and things like that, right? You can never look at a person and say, oh, she's so pretty. She would never do something like that. Do you not know that because she's so pretty and you think she would never do something like that is the reason why she's actually going to do it and get away with it? Because you think she will never do. You can never say what a person will or will not do. You can only speak for yourself. And even that too, you can only speak for yourself as long as you're not under the influence of something. Because you yourself too, under the influence of something, you can find yourself doing things you probably never thought you would do. That's why some people have no business messing with drugs and alcohol and God knows what else is out there, right? Because under any controlled substance, you don't know who you can be. There's a dark side to everybody. All right, there you go. So then we go to Nene. She said Uncle Greg never tried to push up on her. But instead of saying, hey, Greg, I really like you, I want to have sex with you. No, she can't bring herself to do it. So she gets naked. So she can tempt this man instead of being an adult and say, hey, I want to have sex with you. She's out here playing these kinds of games. You know what I mean? Instead of just saying, hey, let's have sex. I want to have sex with you. She just don't want to say it. Now we're going to come over to this one. Who's Jazz? I mean, I have a lot of examples, y'all. But I hope you'll see that the people out here, they got to, like, their mind is like their minds are really unstable. And then this girl says, I know what I'm saying sounds psychotic, because it is. It actually is. Many women in the West are mentally ill. At the end of the day, people can really make peace with that. I think we're going to do so much better. We need to truly say a lot of women out here are malignant narcissists. They are narcissists. And you'll usually find that when you're dealing with like beauty queens, influencers, models, and people who need a lot of attention to feel good about themselves. It's not normal. It is not normal, right? A moderate level of attention, sure. But when you really require an excessive amount of like attention, like that's your dopamine hit, that's incredibly dangerous. You're a narcissist. It's just not normal. Okay? It's not normal. It truly is not. And then people who are really obsessed with their image, like I said before, are usually people that have the most to hide, because there's something really deranged about these people. Nobody that has nothing to hide is going to care that much about having this amazing image about themselves. It's very, very bizarre. Perfect people are bizarre. It's some kind of neurotic temperament. Like it's like when you're neurotic, you have an obsession for like perfection. Just like people that have like, I guess some people that have like autism, a little bit of ADHD also. Like you're very like, yeah, you need help. You need help. A lot of women need to go see a therapist. A lot of women seriously need to see a therapist. You need help. The things, the thoughts that go through your head, the rage, the anger, the mood, you need help. You seriously need help. I don't think we let women know enough how much mental help they need. Serious mental help. You're not okay. But what we do out here is that we give them permission to not truly focus on their mental health by always being able to blame men for everything. No, it starts with you. You bring the chaos wherever you go because you have a chaotic mind. You need help. You seriously need help. And you also know they're demon possessed because as soon as you start telling them off, you start telling them, like, oh, you need help. Like, you got to stop lying. They go batshit crazy. Legions, it comes out of these people. Spirits, they come out of these people because they are possessed. It's in the Bible. The man started cursing at Jesus, all kinds of profanity at Jesus, because he had legions in his body. And this is also why we tell women out here not to have multiple sexual partners. It will lead to your mental insanity. You're not going to be okay. Because every man you lay that with, that's a spirit you pick up. And if you know your Bible too, it said when you rebuke one, if you go back and do it again, you're going to get 7 spirit. For one, you'll get 7 back. Right? So imagine how a mind must be troubled when there is like an unhealthy relationship to sex. When you have unhealthy, ungodly, weird ass sexual desires like that, and you actually pursue those desires, you're going to hurt yourself. This is why I always say things like masturbation, pornography, and things like that. Women should not be messing with that stuff. Do not play with yourself. Do not masturbate. If you're the type and you have a bunch of sex toys, you need to throw them away. You truly, truly need to throw them away. Nothing good's gonna come out of that thing. Nothing good. Put that in the trash. And like truly hold the Bible and also get some therapy. You can have therapy. You can go and get like what cognitive behavior therapy to overcome sex addiction, even self-pleasure. It's not normal for you to lock yourself up and then start beating your little clitoris. It is not normal. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. And this is how people have spirits that chase them around. And many people out here have night husbands. You have spiritual husbands. And these urges, I'm telling you, nothing good is going to come out of this. Stop masturbating. Stop watching porn, music videos, anything that can trigger a sexual, some weird sexual deviant craving in you. Stop doing it. You need to stop doing it. Somebody's listening to me. You need to hear this message. I'm telling you, your sex toys in the trash. You need to break from the sexual addiction in the name of Jesus. You need to break from the sexual addiction. Hey, Rose, you have to break from the sexual addiction. Stop playing with yourself. Stop touching yourself. Stop watching porn. Stop watching these goofy ass music videos with all the sex stuff. Stop even movies, like all these goofy ass movies on Netflix with sex scenes. When you see that, you skip through it. You need to go on a purge. You have to purge your mind. God can't make you a virgin all over again, but the Lord, he can clean your mind. And your thoughts will be healthy thoughts. As a woman, we got to have sexual discipline. It's a real thing. Your thoughts have to be good thoughts. They have to be holy thoughts. You cannot have sex on your mind every 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes. If you're a sex addict, you have to stop. You have to get help. You truly, truly need to get help. It is so evil. And that's why I say sometimes, I truly wish people could see, in a spiritual realm, people will stop doing their foolishness. Because as long as you think that the spirit world is not real, you will continue to engage in filth. And then you will continue to go and find these charlatans and these lying-ass people out here. So there's nothing wrong with that. There's everything wrong with that. Look at your life. Look at what you're craving. Look at who you're attracting. Look at your thoughts. There are women out here who cannot even go more than 10 minutes without itching for sex. It is not normal. You need to go get help. You need to go get help. You see, Nene also was a stripper. You see, sexual deviancy, because it's caused by trauma. Her trauma. That's why I even feel like Cassie had to be molested, because this is not possible. Even like normal freaky people, they don't go to that level. This has to be some serious trauma from childhood. This is not normal. This is not normal. There is trauma somewhere, okay? You got to go get help. Because what you don't get to do is to go around with your sick mind, sleep with these men, and then when you have to deal with the shame of your actions and say, well, I'm going to put everything on him, onto my next victim. It doesn't work like that. Fear God. Fear God. When we do what we do, first of all, there's your shadow right there. Your shadow bears witness of everything. People have to be very careful. That's why there's a thing out here called shadow work. There's a dark side of you. Wherever you go, you drag your shadow with you. That shadow one day is going to bear witness of everything you've done, every place that you've been. Be very careful. Okay? But everything you do, God is watching you. God is watching us. God is watching. I feel like even sometimes when I do these things and these things start coming to my head, I start to notice things. I really think it's the Holy Spirit, because I wasn't there. But something, I heard a voice said she never called for the elevator. I'm like, what do you mean? I thought, oh, it's true. The doors never open. How did you call for the elevator? It's almost 5 to 6 minutes. There are 4 elevator doors. We don't see anything, because God sees all. You see, and this is what happened in the Bible when it came to David and Uriah. He thought what he was doing by setting up Uriah and getting him killed, he thought nobody would know. Because he wrote the letter asking the generals to put Uriah in the line of fire. Then he sealed the letter. So Uriah didn't read it. And when you read the Bible too, Uriah had a lot of love for David. He could never think that David could do something like this. But you see, sexual immorality. Look at what that did to the house of David, right? So Uriah gives the general. Next thing you know, Uriah is dead. Prophet Nathan is minding his business. And the Spirit of the Lord comes to him. And the Spirit said, David, kill Uriah. Can you imagine? You think you did a thing. You wrote the letter. You sealed the letter. Nobody knows. It's just me. You give it to Uriah. The man goes, he dies. As soon as he dies, the Spirit of God finds Prophet Nathan. And it says, David killed Uriah. Go tell him. And so he goes there and he talks to David. And he tells him, there's a man in your whatever, your kingdom over here, who was very rich, you know. He had lots of cattle and stuff like that. And then one day, an outsider came. And he said, oh, let's throw a feast for that person. What he might want to eat, I don't know, he might want to eat like some lamb or something. But you see, the man, he had over 100 sheep. He decided not to kill his. But there was a poor man who only had 1 sheep. And he said to them, and he said, we're going to kill that sheep. And David said, oh my gosh, like these white people out here. Oh my gosh, that is so wrong. That's not fair. Okay. What about equity? What about the migrants? Okay. Animal rights. Okay. And Nathan looked at him and said, it's you. And the sheep is Bathsheba. Because at that time, David had like 2 wives, right? He married like 2 sisters, right? But Uriah only had 1 wife, Bathsheba. And you slept with her, right? Sexual deviancy. What can he say? He did it. He knew he did it. So David gets naked. He gets on the floor. He starts crying. Bathsheba's pregnant. She gives birth. The baby dies. A life for a life. And this life, fear God. I know when you live in America, America is such a demonic place. It can really give you the illusion that if I do evil, I will get away with that. Because a lot of people here are sheep, so I get that, right? They're going to see me get beat. They're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he's such a monster. But there's always a person that will know your secret. And for that, you will always be scared. You can deceive a lot of people, but there's always one person you cannot deceive. And the sad part is it's your subconscious. But the real part too is there's always a person outside of you that will see you for who you truly are. You can deceive a lot of people. And I've come to realize that is the ministry of celebrities. They really are a synagogue of Satan. The vast majority of celebrities, it's a synagogue of Satan. These people, their calling is deception. Deceive people. Show them a face that is not your real face. Show them a smile that's not your real smile, right? Show them a persona. Everything is so fake. And it's true. A lot of people, they're not called of God. A lot of people don't have discernment. So they'll fall for that because people are looking for signs and wonders. The Bible calls it Matthew 24, verse 24. People look for signs and wonders. And they have turned celebrities into idols. And that's why when a celebrity says anything, they don't question that. Because to them, celebrities are signs and wonders. But to us, we understand that these people here are against the truth of God. And therefore, when they say a thing, you have to question. Because they are a synagogue of Satan. Okay? Everything, it always comes to the light. There's always somebody out there who knows your secret. And this is why you don't go around doing dumb shit. But unfortunately, people think they're smarter than what they truly are. A lot of people watch this video, but how many people noticed that Cassie stopped to put on her lip gloss? Very weird for somebody who claims she's running for her life. The young lady is a liar. And I'm like, even with Ryan Leslie, I thought about this. I say, even with Ryan Leslie, I wonder how many affairs she had on Ryan. Because I'm sure he's watching this. He's like, well, damn. If she was able to do all this to Diddy, I wonder how many men she slept with. Because I'm sure before he was pitching her to Diddy, he pitched her to other places too. Because Diddy is not the only record label, whatever, Bad Boy is not the only record label in town. You start to wonder, right? But once a person starts off with the lie, you have to question everything else. And I will say, America is not a real place. America is a place full of sick people. America is a place that's full of mentally ill people in positions of power and influence. There are a lot of people here who need to be institutionalized, but unfortunately for the rest of us, they're not, and we must suffer. In America too, you'll notice that people are more likely to trust crazy people than they are to trust sound-minded people. Because people don't like the truth, you know. People love mentally unstable people. And because of that, it causes more and more people to also become mentally unstable, right? And so when you say, oh, this sounds psychotic, it doesn't sound. It is. It truly is. You need to get help. But someone will look up to Jazz. She kind of knows it's psychotic. And they're going to start mimicking her behavior. So now they're mimicking a psychotic episode. So now you also become psychotic. Okay? You have to question everything you see. You truly do. I'll never stop saying it. You have to question everything you see. And when someone is trying to put a lot of like gross stuff like that in your face and they want to gross you out, right? It's because after that, what do you have? After that, what do you have? I said, Diddy has 3 charges: racketeering, prostitution, and sex trafficking. We're still waiting. We are still waiting. But you people have to, a lot of women out here have to be very careful, right? Playing with consent. Doing things because you want this man's attention or you want his money and things like that. And then when it doesn't work out the way that you thought it would have worked out, then you say, oh my gosh, I'm a victim. And that's what really takes away from real victims. So if anybody out here is a person that does not support victims or doesn't stand with victim, it's the person pretending to be a victim in order to avoid self-accountability. Because the more you lie, one day you'll get caught. And when you get caught, it hurts other people that are truly telling the truth though. Because if somebody as beautiful as you, as connected as you can lie, why should we trust regular people? Okay, there you go. There you go.
Your rest. And it shouldn't be conditional.
A part of that lack of conditions too means that you do your duty joyfully regardless of
Yes.
what's being done for you.
That's it. I do my duty joyfully, regardless of what is happening to and for me. You know, now some days I might be more cheerful than others because I have my own stuff going on. You know, and there's times where it's like, I don't even want to say what's going on with me because again, I know how to deal with me and my pain. You know, I'll cry in the shower and keep it moving, you know. But in the art of submission for me, because I can't speak for everybody, is being joyful about it. You know, that want of, and I think it not even just a want, the power of knowing that you have the power to make someone's day better. And that's a choice.
And easier.
Yes, better and easier. That's a choice that you have to make. I always make the choice to do it. I like to give. I like to allow my person to lead. They know, especially like when it translates in the bedroom, I like to feel dominated. You know, riding dick ain't always my favorite position because I like to be taken advantage. Oh my gosh. No, I don't like to be taken advantage of. I like to feel.
That's okay. I like to be degraded.
Yeah.
Those are languages that I like and I accept.
I do, but if I'm comfortable and if I trust you. So just know what that means. Know that dance with your partner. I think of relationships and submission.
So this one said she likes if she wants to be taken advantage of. Shan said she wants to be degraded during sex. So this one says take advantage of me. The other one says degrade me. Mental illness.
And being submissive is like, it's like an 8 count. Know that dance. You better know that 5, 6, 7, 8.
Hold on.
1, dishes clean. 2, laundry. 3, if you have a long day and you fight in the world, you will never come back and fight me. You will never come back and walk into a space that is not welcoming you.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Do you think that this is controversial in some capacity?
Absolutely. To some, it could be enabling. You know, and someone told me one time, they're like, you're enabling him. And I told him how that made me feel. And he was like, of course they're going to say that. They don't have nobody doing that for them.
How did it make you feel?
It made me feel like maybe I am. But at the same time, that's my love. So if you don't understand it, you know, I'm not loving on you for you to get it. That's how I love. And whoever I love is going to get that benefit.
Yes.
There was a time where, you know, women needed men for everything. We couldn't even open up a bank account, you know? And now it's like women are really in their bag where they're like, I have my own business. I'm doing this. I don't need a man for nothing. Like basically, like, can I be frank? Like I don't need a nigga for shit. I don't, you know, and I can say those words, but I want one.
So my brain wants to understand the exchange here. Because, and this could be, it's not, no, you're doing great. But because I told you, I'm going to ask a bunch of stupid questions.
Yeah.
Because this dynamic, I think like my relationship with my partner is very egalitarian. Like we're equals. Like I don't ever feel like I'm giving for the sake of giving, and I'm not receiving for the sake of receiving. I'm receiving being like, well, I deserve this, and I'm giving being like, you deserve this. So there's that exchange happening.
So you speak on, you're like, you tell him the things that you need?
Yeah.
And the things that you feel like you deserve, you'll say that?
100%.
How will you say that?
I need you to step up in these areas. I need to not worry about this. I need to be able to take my brain off this thing. I need more affection. I need more love. If we're going to be sexual, here's the things that I need to like feel more sexual. And in return, I invite that. Like, so we have a lot of conversations.
How does he receive it well?
I think everybody has a problem with being told that they're not doing enough, because we always go to like, well, I'm already doing X, Y, and Z. Right. So I think that there can be, I wouldn't say that he's always arms wide open, but he always adjusts. But so I guess when I'm listening to your relationship style, I'm like, if we kind of broke it down into like to-dos specifically, like what does a submissive woman do for her man?
Everything.
What does that mean?
You know, like packing his bag, unpacking his bag, just making sure all the things that he wants. And like I pretty much read his mind. So it's like, if I know you and I study you, like I know how you are in the morning, I know how you are about midday, I know when you're in this mood, what you need. Like before you can ever ask me for something, I'm already on it. I mean, he's spoiled. And you know, when I talk to my girlfriends about it, I was like, oh, how are you guys doing? And I'm just like,
mind you, this is not even a wife, huh? This is, I don't know, whatever she is to him, because he's still like, Cam has multiple women he has sex with. So she's kind of like, she's this one. She's like, Cassie over here. I serve. I do this, I do that. For what reason? You're not a wife. Cam sleeps with multiple women, and he told her that he can't be monogamous. Okay. And she's like, okay, all right, it's okay. Hey, Kevin, what's up?
girl, he's rotten. I'm like, he's spoiled rotten. Like he's rotten, but I love that. Like I want him to be that. I think my biggest flex is how I treat my man. You know what I mean? And my biggest flex should be how I treat myself, which is, so it's kind of fucked up.
That part is he's not even her man, because he has multiple women. So he's not hers. Like my man, he's not your man.
It's kind of messed up.
What are you getting from all that you're giving? What are you asking for in return?
You know, it's interesting. And you saw my reaction when I was like, you say that? You asked for that? You know what I mean? I think that I have gotten better at saying the things that I need. But if I don't get it the first time, I don't like to say it again.
So would you do what you're doing for a broke dude?
What do you call broke?
Requires your financial support as well.
No. I mean, I think to be broke, you can be
still a great lover, still very romantic, still very emotionally supportive. But I'm just like asking about,
I wouldn't even know that. I wouldn't even know that he's all those things. Because I think there's a lot of people who are financially stable who are broke-minded, and I can't get down with that either.
So let me just clarify the question. What are the requirements from a man to bring to Jazzy in order to get this level of love from you?
I think it's how you make me feel.
It's how much money he has. Because you're like, oh, you can have money but be broke spiritually. I'm like, yeah, Cam is broke spiritually. He's 35 with 9 kids. Okay. Very dysfunctional, this man. The money. It's okay to say you got to have a lot of money. It's okay.
I have to feel safe with you emotionally. You have to excite me. I need edge. So all this cute, soft shit that I need him to be emotionally this, I do need that. But I also need some edge. And I also need a man that is like, you know, like I am a submissive. So like, in a way, my love language in sex is like I like for you to tell me what to do. So
tell me what to do, have some edge, which I think when she said she needs a man that has edge, because Cam is who she's with, right? Or Cam is she's one of the Cam's, like she's in his realm. So be toxic. To me, when she says have some edge, she means she wants a toxic person.
Sometimes it's like, Jazz, sit your ass down somewhere. It's like, oh shit. What I do? Let me sit down, you know, but it's like someone who is a very, you know, you can be emotional and be soft and things like that, but I still need you to have a little sprinkle of that edge.
Do you need an alpha male?
Yes, only. Only. And, you know, and I think men are confused on if they are or not. And if you are confused, you're not one.
What is an alpha man?
I think in my experience of an alpha male, it is somebody who is respected, you know, walks in the room and everybody just kind of like feels their presence.
Some people can interpret submissiveness as.
And I think also one thing she should have said, an alpha male is not just he comes in the room and he gets respect, but the other girls want him, right? A man is more attractive, like he's more sexually attractive. A woman is more sexually attracted to a man when other women are also attracted to him, right? Like in her situation with Cam has sex with multiple women. He's not monogamous, right? With Diddy and Cassie there was Kim, but there was Cassie, there was Kim. There were also other women. I think it's like who, like Gina was there, Sophia or somebody like that, right? But Diddy was seeing other people. They like the fact that this man is not available. I've come to realize this. That's why I said for some women, cheating is not a deal breaker. If anything, I feel like the fact that he cheats, it like increases the motivation to fight as hard as possible to be the one that prevails. Oh, I got competition? Bet. I will be the freakiest. I'll be the nastiest. I'll be the whatever. I'll be the slut. Degrade me, wumpty wump wump. Because they're trying to get this man through sex. I hope you guys understand me, right? Because when she talked like that, you can close your eyes and you can also see Diddy. You walk in a room, people are scared. You command respect. You have a little bit of edge, wumpty wump wump. Also, other girls have to be attracted to you. I need to feel like it's a challenge to get to you. I need to feel like you're unavailable. And that right there makes me want to fight harder for you to choose me. So now they're going to try to start playing submissive. Oh, I submit. No, these women are all in a competition with each other. That's why I said men are the prize. He doesn't have to be like, he doesn't even have to try to become a better person. No. It's like the more toxic he is, the more she wants to fight to be chosen. I hope that makes sense. I hope it makes sense. Hold on.
As like anything goes, like I'll put up with anything.
No way. I mean, like, I think anything goes for sure if you're comfortable with the person. Because I'm doing shit I never did before. I'm just like, I would have never done this, but you know what? I'm comfortable with this person, and
I'm doing stuff I've never would have done before sexually. She says she's comfortable. The man cheats. Okay. So what makes her comfortable? His money, his status. Okay.
I feel safe.
Do you have an example?
Anal.
Okay.
You're like, have an example? Yeah, that.
Do you do it for you or do you do it for them?
I do it for him because for me, I'm not at a place where I like it yet. We had one successful time where I was like, okay, you know, my butt creamed. It was like, oh shit, like it was like creaming. I don't know what the fuck that was, but it was weird.
Yeah, I don't know the science of that in particular because your butt doesn't lubricate in that way. You could shit on the person.
So it was booty juice. It wasn't though.
It was clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fast. I'll have to get back to you on that. But then does anal become an act of submission because you're letting your partner do something to you that doesn't necessarily feel good for you, but you know that it feels good and maybe powerful for them?
I think it feels more powerful for them than it feels good because you're getting nowhere. It hurts. It's like, okay, like if he wants to,
but he can still orgasm from it.
I think it's just the butt is just so tight and so untouched. And I think it's the fact that nobody's been in there but him is like the power of that. Like, that's my asshole. Like, ain't nobody been in that shit but me. That shit's mine.
Do you get pleasure because you're giving him an experience?
No, I actually like a finger in the butt.
No, from like anal in particular.
Oh,
like what's the incentive for you to do it if you're like, it's not my favorite thing, but I do it because X?
I think I just do it because he wants it. And I think like when you come to me in a space where it's like you're very masculine and it's just like, give me that ass, or however you say it to me, and you're like, ooh, like I like that shit. Like, tell me what the fuck to do. Tell me what to do. I like to be told what to do. You know,
even
what I mean?
if the thing that they want you to do,
I don't want to do it. Yeah, that's traumatic too. I don't know, but like because it's him, I trust him.
I guess because we have all these like, and I hear when you're talking to, like you're listening to how it sounds, then reflecting on how it feels for you.
Yeah,
because the feeling might be that's my truth.
Yeah.
It might sound a certain way, but also too, we're talking about your relationship in a very specific, narrow lens.
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking to him, one.
Yeah.
And two, we're not talking about the full breadth of things. So when things are multi-dimensional, multi-tiered, it makes sense within it. But we're talking about it siloed off. So you're like, oh, I want to soften it. But the real truth might be like, I do whatever he wants me to do, as long as he asks me in a way that makes me feel like a dirty bitch.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's your truth, but
Right. No, I love that. Yeah. Yeah, I do whatever he asks.
Think about Shan. She's so shady. She's like, yeah, as long as it makes you feel like a dirty bitch. Because she's like, yeah, girl, you're dirty, right? And you'll see. And this is why I think it's the same psychology with Cassie and Diddy, right? Let him do whatever to me. I'm going to degrade myself for him. Wumpty wump wump wump. Okay, yeah, there you go, right? So that's why I said Cassie had no problem letting Diddy do this. You hear Jazz. This is Jazz with Cam. Cam has like what, about like a third or like a fifth of what Diddy has, right? Something like that, like a 6 or 8, I don't know, right? Cam Newton has about a third, a fifth, or eighth of what Diddy has. Look at what she's willing to do. And I'm not even done yet. I'm not done yet. Listen to this part. Listen to this part. Let's keep going. Hold on.
Me to do and say whatever he wants me to say in that moment. But I love that. That's like my shit.
that's your kink.
Yeah. I feel comfortable enough. And then just even like, you know, just to even take it there, I come from a traumatic
Sexual past.
Yeah. Where like it's very sensitive for me because like the shit that was done to me in my past, but like I'm comfortable enough with you to let you do that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a level of trust for me. And it's interesting that I'm even saying this because I don't think I've ever really talked about this. But for me to not hate men after all the things that I've been through, like in my life, and for me to still love again is
okay. So she was abused. She was sexually assaulted. That's why I said like this kind of behavior. There's always some like childhood sexual trauma somewhere, right? So she's been abused. She's been assaulted. So now she's out here doing sexual acts that make her very uncomfortable. How even doing the behind doesn't trigger her PTSD? I don't understand. Or maybe like she says, she cries in the shower. She cries. You understand? Because Marlene, part of being sexually assaulted is not just, oh, somebody violated you. It's that people did that. Whoever did, if it's one or multiple people, they did that sexual act to you without your consent. You had no control over that. Okay? So now we're back again with Cam. She does not like booty sex, right? She doesn't like it. It's very painful. Like she said, it gets you nowhere. She don't get no orgasm from it. Like, it's just horrible. It's horrible. And you know they've done it multiple times because she said it was only one time it was successful. So that means her entire body tenses up, which is why I believe her body, her behind, it started to foam. It was a trauma response. And him also, instead of stopping, because like Shan said, that is not normal. Because the behind, it can't do that. You can poop on someone or like maybe some liquid comes out or something, but cream, there was cream coming out of your behind. So one starts to understand her body was having a traumatic response. You understand? She decides to ignore her trauma. She decides to ignore her body because Kim happens to be a multimillionaire. And the thing is, y'all have to listen to me. Are y'all here? Y'all better be in the comments, right? And the reason why she's doing this, it's not even just because Kim is a multimillionaire. It's not just because Kim is attractive, whatever. No. It's because Kim sees multiple women. You understand? And I think like a lot of ladies have to stop lying to themselves. You see, once again, these are the goofy ass consequences of feminism. Oh, I can sleep with a man. I can do whatever a man does. I'm not going to catch feelings. You are lying to yourself. If you truly have feelings, okay? If you truly have feelings for a man, if you catch feelings for that man and you realize that he's sharing his love or his sex, whatever, with other women is going to eat you up. It will chew away at your self-esteem. It will make you insecure. I don't understand why women out here don't want to be honest. If I'm attracted to a man, if I love a man, especially if you're having a kid, if you give him a child, or now you're about to give him children, right? You obviously have feelings for him. You truly love him. I think he does have money, so is they really love? But let's assume it's love, even though there's a lot of money, okay? But something about him going to other women is going to make you feel like, why am I not good enough for him? What else do I have to do for this man to commit to me? Wumpty wump wump, wumpty wump wump, right? And you have some ladies out here, instead of saying to themselves, you know what? I would love for him. Oh, the song by Shaka Khan is coming to my head, okay? I would love you anyways, even if you cannot stay, okay? The problem is you have some ladies out here, right? Instead of admitting to themselves, this man, he will never be mine. Like, there comes a time, but let me give a good example because somebody brought it up yesterday. It's like, oh, well, Iman is a raging lunatic. That's why she lost her business. Let me tell you something, right? Oh, F you. At least I had a business, your dumb ass. Okay? Let me tell you something, right? Let me be vulnerable with you for a second. When I tell you with all of my heart, for real, like for real. I don't know if after like my marriage, it was my business or vice versa. I can't even say your lie. Listen to me, right? Listen to me. The way I wanted Lena Lashes to be successful, you guys, when I tell you, I fought with my dear life. Like the way I deprived myself financially. I didn't even buy anything. Everything I had, I put it right back in the business. You understand? Lena Lashes didn't get to be the success I wanted it to be. And it was really hurtful. But there comes a time you have to say to yourself, maybe it wasn't meant to be. You understand me? Maybe it was for a season. And instead of being upset about what I wish it would have been, plus I'm Black in America, so how far would I have gone anyways, right? But instead of like being upset about what I wish it would have been and this, and that, at least be grateful that you got to experience that. You understand? It wasn't easy, but I had to come to terms with that, right? That at least, because I've met some CEOs out here who have beauty brands. They're not that smart. They're dumb. I'm like, these girls don't even know how to run a business. But you know, some people have favor. Some people, they have influencers who shout them out. And because of that, they're successful. But they're not successful because they work their brain to be successful. They're successful because they got a bunch of shout outs by influencers. And so when your brand is popular like that, people just buy. Not because it's quality, but because they heard your name enough time. It's okay. It's life. You understand? Everything out here, it doesn't always go to the most deserving person. These are some real hard lessons out here, y'all. Everything out here in this life does not go to the most deserving person. Trophies don't go to the most deserving people out here. Okay? Grammy for best album of the year, it doesn't go to the most deserving person. Things go to people who are already popular. And popularity has nothing to do with execution, quality. It's just that you're popular. That's what it is. But that's what I wanted. But that's not what happened. But you got to say, at least I got to try this, right? And then on to the next journey. And it's cool. And because after all, business, no business. One thing that does remain is my family, right? One thing that does remain, business, no business, is that I am still married to the person that I love with all of my heart. I have my husband. I got my kids. Right? And when one baby was lost, God gave me a real baby. He gave me Maverick. And I even said to Maverick, I don't know if you can understand me, but I said to Maverick, because I was 39, right? The baby come out like 40. I'm like, what the heck? 40 with a baby. What the heck is this? Who does this? It's so ratchet, right? But I said to Maverick, Mommy didn't even know I needed you. You know, Maverick has been such a blessing for me. He's so sweet. He has brought me so much joy. I'm like, I love this little person. He's so cute. Right? You lose one baby, you get another baby. I get a human baby. It's cool. God is faithful. And I have learned that in this life, as hard as it is, you got to learn to turn that page. You got to move on to a new chapter. This business, it probably ain't going to work. Okay? This man right here, he probably will never love you. because you're not the one. You know, there are many men out here. There are many men out here. They already know, but they're afraid to commit. You see, Diddy, he knew Kim was a soulmate, but he didn't want to grow up. He was never going to let her go. And the spot that she had in his heart, nobody can fill that. And to even think that you can, as a woman, you're asking to self-destruct because you're not going to succeed. Like, you can even say, I'm gonna lick the ground, and then maybe he'll see that his floor is squeaky clean. Doesn't matter what you do. Because you see, Kim doesn't do any of that. You've been with this man for 9 years. Every time he has to come, he comes outside of you. He doesn't want you to get pregnant. Then he could have gotten you pregnant the first year, the second, third. Look at how much sex you people had. This is crazy. But he made sure to never ejaculate inside of you. He didn't want you to carry his baby. You degrade yourself thinking that it's going to turn him on. And yes, for a second it does. But in the morning, he goes back to Kim. If he had to die today, whatever, he'd be like, oh, I leave everything to Kim. It wouldn't be you. He knows. A lot of men, they know who their people are. They know who their soulmate is. It's just the soulmate requires giving up a lot of stuff. They don't want to do it. Cam Newton, the girl he was with for 8 years that gave him 3 kids, that's probably the girl he's in love with. Now, the rest of y'all out here, he's just having sex with y'all. He already knows. He knows this person. He doesn't want to step up. So he uses you people out here as distraction. You're a bunch of cum buckets. Blah, 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 blah. He doesn't care. He already found his person. He stayed there for 8, 9 years. He gave that lady 3 babies. He didn't run. The only time he ran was when she said, okay, let's get married. Had she never said that, he would have stayed over there. Because that's who he loves. She saw him in his whole NFL career from the start. They've been through too much. You just came out like 2 days ago. He's playing with you. You know? He's running away from doing the right thing by that girl. You will never take her place. What they've been through, what they've experienced, it won't happen. Oh, I make his suitcase. Oh, I do his breakfast. Well, are you okay? Are you truly okay? I think a lot of women need to understand when a man loves you, he just does. You have nothing to prove. Love is free, you know. Love is really free. But if he cannot commit to you, he doesn't want you. And what you're doing is the longer you stay in this goofy ass battle, the more you're going to degrade yourself. The more you're going to hate yourself. I'm like this right here. I can see this leading to some like a psychotic episode because it's too much. And low-key, high-key, when you do this, you're turning this man into a god. And God does not compete with people. That's ridiculous. You're doing all of this because you want this man to say, okay, I've tortured you. I've humiliated you. You've degraded yourself. Womp. You gave me kids. Okay, fine. You're the one. You're the one. No, it will never happen. It will never happen. Because his heart is already somewhere else. Everything out here is distraction. And I've said this before. I wish a lot of women will understand this. A man who only cares to have sex with you is avoiding deeper intimacy. Sex is not a real... If you're a type of man also, you out here, you have sex 10 times a day, whatever day, with multiple people out here, we know sex has nothing to do with intimacy. It's no different than you going to Planet Fitness and getting on a treadmill. It's exercise. This is just exercise. This has nothing to do with intimacy. The fact that this man is making you do something when he knows that you've been sexually assaulted is extremely troubling to me. Because it shows that he's extremely selfish and he disregards your mental health, your physical health. Because if he knows that you've been sexually assaulted and that you have triggers and you have to work on a long time to be okay with men, right? And he's doing it because that's what he wants and not, oh, this is what's best for us. And if you're not okay with that, it's okay. We don't have to do it, right? It means that he's incredibly selfish and he has no regards for you, your body, your story, what you've been through. When he saw that your behind was screaming, he didn't even stop. Didn't even stop. So when do you say to yourself, maybe I wish I would have met him earlier. I wish I would have met him before the first one with the 3 kids, you know, but in this lifetime, he's not going to choose me. And it's very painful. But the sooner you turn this page, the sooner you can find your person, right? We got to stop dancing with other people's person, because at the end of the song, you got to give him back to his rightful owner. Every man has to go back to his rightful owner. Every man. Like, I think to me, like, this whole, like, I don't know what is cheating, freak off, whatever y'all do with these men that you know are not available. That's what it really reminds me of. Like, you're at a dance, you borrow someone, like a partner for a song, but once the song is over, you got to bring them back. But the problem is, the longer you stay, the more nasty things you do, the more sexually you attach or you anchor yourself to that man. It becomes harder to let him go. And at your own detriment, you're staying in it. That's why I can't call you a victim. Because your body, your mind, everything is telling you, this man will never be yours. What you want this man to give you. Oh, like Cassie told Diddy, oh, you said Kim was your soulmate. But you should have known that. She has kids, you don't. He spends Christmas with her. He doesn't do that with you. Holidays, it's always with the kids. He's over there. So it's like low-key, high-key, she's kind of like his wife. You're just a fun little mistress. You say, oh, but I wanted you to put me number one. How? When you got here, he was unavailable. Right? And even if Kim is dead, he still will love Kim. You can't do this. Like, it's not going to happen. Right? But now because you slept with him too, you're confused. What do? I'm mad, but I also enjoy having sex with him. You see, this is how people start having like psychotic episodes. But I repeat though, the more you entertain these polyamorous relationships, because that's what it is, right? Like polyamorous, right? You're going to lose yourself. And you're always going to feel like I have to outdo myself. I have to outsex. The blowjobs have to be better. This has to be this. We got to sleep with more people. Because you're going at it with sex. You're not going at it with even your good sense, or you're not even going at it with like God and your faith. Because if you were going at it spiritually, you would realize this man is already taken. Let him go. It's going to be hard. Just like drug withdrawals, just like withdrawals from sugar, whatever. It is going to be so hard. That's because you slept with him. You have slept with him. You've enjoyed having sex with him. It is going to be really, really hard to like erase your mind from everything you've done, which is why, once again, we ask young ladies to not have too many sexual partners, because it makes it hard to forget. When you sleep with too many people, it creates more confusion, right? You fall in love with someone whose heart is already taken, and you allow that person to become a drug, like he is your drug. This is some crazy shit. Right? And that's why you see Jazz, Cassie, some of these girls out here, they have a very, very deranged attachment style. You turn these men into gods, and you turn these men into some kind of drug. It's like your body needs him. Your mind needs him. You need his smell. Girl, this is too much. It's too much. And that's why you have to wean yourself off this person. And you will have withdrawals. Absolutely. And they might be extremely violent, but you got to force yourself, because you got to let him go. You have to let him go. He will never be yours. Like, it's just not going to happen. And where he go, even Cam Newton, I will not be surprised if later he goes back to that girl. It never fails. Because these men out here, they already know their person, y'all. Listen to me. They already know their person. And you might even say, oh, but she's not that pretty, or she's not that. It doesn't matter. You see, look at, what's it called? Hold on. Let me show you a picture real quick. Let me show you a picture. Okay. You see, this is Denzel Washington, his wife, Miss Pauletta, right? To a lot of people, Miss Pauletta, she might not be the like, you know, like the Western standards of beauty, however you call that crap. Okay, that's not a problem. But oh, I would expect to see someone like Denzel with a Halle Berry. Sure, whatever. Okay, because we've been so brainwashed also to think that some features are more beautiful than other features. You hear me? But Miss Pauletta, that's his home. That's his home. Remember, oh, I look better. My ass is better. My face is better. Wumpty wump wump. Girl, the heart wants what the heart wants. And so many women, and that's why you see so many young Black girls today, they suffer the wig addiction, the makeup addiction, the long ass lashes addiction, the fake boob addiction, the BBL addiction. So many of our young little girls don't love themselves because they think what a man fall in love with is the outside. It's not true. What makes people fall in love and what makes people have a real connection is a soul to soul connection. Soul, it doesn't see face. You see, even me, you can look at my old videos. When I met my husband, I looked a certain way. Nah, look at me now. Okay, we outside, right? But it's like you grow together. And as you grow together, what you love about each other, it's not how you look, but it's how you make each other feel. It's a soul to soul connection. There are a bunch of ladies out here who are so beautiful. Denzel Washington has done movies with many beautiful women. And guess what? He goes back to Miss Pauletta because it's a soul to soul connection. They're like this. You can try. You can go sleep with him. You can give him blowjobs. Sure, the flesh is going to like it, but the soul will never claim you because Miss Pauletta, that's his home. That's his home. That's the kind of woman I'm sure he can cry on her lap. He can be vulnerable with her. She says everything. She says everything. And this is why so many girls out here, they waste their time. They give blowjobs to married men for money. They do all kinds of stuff. And what happens every single time? He goes back to his wife. Why? Because that's his home. And you can be skinnier than her, no problem. You can be prettier than her, no problem. Your makeup game, sure. Your hay bag, your body lotion, sure. Doesn't matter. That's what the world, you see, these corporations have done such a good job lying to women and telling them, focus on your outward, oh my gosh. What's the word? Your outward appearance, right? Focus on how you look. Spend so much money on how you look. And we haven't told many women, spend way more time and way more money focusing on your inside. Because true beauty, it really is from the inside. The outside stuff, it's a plus. But to these young girl, people out here today, these women out here today, the outside is the main focus. And then the inside as a woman is an afterthought. And that's why y'all getting sexed out. You're getting freaked out. You're getting pimped out. Because there's so much focus on the outside appearance as opposed to investing on the inside. Because true beauty emanates from the inside out. I'm not saying you should not take good care of yourself, no. But I'm saying is don't put all your ducks into how you look on the outside. Let me buy weaves. Let me buy pounds of makeup. No. Your real beauty is in here. Your real beauty is in here. Right? And you have to learn. If you want to be chosen, if you want to be picked, right? You will have to learn how to use your inside to make a man, the man that you want, not just any man, but the man that you want, to make him feel like when he's with you, he's at home. Not in some porn ass movie, not at the strip club, not at the whatever. Believe it or not, most men, if not the vast majority of men, have a lot of respect for a woman who helps him also to have boundaries for himself. You would think if you indulge with him, he will love you more. You know, like over a decade ago, I said a thing as like, I would never marry a man I met at a club. Some people got upset. They're always upset. This is why when it comes to these women, don't worry. Speak your truth because they're always upset. When are they not upset? It's like the day they're not upset, even I'm going to get scared. Are you okay? Right? Because their base is to always be upset because they don't listen. They don't listen. They don't listen to receive. Like, you know what this sister is saying? She's trying to help me. No, because people are insecure. And insecure people believe that every single advice, reproach, whatever, is an attack because they're immature. And that's how you can always separate a mature woman from an immature woman. Immature woman, everything is on the outside. Look at me, give me compliments, right? I barely listen. I'm ready to respond. Immaturity. A mature woman does not need a bunch of compliments. Why? Because she knows whose eyes she's going after. It's not everybody. Because quality over quantity. A mature woman, she needs validation. She needs a lot of external validation. It's the quantity of sex. It is the quantity of compliments. It's the quantity of wigs. I mean, you name it. Okay? It's the quantity of clapbacks. She's immature. She has a lot of growing up to do. A lot of ladies, even in their 40s, even their 50s, they're still immature. It's crazy, you know? Right? But when you become mature, you understand, I don't need every man to look at me. I need the right one to look at me. And when he looks at me, I want him to see me. Not the makeup, not the lashes, not the wigs, the weaves, because all that is for sale. It's not even yours in the first place. Right? But you need that person to see you for you, who you are. And for him to say, right? For him to say, this is it. This is my home. And a home never feels like a strip club. A home will never be a freak off. A home will never be a place where he can come and just indulge in all kinds of sexual depravity. You don't have boundaries. Even part of being maternal is creating boundaries for children that they will be successful. God do the same thing for the man. Men appreciate women who help them to become a better version of themselves. That's how you become memorable. You will never be memorable allowing yourself to be turned into his whore. He will never respect you. He will never respect you. I think because a lot of women, either it could be both, it could be a combo also. There's like either you don't understand men, right? Or either you're too afraid to set boundaries because you say to yourself, oh, he might leave me. No, he ain't gonna leave. And if he leaves, okay. But the right one is going to appreciate boundaries, right? It can be a combination of both. But I think a lot of women too, they don't truly understand men. And they only know men from like a sexual perspective. So they say, oh, well, if I have more sex, he'll like me, right? If I eat out his butt, he'll like me. Like Gabrielle Union, like, let me eat his butt. Let me do this, right? And what happens? Gabrielle Union even ate this man's butt, and she still pays half the mortgage. If you have a man that's worth $170 million, and he requires you to pay, or he's okay with you paying half the mortgage, is he truly in love with you? I'm not like me. I have a hard time believing that, because there are regular men out here who are married, who love their wives. They don't even pay for anything. So how can a man that's worth $170 million be like, okay, boo boo? Oh, is that what he did? Okay, boo boo. What? If you want to pay half, okay, I'll take it. Because even Gabby also, if we care to be honest, Gabby, her marriage to Dwayne Wade, she's forcing it. She's forcing it. She's forcing it. He's not into her. He's not into her. I mean, you think Aisha Curry pays the bills out there? You think Savannah James pays half the mortgage? Right? It's a situationship called a marriage. But he's not in love with you, though. You know what I'm saying? You have to learn to say, you know what? I wish I would have met him sooner. But I must admit to myself that in this lifetime, this man will never be mine. You can stay, but you will always have to share. And that's something that drives you insane. So it's better to turn the page and then move on to something else. Go find a man that can call you his home and you'll see you won't have to degrade yourself. Because most people protect their homes. They get security cameras. They get ring, what's it called? The ring, whatever, what's it called? Ring camera, whatever it's called, right? Most people spend a lot of money keeping up with their homes, protecting their homes, guarding their homes, insurance for the house, okay? So when somebody is your home, you're not going to degrade your home. You're going to love on your home because that is your home, right? People got to start thinking like this. Let me show you this one video quickly. Hold on. Oh, here's this one.
Hello everybody, welcome to the Impressive channel. Gabrielle Union said that she likes to eat her husband Dwayne Wayne's booty. Ew. So she had an interview at the Sway in the Morning show and she talked about reciprocity during intimacy. And then she brought up the subject of eating the booty.
And I said, you know, and then ask him to eat your.
Does that mean she has to eat the man's butt? Guys really aren't, at least the ones I know, aren't really into this.
That's what they say.
So
that's not what's happening.
So a lot of people were going in on Gabrielle for actually admitting that she eats the booty. And she said this on Twitter. I'm 45 and just got married. So my sexual experience covers decades. My sexual life didn't just start with my second marriage.
But my thing is, if you were eating butt before your second marriage, why didn't you stay wherever you were eating the butt? So you see, you eat butt and the marriages don't work out. You ate butt in your first marriage, it didn't work out. You're eating butt in this marriage, you get cheated on. Girl, what? Stop eating people's ass. Like, this is like, what kind of delicacy is this? Like, this is just insanity. This is insanity. This is really, this is insane.
God bless you. What's shocking is that people are shocked that a grown woman has the balls to speak openly and honestly about sex.
You're speaking about your kinks. That's not even sex. This is like a kink, huh?
Y'all are comedy. Judgment about sexual gratification is what keeps people sexually repressed and having uneven sexual experiences. Well, Gabrielle, we're not judging you, but this has to be embarrassing for Dwayne Wade. Sometimes you have to keep things a little bit private, okay? Now, I do want to talk about this topic. Keisha Kayor and Gucci Mane got married, and it was a big event.
Let me show you this video, okay? Hold on. I got the video for you. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Let me show you this one video.
Falling off like the top of my head.
You do become a little more invisible the older you get as a woman. Unfortunately, I don't get asked out on a lot of dates. I never get asked out on dates. I don't know if it's being 55 in Los Angeles or if it's just a strange town.
What is the biggest confidence killer for women over 50? Men over 50. They never look at you anymore.
When I was 55, I felt like I was starting to fade. I felt like I was starting to go invisible. I felt dismissed. I felt ignored. I felt like I was washed up.
When I was 15, I started modeling, and it was a very hard thing to walk away from. Then around the age of 45, I started noticing that the way I was perceived was slightly different than what I had become used to. And then I would put photos of myself in bikinis. All of a sudden, I started getting the influx of, "Are you a little desperate there, Grandma? How about you cover up and spare us the look of your poor aging body?" I was sort of getting relinquished to the invisible women category.
Yes, my friends, like you notice, we're going to be talking about the invisible woman and why so many women in today's environment are really, really feeling it. Now, this came up because I was talking to a fashion designer yesterday, a very, very popular fashion designer over here. I'm going to have her on the show next week, so look forward to that. Her name is Madupe, and she's one of my oldest friends over here. Not in terms of age, but in terms of how long I've known her. We got introduced to each other early on because we're in the same neighborhood when we first arrived in Dubai. And 16 years later, we still keep in touch with each other. So I was talking to her yesterday about, how she's doing. And we were talking about life in general. And she did a talk yesterday here in Dubai for women and fashion and how women present themselves in today's environment. And she said after the show, I had people lining up who just wanted to talk to me personally. And I was trying to encourage her. I said, listen, man, this is what you should do. I said, you should incorporate not only fashion design, but also styling for today's women, because a lot of our Black women, man, just dress like hoes. And then the Halle Berry issue came up, you know? And she said she was so disappointed with Halle Berry because she always saw her as a classy woman. And she just sort of went down this route where she's really pushing this over-sexualized way of speaking. You know, you remember that first interview she did where she faked that she had herpes. And then after that, you know, she went on all of these talk shows talking about menopause and dry punani. And then she went out at the Met Gala, almost half naked. And then now she's produced punani lubricant. And she did a piece with her and her lover in the bed on Mother's Day.
But the mom of two ends her Mother's Day by sharing this video in bed with her longtime love, Van Hunt.
So, JoJo, how my day started, how my Mother's Day started. And now I'm going to tell you about, I'm not going to show you, I'm going to tell you about how my Mother's Day is going to end. You know what I mean?
Yes. I wish you hurry up, too.
First of all, we got our Let's Spin, because Let's Spin just came out in this cute little travel size. And so since we're in Cannes, France, I traveled with it for the first time. And we're about to give it a spin.
Got the Cannes van.
And a lot of people just looked at it as it was a bit not Halle Berry. We don't expect that from her because we always saw her as a classy Black woman, one of the few feminine, classy Black women. Yeah, 4 divorces, but she's the one that ended up paying out almost $50 million to these 4 men. But that's not what I want to get distracted by. What I want to try to explain to you, and this is what I explained to her, is that she has now hit that age, hitting closer to 60 now, where after all the fame that she's had throughout the years, her visibility has literally fell off the cliff. Yeah, she did a few shows here and there, you know, the John Wick, etc. But point is, she's not as hot as she used to be. And she's not as popular as she used to be. And after getting that amount of dopamine, that exposure, we see women who have literally become invisible. And so that's what I want to discuss with you ladies today and how you can actually help yourselves. Listen, the remedy is easy, but executing it, that's a whole other story. But first, hey, hit the like button, guys. This is going to be another lesson from the older man. And listen, share this video with any of your lady friends are going through this stage in life where they feel like, you know, they've hit the wall. I mean, becoming invisible and hitting the wall are literally the same thing. It's just different terminologies, right? Because hitting the wall basically means you lost your attraction. But we're going to get into that some more. Subscribe, hit the like button, and pick up my Content Creators Toolkit so you can start making your own content. All right, so here's where most women are in today's environment when they're nice and young. They're nice and sprightly, and they still got their youth. And it's all about, oh, leave me alone, leave me alone. Because you got to remember, attention is a woman's currency.
This man just came up to me and he was like, oh, you're so beautiful. I said, thank you, I'm married. He's like, no, you're not. I'm like, I have 3 kids. And he said, no, you're lying. I'm like, nope. And then he kept walking. It works.
So the attention she's getting isn't Chad. So she just had to lie to him to shut him down. So that's the norm when you're young. Random men won't leave us alone, so we had to bring out the demon screams. Yes, the tension is unbelievable at this young age. They're just relishing in it. Oh, it's amazing. Of course.
And I'm saying this too because think about Cassie's age too, right? Attention. I'm telling you, like the Met Gala, like going to all these event red carpets with Diddy while Kim is at home. She's much older. She has the children, so she's more of like a matriarch. She's like more maternal kind of stuff. I told you, so when she was on these red carpets, Cassie is gloating. Like, oh, you at home with the kids, and I'm here skinny. I'm here with him wearing designer. Okay, so you gotta also factor in her age. at that age also, like being who she is, like you want a lot of attention. Oh, Angie, look at your face. You're so cute. You decided to change your face from your little black cat from yesterday, right? You want a lot of attention. Cassie wants attention. She wants to be seen. She wants the world to see her in the most amazing dresses, the most expensive jewelry. I'm sure if people care to go even study Marilyn Monroe, you'll see she was a narcissist. She was a malignant narcissist. Look at me, Madonna. Oh, that one, she's an exhibitionist as well, that one, right? But they want to be looked at. They want to be adored. They want people to be like, wow, she's so beautiful. These women have a mental illness. Like they really do. You get older, you realize it. And usually it's even worse. It's really, really worse with women that are extremely beautiful. The more beautiful she is, or the more she gets those compliments, she becomes worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. You see? And you even see it too. If you're careful, you'll see it here on YouTube as well. How many beauty influencers started off like really, really sweet, adorable, in their college dorms, relatable. But then it's like a little bit of Botox in the lip, a little bit of this, then it's boobs, then it's rhinoplasty, then it's the Jesus BBL, then it's the weaves and the wigs. They get longer and longer. The colors, they get brighter and brighter. The nose, it gets like this, the baking powder, right? How many influencers have you seen transition like this? From being these sweet little girls who just like, oh, I love makeup, I want to share my beauty tips, to just full-blown narcissist. And then what happens later? When her YouTube is not doing the same, her views not the same, brand deals don't hit the same, her comments are going she's not getting as much comments as before. What happens? She turns to the husband or the boyfriend. She blames him for everything. Next thing you know, she's heading for a divorce. She's like, oh, man, no, it's her. She's craving attention. And you even see it with Patricia Bright. You see it with her. She struggles. She struggles really bad. She's craving attention. She craves attention. So you get to a point, you look at your husband, you feel like whatever he's giving you is enough. He's not the problem. It's you. You want more. Because there was a time in your YouTube career where you had so many views, so much attention, so much praise, that when the music slowly dies down, and those who used to watch you, they're getting older, they have their own families now, young people are new. I don't know. People aren't talking like that. You start having issues with the husband. You start to feel like, oh, my marriage is suffocating me. My marriage is entrapping me. My marriage is suffocates me. No, it's your head. It's in your head. You're mentally ill. Okay? You need to go get help. You see, it's all over. You see it. I'm not telling you, it's a mental illness. I'm telling you, even me, Marlene, I think if I had remained, sometimes I swear, sometimes God, he knows what he's doing. I really feel like if I had stayed consistent on YouTube, I think James and I also probably would have had a divorce. Because it is not normal. Y'all, unless you know how to have the right parameters to not let the shit hit your brain, this thing right here, it can suck you in. Where's that? Oh, I gotta buy this. I gotta have to listen to because you want the praise, you want the compliments, you want the comments, you want people to gas you up. You see, even the whole thing about Cassie going from Diddy, the Ryan Leslie to Diddy, Michael B. Jordan, the football player, the Kid Cudi, right? Yes, she's a freak. Yes, she ain't shit. But I'm telling you too, it was like addicted because every time she goes with a new man, she becomes his obsession. She becomes his obsession. Like that does something to her. You see, I forgot who said this. It's out here. I'm gonna look it up. But there are a lot of women, they get bored because she needs him to be obsessed with her. But the thing with any relationship, after a while, it's like, listen, I got to work. Okay? Like, people can't be here like you in my nose like this all day. Come on, seriously? People got things to do, right? People have things to do. So guess what starts to happen? She wants a new man because she needs his attention. She wants someone to be like, oh, wow, look at you. You're so beautiful, girl. Baby, you fine. Da, da, da. Like, that's a rush for her. Like, it gives her that dopamine shit. So she can't stay in a relationship too long because it becomes mundane. Then she has to be a regular person. This is why also many women fear marriage. Because what if he doesn't take me out on dates every day? What if he doesn't? Girl, when you marry and you have kids, you listen, we got to raise these kids, girl. We got to make dinner. So it's like she's chasing a high. Which is when a man sees me for the first time, He treats me like I'm the most beautiful girl he's ever seen. But then people get back to their regular life. Like the first month, the first 3 months or so, it's like this high or whatever. She likes that. She loves that. Because she's mentally ill. I'm telling you, it's all over here. You see it all. Why would a woman even go and get a BBL? Not even like a skinny one. I'm talking like the butt so big, the legs don't match. She wants to be complimented. So she makes it so outrageous that you can't not see it. You know what I'm saying? Mental health. Like she's mentally ill. And you'll start to see it. And the more you start to see it, like you're going to start having empathy for these girls. Like they have to go see therapists. They need help. They need a lot of help. But because people have an idea of what a mentally ill person looks like, oh, she's fine, or she's young, or she doesn't know, she's displaying signs of a malignant narcissist at an early age. This is not normal. This girl, she needs help. But what women do is that they put each other in an echo chamber and say, oh, everything is the man, everything is the man. No. How can y'all all be together and you all have issues with men? You're obviously the problem. You're obviously the problem. Because what a lot of girls want is to be worshipped. And you'll hear it. Oh, he has to worship the ground I walk on. Are you Jesus? Are you God? Can you resurrect the dead? Why does somebody need to worship the ground you walk on? These are not normal ways of talking. Malignant narcissist. Right? Everybody has there's a healthy amount of, okay, give me compliments, appreciate me, you know what I mean? Cool. But it gets to a point, these ladies want adulation. They want to be worshipped. Turn me into an idol. Turn me into a shrine. And every day adore me. This is not reasonable. It's a mental illness. And even people like that, you get them pregnant, you marry them, they're going to be competing with their children. You have mothers who are jealous of their daughters because the man is starting to give attention to his daughter. She's mentally ill. A lot of women are mentally ill. And they need medication. They need a therapist and they need meds. Because it has to be some like chemical dysfunction in there. You gotta bring it back to like some kind of homeostasis. They need it. This is not normal. It's not normal.
A lot of these women are not just getting attention in real life. They're getting attention, massive amounts of it online as well.
Pav, when men won't leave you alone.
So how old are you?
Sorry?
How old are you?
Why?
Just I'm asking you because I like your eyes.
Okay, I got a boyfriend.
You have a boyfriend?
Yeah.
So it's okay. I say that what are you? It's not money, isn't it?
Yeah, but you don't know us.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
You have a boyfriend too?
Yeah, I do.
No, I'm single and you are single. I know 100%.
No.
Oh, come on.
No, we're sisters.
Your origin.
We're orange.
Origin. It's not orange. Origin.
We're Filipino.
Philippine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. Lovely to meet you.
Have a lovely night. I love meeting you.
Okay.
And enjoy your night, yeah?
Yeah. What the heck? We love being women.
But we're just like literally just chilling here on the beach. Where did he even come from? You saw him. I didn't see him.
I was making TikTok and he was like, not. I was trying to get him out of it, and he just
in the back.
Yeah, he kept fucking it up, and I'm like, can you not? So like he walked over here, and I was like, where'd he go? And then he stood there and attack started. Why? Where's that confidence come from? Like, can someone tell us? Like, where did men get that confidence?
Where did he even go? Anyways, yeah, where did they get that confidence from? And B, like, how you can tell when we're not into it. Like, you can tell when a girl is like, time to leave, but they just don't get it. They're like, yeah.
Can they not like read signs? Like, it's like, I'm sorry, get the hint.
Yeah, they're online just talking about the guy that they just shot down, but look at the grins and excitement and the heart. Oh, it's an amazing feeling getting men to come over. They got to broadcast that. Oh my God. Why can't he just leave? Oh, the attention is addictive at this age. Absolutely addictive. Look at the smiles.
Just out for a walk.
Can I talk to you for a second if I pull up here? Why, you have a minute?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Have a good day. You're beautiful.
And this is why when they're young and they actually find people, like they can find their person, they usually say no because they're greedy. Oh, and I think most women think their beauty is going to last forever. Oh, they don't think they'll age. Oh, they think they'll always look like they're 20. The metabolism is always going to work like they're 20 and things. No, you age. Everything slows down. Everything sags down. And I don't know why, man, girl, you had your peak, but at your peak, you just wanted to like get high of the attention and get high of like turning people down, right? There you go. That's why I said, even Cassie, if she was an honest person, a little serious person, she would have stayed with Ryan Leslie. But the thrill of, can I go from this to this? Can I go from this man to that man? Psychologically, there's a high for that. It turns them on to be this like, I need this man to be infatuated with me. They want it to be an infatuation. He can't just love her or like her. No. Give her $30,000 a week. No. It needs to be an infatuation because they want it to be toxic. They want it to be toxic.
Oh, she's so happy to get that on camera. Oh my God. Oh, yeah. Love to show the world that she's getting a hell of a lot of attention. So it's all sweet during those young years. Love it. They love it. Yeah, I just can't deal with her talking with her mouth full. I can't do that. I can't do that shit. Now, fast forward 15 years. They're now in their 30s.
A woman who has just hit her 40s and she feels like she has become invisible since doing that. And she hates it. She has spent her life being beautiful and seen. Now, here's the thing. I look at this video and I see this woman and I think she is still utterly beautiful. But this is her own perception. And maybe compared to the 20-year-olds or 30-year-olds, she's not got as much attention as she has always had.
Your opinion don't count, lady. Your opinion don't count. The woman isn't a freaking lesbian. She's a heterosexual individual that wants a man. And if the man don't find her attractive, that is her problem. So your opinion on, oh, you think she's still beautiful? No one gives a shit. Your opinion has no value to this woman on how beautiful she is. Do you understand that? Do you understand how crazy it is for another woman to say, hey, girl, you're beautiful. Beautiful to who? Unless that woman is interested in a homosexual or a lesbian relationship, it is irrelevant how much you think she's beautiful. I hate when you women try to big up other women, telling them how beautiful they are, and they're not getting the freaking beautiful results. This is the delusion that you keep transferring to each other. Oh, you're so hot, girl. Oh, you're beautiful. You're beautiful too, girl. You're beautiful too. We are so amazing. Where's the man? Where's the husband? Where's the ring? It's freaking non-existent. But yet you're blowing air up each other's asses, telling each other how beautiful you are and how great and how amazing you are. And you got great jobs and we got this and we got that and men should love. The men would be chasing your ass down if you had those things. When I hear women do this shit to each other, it's just mind blowing. And I'm hoping women would look at this video and realize, okay, the older man making some sense. Beauty comes from the people who find you attractive that you want. It's the equivalent of a bum on the streets telling you how beautiful you are. It will fall on deaf ears. Or a guy with buck teeth. Hey, you're beautiful, baby. You would get no freaking value from that. None. Let's hear what else she has to say.
Now I'm finding the same thing and loving it. I love the freedom of not having to care about what anyone else thinks. I want to become invisible. I don't want any male attention or female. I want to do things.
And you know that's a lie. You know that's a lie. It's just that you don't know if you can get the man that you want to give you attention. She wants male attention. What woman does not want to know that, hey, man still find me beautiful?
For me. So if I want to wear brighter lipstick, which I have been a bit recently, and there are people in my comments saying your lipstick's rubbish, or some people saying it's beautiful.
Jesus Christ.
The channel is Ask an Older Man. That's the channel. Hold on. Ask an Older Man. That's the channel.
If I want to wear brighter lipstick, which I've been wearing recently. Look at my lipstick. Look at my lipstick. I don't want any attention, but look at me. Let's see how much less attention she will, pointing out the things on her now.
And I appreciate any compliments, but I'm doing it for me. I'm wearing the jewelry I want to wear. I'm wearing the hats that I want to wear, the clothing. I am buying things as a newly single woman in my house for me that I love, and I don't care what anyone else thinks. So I would say if you are starting to feel like you're in your 40s, you're invisible, embrace it. You can do whatever the hell you want without worrying about what anyone else thinks.
So this woman is just coping beyond belief. Let's read a few of the comments, shall we? Max Fireroser says, I'm 43 and invisible. I'm enjoying it. I stopped dyeing my hair 2 years ago, and I'm happily entering my swamp witch phase. I will be that crazy old lady living in a field with her chickens. Now that's when somebody accepts what she is. So she's not coping. This woman is the one that's not coping, because she has embraced herself and she has literally resolved the fact that, hey, I'm just going to go into my natural self. I don't have to dye my hair. I don't have to put on any makeup. I don't have to dress for anyone else. But the author, that's not what she was doing. She's doing it all for herself. But yet she's still doing all of these enhancements. Yeah. If you didn't care, lady, you would do what this woman done, Max. So,
and I'm like, but even the enhancements, like at a young age, they're also ridiculous. Like you'll go on social media and you'll see how much these girls spend on a glow up. 3,000, 6,000. I'm like, to do what again? Like, where are we? What are we doing?
Oh, this gentleman pipes up. Same for men. Hit 40 and no one looks at me in the face anymore. That's a pile of crap. Every woman knows that a man is starting to peak in his 40s if he takes care of himself, if he has no.
This is why to younger girls, older men are attractive. A lot of people, oh no, he took advantage of her youth and her. No. Many young girls out here, they probably want a young man, but the money matters more. And like they said, a man peaks when he's older. So for them, they want to go after older men because older men have the resources for the soft life they're chasing after. Okay, they want to be visible to older men. I mean, nobody took a picture of Cassie. Okay, every day you out here, you will see people out here make 3 or 4 content. Let me show you this one video. I'll be right back to this man. Hold on. Let me do this one.
We are never so defenseless against suffering as when we love. Sigmund Freud. She doesn't want peace. She wants tension. Freud saw it long before you did. That beneath every polished smile and gentle embrace lies a hunger not for love, but for conflict, for submission, for psychological gravity. And if you, as a man, do not understand this, if you still believe that flowers, reassurance, and consistency will secure her loyalty, then you are already lost. Because Freud exposed what most men still deny. Female desire is not drawn to safety. It is drawn to danger that doesn't need her. This is not an insult. This is not bitterness. This is anatomy. It is psychology carved into bone and blood. Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis, the man who dared to unmask the unconscious mind, devoted his life to one question: what does a woman want? And after decades of listening to wives, mistresses, daughters, and seductresses, he gave us the most terrifying answer of all. Even she doesn't fully know.
Yeah.
But her body knows. Yeah. Her instinct knows. Freud believed that human desire, especially in women, was not rational, not moral, not socially correct. Mm-hmm. It was primitive, fluid, and dangerously real. He described female sexuality as a dark continent, unexplored, unpredictable, and violently suppressed by centuries of polite civilization. Mm-hmm. And in that suppression, Freud discovered something chilling, that what women claim to want and what they respond to are often not the same thing.
Yeah, it's not the same.
She says she wants a kind man, but she texts back the one who disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
She says she wants a man who listens, but she obsesses over the one who makes her feel invisible.
Yes.
She says she wants stability, but her heart races for the one who lives on the edge of chaos. Why? Because Freud understood that female desire isn't about logic. It's about lack, about chasing what she cannot fully possess. And the man who gives her everything, openly, eagerly, emotionally, that man is no longer a mystery.
You see, you can close your eyes and you can see Cassie with this. You can see, but I mean, look at Ryan Leslie. I'm like, he wrote your songs, he produced her songs. No, she wants over there where Diddy has his entire haram with all them kids. That's where she wants to go. I mean, you'll see, like when we start playing Armand, I hope you guys remember all this, right? Because we're gonna go back to Armand. And you'll see what Sigmund Freud realized about women. And that part where he's like, because it's true, women have been really suppressed to be polite, to be this, to be demure, to be da-da-da. And all of that, one day when you let all that stuff come out, it's not pretty. It's just not pretty.
He becomes predictable. He becomes boring. He becomes disposable. Freud called it the repetition compulsion, a psychological phenomenon where we are drawn not to what heals us, but to what reactivates our deepest wounds.
Yes.
And women, shaped by evolutionary pressures to test, select, and survive, are drawn to men who activate emotional conflict.
Yes.
Not out of malice, but out of instinct. Because it is in that conflict, when you withhold validation, when you resist her pull, when you stay centered in your purpose, that she feels the electricity of uncertainty. And in that uncertainty, she feels attraction. But no one told you this. You were told to be available, to be vulnerable, to pour your soul out in text messages and hope she'd respect your honesty. And yet you watched her lose interest, slowly, cruelly, without explanation. You thought something was wrong with you. But Freud would say, no, something is wrong with what you were taught to believe about women. He wrote that repression is the cornerstone of civilization, especially sexual repression. But repression doesn't erase desire. It distorts it. It drives it underground. And in women whose roles were historically tied to modesty, family, and submission, that distortion created a double life. One conscious, polite, nurturing, and one unconscious, wild, untamed, drawn to the very things society said she should avoid. This is why the fantasy of the bad boy never dies, because he represents something ancient, a man who cannot be tamed, a man who refuses to beg, a man whose soul is not up for sale. You've seen it play out in real life. You gave her everything, and it wasn't enough. You answered her calls. You picked her up, you posted her, you shared your fears. And still, she drifted, cold, bored, unimpressed, because she didn't want your openness. She wanted your center. She wanted the part of you that stays untouched by her mood swings and emotional storms. The part of you that isn't moved by her silence, that doesn't panic when she pulls away. She wanted to feel your strength, not through protection, but through indifference. Freud wrote that anatomy is destiny, a phrase that has been misquoted for decades. He didn't mean that biology rules all. He meant that deep structures, sexual instincts, reproductive drives, primal selection, shape what we desire before we even think. And for women, that desire is not politically correct. It is not sanitized. It is not romantic. It is raw. And the man who understands this, not intellectually, but in his posture, his presence, his silence, that man becomes unforgettable. But you were raised to fear your masculine edge, to soften it, to dull it down in the name of emotional safety. And now you live in confusion. You wonder why she leaves, why she tests you.
You see, and this is why even men who are like really good and quiet, they get bored. They get bored. They get bored. I'm like, this is some real shit. I mean, I started to see, I'm like, this woman is not normal. Like, I really started to see. I was like, something is off. For all these years, they told me men are violent, men are. I'm like, men. I'm like, women cause more chaos than men. Okay, like, what is this video? Hold on, what's his name? Philosophos. Women want dangerous men. Freud's brutal truth. Hold on, if y'all can see it. Okay, that's the page.
Why she argues without reason, provokes you, pulls away at the peak of intimacy. It's because she doesn't crave harmony. She craves your refusal to be broken. She craves your core, the part of you that can walk away and not flinch. And the moment you abandon that, the moment you bend to her emotional chaos, you become the very thing she resents, a man who can be owned. Freud wasn't trying to destroy love. He was.
That's Alex Fine. That's why she cheated on him. Cause like it's like you're not whatever, you're broke. Yeah. I'm like, look at how she's talking to Dibby. He's like, I miss you. She's like, I miss you too. This lady is married. Jesus.
trying to understand it. He believed that love is always entangled with conflict, that desire cannot exist without tension. And this, he said, is the tragedy of modern man. He wants to be both desirable and obedient, powerful and pleasing, dominant and emotionally tamed. But these are opposites. Desire demands imbalance. It thrives on tension. And the moment you give her everything, you rob her of the chase. She wants to surrender, but only to a man who cannot be manipulated. She wants to submit, but only to a man whose purpose outranks her emotions. She wants to be claimed, but only by the man who doesn't need her to feel complete. And Freud, for all his controversy, saw this with brutal clarity. He didn't blame women. He blamed the illusions men were sold, illusions that keep them weak, lost, and endlessly heartbroken. You thought showing her your wounds would make her stay. You thought proving your loyalty, your consistency, your emotional depth would unlock her devotion. But Freud would tell you, what stirs the female unconscious is not vulnerability, it's dominance of the self. Not control over her, but control over your hunger. It is your restraint, your unshakable frame, your sovereign presence that triggers her deepest feminine response. Not your feelings, not your pleading. Understand something Freud spent his entire life dissecting. Women do not fall in love with your softness. They fall in love with your containment. The man who has urges and doesn't act on them, the man who is tempted and doesn't fall, the man who is capable of love but does not worship it. That man in her unconscious mind is dangerous. And danger in the Freudian sense is not violence, it's power without dependency. You have been taught to reverse this polarity, to lead with need, to wear your heart on your sleeve and call it strength. But it's not strength, it's exposure. And when your soul is exposed before it has been tested, when you seek to be chosen before you have chosen your own mission, you are no longer a man. You are a servant waiting for a queen.
I hope you see what he's saying, right? He said a man should have purpose. Like your purpose as a man comes over you loving any woman. You don't put the woman first. You put your purpose first. She needs to put you first, but you don't put her first. Because the moment you put her first, you become an obedient servant, and that is going to turn her off. Because that's what I said. I said it earlier. I said they want men who are not available. Did I not say that? They want men who are unavailable. They don't want you to be available because that's too much. Because then it means other girls don't want you to. She don't like that. You need to be unavailable. And that's why I said most men need to be busy. You need to be working. And when she texts you, I'll call you back. I'm busy. Did I tell you that? That like it turns her on. Like, oh, he's busy? Yes.
And she cannot love a servant. She can use one. She can depend on one. But she cannot desire one.
Friend zone.
Desire, Freud said, is built on the tension between longing and withholding. It is a dance between hunger and resistance. And this is why women lose interest the moment they feel they fully have you. Not because they are cruel, but because desire dies in certainty. You may think love is about transparency, about giving her your every thought, your every fear, your every inch of emotional availability. But Freud saw the flaw in that. He wrote that the unconscious mind does not care about honesty. It responds to archetypes, symbols, power dynamics, emotional contrast. She doesn't want to see all of you. She wants to see what she cannot reach. And you, modern man, with all your therapy and your good intentions, have become too reachable, too readable, too manageable. And in doing so, you have made yourself emotionally safe and sexually invisible. Because safety does not ignite passion. Safety does not spark longing. Safety does not awaken the instinct to submit. And the instinct to submit is ancient.
And you see this is why you see like why they love men who are unavailable. Because if he's seeing other women, she truly, truly cannot wait for it to be her turn. You see? And maybe because we do have our conscious and we have our subconscious, right? But maybe like because we're primitive creatures out here, I could also see an argument for it. Because before we used to be outside, we didn't really have homes like that. So I could see how a woman could say to herself, well, if he has multiple women, he must be a provider. If he has multiple women, then he probably knows how to keep people safe. Because if he can't keep everybody safe, these girls will not be there. So in a primitive way, I could see why a man that's unavailable, a man that has multiple women, in your dark subconscious, you'd be like, okay, that feels like safety. Because how is he paying for all you people? How is he feeding all you people? How is he taking care of all you people? And why all you women are loyal to this one man? What's special about him? So I can see how people can get attracted to that. I really can. Interesting. Yeah, because think about that, Mark. Because before we could live and have a house and a roof and the phone and the light, we were really outside. We haven't lost everything. You know, for as civilized as we think we are, there are certain things about our primitive nature that we haven't completely lost. It's just buried somewhere, like in your subconscious somewhere. But I can see how, if you see a man with 5 women and 10 kids, you could say to yourself, hey, he must be a good provider. Because how does he keep the wives and the kids? Hey, he must be good at protecting. Because how all these women here? So he's probably really powerful. He's probably really good. So I can see her saying, you know, it's better to go over there than to go with this woman who's by himself. Because he's by himself, he has not proven that he can take care of people. He's just by himself. I hope it makes sense, right? If you see a man, like, we're primitive now. We're not here in 2025. I'm talking like 600, like BC, whatever it is, right? But if you see a man with multiple women and multiple kids versus one man by himself, do you say to yourself, I'm gonna go with this one man and we're gonna build together? Or do you say, well, it seems like he already knows how to build. It seems like he already knows how to provide. It seems like he already knows how to da-da-da. So to me, it's like in a primitive mind, I could see why over there would make more sense. So I understand why women are unofficially drawn to polygamy. I can understand it, right? Now today, because we're in a modern society, I can see why a woman can say, okay, when you have multiple kids, you're a liability. And if you're by yourself, you're not. Okay. You know, so it's like, yeah, because I'm like, this is really like, this is something else. I can kind of see that. I can really see that. So I feel like a man who's unavailable is like, yeah, he probably is a better lover. He probably is a better this, a better that. Even though, like, to our modern minds, it sounds crazy. I can see how to our primitive subconscious, it makes perfect sense. Because why does he have all these women? Obviously, there's something special about this man. Because why are y'all all here like this? Which is why, like, in our dark subconscious, primitive subconscious, we can see why women will be attracted to Future. Even though he has all these children, they're still lining up to have more children with Future. Because it probably is not even it's not even like their modern consciousness. It's probably the primitive subconsciousness that says, this guy must have good genetics. Because why is everybody going there to have a baby? So I'm going to go there and have a baby too. Just that we don't realize, because like I said, a lot of people are not aware of their own subconscious. So they don't even know where these desires are stemming from. And that's what causes lots of issues. Yeah. You know, so I'm like, I can kind of see that.
Buried in every myth, every love story, every feminine fantasy, is not a man who obeys, but a man who conquers himself. This is why Freud placed so much importance on the ego, the superego, the structures of control. Because the man who is guided only by the id, his impulse, his lust, his longing, is not a man. He is a slave to himself, and no woman will respect that. She may toy with him, she may use him, but she will not kneel to him. The man she kneels to, in body or spirit, is the man who stands taller than his own desire. That's the paradox. You don't win her heart by chasing her. You win it by becoming the kind of man who doesn't chase anything except his own destiny. But you've been sold a counterfeit map, one that says women want emotional availability more than they want psychological strength, that they want a man who listens more than a man who leads, that they want equality when they really crave polarity. That's why so many men today feel invisible, emasculated, confused, because they are acting in ways that kill attraction, then wondering why love turns cold. And worse, they blame themselves for it. They assume they are not good enough. But Freud would say, you are not aligned with your nature, and neither is she. Not really. She's frustrated, irritable, restless, because what she really wants What her nervous system longs for is a man she cannot bend, a man who lives by a code, not by emotion, who speaks not in apologies, but in direction. And when she finds such a man, even if he's not her type, even if he's not her fantasy, her body remembers something her mind forgot. This is the kind of man I can trust without controlling. This is the kind of man I can follow without fear. This is the kind of man who can handle me without needing me. You don't become this man by watching more videos. You become him by rebuilding the architecture of your soul. Freud would call it sublimation, the process of redirecting your primitive impulses into higher order pursuits. Your anger becomes ambition, your lust becomes discipline, your heartbreak becomes legacy, and through that transmutation, you become more than a man who reacts. You become a man who creates. She wants that creator, not just the man with a job or a routine, but the man who has tamed his own chaos, the man who walks into the room and doesn't need to prove anything because his presence already announces everything. And the more you chase her approval, the more she pulls away, not out of cruelty, but because female desire cannot survive in the presence of emotional begging. It demands reverence, and reverence only flows toward the man who does not kneel. This is the truth Freud knew would be hated, that women are not attracted to your soul until they respect your spine, that love is not the beginning of male power.
Wow.
It is the byproduct of it, that a woman's admiration must be earned through silence, through mastery, through the withholding of need, and that once you give up your center to make her feel emotionally safe, you have already surrendered the only part of you she was ever drawn to. You were taught to lead with your heart, but Freud would say, a man must first lead with his spine, because when you surrender your masculine core in exchange for affection, you don't earn love, you earn quiet contempt, and she may not say it, she may not even understand it, but it will show in her eyes, in her tone, in the slow erosion of admiration, because she cannot desire a man who has no gravity of his own. She doesn't test you because she's cruel. She tests you because her unconscious mind is searching for a man who will not flinch, a man who can say no without anger, who can walk away without drama, who can love her without losing himself. Freud called this the reality principle, the ability to delay gratification in the service of long-term power. And a man who cannot delay his emotional impulses, who reacts every time she withholds, every time she cries, every time she goes cold, is not a man ready for reverence. He is a child looking for a mother in a lover's body. This is the brutal truth. She cannot mother you and desire you at the same time.
Wow.
One kills the other. The moment she feels...
He said she cannot mother you and love you at the same time. Ooh, Lord Jesus, you gotta have to pick one.
Feels like your emotional caretaker, the romance dies. You think she left because of what you did. But Freud would argue, she left because of what you stopped being. You stopped being a force. You became a function, something she could predict. And female desire cannot survive without mystery.
Pastor, this man is speaking facts. Pastor, she's like, oh, hold up, wait a minute. This is crazy. Oh yeah, Freud is real. This is insanity. This is crazy.
Without awe, without tension, you may be good, you may be loyal, but if you are not anchored in sovereignty, if your life doesn't move with or without her, you are not a man in her eyes. You are an accessory, replaceable. But this isn't hopeless. In fact, it's the most liberating truth you will ever hear, because it means you don't have to become someone else. You simply have to return to what was buried, your purpose, your discipline, your silence. The silence that doesn't beg to be heard. The purpose that doesn't need permission. The edge that doesn't apologize. Freud believed the path to self-realization wasn't pleasure. It was mastery. Not of the world, but of yourself. So the solution, brother, is not to resent her for the games. The solution is to stop playing them. To stop chasing approval and start building a life that doesn't require it. She's not your prize. She's not your purpose. She is the reflection of your own internal leadership. If you lead yourself, she will follow. If you orbit her, she will run. Not because she's shallow, but because biology does not negotiate with fantasy. What Freud dared to say, what still haunts relationships today, is that love is not enough. Not if it isn't grounded in power, emotional.
I'm not telling you love is not enough. I've always said that, but love is not enough. Love is not. You have to know how to play this game.
Power, sexual polarity, psychological strength. That is what creates desire. That is what builds a bond that does not decay with routine. A man who commands respect before he seeks love will always have both. But the man who seeks love hoping it will give him respect will always have neither. So here is your call. Not to harden, not to hate, but to remember. You were never built to be passive. You were not designed to be emotionally devoured in exchange for conditional affection. You are not here to beg for loyalty. You are here to forge yourself into something rare, something unmoved by rejection, untouched by manipulation, unreachable by anything that does not serve your deepest mission.
I know what's coming to mind too, and that's why I feel like maybe out here, maybe that's why like a lot of Black men are not respected, because I think also a lot of Black men also need to go to therapy with great men therapists or great men psychologists, male psychologists, because I think what makes it hard also for a lot of Black men to get respect and submission from Black women is I think because many were raised by their mothers. So they were raised to be submissive. They were raised to kiss a woman's ass. Look how disgusting it was for these women to say, oh, this is how you're going to vote. You're going to vote for Kamala. They're like, okay, you're going to vote for Kamala. How can a woman tell you how to vote? You're the head of the household. What does she know? Right? But I'm like, this is why so many Black men out here don't get respect. Because they want love and then maybe the respect is going to come first. It's like, no, he's saying respect first, love after. He also said you got to have mastery, right? You can't be seeking your mother and the woman that you're with. But many of them, because they have these, very dominating matriarchs who have strong masculine energy, right? It makes it hard for them to establish their manhood. You understand? And I'm like, we have an issue also like sexual immorality. Many people out here, they don't control themselves. Yeah. I'm like, a woman cannot tell a man how to vote. The man should tell the woman, this is how we're voting. But over here, things are backwards. And the more things are backwards, the more Black men are going to be emasculated. They need to start tapping into Freud, you gotta heal your inner childhood. And even also maybe like not having a dad too, you gotta heal that too though. But you have to understand what a man really is and what a woman really wants. And obviously it's not what she says she wants, it's what she doesn't say. That's what she wants. But like self-mastery, don't give in to your urges. Don't give in to that. Even if you're being tempted, even if you're being teased, don't do it. Because she loves the fact that you turn her down. If she offers you sex and you go for it, you'll lose her respect. Yeah, I'm like, no, I'm good. She's like, oh, why? Is he sleeping with somebody else? You see? Now right there, it gives you a certain mystique. Je ne sais quoi. Right? I'm like, I'm starting to see some things out here. And this is why matriarchy is so dangerous. Because matriarchy requires male submission. But that might be good for a little boy, but that's not good for a man. And then you start to understand too why homosexuality, especially lesbianism, is on the rise. Because men are becoming more and more effeminate. They're becoming more and more submissive. They become more and more emasculated. So it's like, oh, I need a man that's emotionally available. You're not, no. Because once she knows your darkest secret, she will use that against you. She's a woman. She can't be trusted. Okay? She'll use that against you. But you can see why out here, I think this is the problem that plagues a lot of Black men as to why they struggle to receive submission from these women. There's no respect. Because you're too emotional. You don't say no enough. You don't put yourself first enough. And what he's saying right here, a man needs to have his purpose first. For a man, if you're a Black man, you listen to me, listen. What this man is saying is, what Freud is saying is, when you're a man, your first love needs to be your purpose. Okay? Your first love as a man needs to be your purpose. Do not make this woman your first love. She will resent your ass for making her first. Your first love needs to be your purpose. There you go. And then she can be second, and then the kids can be third. But the moment you put her first, and then you put your purpose after her, It's not going to work. Your purpose has to be your first love. The woman you think you love needs to be your second, not your first. And by doing that, she will respect you because your drive is going to make you sexy in her eyes. But you being infatuated with her, it makes you into a loser. Exactly. Like Mamish said, there you go. Mamish said that's why God gave Adam the garden first. Then Eve came later, meaning his purpose was taking care of the garden. But then God said, oh, it's not good for men to be alone. So let's give him a helpmate. But today, these corporations, feminism and matriarchy they're demons. So these people right here, man, everything God says to do, they do the opposite. Today, in our current time, they'll tell the man, oh, happy house. What is it called? Happy life, happy wife. It is a fucking lie. Just because she's happy doesn't mean your life will be happy. You might actually be miserable. This is how the devil gets people out here, right? But in the garden, God gave Adam the garden first because his purpose was to tend to the garden and the animals in there. That was his purpose. Eve is his helpmate. She's not his purpose. So when you're a man and you make a woman your purpose, she will hate your ass because you did the wrong thing. It's the wrong order. Right? Because what he's saying is this woman right here, centuries of repression, centuries of being told, be polite, centuries of like suppressing who she truly is. She says things she doesn't mean because she's worried about her public image. But there's something dark in her subconscious. And that dark thing, it needs to be tamed by you not putting her first. And it probably also has to do with the fact that women are narcissists. Okay, hey, Elena. So if you don't put her first, you're actually putting her first. Think about that. Because she gets bored quickly. And then she goes and hurts herself. So if you don't put her first, you're actually putting her first because now she's like, oh, why am I not first? Why am I not first? So now she's obsessed with you and therefore she's going to stay right here. You know what I mean? And I think that's why most men don't understand is some men get violent because they can't get submission at this woman. Don't put your hands on her. You don't have to hit her. There's no need to hit her. You don't have to put your hands on her to control her. You got to control yourself. That's why he's saying, Freud is saying, do not blame her. This is her nature. Like I always say, don't try to change people. Understand people. She can't help who she is. Because Freud said, anatomy determines destiny. This is who she's going to be. Now you need to know who you need to be. Hello. And that is, he's saying you got to have mastery, not brutal force, not putting your hands on her, not weaponizing your money. No, your purpose has to be your first love. And by doing that, you're going to help her to have a stable mind because that right there, she will find attractive and then she'll calm her ass down. Okay. All right, Elena. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, this is making sense. But my problem is, like, if we care to be honest, out here, when it comes to black men, most black men, they struggle with mastery. They can master sports, they can master entertainment, but they struggle with mastery. And as long as you struggle with mastery, we will continue to have a matriarchy. Because the goal of the black community, is, especially as it pertains to America, is to dismantle matriarchy. Because you see how mentally unstable they are. That's why they can't have all this power. This is really why a woman should not be in leadership. You see this. She's not even aware. But I'm like, this is a lie. This is a lie. And that's why you see a nation cannot be governed by a woman. Even anatomy tells you this ain't going to work. Because if there's nobody above her, she will lose her shit. You make a woman president, okay, then who dominates her? Because she's the president. Who dominates her? So now if she has nobody to dominate her, we're going to suffer. Which is why I said, had Kamala Harris won, we would have witnessed all kinds of miscarriages of injustice. Because she's not the polite and soft creature you think she is. There's something raging in her head. And some of these ladies don't even have self-awareness. Because if they did, they would stay away from power. Because like this right here is too much. You play with fire, you put it in your bosom, it's going to burn your ass. That's why nobody should be okay with a woman president. No. No. Because a woman needs a man above her. It calms her down. That's why I always said women cannot lead. They need to go ahead and lead their children. There you go. But women should not be allowed to lead men. It is not good. Do you hear this? It is not good. So I'm like, over here, people's goal should be to dismantle matriarchy. Gotta get rid of that shit. Gotta get rid of it. But what you need to have is like patriarchy of people with mastery. Masterful patriarchy. Patriarchy that has mastery. And then the woman will start to calm down and feel safe. And when she feels safe, she'll raise children who also feel safe. There you go. There is a chain of command. There you go, y'all. But as long as you have matriarchy, you will continue to have dysfunction. And men will continue to be lost, emasculated, sexually perverted out here. All kinds of violence, you name it. Because they're not in their purpose. They're not in their mastery. And a man's purpose is not to make a woman happy. He makes her happy by focusing on his purpose. And I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. God, he come first. Then it's the man. Then it's the mother. Then it's the children. That's how it goes. A man cannot put a woman above him or like above God. No, she will hate your ass. She will hate you for that. She might tell you that's where she wants to be. That's not where she wants to be. Yeah. They truly need to work on mastery. And he's like, you cannot give into your flesh pretty much. You got to have self-control. I'm like, oh. Because he was like, if you don't control your sexual urges, she's going to play with you. Which is what Cassie did with Diddy. Texting him all this nasty stuff. I'm like, this girl was toying with your goofy ass. Because you don't have sexual discipline. You don't even control your drug abuse. So she can weaponize your drug usage. She can weaponize your perversion. She can weaponize your violence. You know what I mean? That's crazy.
Because when you become that man, when you walk not with arrogance, but with unshakable self-direction,
you see?
Something strange happens. The same women who dismissed you begin to look again.
You see?
The same silence that once offended them begins to magnetize them.
You see?
Because they can sense it, that you no longer need them to complete you. And that, paradoxically, is the only moment you become truly desirable. Freud's brutal...
And maybe that's why also women want a man that's rich. Because if he's rich, obviously he's accomplished a lot. He doesn't need her money. He doesn't need this. He doesn't need that. Right? You see? You see? And that's why most men who are rich get submission. And most men who are struggling, they get a lot of talk back. It makes a lot of sense. I'm like, I can agree with this. Yeah, I can agree with this. I really can.
The truth wasn't that women are broken. It's that they are tuned to a different frequency. One that rewards sovereignty, not softness. One that longs to surrender, but only to something worthy of surrendering to. And that worth is not measured in how much you please, but in how little you flinch. So stop bleeding for validation. Start standing in truth. Build your life so completely that whether she stays or leaves, your mission continues unshaken. This is the only path to peace, not partnership born out of fear, but one born out of respect. Not love built on need, but love built on mutual power. And if this message awakened something in you, if it made you remember who you were before the world told you to kneel, then don't walk away quietly. Like, share, subscribe. And if you want to support this movement, this war against mediocrity, check the link in the description.
He said this war against mediocrity. Child, what in the world? This is crazy. I didn't know about this channel. Oh, wow. Let's see this one.
It always starts the same way. She looks at you, not as you are, but as who she imagines you might become. You feel it in her eyes, don't you? That flicker of hope. Or is it hunger? You think you're being seen, but you're not. You're being measured, assessed, scanned like a blank canvas waiting for her to paint her masterpiece. But the masterpiece isn't you. It never was. And Carl Jung, he warned you. Not with the soft words of a motivational speaker. No. With the sharp surgical precision of a man who spent his life staring into the psychological abyss of the human soul.
That's why I said we have to stop lying to people. We have spent too much time lying to people. And people are just getting sicker and sicker and sicker. They're just making bad decisions one after the other. They're giving into pornography and all kinds of foolishness. We have to stop lying to people. People need this medicine. It's very, very bitter, but it's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. People need this medicine.
Jung's entire life was devoted to mapping what he called the unconscious, the part of the human mind that operates silently beneath your awareness. And he discovered something terrifying about women. He discovered that they don't just fall in love with men. They fall in love with the idea of men, with the fantasy, with the projection, and the scariest part. Most of them don't even realize they're doing it. You might think she's choosing you, but what she's actually choosing is the version of you she's created in her own mind.
Yes.
A psychological puppet who exists to play a role in her private movie. And when you stop fitting the script, she changes the actor, not the story. Jung called this projection the animus.
That's J-Lo. That's J-Lo. J-Lo will change you up quickly.
The inner masculine image that lives inside every woman. And when that animus is immature, undeveloped, or unchecked, it becomes a tyrant. It becomes the unseen force that makes women chase dangerous men and reject good ones. It makes them argue without reason, dominate without wisdom,
Yes.
and moralize without accountability.
Yes.
Jung didn't sugarcoat this. He described it as a spiritual possession, a state where the woman herself becomes unaware that she's no longer acting from her own consciousness, but from the shadowy grip of her inner masculine fantasy.
Wow.
And men? You fall for it because nobody taught you to spot it. You confuse being desired with being known. You mistake being chosen with being understood. You believe her words when she says you're different, when in reality, you're just the latest face she's cast to fulfill a role she's been rehearsing since she was a child. And when the fantasy collapses, when the mask slips, you're left confused, betrayed, and humiliated, wondering what you did wrong. But you didn't do anything wrong. You just stopped being a convincing actor in someone else's play. Jung warned that the only way out of this psychological theater is through what he called individuation, the lifelong process of becoming whole within yourself. And here's the uncomfortable truth. Most men never start that journey. You've been trained to chase approval, to seek validation, to let women define your worth. And as long as you do, you'll keep playing the same role over and over again, getting replaced every time the audience gets bored. Individuation isn't glamorous. It's brutal. It requires you to confront the parts of yourself you've buried, the weak, the insecure, the broken. It demands that you stop blaming women for not seeing you and start seeing yourself. Because here's what Jung knew that most men will never understand. You don't become a man by being chosen. You become a man by choosing yourself. You don't earn your worth through her affection. You earn it by standing alone, fully awake, fully responsible, fully alive. A man who has faced his own unconscious cannot be seduced by projection. He is no longer a puppet in someone else's fantasy.
So what he's saying is the less you chase her, the more she wants you. The more you chase her, the more she gets bored. That's why I say most women want men who are not available.
He is the author of his own reality.
Yeah.
Jung observed that the greatest tragedy of modern men is not that they are rejected, but that they are willing to mold themselves into whatever shape they believe will be accepted. You call it compromise, you call it partnership, you call it love, but Jung had a different name for it: self-betrayal. He warned that men who ignore their own psychic development become slaves to the feminine projection, bending themselves like wet clay into the shapes demanded by women who don't even know their own true desires.
Yep.
You stop being men, and you start being masks, smiling, nodding, agreeing, performing, until you forget who you were before you put the mask on. And women? They sense this. Oh, they sense it more than you could possibly imagine. The very thing you think will make her love you, obedience, predictability, availability, becomes the very reason she loses attraction. Why? Because the feminine instinct, Jung taught, isn't drawn to comfort. It's drawn to mystery, to risk, To the man, she cannot fully define or control. The moment you make yourself fully known, without boundaries, without a backbone, you don't become more lovable. You become invisible, disposable, replaceable. And yet, here's the paradox that keeps most men enslaved. You fear being alone more than you fear being fake. You'd rather lose yourself than lose her. You'd rather live in a role than face the terror of standing without applause. But Jung taught that until a man embraces that solitude, he will never be free.
Yeah.
He wrote that individuation is a path not for the faint-hearted, because it requires you to die before you die, to let the false versions of yourself burn, so that something real can finally emerge. But let me tell you something that nobody wants to say out loud. Individuation is lonely, terrifyingly lonely. Because as you walk that path, you begin to see things you cannot unsee. You begin to recognize the games people play, the masks they wear, the lies they tell themselves just to feel safe. And when you try to share what you see, they mock you. They call you cold, arrogant, too serious. They accuse you of being the problem. But you're not the problem. You're the mirror. And people hate the mirror when it shows them something they don't want to face. Jung knew this
People hate the truth. People really hate the truth. They really do. They truly do.
well. He spent decades studying patients who were terrified to confront their own shadow, the dark, rejected parts of their psyche they refused to acknowledge. And women, Jung warned, are often raised in cultures that reward them for avoiding that confrontation. They are told they are pure, emotional, intuitive, and complete just as they are. But Jung didn't buy it. He wrote that the greatest danger to women was their unconscious animus.
Yes.
The voice inside them that speaks with false certainty, false authority, and false moral superiority. He warned that if a woman does not face and integrate
I don't need a man. I can do this by myself. It's like you said, it's these are crazy voices in your head. Oh my gosh. That's why I said they need a therapist.
this inner masculine force, she becomes a prisoner of it, projecting it
Inner masculine force. I'm an alpha female. Like, what are you even saying? Oh, this is sad.
onto every man she meets, blaming them for the very war she refuses to fight within herself.
Yes.
And here you are, thinking you're her savior.
No.
Thinking you'll be the exception.
No.
Thinking that if you just love her hard enough, prove yourself loud enough, perform well enough, she'll finally choose you for you. But that's not how projection works. Jung taught that projection is a thief. It steals reality and replaces it with illusion. And until both men and women wake up from that illusion, they are destined to repeat the same tragedy over and over again, each one blaming the other, never realizing they're both dancing with shadows. And here lies the most ironic twist of all. The woman who once saw you as her hero will one day see you as her enemy, not because you changed, but because you failed to fulfill the fantasy she cast on you. And she won't even realize she's doing it. Jung called this psychological betrayal inevitable when neither party takes responsibility for their own inner world. You didn't lie to her. You didn't betray her. You simply disappointed the invisible character she invented in her unconscious mind. You were never him to begin with.
And I think this is what happened to Tia, between her and Corey. I don't think that man did anything. It's in her head. She wants to be Corey. She just like Corey needs to be this. I don't know. I'm like, this is Tia and Corey right here. This is it. Just want a divorce for no reason. Then she thought, oh, she wants to sleep with more people. Then she starts crying that she misses you. But you see, what Corey did that was really good though. He ignored her ass. He didn't talk about her. He didn't post about her. He wasn't bothered. She was the one losing it on social media. And from what I heard, she's trying to get back with Corey, right? But I'm like, this is what they need. Yeah, this is Tia. This is Tia Mowry right here. Like, you just wake up out of nowhere and you file for divorce. Like, what is going on? People are asking you, why'd you file for divorce? Oh, marriage is like high school, and I just graduated. But you don't get married to graduate high school, okay? You get married to stay in there. Graduation is death, okay? Like, what are we talking about? But this is it. This is it.
And that's why she resents you. Not for your flaws, but for failing to live up to the myth she never told you you were hired to play. Jung once said, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. And nowhere is this more true than in romantic relationships. Both men and women enter them not as whole individuals, but as walking projections, dragging their unlived fears, unmet needs, and unresolved childhood wounds into the arms of another person they barely understand.
And I think when Tia first got with Corey, right? Because Corey got a little side to him. I think when they were younger and things like that, Corey was a bit more street, like he was a bit more edgy. And for her, with her little sweet little girl image, like sister, you know what I'm saying? Got my own mind, right? She wanted something like I'm outside. Because Tia's always enjoyed being like the blackest of the twins, right? So I think Corey was the sauce to the blackness. But I think as they got older, especially with the kids and stuff, there was like a sweeter, softer side that came out of Corey, right? And it's like she's like, oh, he's like Papa Corey now. You know what I mean? And that right there got her bored because younger Corey was outside. Edgy, like, girl, what? He wasn't talking to her like these goofy people, dorky people in Hollywood. But with your kids, especially when you have a daughter, you change. And she was like, oh, I'm bored. Because you can see, even when you see her reality TV show, she wanted excitement. It's like, are you okay? Right? But we all started to realize that Corey didn't do nothing wrong. Because if Corey had cheated, she would have told us. If Corey had hit her, she would have told us. There was nothing to say. Because it's her animus. Is that an anima? Okay. It's her dark subconscious. This right here. You wake up one day, you just don't like your husband anymore. Because you wanted him to be a thug or you wanted him to be like, yeah, you see, that's what he's saying. Like, it's that goofy, like, it's that dark subconscious. Corey didn't do nothing to that girl. She just wants Corey to be like, but he can't. He's older. Girl, plus I'm sure his back hurts. But I can see how when you have a daddy, I can see how when you have a daughter, even if you're the toughest ninja outside, and to me, Corey's not a ninja, but even if you're the toughest ninja outside, I can see how your daughter can make you softer. You know what I mean? I can see how your daughter can make you softer. He can't be doing all this. He has a daughter now. Okay, baby girl, let's go play. I think that right there was oh, damn, I'm bored. Because she wants excitement. I'm like, girl, are you okay? And then she had these goofy ass animus possessed, single, deranged black girlfriends. We're like, yeah, girl, leave a girl. Let's go to the strip club, girl. You see, look at these idiots. Bunch of idiots. That's why when they say it's girls that keep other girls single out here, it's true. It's a lot of black women out here who keep other black women singles or who encourage them to leave their marriages. It is very, very true. Just because they got your complexion don't mean they got sense. You're like, sis, what is going on? Because you're actually the problem. But like you said, the voices in their head, it gives them a false sense of confidence. Oh, I'm 45 something with 2 kids, but because I'm Tia Mowry, men are going to look at me like I'm a 22-some-year-old. She used to go on the date. People come late to the date. They come in tennis shoes. One guy came to the date. He had grills on. Like, I was just like, what? And she realized, wow, like Corey really is special. And like, girl, you're 45. Nobody trying to date a 45-year-old with a mother or 2. But you see, this is where these lies come from. He said there are dark voices in their heads. It's not even their fault, you know? They're not even aware. It's like, even me, I'm starting to have more empathy now. Because I was like, these girls are doing this intentionally, But now I'm starting to realize they themselves are not aware. You know how people say things like, oh, God told me. And I said, how do you know it's God? And it's not the voices in your head. But I think that's also part of the mental disorder, is that you think it's God because you don't think that your voice could sound like that. But what he is saying is they have dark voices in their heads. And those dark voices give these women a false sense of confidence. I can do what a man can. And it says it's very masculine too. So I guess it's almost like being on steroids. Like you take Anavar and you're like, yeah, I'm really strong. You're not really strong. You're on steroids. And not realizing that the strength that you have in the gym when you're on steroids like that, it's not natural. It is not natural. So like you're building all your ego and confidence on dark voices that are not real voices. They're not grounded in your success. They're grounded in your delusion. You're not supposed to listen to those voices. But people tell you, oh, girl, yeah, trust yourself, girl. Trust your emotions, girl. Girl, I think it's God talking to you. No, it's her crazy ass, dark ass mind from the primitive days that's talking to her. It's her animus. And you need to not learn, you need to learn not to listen to your animus. But if nobody ever told you, how can you know? That's why I always say, Black people need to start doing more psychology. People got to start studying more psychology out here, because it will help you to understand your mind better. And it will help you to understand when you have a false sense of confidence, you're high, you're not being practical. That's why, oh, I'm 30, I can still wait. Oh, I'm 35, I can still find a man. Oh, I'm 55, I can find this. You see that? This is what he's saying. Oh, I'm a single mom with 3 kids, but I can get me a millionaire. Now you start to understand where this is coming from. It is not even their fault. It is their ignorance. They're not even aware. Because you'll see this, why are these girls so delusional like this? It's like, oh, Lord, they're not even aware they're being delusional. This is sad. It's like having a sick mind, and you're not even aware that you have a sick mind because nobody ever told you. You see, go back over here. Listen right here. Listen right here. Hold on. Listen right here.
Certainty, false or emotional, intuitive, and complete just
so you see?
Faith. Jung knew this well. He spent decades studying patients who were terrified to confront their own shadow, the dark, rejected parts of their psyche they refused to acknowledge. And women, Jung warned, are often raised in cultures that reward them for avoiding that confrontation.
You see? So women are encouraged to, he said women are raised in cultures that encourage them to avoid doing shadow work. And that's why most women gravitate towards, oh, this girl is pretty. This girl has pretty dresses. This girl has pretty makeup. They go towards people who do not challenge them. Like, hey, it's time to grow up. They are attracted, or they follow influencers who encourage them to behave like little girls. Yes, because that is part of behaving like a little girl. All that is about is it's avoidance. They avoid. And they avoid by chasing like dopamine hits, clothes, shoes, makeup, quick sex, hookup culture, quick validation, cheap ass compliments from a bunch of random people who don't even mean what they say. You see what I'm trying to say?
They are told they are pure, emotional, intuitive, and complete just as they are.
You see? That you're pure, you're emotional, you're intuitive, and you're complete. So when you keep lying to women like this, she thinks, okay, then there's nothing for me to do. It's true. If you're told you're complete, you're intuitive, you're emotional, you're this, and people tell you that nonstop, why would you think there's something wrong with you? You're like, well, I'm perfect. Men are the problem. Men are the problem. Men are the problem. When in reality, how many women have actually like mastered their own minds? Not that many. How many women have actually like mastered their own animus, whatever it's called? Not that many. How many women have actually tamed the dark voices in their heads, telling them to do all kinds of foolishness? Not that many. But by always being told you're perfect, right? There begins the mental disorder. We are telling people who have things to work on that there's nothing to work on. It's like giving a bunch of A's like to somebody who truly deserves an F. So if she keeps getting A's, even though she deserves to have an F because you don't want to hurt her feelings, right? You can't be mad. Like, we have to understand why when she graduates high school, she's like, well, I'm a straight A student. I'm a valedictorian. There's nothing wrong with me, because she doesn't know her grades were inflated. She was just giving A's because people just wanted to give her A's because she's a woman, not because she really worked hard. So you can see how that there begins the mental illness. If more people started being honest with women, they would not be doing all this. But you see, most people lie to them because deep down inside, there is an inherent lack of respect for people not believing that women are capable of taking the truth. We baby women out here because, and to me, I think it's insulting. You know, I had a friend like, oh, Marlene, you like telling the truth and stuff. I'm like, yeah, because to me, it's a matter of respect. I'm not going to waste your time with empty ass platitude. We're going to get straight to it because I respect your time, right? But the movies, the whatever, you name it, everybody out here, they just lie to these women. and they tell them they have nothing to work on. You're not the problem. The man is the problem. You do nothing wrong. You're a victim. You're a victim. You're a victim. You're a victim. And what happened is that you not create a toxic cycle. Is that she doesn't just believe that she's a victim, but she doesn't do anything to help herself. So then bad things keep happening to her. Oh, you're a victim. You're a victim. You're a victim. It's no different than welfare. You put people on welfare, you have now created a cyclical, generational cycle of poverty. Because you told people you can't help yourself. You need the government. For housing, you need the government. For you need the government. And after a while, people start to believe, oh, it's true, I need the government. And they don't even try. Because now they've been conditioned that they're not capable without the government. And so they raise their children to also believe we're not capable without the government's help. Then the children raise their children, we're not capable without the government. And before you know it, it becomes a mindset, a legacy mindset from generation to generation. And it's just passed down. When you're out here and you tell a woman, you did nothing wrong. It was not your fault. You did nothing wrong. You planned the freak off. You did nothing wrong. Yeah. You paid the sex workers. Oh, you did nothing wrong. It's all Diddy. It's all Diddy. It's the man. It's the man. Are people like that even good people? Because when people care for you, like, yeah, this thing happened. It wasn't right. But you should also see how you played a part in there. Because when you realize what part you played and you take accountability, you're less likely to repeat the same mistakes that brought you here in the first place. Our goal for all women is to help them identify the actions that they took that led to them being in a position that made room for abuse, compromise, you name it. But when you say to someone, oh, you did nothing wrong, don't blame yourself. No, don't shame yourself. No, you need to take some kind of blame. And if that lingers, it's good. Because next time when you before you try to mess up, you're like, I remember how it felt last time. I remember how it tasted last time. And I don't want that. You know what I'm saying? So, hey. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it really, really is crazy. So you gotta be very careful. You gotta be very, very careful. But you have to work on realizing that what I have been told and who I truly am is not the same. It needs to be aspirational. I would love to be a woman who can be emotionally stable, intuitive, and complete, but that's a journey. And what we're saying to these women is, because you're born a woman, automatically being complete, being intuitive, being moral is inherent because you're born a woman. And the answer is no. And that's why these women are so deluded about their moral goodness as women, because they're born women, that they have the gall to say to you, believe all women. And they don't even realize how outrageous that sounds. Because it's mental illness. Because a sane-minded person, like, you know what? There are women who lie too, though. I don't know. So maybe let's believe credible women. No, they say believe all women, because inherently they believe, because I'm born a woman, therefore I'm good. Because he's born a man, therefore he's bad. This is the dichotomy of an unsophisticated brain. We have too many women out here who are not intellectually sophisticated. Anybody who operates in dichotomies like that, run. She's immature. Okay? And they'll even push it a bit more, like add sprinkle of tribalism. And they say, oh, she's a Black woman. As if that right there guarantees high moral character. No, it doesn't. Especially in these times, most Black women you see on TV ain't shit. Behavior, trash. Okay, there you go. So now, being born a Black woman is not a litmus test for moral integrity. You're born Black. Did you work for that? You're born with the vajayjay. Did you have to go toil for your vagina? Did you actually sit there and carve your labias and your clitoris? Girl, what? Okay? No, but it's part of the mental disorder. I am born, therefore I'm born a woman, therefore I'm good. I'm born a woman, therefore I'm intuitive. I'm born a woman, not only am I intuitive, but I'm always right with my intuition. It's a mental illness. It's a mental illness. Because when you have a healthy brain, you have a healthy mind, and you're intellectually sophisticated, you understand that to err is human. I can think my intuition is right, but there's always a chance that I could be wrong. But they're so confident in their intuition, they are so confident that they're right, that when you say something that does not agree with their paradigm, they will insult you. They never say, okay, I don't agree or I don't see it this way. Please show me why you see it this way. No, because they have unsophisticated mind. They're not built for nuance. You understand? And that's why you also have to be careful, because you cannot have certain conversation with certain people. They're just not intelligent. But once again, we have allowed every woman to think, oh, she's a woman, therefore she's intelligent. Or she went to college, therefore she's intelligent. You just, what the fuck? You're not. There are many people who went to college, graduated, are still useful idiot. You can be a useful idiot with a degree. Doesn't make you intelligent. You can't even be a lawyer and be an idiot. Not every lawyer is a good one. They let you in because they want your money. Right? Make it make sense. But when you talk to someone, when you're talking and someone does not agree with what you're saying, and because it causes such a violent reaction, like, oh, how dare can she say that? I need to insult her. She is not intellectually sophisticated. She has a primitive brain. And that's why you cannot converse with everybody, because not everybody can go there with you intellectually. They're just not that person. And that's why people like that have to go with mob mentality. They have to go with the liar people, the mainstream people. They need to be with sycophants, because that's what their brain can process. But we have lied to too many women by making them feel like a college degree automatically is proof of incredible intelligence. No, it's not. It is not. There you go. Right? But you understand, it's the animus. I'm like, even me, I'm going to start having more empathy now, because I'm like, people are really mentally ill, you know? People need help. Hold on.
But Jung didn't buy it. He wrote that the greatest danger to women was their unconscious animus, the voice inside them that speaks with false certainty, false authority, and false moral superiority. He warned that if a woman does not face and integrate this inner masculine force, she becomes a prisoner of it, projecting it onto every man she meets, blaming them for the very war she refuses to fight within herself. And here you are, thinking you're her savior, thinking you'll be the exception, thinking that if you just love her hard enough, prove yourself loud enough, perform well enough, she'll finally choose you for you. But that's not how projection works. Jung taught that projection is a thief. It steals reality and replaces it with illusion.
Yeah, and that's why they're delusional. Because that, what's it called? The animus, subconscious animus, causes them to project instead of dealing with their reality. They are projecting. And this is why most of these women will not take charge and try to solve their lives, that they can have what they truly want in this life. And then they get frustrated. And then time is just flying by. It's sad. It really is sad.
Did you let yourself be chosen by that woman in the first place? You see, the man who refuses to confront his own anima, his own feminine inner world, is destined to be a slave to hers. You are not a victim. You are a volunteer. You chose to play the fool. You chose to be the actor in her private myth, because facing your own emptiness, your own lack of wholeness, was far more terrifying than playing a part in someone else's fantasy. And here's where most of you will stop listening, because this is where the comfort ends and the responsibility begins. Jung didn't offer cheap solutions. He didn't give you 3 steps to alpha male greatness. He gave you the brutal, lifelong task of self-confrontation, of sitting alone in the silence of your own mind until the illusions start to crack, until the voice in your head that says, "You're nothing without her," begins to die. And make no mistake, that voice will fight for its life. It will tell you that you need her, that you are incomplete without her, that no man can live without feminine validation. But Jung's work whispers something more dangerous. It whispers that the man who can stand without her, without approval, without applause, without being needed, is the man who is finally free. Free from projection, free from performance, free from the tyranny of living as someone else's idea of a man. And when you reach that place, you don't become cold or distant. You become real. You become rooted, grounded, fully alive in your own skin. And that is when, paradoxically, women will feel the most drawn to you, not because you need them, but because you don't. And you'll smile not because you're heartless, but because you finally understand. You understand that she is on her own journey too, that she must face her own animus, that she must wake from her own illusions. And you can't do that work for her. You can't save her from herself.
And I think, you know what? And I also feel like this is why people have to try to stop to be like, men have to stop trying to be Captain Save a Hoe. Because when I look at this whole Cassie situation too, I feel like Ryan Leslie, I don't know how he got with her, but I do feel like maybe part of him was trying to save her. Oh, I'm going to fight for her. I'm going to make her big. I'm going to make her famous. Because look how much music he made for her. Look how much music he wrote for her. His thank you was getting cheated on by Diddy. Right? Then it's like, look at Diddy too. Everything he did for her too, getting cheated on, getting exposed, lawsuit, things that she agreed to do. Now she's telling the world that, oh, he made me do it. Right? Alex also, I'm sure Alex Farm was like, yeah, I'm going to save her. My mom went through it. I'm going to be the man I wish my mom had. Then you at the courthouse and in front of everybody like this in that courtroom, she embarrassed you because even you didn't know that day when you called, she was getting her guts smashed by Diddy. Right? Now, it's like in front of people like that. You see, she's on her own journey and you cannot save people. People have to want to save themselves. That's why I tell you all the time, stop trying to save people from themselves. People need to hit the wall. It's good for them, you know. It really is. You have to let people hit the wall because they have to confront their dark shadow. They have to. They have to. I've said it often. I said this earth right here, I think it's really like purgatory. It's like a taster for what the afterlife is going to be. We came here for a reason. We came here to learn something. I mean, like we came here to learn something. And when people are always trying to save others from themselves, you are robbing people of the opportunity to save themselves. They have to learn these life lessons. They were born for this. They were born for this. And you have to let them. But the things that, oh, a woman is hurting, run to her rescue. A woman, run to her rescue because you think she's weak. She's not weak. What she can do physically, she has the mind for it. And that's why he's not telling the man to become physically strong. He's telling the man to shape his mind because to be physically strong, it comes naturally to him. To want to have sex, it comes naturally to him. But what he's saying is, as a man, tame your mind. And then her, as a woman, tame your body. Because the mind is stronger for you. Like you have more mental strength than the man. The man, he has more physical strength than you. So everybody has to work on what they're weak on. Let her. And like you help her without doing too much. But she needs to see her real self. And she has to agree that she wants to change. That's why I even pray that a lot of women too, they put down these wigs and all this makeup and then they truly learn to be comfortable in their natural skin. You gotta get to a point where you force yourself to love what you see in the mirror. Stop running from who you are and stop running from what you look like. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you have to, but even that sexual discipline is like, it's the body. Men are already strong with the body or destructive with the body. He's saying train the mind. Because once you train the mind, all the sex stuff, it all falls into place. It's not even just the sex. It's the over-promising. It's always trying to please her. It's the spending all the money, leading with money. No. Train your mind. Mastery. Find your purpose. You know? But if you don't train your mind, you can't train yourself sexually. And I think also when you train yourself sexually, you'll start to realize that, yeah, physical beauty is cute, but it's not everything. I want something deeper than physical beauty. That also comes as a result of like mastering your mind as well. Okay?
You can only do what Jung did. You can walk your own path so fearlessly that you become a living mirror, reflecting the truth back to everyone who dares to look. Most will turn away, but a few, a rare few, will thank you for it. And that, my friend, is the difference between being loved for the role you play and being respected for the man you've become. And when that moment comes, when you finally realize you don't need to perform anymore, you'll start to notice something strange. You'll notice how uncomfortable people become around you. They'll sense it, even if they can't name it. The weight of your presence will unsettle them because you no longer fit into the predictable categories they use to feel safe. Jung warned that the individuated man is not welcomed by society. He is feared, misunderstood, labeled as distant or arrogant. But the truth is far more threatening. You have simply become untouchable, unbuyable, unmanipulable because you see through the game.
Yeah.
And here's where it gets funny. The very people who once begged for your attention, your validation, your approval, they'll begin to resent you for not needing theirs. Women, especially those still possessed by the fantasy of the perfect man, will accuse you of being emotionally unavailable. They'll say you're too much in your head, too analytical.
I think it's not even just for me. I think it's also for women. Like any woman who decides to like stop playing the game, the sisterhood will hate you because I don't need your validation. I don't need you to like me. I don't need you to watch my videos. I don't care. I don't care what you do. I'm going to be my own person. I think universally, no matter your gender, anybody who decides to not abide by mob rules and whatever, sisterhood rules, whatever, people don't like you because you're refusing to submit. You're refusing to be just like them. You're refusing to be homogenous. Yes, I don't want to be because I want to be free. There you go. So yeah, leave me alone. Okay? Do not be afraid to be your own person. And also, like he said, learn to love being alone. Because that's really how you can become smarter. Like, what?
Political, too distant. But what they really mean is that they can no longer control you.
Yes.
You've stepped off the stage. You've stopped reading from their script.
Yeah.
And without that script, they don't know what to do with you. Because you've stopped being a character and started being a man. Jung once joked that the gods have become diseases, that what ancient cultures used to call divine possession, modern psychology calls neurosis. And make no mistake, men chasing validation are the most spiritually sick of all. You think you're being romantic when you say things like, I'd do anything for her, or she's my everything. But Jung would shake his head and tell you that what you call love is actually a refusal to carry your own soul. It's easier to project it onto a woman and make her the carrier of your hope, your meaning, your purpose. Because if she carries it, you don't have to. But here's the brutal twist. When she realizes she was never designed to carry your soul, she will drop it. She must drop it. Because no woman, no matter how loving, can hold the weight of a man who refuses to hold himself. And when she drops it, you'll feel betrayed. But you shouldn't. You should thank her. Because in that moment, when the illusion collapses, you finally stand face to face with the truth. That the work of becoming a man was never hers to do. It was always yours. And in that raw moment of clarity, you have two choices. You can blame her. You can become bitter. You can join the angry chorus of men who point their fingers at women, mocking them, resenting them, swearing them off like cowards who never dared to face their own emptiness. Or you can do what Jung would have demanded of you. You can turn inward. You can start the lonely, terrifying, liberating work of individuating, of becoming whole without needing someone else to complete you. Because the truth is, the woman you're searching for out there, she's a reflection of the part of yourself you've abandoned. Until you face that part, every relationship will be a performance, every connection a transaction, every love a lie. But when you do face it, when you integrate your own anima, your own inner feminine, you become a man who no longer needs to chase women. You don't run after them. You don't manipulate them. You don't perform for them. You stand still, fully rooted in who you are. And from that place, something miraculous happens. You no longer attract women who want a character. You attract women who want the truth. And you'll know it when it happens, because she won't demand that you perform. She won't try to change your script. She won't fall in love with the fantasy of you. She'll stand before you, raw and real, not as a goddess looking for worship, but as a human being willing to walk her own path beside.
Didn't I tell you? They want to be like goddesses. They want to be worshipped. They want to be worshipped. It's part of the mental illness. It's part of mental illness. He needs to worship the ground I walk on. I'm like, what the fuck? Why? Why? Because she's craving. Like, People are so insecure. She's craving, like, I need to feel beautiful. I need to feel seen. I need to feel relevant. I need to feel like I'm his everything. This is not normal. A woman should not tell a man to put her where he should put God. This is insanity. And then tomorrow, if you leave him and then he decides to kill you, oh my gosh, gender violence. No, you wanted him to make you his everything. Now he's infatuated with you. And this stuff gets extremely dangerous. Why would he worship the ground you walk on? It's the ground. Let's all walk on it. It's never that serious. It truly is rooted in paganism. I know they don't mean nothing evil. She's probably thinking like, I just want him to be so loyal to me. But you're saying he needs to worship the ground that I walk on. Y'all, these are things that God should ask Moses. Like, this is what God should be asking of us, not a woman. You cannot say that you want a man to worship the ground you walk on. Who are you? But even that deluded sense of self that you think that you're on an equal rank as God, that you should demand that out of a man, lets us know you're mentally ill. You need help. You truly, truly need help. You're not okay. To be loved is one thing. You want to be worshipped. Like you're Venus or like some goddess or Orisha. Like this is too much. This is too much. And if he's worshiping you, when is he working? Unbelievable.
Beside you. No masks, no projections, no games. And when you meet her, the real her, not the fantasy, you'll see the difference instantly. She won't flood you with grand declarations. She won't treat you like the missing piece of her puzzle. She won't seduce you with the language of completion, because she isn't looking to be completed. She isn't looking to be saved. She's done the work. She's met her own shadow. She's confronted her own animus. She's burned through her own illusions. And that's why she won't need you to perform. She won't need you to carry her soul. She'll stand there, whole in herself, looking you in the eye, not as a man she wants to mold, but as a man she is finally ready to meet. And in that meeting, there is no desperation. There is no clinging. There is no performance. There is only truth. And that truth, Jung taught, is the rarest and most dangerous kind of love, the kind that demands nothing but offers everything. Because it is not born of need, it is born of freedom. Freedom to choose, freedom to walk away, freedom to stand together without illusions, without masks, without fear. But let me warn you, most of you will never experience this, because most of you will quit before you get there. You'll settle for the performance. You'll settle for the fantasy. You'll settle for the temporary thrill of being seen as someone you are not.
Because society rewards performers. That's why people love influencers. They love celebrities. Politicians. People love people who perform. And they resent people who are truly themselves. They don't want you to be authentic. They want you to be a performer. And it's like, no, this life, I only have one life to live. Nope.
Because facing who you truly are still feels unbearable.
Yeah.
But if you have the courage, the brutal, gut-wrenching courage to keep walking, to keep standing alone, to keep stripping away every false layer you've built to earn approval, you will eventually find yourself standing at the edge of something terrifyingly beautiful. You will find yourself, and when you do, women will no longer be the source of your identity. They will no longer be the mirror you use to feel like a man. They will become something else entirely. Partners, not prizes. Mirrors, not mothers. Allies, not saviors. And you will love them, not because you need them, but because you choose to. From a place of strength, from a place of wholeness, from a place that knows, without apology, who you are. Carl Jung didn't leave you a map to follow. He left you a warning that every man who refuses to confront himself will become a slave to the projections of others, especially the projections of women. But he also left you a challenge to walk the path of individuation, to stop blaming women for the roles you volunteer to play, to stop seeking wholeness in someone else's eyes, to stop waiting to be chosen, because the man who chooses himself fully, unapologetically, relentlessly, is the man who cannot be controlled by fantasy. He cannot be seduced by performance. He cannot be reduced to a character in someone else's script. He becomes the author of his own life. And if you've made it this far, if you felt this message hit somewhere deep inside you, don't just scroll away. Don't let this be another thing you consume and forget. Take a moment, right now, to like this video, share it with another man.
Now listen to this part. Hold on. Listen to this.
The hills and the lakes. I'm criticizing this one senile criminal.
Or my neighbors or my relatives.
Right.
Or people I love. There's so many of them. So last question. You made reference to the Brett Weinstein conversation we had last week about creationism versus Darwinism, et cetera, the existence of God. Do you find in your life, this is a quiz I give a lot of people, more people you know personally talking about God than you did, say, 10 years ago?
Yes. And I am that person. I mean, I was an atheist 10 years ago.
What happened?
I had my daughter.
Yeah.
That's, as I found God the day my wife delivered our first child, and which is a fairly common experience. I know other people who have had the same thing, were atheists until that moment. And
what changed in you?
So, all right. So it was basically, so I met.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I can put this dude. I have to find the right video. I forgot. Okay, I'm gonna move on for this. But I'll find a way to play this video. I'll play it later. But he was talking about his wife, like she's nice, just trying to change him. It was really good. Because I forgot his Tucker Carlson. Sometimes his video is kind of weird. I almost forgot. Hopefully my line stays on. But let's get back over here. Let's come back over here.
And what I would have to tell you is you're going to have to stop hopscotching with yes and no. You're going to have to stop playing hopscotch with consent and non-consent, because you switch your mind in an instant. And by you not knowing the nature of a man and men's capabilities neurologically and physiologically, and you don't know what you're dealing with these with impulse control, you have no idea what you might be dealing with certain men who may not even be able to control their impulse once you push them past a certain threshold. You get to playing with these guys, teasing them sexually, and then saying no in the middle of it. You playing a high-risk game, because not every man has self-control. As a matter of fact, a lot of them have lower levels of impulse control. And you're playing a dangerous game. So yes, no means no from a woman who actually mean no every time she say it. But men have discovered that your no's don't mean no. Remember when Jess Hilarious got up there and said, when a woman tell you something, the moral of the story is do the opposite. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you I'm not hungry, but you better not come in here without buying me no food. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you don't touch me, but me and my vagina are two different people. You still better touch her. She's her own woman. This what Jess Hilarious said. The moral of the story is whatever a woman tell you, do the opposite. You all get out here and say you like aggressive men to take charge and to practically violate you. You like to consent to violation when you feel like it. This consensual, non-consensual crap, you got to stop that. But you won't. You're going to keep doing it anyway. Because you like to see things go to hell. You like to play victim. You like to play victim, so you put yourself in situations that as long as they going your way, you cool. But then when you regret something or things don't go your way, you want to pull that card. And then you wonder why they don't take you seriously. Because you clearly have a habit of doing this a lot. So, you got to learn when your no means no. It can't mean no sometimes. It can't mean no today and tomorrow no mean yes. You got to stop putting yourself in situations where you feel pressured into saying yes because you alone with a stranger who you thought you was going to Netflix and chill with. And now he asking you repeatedly for sex. And so now you give in because you scared. And now you want to cry grape because of coercion. And you felt pressured because you made a dumb decision to go kick it with a strange male at his apartment. And then everybody say, well, what you was over there for? Right? Because you still think that men and women can be friends. You still think it's for play.
Priscilla's so crazy.
When you learn about the nature of men, none of this is a shocker. And it should make most sense why certain things are being said that you need to do. Like keep your legs closed. Stop going out hanging with strange men at night. Put on some clothes. You'll understand why all of these things are being said. So, in order for the consent thing to be solid all the time, this is heavily based on women standing on a square, standing on no. Women got to check their desires. Why do you like aggression? Why do you like consensual non-consent? Why do you like these borderline dangerous things that will get you overlooked if you really need help, if you really need somebody to say, oh, this happens, you need justice. Help us help you. Women got to stand on something. So we're going to see how this plays out. But Shannon was dead wrong for talking like that to old girl. Right? But at the same time, women like danger and consent to being talked to like that.
No, okay, let's go. Okay, hold on. Because some of you guys came in late, so you didn't see a thing. Where is it? Okay, Kevin, Elena, y'all came in late. So let me show you this, right? Let me show you this. Because it's at the beginning of the video, but y'all came in late. Okay, so this guy here, I'm doing this for y'all. Who came in late? Bag came in late. Fumi came in late. Miss Wanda came in late. Elena came in late. So I'm doing this for you guys, okay? I did it earlier, but we're here now. Here's the video. But this man, this lawyer dude over here, somehow, I don't know where, but I'll try to find it. But he has the longer video of what happened between Cassie and Diddy at the elevator. Because if you didn't know this, the video that we saw, it was edited, okay? It was chopped up a certain way. Number two, we didn't see the whole video. Number three, it was sped up to make it look more intense, okay? So I saw this today, and I realized, I'm like, oh, he has a longer video. And by looking at this video, because now this video is not sped up, it's a lot slower. So when you look at this video, certain things don't make sense. Because remember, Cardi said what? Cassie said that she was running for her life, trying to escape a freak off. Because those freak off, they last 10 to 12 hours, and you have multiple sex sessions, right? And I already told you last time, me, Marlene, if this man is in the shower and this is like my window for me to run for my life, I'm not grabbing my Louis bag. I ain't grabbing no Celine bag. I am running for my life. All I need is my phone. I'm out of here. Because there's nothing in that room I can't buy. My life is worth more than that. But in this video, I realized that Cassie, she is extremely slow. She's extremely slow. And you'll see as she walks towards the elevator, She doesn't even call the elevator right away. She puts her bags down, opens the bag, proceeds to put on her shoes, and then she calls for the elevator. And then you'll see there's another part where Diddy comes in there and he beats her, he's yelling at her, and the girl walks over to the phone and she starts putting on her lip gloss. And I said, what kind of person is trying to escape from a freak off, is on the phone, instead of like, fight that damn button, like, bastardize that button. You need to violate the elevator button. No, she walks over to the phone. She calls, I guess, security. And then she proceeds to put on her lip gloss. You'll also notice that where she is, you see the red thing over there, right? Okay? That's the fire alarm. She never set that off. I also said, when you watch this video, it took about 5 minutes. It took about 5 minutes for an elevator door to open. And when that elevator door opened, it was the security guy. So I believe that when you see Cassie touching that button, she's not really calling for the elevator. I believe that Cassie was put up to this. I think she was put up to this. And this is why it happens where it happens. And when Diddy tries to drag her to the side, she comes right back here because this is where the camera is. This is her stage. And you'll see the girl never left, y'all. She never left. This is a woman who told the people that she is trying to fight for her life. Okay? So it's very bizarre. So I'm going to play the video. Some of y'all missed it. So you see, she walks to the elevator. She puts her bags down. She opens her Louis bag. Okay? Puts on her shoes. So the first thing she does is not to call the elevator. See? Boom. And I don't even think she called the elevator. She puts on her second shoe. But this is a woman who's trying to evade a freak off. She closes her Louis bag. Diddy's still not there. No sense of urgency, exactly. So he comes. He grabs her bags. He kicks her. All right, crackhead. All right. And then she just stays there. She doesn't get up. He kicks her. She doesn't move. She grabs her thigh. Diddy grabs her by the shirt. Look, by her sweater. Right? And that's what she does. Now she fights back. And she comes back into the frame. She talks to him. Right? She just gets up. She walks over. Picks up the stuff. Like no urgency. She doesn't call back the elevator. She doesn't ring the fire alarm. Instead, she goes to the phone. He's like, do you want to leave this place? Then he comes back. He's like, what the fuck? This dude is crazy. Okay? The girl's on the phone. Okay? Hold on. Hold up. Oh, right there. Hold on. Okay? And look what she does. Look what she does, y'all. Look. She pulled out her lip gloss. Do y'all see this? She pulled out her lip gloss. This is a woman who's fighting for her life, y'all. She's attempting to flee from a freak off. She is scared for her life. And this young lady pulls out a lip gloss. She's not violating. She ain't trying to sneak out nowhere. She ain't trying to go nowhere. She's not trying to leave. She's trying to have him recorded for domestic violence. She pulls out her lip gloss. I said, oh my God. She just sits there. Hold on. They're not done. They're not done. She puts on her lip gloss. She's not even crying. Look at her. There you go. Puts back her hoodie. And she just stands there. Now she wants to act scared. She puts her hand up, right? And I guess he goes over there trying to get her cell phone. Whatever he's doing back there. Look carefully. Okay? He took her cell phone. You think she's running? No. She's standing there. He comes back again. He's going to sit down. He's going to break a vase. Boom. Is she running for her life? No. She goes back to the phone. And mind you, do you notice that the elevator doors have yet to open? Right? The elevator doors have yet to open. She never called for the elevator. She never called for that elevator. They have yet to open, y'all. This is crazy. Diddy left. He came back. First of all, Diddy came. He kicked you. He beat you. He dragged you. He left. He came back. He left. He came back. Y'all, these doors have not opened yet. This woman never called for the elevator. Okay? You have 2 different buttons to call the elevator. Right next to her is the fire alarm. She told the people there's an ongoing freak off in there with a bunch of black dudes and their big penises. And this woman is just standing in the hallway applying lip gloss. Okay? All right, let's keep going. Let's go. So he leaves. Again, she's still here. She's not running for the stairs. She's not hitting any of these buttons. Okay? You have 4 elevators. She's not calling anything. He's yelling at her. She's still standing there. She's still standing there. There you go. She grabs the phone. She puts it back. Diddy's looking at her. She's looking at him. I guess they're talking to each other. And maybe she put her hoodie so that way we wouldn't see what she says to him. So we can't read her lips. Because I'm like, why you put your hoodie on? Now she acts like she's scared. But I'm like, why are you still there? Okay. And then she sat down. Okay, you see, now finally the door opens. The young man comes. Security comes, right? This is the first time that the elevator door opens and it comes up with this man, which lets us know this is the elevator he called. But where is the elevator that she called? I kind of wish it wasn't almost 10 years ago. Because I'm like, man, I want the log of this freaking elevator. Did she actually call the elevator? Right? So he came up with the elevator that he called for. She never called the elevator. Cassie was put up to this. Hey, Lonnie. Okay, Lonnie's here. So let me start over. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Lonnie's here. So I got to start over for her. Okay. All right. So, Lonnie, since you're back, hold on give me a second. Right there. Okay. We're going to play this video, Lonnie. Okay. Remember, Cassie told the people in court that the video we saw is because she was trying to run for her life because Diddy was having a freak off. And those freak offs, they last 12 hours. And she's a sex slave. And she's forced to do all these things. And she's forced to take all these drugs. Cool. We're going to see this video. It's a lot slower because I guess that's the normal speed. Because the video they showed us that went viral was sped up and edited. Okay, CNN, they played a video that was edited and it was sped up. So whatever. But I guess this one is like proper timing of the video. And we're going to see how Cassie gets to the elevator. And we're going to see when she gets to the elevator what she does. Okay. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Alina. Go on. What's up? Let's watch the video. Okay. So here's Cassie. She walks to the elevator. She's not even running, y'all. Okay. She puts down her Celine bag, her Louis bag. Then she opens the Louis bag. She takes out her shoes, I guess. Like, okay, 1 pair of shoes. Okay. 1 shoe. Okay. Then she calls the elevator. Right? And she only hits it 1 time. Then she puts on another shoe, and I guess that was edited because it keeps getting cut. Then she closes her Louis bag. Diddy comes out, grabs her, hits her. Okay. He grabs her bags. Okay, kicks her. Okay. He grabs the bags. Cassie just lays there. He kicks her. She holds her thigh. He grabs her. Okay, as she's about to get out the frame, what does she do? She stands up. Now she fights back. Then she talks to the man. I don't know what she said. Like, are you crazy? Then she gets up. She grabs the stuff that fell out of her bag. Right? She passes the elevator button. So she does not call the elevator again. There's also the fire alarm. She doesn't hit that. Instead, she walks to the phone to call security. Diddy comes back. She's on the phone. I don't know what he's saying to her. Like, you gonna come with me? I don't know, bitch. I don't know. The girl's on the phone. Okay, Cham. I don't know what the heck she's doing. This girl, I'm like, this is weird to me. This is really weird. Okay? This is edited. They're editing this video But ultimately, no elevator doors are opening up just yet. Okay. Then she pulls out her lip gloss, right? She puts on her lip gloss. This is a girl who's scared. This girl is so scared. Okay. Instead of running for the stairs, run for your life, even just pull the fire alarm. Go and bastardize, like go and violate those freaking elevator buttons. No, she stands in the corner and then she puts on her lip gloss. This is a woman who's afraid for her life, who's trying to run away from a freak off. Is this normal behavior? Is this what you do when you're trying to run away? Make it make sense. Okay. She pulls out her lip gloss. Okay. Let's go. Now she has her hoodie on. They are chopping this up. This is not the full video. They're chopping this up because it keeps jumping like this. Because we don't see her put her hoodie on. But anyways, let's go. As of yet, the elevator doors, they still haven't opened, which is why I believe that when you see her touch that button, she's not really calling the elevator. She just put her finger on it to give the illusion of, oh, I'm trying to run away. No, she's not. Diddy comes back. The girl's like, oh my gosh, don't touch me. Okay. Diddy ruffles, like he roughed her up because he's trying to get her cell phone. Okay. He gets her cell phone. Is she running? Is she trying to call the elevator frantically? Like, where is this damn elevator? Like, where is the elevator? So now he comes back. He sits down, opens his legs. He breaks her face. Boom. Is she running? No. She goes back to the phone. He gets up. He yells at her, I guess. He walks off. Is she calling the elevator? No. He looks at her. She's still on the phone. He walks away. Is she trying to go for the stairs? Is she going back to call the elevator? No. She's still there, you guys. She's still there. And then she goes back. Yeah. I guess she dropped the phone. She picks it up. She's talking to him. I don't know what she's saying. You can't read her lips because she has her hoodie on. But they're talking to each other. Now he walks back again. She puts on her arm. He sits down. He doesn't hit her. He said, okay. Now the security guy comes. You would think, okay. She'd be like, okay, can you escort me outside this damn building? He's looking. She's telling him something. Okay. And now she's talking to Diddy. All right. Now we see her leaving. You see, she's just walking to the stairs. She didn't run. She's not running towards the elevator. She walked towards the elevator. Then here comes Diddy. And notice also, like, notice right here too. I hope you see the room numbers, right? So where their room is, it's like from 601 to 621, and on that side it's 622 to 640. Okay. So where you see this guy right here, 601 is 621, the ice direction, and then over there is 622 to 640. So you see he grabs her, but here you can't really see it though, which is why I see why she wanted the other camera, because that's a better, that gives you have a wider view. Okay, they keep at it. Okay, so here she is. She leaves the room. She's walking. She's not running. She's walking. She's trying to be seen as innocent. Exactly. She's walking. He's running behind her. Okay. You see, he drags her. Then she gets up. She looks at him. She said something to him. He said something to her. Then she gets up. Okay. Now here's the guy. Okay, so now you see security guy comes in, right? She doesn't leave. She's going in that direction, 622 to 640. Security guy is here. He's going towards the room, 601 to 620. Why is she here? So I'm like, while he's talking to Diddy, you could just leave. She's still here, y'all. She's still here. So now he's walking with Diddy. He's okay. And guess where she goes? She goes right back in that room. She never left. She goes right back in the room. Look, she goes in there. And so to me, child, to me, honestly, I don't think she was trying to leave. I think she was just trying to capture him on camera, putting hands on her. And I really think somebody put her up to this. But if you go back to the beginning of the video, I have more energy. I'm a bit tired right now. But I'm like, to me, I don't think she ever called the elevator because, then I also did this, right? Because when I counted, but I really think the video was edited because the elevator doors, they never opened, right? So I went to AI and I asked AI, how long would it take for an elevator to leave from the lobby to the 6th floor? Because it says room like 600, right? So it's saying ultimately it would take about like 25 to 30 seconds, right? It would take about 25 to 30 seconds for the elevator to get up there, right? She was waiting way longer than 5 minutes. She was waiting way longer than 5 minutes. It doesn't take 5 minutes for an elevator to get to you. Okay? So I say, Marlene, I believe that this girl never called the elevator. She never called the elevator. Because her, somebody bigger, powerful, I don't know, but her and someone at that hotel were working on getting this on tape. Because like I said, first and foremost, if there's a freak off that's about to last 12 hours with all these men I have to sleep with, I'm running and I'm going for the stairs. I'm not waiting for the elevator. Also, when you get to the elevator, the first thing you would do is call the elevator. And you would probably call the elevator frantically. So you're pounding the button like, okay, get here now. Like, I need this elevator. Not gonna get there, just walk. You get there, you put down your bags, you open up your bag, you take out your shoe, you put on your shoe, and then you call the elevator. Because then he has multiple times. He leaves, he comes back, he leaves, he come back, he leaves, he come back. And never do you see the doors open. She's going for the phone. I'm like, you have 2 separate buttons to call the elevator. Matter of fact, you have a fire alarm. Even when she walks back to the rooms, those rooms, right? There's another fire alarm. She didn't press any of those fire alarms. She gets on the phone and she puts on her lip gloss. This is not normal behavior for somebody who's trying to run away for her life. She just stands there. She stands there and she waits for security. Because maybe also another reason why she wanted to wait for security is that she could have a witness. Okay, this is very bizarre. It's really, really bizarre. It's very, very bizarre. Okay, it is very bizarre. But I had more energy in the beginning. But I'm like, if you're truly, truly running for your life, I'm not about to sit here and make a phone call. I'm looking at him. He's looking at me. I'm grabbing my lip gloss. I'm applying my lip gloss. I'm not doing any of that. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Which is why I feel as though that video is a setup. So now let's get back to my other video real quick. Which one is this one? I need this one. Okay. Let's go over here. Let me see.
In life, I've given away a lot as a kink. That's the nature of a woman.
Let me see this. Hold on.
But after learning women a lot, I have come to the conclusion that most women are not victims, but are willing participants in their own demise. Because one thing about women is that women don't like the truth. Number one, they don't like the truth. But number two, they want to be the center of the universe. They want to be the center of the galaxy. Women need attention so badly. It's unbelievable. And that is what brings us to Cassie's situation.
She is tired.
Because before Cassie got with Diddy, she was with another guy, Ryan Leslie, who was a producer who was working with her, and she was dating him. He introduced her to Diddy, and she cheated on him with Diddy. She cheated on him with Diddy. Now, let's cut the games. Let's cut the games. A lot of you ladies like 304 content.
They do.
And your number one form of content is trying to figure out how you can get attached to a high value man. This is a desire within you. You want a high value man. Let me change this light. I don't like that. You want a high value man. And if you can get an opportunity to connect or attach yourself to a dude that got a lot of power, you are not going to pass up on the opportunity, because one of women's deepest desire is to attach themselves to somebody with status. And in this case, Cassie chose to act on her nature, because that's the nature of a woman. That's the nature of a woman. She chose to act on her nature, because Diddy was a lot bigger, a lot more powerful, a lot more known than Ryan Leslie. Women's issue is chasing their desires and acting on them. And women don't have a lot of self-control when it comes to their nature. So I'm gonna pull up some things that popped up in the Cassie interview or the Cassie testimony. Because another thing, I've done shows before. Remember? There's a thing called consent, non-consent. There is a thing called consent, non-consent.
Yeah.
That women like to categorize as a kink. Yeah. A lot of women like to engage in aggressive grape play. They got these fantasies
They do.
that they like to act out and try to set up, because they like to feel like women want to be submissive and in control at the same time. This is the sick desires of a woman. Many women have this sick desire, and they write it off as just a kink, a fetish. But it's a sick desire that they pursue to act out. And when they don't have the control that they thought they was gonna have, then they like to play victim. But let's start with the fact that Cassie cheated on Ryan Leslie with Diddy.
Yes.
What people don't understand is that every situation take two to tango. You make decisions that have consequences attached to them. Somebody say, I sincerely hope this isn't going to turn into a victim blaming session. I'm so glad that you said that. So since you said that, let's go ahead and start with victim mentality. What is the definition of a victim mentality? Mm-hmm. Because I would like you all to know that I have been raped a few times in life. I want you to understand that I have been raped a few times in life. Coming into awareness And coming into personal accountability, I can see the mistakes and the errors that I made in situations that led up to being raped. And I can take full accountability for the errors in decision making that I did that led to being raped. But most women do not want to take accountability for the choices and decisions that they make. They like to claim to be victims as if they do nothing at all. Victim mentality is a way of thinking where someone feels they are constantly being wronged or treated unfairly, even when there's evidence to suggest otherwise.
There you go.
It's characterized by a sense of powerlessness, a tendency to blame others, and a reluctance to take responsibility for one's own actions. This mindset can negatively impact various aspects of life, including relationships, work, and overall well-being.
There you go.
Blaming others, signs of a victim mentality. Blaming others, constantly attributing problems to external factors rather than taking responsibility for one's own role. Women believe they have no role in their life. Women feel that they can act on every single desire in their life. Every single desire. If a woman,
You know, me, I'm gonna say this too, because sometimes when we talk about desire, people think, oh, it's like just sexual or wumpty wump wump. Wumpty wump wump. Okay. Women think that, you know, when she talk about desire, I'm sure a lot of them, because they're listening quietly, they're listening quietly, okay? They're probably thinking, oh, it's sex, it's like shopping habits, food. No. Your desires too can also be your mouth. It's a lot of women out here, whatever they think they have to say. Talking to people recklessly, being in relationships, talking to men recklessly. Oh, a man can't hit me, but I could just have verbal diarrhea and say the most nasty, heinous things. I could talk about him, his privates, his mother, his this, and that. You have to control the desires coming out your mouth. You don't get to just say anything to people, because words are also a form of abuse. But women, verbal abuse is only when it's them. Oh, he called me a bitch. Calling a black man also the N-word is verbal abuse with your poorly raised ass. Okay? You don't want to be called a bitch because you have a government name. His mama also gave him a government name. But oh, it's okay to call him a ninja. He's a black man. It's okay. No, it's not okay. Did he tell you he was okay being called a ninja? No. You don't want to be called a bitch, then don't call him a ninja. Respect people. If you want someone to address you by your first name, even when they're mad, you also have to have some class about yourself and address them with his first name. These women are too comfortable being disrespectful. You're too comfortable. You have to mind the stuff that comes out your mouth. Oh, I have a desire to cuss him out. I got a desire to Okay. Well, really know better. Because God, he made us all. Like we're all made out of this freaking like earth, okay? We all have to work on ourselves. You can never say, oh, because I'm born a woman, automatically I'm better. No, you're better because of the work you put in to actually be a better person. Self-control, patience, tolerance, kindness, honesty, integrity. You really have to work on those virtues. That's how you're going to be better. Like even with the Uncle Shay shit thing, they're like, oh, this is why he should be with a black woman. The lies you tell. Okay, there are many black women who are destructive. So if you find a black woman and she's actually a good wife, or she's good wife material, because that black woman made it her purpose to be a good person. She truly wants to be a good wife, and therefore that's why she is a good wife. She made that choice. She did the work. Oh no. If you go with just don't date a white woman, just date a black woman, and you're not gonna have a problem. That is a lie. That black woman, she's a woman too. She's also in America. She has the same programming as that white woman. You mean to tell me black women are shielded from feminism? No, they're not. The same foolishness that's being pitched to the white girl is being pitched to the black girl. So what's the difference? Everybody's out here in America. We're not being raised differently like in different countries. No, we're all here. But if you decide to not tune into this whole feminist thing, it's because you've made a choice to not do this. right? And most of the time, too, if a black woman is a good wife, she's usually conservative because she wants tradition. She doesn't want that foolishness. But it's not because you're with a black woman that nothing bad's going to happen to you. It's because she's a good person. It has nothing to do with her complexion. She's made a choice to be a good woman. She has made a choice to be a good wife. She has made a choice to take care of her home. She has made a choice to take care of her husband. These are personal decisions. Who are you to take credit for somebody else's work because you happen to have the same complexion as her? This is just madness. Like, this is really, really madness. No, Tamar, Tamar, her mouth just be going off, just saying all kinds of crazy stuff. You can't do stuff like this. But it just shows, and that's why even Inyala told her, you're bipolar. But like the level of disrespect of Tamar Braxton is out of order. That's why nobody messes with her. Like when Tracy was alive, she couldn't stand her. Tamar's mouth is too much. Tawanda don't want to talk to her. Trina does not want to talk to her because Tamar is too disrespectful. It's not even just with men. These are her sisters. I think Tawanda did not even want her at the wedding because Tamar's mouth is a problem. She thinks she's some goofy ass drag queen. It's like, girl, no. And not just that too. These are your older sister. You have to respect people. Tamar struggles with respect. And like you wonder why people don't want to be with you because your mouth is too much. Ashanti came out here, oh yeah, like 10 years ago, Nelly told me my mouth was too much, but I was like, well, I'm from New York. I'm from New York. Girl, what? And he told her, hey, I'm from the Midwest. And where I'm from, women don't act like this. What is this? She thought it was a joke. And you see what that man said about don't make a woman your purpose? The fact that Nelly left her goofy ass with, oh, I'm so pretty, I'm Ashanti, it did something to her. So she was waiting for him. Maybe, we can do that to him. That's not a problem. Oh, Nelly told me about my mouth. Nelly told me 10 years ago. Nelly told me about, so when y'all started dating, he told you were disrespectful. But because she thinks she's so beautiful, she's Ashanti, my body is thick, thick, thick. So he be all right. I talked to Irv like that. I talked to so-and-so like that. He was, I am the one. And that's what that man said. You got to know how to walk away. It's going to hurt you, but you got to walk away from her. You see, Nelly did that shit, y'all. He walked away. He went to Miss Jackson. And she waited 10 years. When he came back, she was submissive. There you go. There you go. He said, was it Freud, right? Is it Freud who said, don't make a woman your what? Like, a woman should not be your number one. Your purpose needs to be number one. You let her know you're not going to talk to me like you lost your mind. She thought it was a joke. Oh, I'm so beautiful. I'm Ashanti. I make money. I'm with Murder Inc. I have a nice body. Most men drool after me. Then go be with them then. The man he left. And you see, 10 years, she waited for him. She was missing him so bad. So you already know she was keeping up with his relationship and Miss Jackson. And now she said, oh, I fixed my mouth. There you go. You fixed your mouth. What would have happened if your goofy ass had fixed your mouth 10 years ago? Okay? This is what they do. And that's why when they come outside and they want to start bashing these men like, girl, if I can't talk to that man, I don't want to hear it. Because one side is a narrative. Okay, I'm so sorry, but I'm not interested in storylines. Do I look like Warner Brothers? Do I look like Paramount Studios? Do I look like I'm looking for scripts to produce? I'm not a movie producer. I'm not a studio. I'm not a Hollywood studio. I am not interested in narratives. If we can't talk to that man and hear his side, because we need to know what the fuck you did. You see? And that's why every time when they start some BS with these men, they always tell the judge, oh, judge, make sure he can't talk about me. Make sure you give him a gag order. We saw with Kiki and Darius. She wanted the judge to put a gag order on him. We saw with Haley, oh, make sure he can't talk about me. Because she wants her narrative to be the only one that's out there because she's not being fully truthful. If everything you're saying is true and you ain't got nothing to worry about, we should be able to talk to that man. Because what you're saying now, that's your perspective. He also has the right to tell his side because you're talking about him. Oh, I got to tell my truth, but your truth involves talking about somebody else. He should be able to tell his side also. Because how's that fair? And then after we heard you, we heard from him. No, okay, let me think about this because I gotta go ask God real quick. Right? But on social media, they never want a man to speak as, oh, he's giving zesty, oh, he's giving gay. They use these, like they try to insult you to scare you into speaking the truth because these ladies revel in darkness. The more things are opaque, the more things are confusing, they get to control people. They made sure Tory Lanez could not speak his side. Now look at this. This man almost died in that prison because they knew, the vast majority of these women knew Megan was lying. Because the way Megan is an alcoholic, who can even vouch for Megan? Like, she drinks too damn much. How do we even know? Then she also said in her testimony that her back was turned. So you were drunk as fuck and your back was turned. So how do you know that you were shot? How do you know? But they did everything in their power for Tory not to say his side. And that's why when I see these women rush to shame a man, call him a zesty, call him gay, say it's giving sissy, but I'm like, yeah, here we go again with these witches. Okay, the enclaves of demon. Okay, they want to make sure this man doesn't get a chance to tell his side because they know they're protecting the sisterhood. Because the sisterhood does not work on truth. It works on controlling men and their ability to express themselves because they want men to be servants. Like, shut up. I get to talk. You don't talk. Then they wonder why nobody wants to marry them. Who wants to go in a relationship with people who think like that? You got to speak your mind. Let me speak my mind. You get in a conversation with these ladies and you're a man, you can barely speak. They keep cutting you off. You say one thing, like, you can't even talk. Because she knows if you say what you have to say, it will destroy her image because she's living a lie. She's living a lie. Okay? Like you're living a lie. Exactly. Especially when you're in a relationship with someone, you have to be mindful how you talk to people. You got to be mindful how you talk to people. But I'm like, nowadays, we have to hear both sides. No more say, oh, one woman said this, so that's it. She said it, so it's true. I'm not, girl, bye. Girl, please. If you have nothing to hide, you're not going to have any issues with transparency. But if you don't want transparency, then we know so you're hiding something. And once I feel like you're hiding something, I'm done with your ass. And that's what Priscilla said. That's why we don't take y'all seriously anymore. Okay? Because you cannot tell the truth, though. Because it's feminism. These are the consequences of feminism. And any woman who's raised in the West is going to suffer from the inability of not telling the truth. She really has to be conservative, work on herself, and fear God. And then she'll be like, okay, you know what? It doesn't sound good, but I have to fess up to it. You know what I mean? But most women want to preserve an image. And for that, they have to lie. And then they got to censor everybody else from saying anything that goes against their image because these women are narcissists. They're not okay. I'm like, no.
Woman's vagina gets to burning up and she pull her pants down and go have sex with somebody and get pregnant and that dude she does not take responsibility for that at all. Nothing that she has done contributes to the fact that she's a single mother.
Or even the fact that she'll be, because many women do not control their sexual desires. They think they're men. He told you this animus. It's the voice, it's like it's masculinity, like in her head. Okay. So she'll take her pants. She's horny. She takes off her pants. She sleeps with this one. But then she realizes, oh, you know what? He's not going to be a good dad, huh? Then she goes quickly to sleep with this one. So that way she can say, okay, you're the father, when she knows damn well who she slept with first. That's why so many women out here are lying on paternity. And more and more men now are starting to ask for paternity tests because too many women have been caught lying on paternity. It goes to show you they are so uncontrollable. How do you not know who got you pregnant? How many people are you sleeping with in a given week that you have no idea who got you pregnant? Are you okay? Because a woman can say, okay, I'm kind of upset, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But cool, no problem. Because you have nothing to hide. But from hookup culture, dating, to even marriage, a lot more men are starting to ask for paternity tests because they're not trusting these women because they do not control their sexual urges. But you know what I mean? But I'm like, this is insanity. You know what I'm saying? It's like, this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. How do you not know who got you pregnant? Why are you lying about paternity? Because she really doesn't know who got her pregnant. Just goes to show how her sexual desires are controlling her life. You start to realize men and women out here, they're truly no different. They all suffer with lack of sexual discipline. This is crazy. And then when it's time to say, you know what? I'm truly confused. Just be honest. No, because the shame. So she'll look at these guys. Okay, who has the most money? Who has a better career? Okay, that's the dad. Just like that. How crazy. How crazy. How evil. Okay. So I'm like, me, Marlene, I support any man who wants the baby to take a paternity test. You should. Because these women today are very, very different. They are truly different. We have seen men get deployed, the wife gets pregnant, and she lies on paternity. This is insanity. And if you have nothing to hide, then hey, we're going to take the test. But if you get offended and start insulting people and things like that, then of course you're lying about something. You're lying. You are truly lying. That no, we got to stop.
Of course, you don't agree because Cassie is a victim. She done nothing wrong. She could text Diddy all day. I like having freak offs with you. I found a hotel we could do it at. You know why she did it? Because I ain't want him doing it with another woman.
Exactly.
I ain't want him doing it with another woman. Women do not like to take accountability for anything.
And also, I will say this. They don't like to take accountability for the fact that I am doing what I'm doing. My motivations are driven out of jealousy. Right? Like I said, to me, I feel like when she's texting Diddy and he's not responding, she's either assuming that if he's with Kim. If she's not assuming that he's with Kim, she's assuming that he's with Gina. Or whatever the other girl's name was, right? But she thinks she believes that he's with another woman. So I think that's why she was sending those nasty text messages to create this urgency for him to leave, to come over. Because she thinks he's somewhere else. Because also she don't work. She doesn't work. She doesn't want to work. So when she thinks about Gina, she thinks about Kim, and she thinks about Sophia, whoever's out there, right? Her weak ass mind says, I need to compete, but I need to compete as a deviant. So she starts texting him all this nasty messages. And the more he doesn't respond, the nastier the messages are getting because she's trying to get his attention. And she said, the only time I could really have alone time with him was by doing free calls because he's very busy and he has a family. But they refuse to admit, I'm whoring myself out because I'm in competition with other girls in his life. They don't want to say that. Even to say, okay, the reason why I'm with this man, I don't find him attractive, but I'm doing it because he got money. They can't even bring themselves to say it. When they want to sell their box, instead of saying, hey, this is how much I charge. Oh, take me to a restaurant. And then they want to start eating everything on the menu because she's like, okay, I would have charged him for $500. So I'm going to eat $500 worth of food. If you want to sell box, be about that life. But they still want to keep a very demure image and have a whorish ass personality. You can't have it both ways. And that's why it creates so much confusion. They want to listen to Shira. They want to do 3 or 4 stuff, but they're scared to officially put a price on it. Like my vajayjay, it costs $3,000. My vajayjay, it costs $500. You want a blowjob? It's an extra $200. They don't want to say that because once you say it, you are a bona fide prostitute. They want to flirt with the notion of being a prostitute without really being a prostitute, which is why they expect men to be mind readers because they don't want to say it. Because once she says it, she can't deny that she's a sex worker. Right? That's the thing. They don't want to admit to themselves that they're sex workers. Like, you are a prostitute. And that's why you know you want to charge $600 or $700. But because he might not give you that money and you're afraid to ask for that money, oh, I'm going to go to the restaurant and order all this food. And we look at your body, you're like this small. It's like, where is this food going to go? Where is this food going to go? You are this small. Where are you going to put all this food? Right? So the goal is spend the money on the food, do all these to-go boxes, and then he going to go hit it. But I'm not going to put a price on that. And I think Shira needs to just come outside and tell these girls, just set a price and own that you are a sex worker. A woman who wants to sit here and build her life, receive advice on how to get a rich man, they never say, oh, he got to be a good father. No, everything that matters is the money. Make him pay for your time. Make him pay for seeing you. Girl, you are a sex worker. You are looking for 3 or 4 advice. You are just accept it. You want to be a prostitute. Okay? You're not even looking for a man that can do this. No, the main thing you care about is how much money he has. Then you're a prostitute. You're a gold digger. Why do you want to lie to yourself? And the sooner you embrace it, the more likely you are to thrive. Like, seriously, like, hey, no, own it. Just own it. That anything for Nobu in Malibu. Just own it. Okay? I want a rich man. For what? So he can spend on me. In exchange for what? For sex. So what that mean? What that make you? You're a gold digger. That's what that other man said yesterday. Y'all chasing after these rich men. What do you think's gonna happen? Like, and I think part of like calling, I'm a victim, I'm gonna call myself a victim. It's like they're trying to preserve their purity when you were never pure. Because a pure person is not going to chase behind a man with money. Pure people chase pure people. But the whole, I'm a victim is to preserve some fake ass, synthetic ass purity. You're not a pure person. Pure people do not behave like this. You were never pure. You have a sick mind. And you refuse to accept the fact that, I have a dirty mind. There you go. And that dirty mind caused me to take my feet to go seek evil. There you go. You're not pure. I'm a victim. I'm a victim. So that was like, it's giving like purity. You're not pure. If you're a pure person, you went there with Ryan. He's your boyfriend. He writes your music. He does everything for you. He's trying to work with Diddy to give you a bigger deal. You can go there, be professional, and go home. Like, hey, I came here with Ryan. I'm leaving with Ryan. No, you want something more. More money. And that's how we know it was never about the music for you. You're an escort. Just accept it. Like, what the heck?
Women can act on their great fantasies. They can be sexually reckless. They can go wearing nothing to a club with a bunch of strange men that they don't know nothing about, and nothing that they did contributed to the end result.
And it's not even the outfit because they're barely dressed. It's how much alcohol they take. Because at least if you say, okay, I'm going there so I can be a temptress, because that's the whole point, right? Wear the least amount of clothing around these men that you don't know in order to be a temptress because she's addicted to attention. But at least if you remain sober, you have more control. No, she decides to wear the least amount of clothes. She wants to be a temptress and she wants to get drunk at the same time. That is extremely dangerous. You can't have it both ways. It's either you dress right and you go get drunk, or you dress like a temptress and you got to drink water. You can't do it all. You can't dress like a temptress and get super drunk. Because once you're super drunk and you're already half naked, how can you protect yourself? But the thing is, because now we have created a society where no matter what women do, they're never held accountable. She can say, I'm a victim. So that way that preserves her purity, but you're not pure. Because a pure woman will never go around a bunch of strange ass men half naked. How is that safe? It's like dangling fresh meat in front of hungry lions. You will get devoured. And the moment that your mind goes to, I need to be a sexual tease for men, you're not pure. Pure people don't think like that. A pure person will be on some like Norris Smith stuff. I'm at home kneading bread for my husband. I'm at home working on maternal thing in case I become a mother. When you have a pure mind, you do pure things. And usually those things are traditional, right? A woman with a pure mind, a woman that cares about her purity, is not going to be out here trying to seduce all kinds of crazy men. Don't even know if they came out of prison. She don't care, because all attention in her head is good attention. You are insane. But when you get to say, oh, I'm a victim, it preserves, right? The understanding of some purity that never existed. No, you got to make a choice. If you're going to be a temptress at a party, you cannot drink. You have to drink water. If you want to go to a party and get wasted, you need to dress accordingly. But you can't be half dressed and also fully and passed out drunk. That is not safe. That's not safe. And then you can't say, oh my gosh, I'm a victim of what? Poor sense of style, maybe? I don't know. And also liquor that you chose to drink. Who told you to say, hey, who told you to not say, hey, okay, I've had 2 drinks, that's enough. You drink and you drink. So another person is supposed to step in and say, oh my gosh, you've had too many drinks. But even if they did, you would say, don't tell me what to do. I'm a grown-ass woman. Then make grown-ass woman decisions. Thank you. We're sick of this shit. Right? You're a grown-ass woman. You should know your limit. You should know, okay, me, the way I am, 2 drinks max. After that, water. Better yet, since I don't know any of these people, let me just drink water to be safe. Right? When people tell you this way here, it gonna hurt, you're gonna hurt yourself. Well, I'm an adult. Okay. Then when you get drunk and get taken advantage of, oh my gosh, I'm a victim. No, you should say, hey, I chose to drink. I chose to get stupid wasted in front of a bunch of strange ass people, and they took advantage. I put myself in that predicament. There you go. You're an adult. But they want to be adults when it comes to making horrible decisions. And then when there are consequences, I'm a victim. You're not pure. And you can call yourself a victim as many times as you want. It will never anoint you with any ounce of purity. You are not pure. If you were pure, you would not be there. And that's why, for the most part, real victims are victims of random acts of violence, not orchestrated by self act of violence. Like a victim, what's the name? What's the name? Lindsay Nogari. What's the name? Even Lake and Riley. You see, Lake and Riley, she's a real victim. The young lady went out for a jog in the morning. She didn't trigger anything. She was out here running. Some like these celebrities who call themselves victims, y'all are responsible. You organize the free calls. You hire the sex workers. You greet the sex worker. You give money to the sex worker. You bring the tablet. You bring the camera. You text Diddy. You tell him what time to show up. You tell him to bring the camera equipment. And he said, oh, I'm a victim. Of what? Bad acting? Are you okay? Like, this is just really, really crazy. So, hey, this was going to happen. You know what I'm saying? But you can't do it all. You really cannot do it all. You have to pick a struggle. Yeah, that's it. I'm brave. Being brave would be, I'm here to work. I'm not here to sleep with my boss. That would have made you brave. They can say whatever they want to say. That's their problem. Because you see, once again, it's all about the delusion. And also, he has to, the thing about Alex Fine also, he has to work as hard as he can because he's going to divorce her. So now he got to play the role because they're all performing. He has to play the role of a supportive husband because he will be the Kevin. He will be the Kevin Federline to her Britney Spears. So right now he's also playing the role and making it seem like, oh, I'm supporting her. I don't care how many men she slept with. I don't care that she was having sex and cheating on me, right? Because he has a bigger plan, which is to take the money and take the kids. He will be the Kevin Federline to her Britney Spears. You'll see. You'll see. White people will colonize. Wait and see.
Absolutely nothing.
Oh, yeah, he will.
Women love to bully each other. Women hate women. They jump through hoops and hurdles to be up under men. And then when a male's nature does what a male does, they all want to rally together to play victim. Women are on women's side as long as they playing victim.
Exactly.
But when it's not time to play victim, they talk about each other, set each other up, get each other killed, do all these things. But then they want you to see them as innocent little angels that are just innocent bystanders that do not contribute to their own issues. Now, the question is Cassie not responsible? Is Cassie not responsible? Don't bring no ifs, coulda, shouldas, wouldas. We ain't talking about no woman jogging. Let me tell you something. If you know it's a bunch of predators, sex offenders, and killers, why the hell would you go jogging at night by yourself? Why would you do something so stupid and reckless? You're not responsible for that? You're not responsible for making a decision to go out at midnight by yourself, knowing it's a bunch of predators out there with no weapon to defend yourself?
No dog.
Why you want to act like a victim?
You don't have a pit bull.
You know, I was a teenager once. I had a man come up to me and ask me while I was dating my boyfriend at the time. When I was dating my boyfriend at the time, I was 19. This man came up to me and he said he was an attorney and he wanted to date me. And he said that I didn't have to work. All I had to do was walk around naked in his house and he would pay for everything. I was 19. Did I do it? No.
Okay, words.
Did I do it? No. Did Cassie not have a choice?
Exactly.
Did Cassie not have a choice to not cheat on her boyfriend at the time with Diddy?
And mind you also, when we talk about Ryan Leslie, like, we're not talking about a bum. Like, it's not like you be like, oh, her current boyfriend, he didn't have no money. He was a dusty, like, he was out here struggling. So you have to understand why she was tempted like that, right? Ryan Leslie ain't no bum. Because at that time, Ryan, he already went to Yale, right? He was already an entrepreneur. He had money. Because obviously, how did he know Diddy? Like, you can't be broke and know Diddy. Like, you can't be broke and get a meeting with Diddy. So I'm sure he had a few millions himself. So it's not like she's like, oh, you know, Ryan is like really broke. Ryan can't afford this. Ryan got her a meeting with Diddy. And if Diddy agreed, because he knows Ryan also ain't no bum. It's just that Diddy is way richer because he steals people's masters. There you go. Okay. But Ryan is Ivy. Like, he went to an Ivy League. He's also a multimillionaire. He's just not as rich as Diddy. But my point is like, damn, girl, how much money you need? Obviously, she wanted 30 million. And Ryan, he didn't have that. But he ain't broke. Exactly. Even her husband that she's on, her broke-ass husband. So you can marry a broke-ass trainer, but you can't be faithful to Ryan Leslie. This girl ain't shit. She ain't shit. She never was shit. Do you know how many girls be happy to be engaged, proposed, dating Ryan Leslie, or be married to Ryan Leslie? I don't think these girls even know who Ryan Leslie is. They're like, oh, I know men like Diddy G. You don't know shit. Shut up. John classy ass. Okay? But any woman with good taste, okay, who loves herself, an educated black man, you should know who Ryan Leslie is. Ryan is not a bum. Ryan is not a bum. So it's like, why would you cheat on him though? Like, I'm so confused. Hold on. Like, it's a joke. Okay. Like, Ryan is not a bum. Even nowadays, like, he's out here doing all this business stuff and things like that. Let me see if I can find a short interview of Ryan though. Oh, here is the meeting. Y'all.
So I wanted to get us all together so we can get this. Everybody can hear from me how focused and excited I am about the project. I wanted, Cassie to, everybody to meet Cassie. Yo.
Look at him. Look at him. You already knew he was up to no good. Look at his ass. Look at it. Planning on poaching somebody's girlfriend. You ain't shit. Look at her. Look at her. This girl is crazy. Look at her. Look how excited. Look at her. She had to feel. My gosh, look at her. Girl, what?
Hear the story directly from Mao. And then get down to some business about just so we can be on the same page of what the plan is, as far as from Tommy's concerned, and from we're concerned as also a label and Warner Atlantic. So everybody's on the same page. I think the best thing to do is to kind of give an overview or a history of how we came to the project. Can't know where we're going unless we know where we came from. Ryan is a producer that I've been working with for the last 2 years. That was brought to me by Ed Woods, who Ryan is signed to their label, and also as a producer and has done some stuff for the label. And somebody's like one of my go-to people. New actors just need a record right away. Somebody that can go in the trenches, musical genius, new age Teddy Riley, Dr. Dre, Quincy Jones, Pharrell, but to his level, his own way. But he had something else that was very important that attracted me to his situation, which was he had a new global outlook. He had a record that he didn't put out here, and he went and started going over to Europe and doing shows and starting to build a following over in Europe. And I took notice to that because I didn't really see a lot of artists that would have the ingenuity to do that. So when he was doing that, I heard he also had a young lady that was with him named Cassie that had a record out. And I started hearing this record that was haunting me in the clubs. And it was, it was Cassie's record, Me and You. And I would hear it everywhere I was at. And so I kept asking, what record is that? And Glenn told me that it was Ryan's act, it was Cassie. When I saw her and I met her and I saw this DVD on her, hopefully we can play that. That's what kind of made me like really fall in love with the project, because I saw something more than just records. I saw something that there was a personality there. It was something that, the whole world could fall in love with.
Yeah. Diddy, you something else. Diddy, you are something else. I'm gonna get your ass later. Okay, I'm like, Ryan Leslie's not a bum though. Ryan Leslie's not a bum. So like, people gotta stop acting like, hold on, let's see this one.
They say the best time to start investing was 20 years ago. The next best time is today. Who haven't done it is because they were never introduced to this concept. And even though the concepts are very, very simple, they require no more than middle school math to understand.
I think, what the guy said, like what the video we saw about like with the whole Cardi Young thing, because he was making her songs, he was fighting for her, he was doing this, right? He turned himself into a slave. But the man said, don't become her slave because she won't find you attractive. Diddy was not, he's like, yeah, you're cute, but you're not my priority. And she liked that. Ryan did too much. He did too much too soon. Did too much.
Did Cassie not have a choice to not cheat on her boyfriend at the time with Diddy?
She's ratchet. She's really ratchet.
Signs of a victim mentality. And this is why a lot of women can't get with my message. And this is why they can't take responsibility for their life. Because women ultimately want to be perpetual victims.
Yeah, they do.
And they think women's empowerment is you getting together to rally for them to be a victim. Mm-hmm. Well, let me tell you something. I'm not no victim, ain't never been one. I'm not no victim, ain't never been one. Which is the reason why I can heal emotionally. I'm not here to trauma bond with a bunch of broken women who don't want to do anything better. You want to be a hoe. You want to dress half naked. You want to get drunk around a bunch of predators. You want to do a bunch of reckless things and then act like you ain't responsible for your choices because you want to have fun. You want to live on edge. You want to attach yourself to somebody else's money. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Because this didn't Cassie do sprinkle, sprinkle? Wasn't that sprinkle, sprinkle right there?
She sure did.
Didn't Cassie pull a sprinkle, sprinkle?
That's it.
You ain't responsible for choosing powerful dudes with money? You not? You not? So you mean to tell me you looking at Cassie as a victim, and a lot of y'all like that sprinkle stuff and trying to do it. You mean to tell me as you get out here and do dangerous stuff with men you don't know nothing about, if something happened to you, it ain't your fault?
Yeah.
You mean to tell me as you go out here and do this reckless stuff, thinking that you finna roach up on somebody and get with somebody?
Even like, dating people, they don't tell anybody, don't tell their family. You're doing things with a man, you don't introduce him to your mom, your dad. Nobody knows what this man is. Nobody's helping you to vet this person. You're doing it all by yourself. And if something happens, we don't know this young man and his culture. It's a real thing. And that's what they do on TikTok. They trauma bond.
Somebody that you don't know nothing about for their money, that when something happened to you, it ain't your fault. You don't have nothing you do. He shouldn't, but guess what? That's what predators do.
Yeah.
That's what predators do. Taking women is like taking candy from a baby. Women so naive.
Yeah.
All they got to do is flash a couple dollars, and then here you go getting in their car.
Sometimes you don't even have to. Look at the young lady who died in Chicago. What was it? Detroit, and the white boy chopped her up into pieces, dismembered her body. Somebody you met on the internet. You all go back to his house, the very first date. You barely know this man. They started this whole trend about lobster and pasta, selling lies to these black girls that every white boy is a Prince Charming, even if he comes to the date on the bus. If at least you're going to tell black girls to go after, date outside your race, try to date some white men, okay. But you must inform the black girl that white men have their troubles too. And this is what Priscilla talks about. They don't know shit about men. Every ethnic group, you found their man group have issues. You need to know that. No, black men bad, white men Prince Charming. Are you okay? And on the first date, you take him right back. You take him right back you go to his house. You know this man. Nobody saw this man. Nobody knew this man. And you go back to his house. The whole basement was covered in plastic bags. Because that was his plan. The moment he matched with her online, he gave himself 30 days. And he planned how he was going to bring her back to the house, bring her to the basement, and he's going to kill her. Then he's going to chop her up into pieces. And he did just that. When the police went in there, they were like blood marks, like her hands. It's like she's trying to run. And her blood, y'all, prints of her hands and blood on the side, like the wall with the stairs. I'm like, oh my God. She was trying to run for her life, but he was too strong. She's so small. Don't tell your mom. You don't tell your dad. You don't tell your uncle. You don't tell your sister. You don't tell your co-workers, hey, I'm going over to his house. If you don't hear from me by such a time, y'all better come get my ass. I might be dead, but hey, come get my remains. He had all the time to kill her, chop her up, burn her car, throw her body all over the place. Until like 2, 3 o'clock when her co-workers are like, she didn't come to work today. This man had all the time in the world. How can you meet somebody on an app and because he's white, you go right back to his house because these goofy ass black girls told you, only black men you have to fear. Girl, it's America. Anybody raised out here is crazy. It's just every ethnicity has their version of crazy. This flavor crazy, this flavor of crazy, this flavor of crazy. Even Asian people, they got their flavor of crazy. So if you want to go somewhere else, like, I'm a date outside, no problem. But don't go in there with rosy glasses on. Everybody has flaws. America is a violent ass society. Many people here have traumas and they act out their traumas differently. But nonetheless, you cannot go to a stranger's house after the first date. It is not safe. And so he killed her. And then he chopped her up into pieces. And he threw her body all over the place. And then he set her car on fire. Like, this is insanity. Exactly. Like, you got to know, every group of men, they have their good, they have their bad. Black men, you have good, and then you have the white end. White people too, you got good white men and you got white trash. Asian people, you got the great Asian people, then you got Asian trash. You know what I'm saying? It's all over. It's all over. There's no perfect group of men. Doesn't exist. Because if a person is good because he wants to be good. But they don't teach these girls properly. Hey, lobster and pasta, fantasizing, because they go from one extreme to the other. And that's how you know they're mentally ill. Oh, black men are so bad. White boys are so good. Everything is always in the extreme. They got the minds of children. Because every adult you know, child, the truth is somewhere in the middle. We don't do extremes. That's crazy.
Here you go going home with them.
You see?
You mean to tell me you're not responsible for being naive?
Yeah.
You're not responsible for being desperate to fulfill your fantasies?
Yeah.
That ain't your fault? Are you serious? It ain't. I was 19, not doing stupid stuff like that.
And a lot of ladies also were 22 years old, not getting peed on. There are plenty of 22-year-olds who don't get peed on. Why do you? Me, I was 22. I was sexually active. Nobody peed on me. Why are you getting peed on?
Feeling powerless. Yeah, I just told you at 19, when the dude wanted to pay me to walk around naked in his house, I said no. The guy whose kids I grew up with, who said that I could stay with him until I got on my feet when I was standing on the street, after 3 weeks, he got mad because he thought I was supposed to be sleeping with him to stay there. I left. Anytime a man put his hands on me, he only put his hands on me once because I left. I'm sorry you think everybody is stupid. I'm sorry you think everybody is stupid, naive, and desperate for attention, validation, and money. You know why? This is why I say me and most women ain't cut from the same cloth.
True.
Because women who do whorish shit and reckless shit can't understand people who take responsibility. Women who do whorish shit and reckless shit cannot comprehend somebody that ain't as dumb as they are.
She's so damn crazy. I'm talking to myself. That's what is it saying?
Lack of responsibility. Lack of responsibility. Avoiding accountability for their actions and choices.
Mm-hmm.
Signs of victim mentality. Lack of responsibility. Avoiding accountability for their actions and choices.
Mm-hmm.
Excessive negativity.
Yep.
Constantly focusing on the negative aspects of situations and people.
Yes.
Inability to learn from mistakes.
Yep.
Inability to learn from mistakes.
Yep.
Refusing to see mistakes as opportunities for growth.
Mm-hmm.
Victims cannot evolve.
Mm-hmm.
People with victim mentalities cannot evolve. Mm-hmm. And as long as you find a way, to avoid accountability, you and your daughters, you will teach your daughters to do just as do the same amount of dumb stuff that you do. Because you didn't learn from your mistakes and you can't learn from other people's mistakes.
Maybe that's why many women who are single mothers, their daughters also become single mothers. Oh, your daddy this, your daddy that's also a daughter. Sure, let me tell you. Like, oh, I just pray she doesn't turn out like me. But what wisdom are you sharing with this young lady to make sure she doesn't do what you did? You know? You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's why so many young girls, and I tell them, I'm like, I feel so bad for any young woman that is raised by a narcissistic mother. Because when your mother's a narc, she never takes accountability. So she's not going to show you how to take accountability. And therefore, you might be very pretty, you might be very sweet, whatever, but that right there makes it hard for you to be successful in relationships. Because your mother never taught you how to take accountability. Right? A lot of ladies, like their moms are just, I mean, that's your mom, but that's not the kind of woman you should take advice from. Because your mom is not mature. She might be older than you, but she moves like a child. Your mom is extremely immature. You just can't take advice from her. Because to me, you really do a disservice to your daughters when you don't show them what accountability looks like, even what apologizing looks like. You're not helping them. You know what I'm saying? You're not helping them. And they will repeat the same mistakes that you repeated. And then it's like, it ends up looking like a curse. Like, is it really a curse though? Or is it the fact that people are not demonstrating good behavior? Hey, this is what accountability looks like. This is what apologizing looks like. And you got to make sure your daughters see it. Like they see you do that enough time to be like, okay, this is what I want to do. But you got a lot of mothers out here who are always blaming men for everything. So the daughter also grows up, oh yeah, I blame men for everything. And she never sees that she also has to do better. She has to move better. She got to carry herself better. She got to show up better. Because she grew up with a mom who said to her, oh, you're perfect. You're beautiful. You do nothing wrong. You're a prize. Every man should want you. For what reason? Because of how she looks? That is dangerous. Like, you don't want to tell your girl to feel good about herself based on how she looks, because beauty flees. You don't stay youthful forever. You got to develop other things. You know what I mean? Exactly. So many, there's a lot of them are just way too young. So
you all think that you're different.
Mm-hmm.
You all think that happens to her and it won't happen to me. So you'll go out and repeat stupidity.
Yep.
Because you don't want to learn from your mistakes.
And from her.
So now you want to paint Cassie as a victim like she did absolutely nothing. Like she was just sleeping in her bed at the house and then got kidnapped and was made a sex slave by P. Diddy. And knowing dang well that's not what happened. You know that's not what happened.
Priscilla is crazy.
And you want me, a person who take accountability for all the mistakes and errors in my life. Yeah, other people did what they did, but what did I do that helped create the situation? That's why I changed my mentality. That's why my mind is nowhere near the same as it used to be at 19, 20, 30, because I learned from my mistakes and I correct errors in my thinking that ain't right. Because it's your thinking and your belief systems that contribute to the issues that you have in your life. It is your belief system that contributes to your issues that you have in life. And a lot of y'all don't want to change your thinking. You want to remain a victim. But
that's why they go looking for women who just echo out their immaturity. Oh, tell me I did nothing wrong. Tell me it wasn't my fault. Tell me. And that's why they also love the gay men. Because all these gay black men out here reinforce their foolishness. Girl, it ain't you, girl. These men is down low. Like, yeah, he down low. So every man is down low. Like, seriously, you're crazy. You're truly crazy. So many women out here have a horrible, horrible system of beliefs. And even people you think, oh, she's my friend. No, she's not your friend. She's your enabler. She enables you because she also doesn't want to grow up. So you both enable each other. And you have the same outcome. Look at your life. Look at her life. It's mirrors. Why? Because you both enable each other. You're not real friends. Real friends should challenge each other to become better people. Right? But some people don't want to be better. They don't want to be better. Okay, continue.
Seller don't do victimhood. The queen maker ain't never did victimhood. I remember, I don't know how many of y'all was in the military. But I remember when I was in the military, you know, a 5.56 rounds, the maximum effective range is like 300 meters. 300 meters. That's the maximum effective range of a 5.56 round. But my drill sergeants used to always ask us, Private, what's the maximum effective range of an excuse? 0. The maximum effective range of an excuse is 0. And this is the reason why y'all's lives will never change. Because y'all like doing what you like to do, and then you want to blame the world for the outcome. Mm-hmm. Women think that men supposed to be sexually disciplined while they get to be sexually reckless. Yeah. Women need more sexual discipline than a man because they far worse in sexual recklessness. They're far worse in sexual recklessness. They want to sleep with anything and everything, do whatever they want to do, and then point the finger at a man. Mm-hmm. But see, I taught you the nature of men. The reason why so many women know about the book What men don't want women to know is because I'm the one that recommended it and it blew up from there. People ain't know nothing about that book until I publicly said something. I wrote you 41 Shades of Men.
But I think sometimes instead of teaching these women about men, they first need the basic. Like the basic has to be no self, no woman. Because to worry about getting to know men when you don't even know yourself, like that's a bit like you're skipping steps for me. I think that like the foundation of like before I get to know men, I need to know myself and I need to understand my own gender group. Because then I understand my mother better. I understand myself better. I understand my sisters better. I understand my friends better. And I understand this whole gender group, like, okay, the little loony, right? Once you've mastered understanding self and your gender group, then you can start to learn about men. But to me, to not learn yourself, to not learn your gender group, and to start studying men, once again, it's like your ego. There's nothing wrong with me. It's like, no, there's a lot you have to work on. If you haven't mastered self and the dark shadows of self, how can you then go and study men? Because then you'll understand men, but you won't understand self. So it's still going to be chaotic. To me, it's still going to be chaotic. You have to understand yourself first. Then you got to understand your gender group. Because then any woman in your life, it's her behavior, her stuff, like everything's will start making more sense to you. Right? And then after that, then you can go and learn about men. And then you have it. Then you understand yourself. You're a woman, and you understand men. And I think that too will make you safer.
I created a workshop called Love, Men, and Manipulation Decoded. I taught you the nature of men. And for you to still act like you can tame a man and play with them like they little girls, that's on you. You still want to open your legs and be reckless and still not take no accountability. You ain't gonna change no man, ma'am. A man is a man. You are not going to domesticate him. Coulda, shoulda, woulda don't work. Ain't never worked, ain't never gonna work. So yes, you are responsible for still believing that you got the magical punani that's gonna tame a man. Reality gonna show you otherwise. Reality gonna show you otherwise. You at fault for believing that stupidity. You at fault for believing that lie. Stop believing it then, bitch. Ain't that what Charleston White said? I can't believe he did. Well, stop believing it then. Stop believing it then. You don't want to stop believing it. She responsible. Ignorance is not an excuse. You do understand that ignorance is not an excuse. You signed a contract that you didn't read. Ignorance is not an excuse that you didn't read it and didn't know what was in it. You still gonna suffer the consequences. You still gonna uphold your end of the bargain. That's your fault that you didn't read it. That's your fault you ain't get an attorney. That's your fault you didn't know. Eat that bullet. Take that. Inability to learn from mistakes. Refusing to see mistakes as an opportunity for growth.
Yes.
Entitlement. Feeling that they are deserving of special treatment or sympathy. Entitled. This is women to the 1,000 power. This is women to the 1,000 power. Love blaming others. Always want to feel powerless. Lacking responsibility. Excessive negativity. Inability to learn from mistakes. Women are unable to learn from their errors. Because if you a victim, you ain't never did nothing wrong.
Exactly. And that's
the women can't even see where Cassie went wrong.
But I think, you know what? Part of me also, I don't know if they can't see. I think they don't want to see. Because if I lift this mirror up to Cassie, they're gonna shine right back on me. You know, I think a lot of ladies, their coping mechanism is to say, I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. Right? So if I start holding Cassie accountable, you know, I'm gonna start holding myself accountable. Now I have to go revisit everything or every instance where I told myself I did nothing wrong. It's like, no, you did something wrong. We're not saying all of it is your fault, right? We're not saying everything falls on you. No, we're not saying that. But if 20% you can say, I can see where I fucked up right here, what we're saying, that 20%, eat that. Eat that. And you'll be better because of it. But your thing is, no, denial. I didn't do nothing wrong. And guess what? We turn our backs, we come back, you found the same type of man. You are in the same type of relationship. You're going through the same BS that you went through in your previous relationship. Why? Because you don't want to eat that. You don't want to eat that 20% the first time. right? That's all we're saying. My husband did this, da, da, da. But what did you also do? But I'm like, a marriage is two people. Everything can be him. Oh, he was verbally abusive. You were never verbally abusive? So in that household, he's the only one who was verbally abusive. Seriously? Seriously? Right? Because in all honesty, you don't want to change. You don't want to change. And I think accountability is hard. It's so hard for people who do not want to change. And that's why I say most of these women are narcissists. You don't want to change. Oh, I left my husband because he did. Oh, girl, bye. That's the whole point of being married. For better or for worse, he's going to do things. But did he do something that is so irreparable that you have to break the family, take the children, do all this foolishness? You're a narcissist, which is why women are most likely to initiate a divorce because they think they did nothing wrong. Or he didn't change fast enough. Girl, you started looking outside and you saw these goofy heifers on TikTok and you thought there was something better out there. Ain't shit coming for you. You're a divorced mother with a bunch of kids. Go call that man back before he moves on and start a new family. They're so delusional. You can't have shit. This man right here, he's probably the best man you'll ever find. You're not that girl. You are not that girl. They think because they put on a wig, now they I don't know, they're like Little Mermaid. You're not Ariel. Oh, I put makeup on, so now I'm a beauty queen. No, you're an imposter. That ain't your face. This is paint. Like, be so for real. Like, are you okay? Are you seriously okay? Makeup doesn't make you beautiful. Anybody can wear makeup and be beautiful. You're beautiful when you're natural. We've never seen you natural. So obviously something is wrong. I'm just saying. But this man saw you with your natural hair, maybe crusty and dry with no edges. He saw you with your bare face and your hyperpigmentation. And he said, you know what? I choose you. The next man sees you out here like a raccoon with full of hyperpigmentation. He gonna run. Ah! Stop having these girls gas y'all up. You're not that girl. Now, I don't know. That's why when they come here, I let them know. You're not that girl. Have you seen yourself? Do you see how wide you are? Are you okay? You're so delusional. You have a better luck in this world to have a committed relationship with a treadmill or the Stairmaster than you have with whatever kind of Prince Charming you think is out there. If you could have had that kind of man, you would have. He has yet to come because it's not your portion. Stop being silly. Many women will marry average men. Stop turning down these dudes. Not like it's so crazy. If you were really that girl, it would have happened a long time ago. You're not that girl. Like, what makes you so special that you're going to divorce your husband with a child or with children and you're going to find another husband? Are you crazy? Because what, you're a YouTuber? Nobody cares. Men decide marriage. Woman doesn't. Stop lying to yourself. And you see these goofy ass heifers who want to do their little I divorced my husband video. They're crying in the closet. These fucking fools. They're fucking idiots. They divorced over a tantrum. Oh, he didn't change fast enough. Neither did you. We're still waiting for you to wear your natural hair outside. Okay? Stop trying to force people to change. And stop trying to rush the timing when someone needs to change. Focus on yourself. Always trying to fix somebody instead of fixing yourself when you have the most to work on. They're so damn silly. 3 kids, 3 boys. They're out here filing for divorce. Are you okay? You think by yourself you can raise these 3 black boys to not become criminals? You think you can successfully raise these boys to graduate high school? Clown. Like bunch of clown. These girls need to get cussed the fuck out. Because like marriage and family and making sure their kids grew up in a 2-parent household, it is not a priority for these goofy ass little girls. They're so goofy. Sometimes I watch these videos, I'm like, yo, you don't even deserve your children. You're so damn selfish. Every day you see so many little black boys go to prison. Broken home, no daddy. Broken home, no daddy. And you're just, oh, they're little cute. Yeah, they're cute little cubs right now. But one day, they're going to be some big-ass teenagers. They're so damn silly. You are so damn silly, and you're so damn selfish. Because they don't want to realize that there's a season to life. You cannot always live in your vixen era. You are a mother with 3 kids full of stretch marks. Sit your goofy ass down somewhere and embrace motherhood. I got to be a vixen mother. Go sit your goofy ass down somewhere. Are you okay? There is a season. You had your turn. You had your youth. Let these other girls have it. Go in the house. Raise your kids. And matter of fact, get off TikTok. Stop wanting somebody else's life. You have your life. Make the best out of it. And this husband, he annoys me. Oh, they get on your fucking knees and pray for him. You annoy him too. You annoy him too. He's annoyed with your ass. But guess what? He puts up with you, so learn to put up with his ass. Oh my God, she's annoying. So are you. What the hell? Because people don't tell these women the truth out here. That's why they walk outside like their shit don't stink. Girl, you're annoying. You are annoying. And most men can't even put up with your laughter. You laugh like you're crazy. Are you okay? And when you talk, you sound dumb as hell. But he thinks it's cute, though. It's your charm. But for most men, you're an idiot. You're not that smart, you know. Be grateful that you have somebody who chose to marry you. You're so damn stupid. Like, they're so dumb, these girls. Like, they're really stupid, you know. Like, it's so crazy. I can't do it by myself. You can do what by yourself? Girl, bye. Go sit down somewhere. Do you know how much work it is to raise 3 kids by yourself? Are you insane? Are you truly insane? They are crazy. They're really crazy.
Ma'am, males grape. That's what the fuck they do.
So, they're crazy.
They are programmed to pass their genes along at any opportunity. I taught you that. For you to keep going around them recklessly, having grape fantasies, BDSM fantasies, and kinks that you try to act out, trying to use your body to manipulate a man to get attached to, ma'am, you are a contributor to your pain. All of those actions help create a situation. All of those actions help create a situation. Yes, it is the same. Ignorance is not an excuse. That's your fault that you believe that you can go around a man and nothing's going to happen. That's
because what she's saying is, when you're going like this on this little vixen shit, you want this man to go somewhere really dark. You want him to go somewhere dark. But if he goes somewhere dark, can you handle his darkness? That's what Freud called your, was it, or is it Carl Jung? Your animus, your enema. So you have animus, he has anima. You want him to bring out his anima. Are you sure that's what you want? Because once he brings out the untamed part of himself, who knows what he's going to do? And you think it's that easy to snap out of it? So pretty much is, don't provoke people. As I love to say, don't test people's gangster. Do not test or tempt anybody's animal. Because once the beast comes out, only God knows if the beast is going to quietly go back in the cage. And when you play with these men and you say, yes, I want this in my throat. I want this in my butt. I want this in my da-da-da-da-da. Woo! You are awakening the beast. And once that monster comes out, I don't think he's going to quietly walk back into his cage. He might want to stay outside for a good 12 hours. And you will suffer. But then again, you went and rattled that cage like, come out, come out, come out, come out, monster, come out. I want to see you, monster. Ooh, scare me, scare me. Then now you got that eerie creature that's looming in the dark, breathing heavily. Oh, I can hear you. I can hear you, little monster. Then you feel it. You feel the ground shaking because he's getting closer to you. Then he grabs you and you start screaming. You did that shit. Like you're crazy.
It's your fault you believe that you can act like a man is a woman. That's your fault that you believe that you can tease men, play games with them, act like you're going to sell something to them and then don't give it to them. You go around them trying to set up great fantasies and then cry victim. Ma'am, all of those actions contribute to negative situations that you're going to complain about. So why you put yourself in them? Because you know what? You can't be alone. You want to use sex to have power over a man, and often that backfires on you. Trying to use your body to gain control over a man is going to backfire on you, and you going to take the L from that. That's your consequence for thinking that you can do that. Stop playing. Stop playing with fire. When I tell you that, Priscilla just don't want us to be with men. I got to go listen to this other content creator because she teaches us how to get what we want out of men. And guess what? It's consequences that come with that. It's consequences that come with that behavior. I don't know why you don't want to accept that. I told you to stop doing it. You don't want to stop doing it. Difficulty setting boundaries, allowing others to manipulate them or take advantage of them, resentment and anger, holding on to grudges and being unable to forgive. Those are the signs of a victim mentality. Most women are victims. Most women have a victim mentality, which is the reason why they cannot improve themselves. The reason why they can't improve themselves. Now let's get back to Cassie. Let's get back to Cassie. What are some of the things that Cassie told Diddy? When first approached about the freak-offs, she had just turned 22 and she was confused and nervous, but wanted to make him happy. This is a common behavioral pattern of women. Women are so desperate to control men, to be validated by men, and to be the only one. Women are scared to tell a man no because she don't want to lose access to whatever it is that she wants from him. So women feel like they have to give up their body in order to maintain the attention that they want from that man. You are not a victim if you are dealing with a man and you make decisions because you don't want to lose his attention. You are not a victim because you make decisions because you don't want that man to deal with another woman.
Now let's go back over here, you guys. Let's refresh our memories.
Goes like, I'll put up with anything.
No way. I mean, like, I think anything goes for sure if you're comfortable with the person. Because I'm doing shit I never did before. I'm just like, I would have never done this, but you know what? I'm comfortable with this person and I feel safe.
Do you have an example?
Anal. You're like, have an example? Yeah, that.
Do you do it for you or do you do it for them?
I do it for him because for me, I'm not at a place where I like it yet. We had one successful time where I was like, okay, you know, my butt creamed. It was like, oh shit, like it was like creaming. I don't know what the fuck that was, but it was like, it was weird.
Yeah, I don't know the science of that in particular because your butt doesn't lubricate in that way. You could shit on the person.
So it was booty juice. It wasn't though.
It was clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fast. I'll have to get back to you on that. But then does anal become an act of submission because you're letting your partner do something to you that doesn't necessarily feel good for you, but you know that it feels good and maybe powerful for them?
I think it feels more powerful for them than it feels good because you're getting nowhere. It hurts. It's like, okay, like if he wants to,
but he can still orgasm from it.
I think it's just the butt is just so tight and so untouched. And I think it's the fact that nobody's been in there but him is like the power of that. Like, that's my asshole. Like, ain't nobody been in that shit but me. That shit's mine.
Do you get pleasure because you're giving him an experience?
No, I actually like a finger in the butt.
No, from like anal in particular.
Oh,
like what's the incentive for you to do it if you're like, it's not my favorite thing, but I do it because X?
I think I just do it because he wants it. And I think like when you come to me in a space where it's like you're very masculine and it's just like, give me that ass, or however you say it to me, and you're like, ooh, like I like that shit. Like, tell me what the fuck to do. Tell me what to do. I like to be told what to do. You know,
even
what I mean?
if the thing that they want you to do,
I don't want to do it. Yeah, that's traumatic too. I don't know, but like because it's him, I trust him.
I guess because we have all these like, and I hear when you're talking to, like you're listening to how it sounds, then reflecting on how it feels for you.
Yeah.
Because the feeling might be that's my truth.
Yeah.
It might sound a certain way, but also too, we're talking about your relationship in a very specific, narrow lens.
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking to him, one.
Yeah.
And two, we're not talking about the full breadth of things. So when things are multi-dimensional, multi-tiered, it makes sense within it, but we're talking about it siloed off. So you're like, oh, I want to soften it. But the real truth might be like, I do whatever he wants me to do, as long as he asks me in a way that makes me feel like a dirty bitch.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's your truth, but
right. No, I love that. Yeah. Yeah, I do whatever he asks me to do and say whatever he wants me to say in that moment. But I love that. That's like my shit.
That's your kink.
Yeah. I feel comfortable enough. And then just even like, you know, just to even take it there, I come from a traumatic
sexual past.
Yeah. Where like it's very sensitive for me because like the shit that was done to me in my past, but like I'm comfortable enough with you to let you do that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a level of trust for me.
Okay.
And
ultimately, what Priscilla is saying, she's not comfortable with the behind, but she's doing it because Kim is seeing other women. So she does that because she doesn't want him to go and do it somewhere else. Okay? We're not stupid. Okay? We're not stupid.
You are not a victim. You are a willing participant. It ain't nobody else's fault that you got low self-esteem. That's your fault. It ain't nobody else's fault that you think that you're supposed to own a man and you scared to lose him. That's your fault. Mm-hmm. And whatever that man wants you to do, because you want to own his attention and be the only one, whatever he wants you to do and you decide to do it, you don't get to point the finger. You scared of not getting access to his money. You scared of him looking at another woman. You scared he gonna drop you if you don't do what he wants you to do. Ma'am, that is not abuse. That is not coercion. You coerced yourself. You coerced yourself. When you out here dealing with a male, let me tell you something about a male. A male, which most guys are, they are not men because most of these dudes ain't never been through no rites of passage and they have no earthly idea what a man is.
Listen.
I was open in the beginning to the freak offs, but I felt like I couldn't say no. I worried for my safety. And the fact that, honestly, he may not want to be with me. And so that's just kind of what it was.
Mm-hmm.
She was worried that he may not want to be with her anymore.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Then the lady in the front of me, she doing this. I ain't gonna lie, I was crying a little bit too.
Why?
And a lot of things were earned. So I was like, oh, okay. Mostly earned. She said, you didn't sue or you didn't settle with what? Her headspace is just not where it's at. She literally just got the $10 million settlement done last week. She was like, well, it's not a week.
I need to find the place where she says, I wanted you to put me first over Kim. I'll find it. I will find it. See? She was afraid to lose him. I don't want him to go do it with Gina. Mm-hmm.
A male is a sexually aggressive animal whose biological program is to get every opportunity to get sex that he can. And his other biological purpose is domination. A male is going to act like that even without no money. A male going to act like that without no money. Give a male that with money and power, and now you have given him the freedom to be the male that he desires to be, ungoverned and uncontrolled. So you think you play a dangerous game with a broke man. You play an even bigger game, a bigger dangerous game with a man with money. And I told you that before. Remember when y'all hated the fact that I said white women had it even harder? Why you don't think white women have it harder? White women have it harder because the men that y'all complaining about with all the power that treat y'all the way they treat you, they married to the men. See, the majority of the police force is white men. Where them women running to when she married to the police commissioner? When she married to a nigga with money and connections, who's she gonna run to? You married to Pookie and Ray Ray. You married to Dusty. He don't have no connections in office. He don't have no multi-million-dollar buddies that can make some shit disappear. But this the type of you so one-track minded, you don't see the dangers of getting with a man in power. You don't see the dangers of dealing with a man of power. Because all you focused on is the money. All you focused on is being sold a lifestyle so you can go let every other woman know that you're better than her.
Yes, yes.
You mean to tell me this mentality ain't your fault? Because your mind, your belief systems dictate your behaviors.
Yeah.
Your belief systems dictate your behavior and the choices that you make. The belief system that women hold is that they better than other women.
Yes.
And they need to get a man with money.
Yes.
And that they only power is sexual manipulation.
Yes. And that's why they listen to this like quote unquote hypergamous content, Shira. Because I think women like they feel like men are the prize. So if my man has money, then I'm better than her because I got a rich man to choose me. That's their mindset. So I'm like, why don't you just become the rich woman? You know? Mm-hmm.
So women love the dirtiest, nastiest, freakiest things. Women fantasize and daydream about getting choked.
Mm-hmm.
You out here setting up mock rape environments or situations because you got this urgent need to be dominated by a man. You want that. You ask for that. You crave that. You crave to be dominated by a man sexually. For some reason, you don't think these dominant thoughts contribute to your actions where you go out seeking. You go out seeking for these situations, begging to be in them, as you totally exclude the man's reality. Because women are so delusional that when you create your fantasies, you don't actually even calculate a man's reality into it. All you thinking about is your pretty fantasy. You don't even care about men. You just want them to play a role in your fantasy. You don't incorporate anything about his nature, anything about his desires, reality, or nothing. You just out here playing games. And then when reality hits you, you want everybody to look at you as a victim. Like you made no decisions that contributed to the outcome of your frustrations. But you want to talk about law of attraction. This is why I know you don't know nothing about no law of attraction. And this is the reason why I ain't took this channel to no spiritual level, because that's escapism. Spirituality is escapism for 99% of y'all. Spirituality is a form of escapism because you don't want to deal with the root that will actually take you to true spirituality. You use spirituality to avoid the truth about reality and nature. Because how can you talk about law of attraction and not know that these beliefs and these actions that you engage in and these deep desires that you have are contributing and creating the world that you say you don't want? How you can't connect these two dots? How you can't connect these two dots, but you want to talk about spirituality? You're not ready for spirituality. You are trying to escape reality. You're not ready for that. You can't even get this basic stuff down. You sitting up here speaking hell into your life, begging the universe to give you pain. But you think law of attraction is saying these old weak ass affirmations that you write on your notebook. Universe, I want $1 million. I am a millionaire. No, you a freak. You a goddamn pain freak that want to be dominated and destroyed. You a pain freak. You ain't no millionaire. You ain't no boss. You a pain freak. And everything in your actions show that you a pain freak.
This is why these women also love going to church. And that's why they love people like Sarah Jakes and stuff. You have a business. You're gonna birth a business. You're gonna birth $1 million business, right? They don't go to church to do like deep work. Like, you know what? I need to change. Okay, you're pregnant with the business. You're pregnant with the business. Is that what you go to church for? Okay, let me see. You're pregnant with the business. You're pregnant with the business. Huh? Everything is, you're about to have a business. You're about to make some money. You're about to birth a baby. You're about to birth a business. Like, that's why they go to church for. To escape. Fairy tales.
Freak. And you trying to escape
That was good.
the truth. She wanted to make him happy. If I got to do something that's going to destroy me to make you happy, then I'm going to have to drop you. I'm going to have to drop you. Because I'm not about to have you talk me into getting cream pied by a bunch of dudes and spreading it on you like a doggone, like mayonnaise on a piece of bread to keep you and your attention. You couldn't, I was 22 once upon a time. You couldn't talk me into that crap. You could talk me into that crap.
Okay. Here, this one over here again.
Always make the choice to do it. I always make the choice to do it. I like to give. I like to allow my person to lead. They know, especially like when it translates in the bedroom, I like to feel dominated. You know, riding dick ain't always my favorite position because I like to be taken advantage. Oh my gosh. No, I don't like to be taken advantage of. I like to feel.
That's okay. I like to be degraded.
Yeah.
Those are languages that I like and I accept.
I do. But if I'm comfortable and if I trust you. So just know what that means. Know that dance with your partner. I think
Well, I like to be taken advantage of. I like to be degraded during sex. Degrade me during sex. You hear these people?
She say she dated other men and that he dated other women because they were not exclusive at the time. At the beginning, and she was insanely jealous of him being with other women. Mm-hmm. You choosing to do some stuff because you jealous of him, of other women, because you jealous of other women, that don't make you no victim. You are a willing participant. This is what happens when you desperate. Mm-hmm. This is what happened when you desperate. And then you get yourself involved with somebody you don't even know that got a lot of money and a lot of power. That's crazy. That's crazy. I used to rap. I used to be in the studio. Y'all done heard some of my music. I stopped doing music, especially in Louisiana, because them niggas wanted crazy shit. I ain't about that mess. I'm not about that mess. If you want fame enough to do whatever to get it, that's your decision.
And that's who you are.
You desperate to say to somebody a victim, and they make decisions. This why y'all lives can't get better. This why you keep doing stupid stuff, because you swear to God it's everybody else and not you. Well, you can't fix nobody else. You can fix yourself, though. I hope you don't have daughters that you tell ain't got no control over their damn decision making. I hope you don't have daughters who you tell they ain't got no control over their decision making. So she dated other men and he dated other women because they were not exclusive at the beginning. And she was insanely jealous of him being with other women. And he would often say, I'm Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy has many rules, likes the company of many women. However, when he asked her to stop dating, she believed they were monogamous, but that was not the case. She believed they was monogamous. Because women want to believe that they're the only one.
Yeah, Crystal is hard.
Diddy is a polarizing person. He was charming. And she said, it's hard to really be able to determine what you need when he's telling you what he wants. I just didn't know. I didn't know what would happen. All it is because a woman want to own a man and to try to be the only one. I've said this several times before, long before this Cassie thing that came out. I've said this several times. Women do a lot of work. You all do slave labor, a lot of it. You all raise children a lot alone. You do a lot of things. You carry a lot of the duties. But you know why you do that? It ain't doing it. You're not doing it because you're noble. You ain't even doing it because you're responsible. You doing it because you so jealous and insecure, and you do not want your quote unquote man, your person, because all y'all think that my person is my person. You ain't got no person. You your only person. Y'all really out here thinking y'all own other people. You really out here thinking that you own people.
Yeah.
But you'll get out here and you'll do all that slave labor because you don't want him to feel like he need another woman. So you voluntarily take on burden after burden after burden to keep him from looking at somebody else. That is your problem.
That sounds like Rashida. Rashida and Kirk. Oh my Lord.
You did that to yourself.
Yeah.
So you will let a man break you down sexually. You will let him talk you into threesomes. You will let him talk you into penetrating you anally. You will let him talk you into doing the nastiest things just so you can feel like he don't have to get another woman. You are not a victim. You are a willing participant in your own suffering. And Cassie moved with the same mentality. Cassie moved with the same mentality that the majority of women move on. Change your mentality and your belief system, your behaviors change, and so will your outcome.
Yep.
Change your mentality, you change your belief systems, you change your behavior, and your outcomes will change.
Yep.
But you want me to sit up here and talk like Cassie a victim when she moved just like the rest of y'all, and that's the reason why you resonate with that.
Yep.
Because you have a victim mentality. You resonate with this because you a victim. I'm not no victim. I don't resonate with this because I can look at a situation in my life and see where I went wrong, so I can change.
I can change. It doesn't happen again.
All you can say is she was this, she was that. Okay, well, let me tell you something. I got raped when I was 12 years old by a group of dudes. And you want to know how that happened? Because my mama told me and my brother not to go outside. Not to go outside. I went to the mailbox with my next door neighbor. My brother went outside. And some dudes came up to my brother and asked my brother, do you have a sister? And my brother let them in the house. And that's how that happened. But had we both not went outside, because I was older, I'm 2 years older than my brother. Had I not went outside and obeyed my mama, my brother wouldn't have went outside either. Now, how is it that I can sit up here and take accountability for the decision that I made that helped contribute to a situation, and y'all grown behinds can't do it?
But that's still sad.
Your grown behinds can't do it.
That's still sad. I'm sorry. You're 12. That's so different.
No, it is on me. Stop trying to relieve me of accountability. Stop trying to make me a victim. That's not on you. That's on them. No, it's on me, because had I not went outside and obeyed my mama, then that would have never happened.
But it's not all on you, though. You were 12.
Had I not gone outside and did what my mama said do, then that would not have happened. Oh man, it's like talking to a brick wall.
Yeah, but you're 12. Like, that's a bit too much.
Y'all really think
Cassie,
taking accountability is blaming yourself? Y'all really do not understand this. And I am flabbergasted. You all really do not understand the difference between accountability and blame. This is why y'all's life will never change. And this is why The moment I get an opportunity, I am talking to a different crowd of people who want to be accountable and responsible for their damn life.
Yeah, that's sad. She was 12. I see what she's saying. Like, your mom told you not to go outside because she's trying to protect you. You didn't listen. It led to exposure. But like, that's a 12-year-old. So, you know what I'm saying? And it's supposed to go to the mailbox. But Cassie is 22. Talk about come today, come over here, how much you want. Like, this is a 22-year-old. And at that age, you know right from wrong. Oh, I didn't want to lose him. I wanted to be first. I'm like, girl, what? So it's like, Priscilla, I see why she's like bisexual like this. It's trauma. Priscilla has a beautiful voice. It's just like she has a little dark side to her. If she fixes that, I think Priscilla can have a powerful, powerful voice because she don't play. She's my evil twin, y'all. Yeah, it's really sad. Yeah. Like, it's not even like he left her. It's like he already had Kim. Like, he was like, okay, she's a +1. She's a plus whatever. You know, and that really hurt her because she said she wanted to be number one. Because when Kim died and he wrote on Instagram that Kim was his soulmate, she really got triggered. She texted him, "What do you mean she's your soulmate?" I'm like, girl, what? Are you okay?
I got to talk to people with sense. You do not understand the difference between accountability and blame. What does me being a child have to do with anything? I didn't obey my mama. How many children don't obey their mama and die because they disobeyed? You know, my mama had a friend that she was in school with. And her mama told her not to go out that night. My mama had two friends that ended up getting killed. One of them was somebody she went to school with. And this girl was supposed to go straight home, and she didn't go straight home. She disobeyed her mama. And to make a long story short, she got hit by a car and got killed because she disobeyed her mama. The other one,
Priscilla's crazy.
The other one wasn't supposed to go out that night.
That's crazy.
And she ended up getting with one of them disc jockeys back in the hometown. And that disc jockey son killed her, raped her and killed her because she disobeyed her mama. I don't understand why y'all think that the things that you do are no contributors. You all truly are mentally ill. Many of you are very mentally ill with no ability to self-evaluate and own accountability.
Priscilla's crazy.
And this is why you will forever suffer. You will suffer for eternity.
Yes.
I don't need you to make me no victim because I ain't no victim. And don't push
That's
that
why
on me.
she's also upset because B. Taylor came running to her. B. Taylor didn't tell the whole truth though. B. Taylor came running to her. And that's why I think also like low-key, like she's also sending shots at B. Taylor because B. Taylor lacked accountability. She came running to her. And also like she said Priscilla was like playing corn in front of her. But I'm like, you could be like, I don't want that. Establish boundaries. She didn't do that. Just like when she talked about Priscilla's daughter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But yet, come to find out, people ask B. Taylor, okay, you're telling us this, but why didn't you call CPS? Then later, we also found out that B. Taylor left her children with Priscilla so she could go out with Yanni for drinks and manifesting journals to manifest whatever. No, yeah, girl, that's how I discovered her. It was this whole B. Taylor situation. She's an Aquarius. B. Taylor's a Libra. It was too funny. You know what I'm saying? And then B. Taylor tried to backpedal. But I'm like, yeah, if you saw the baby, why don't you try to help? And then why don't you call CPS? And also, why would you leave your children with Priscilla if she's so damn evil like this? You know what I'm saying? But B. Taylor was in her feelings. And she don't want to take accountability. Yes, Yanni's always some foolishness. Okay? Because Priscilla, because B. Taylor, she canceled her engagement. She was set to be married. Instead of trying to make that work, no, she broke up the engagement so she could get turned out. It's like, girl, what? In 2 weeks? In less than 2 weeks, she had her first lesbian experience. It's like, so maybe you wanted that. It was a kinky, like, you know, some little kink you had inside of you. Yeah, she's very freaky. But because she was embarrassed that she slept with a woman, she tried to make it seem like, oh, it was Priscilla who turned her out. But I'm like, the first moment Priscilla put that corn in your face, you should have smacked that phone out of her hand. Like, girl, I'm not the one. But she putting it in, you watching. You know? Then one time, because she had talked about this one thing about, oh, I was in a bed with Priscilla. But then Priscilla came and told her, she's like, yeah, she was not interested. So she was in the bed and she was watching pornography. Mm-hmm. And then B. Taylor was like, what you doing? And she realized that Priscilla was watching pornography. So she was like, oh, but why are you watching that when you got me over here? Ooh, Layla, these girls do not take accountability. I lie to you. That's why she's mad like this. You know, every time she come outside, the stuff she says is a subtle shade against B. Taylor. She hates that bitch. She was so hurt. Like Priscilla talking about her daughter, it really hurt her. It truly, truly did. Especially given the fact that she lets her child, like, you know what I mean? Like she lets her boys with Priscilla. And she was gone all hours of the night with Yanni. Okay. And then she had to text her. Priscilla had to text her, like, okay, when are you coming home? Because not only the kids are here, but don't you have to go to work in the morning? So who knows if her and Yanni also were out there doing nasty stuff to each other? You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of these girls out here, they're a bunch of lesbians. They're a bunch of like covert lesbians. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, Yanni, like, why doesn't Yanni have a man? Always trying to warn these women. I'm like, Yanni, go live your life. Child. But you know, when she dresses up, she's very pretty. When she wants to be when she wants to be the queen maker, not the king maker, she can be really cute. Okay. Oh yeah, Yanni's another one. Okay. Exactly. Like they're just too much. But sometimes I wonder, I do wonder, like, if B. Taylor and Yanni did not have like some relationship, because it was like weird. I'm like, what is this? Like, you left your baby to be with Yanni all night. Like, what are y'all doing? They went to drink champagne and work on their manifestation journals. I'm like, what?
Me. It's not your fault. I ain't say it was my fault. I said I'm accountable and responsible for the part that I played in it, because had I made a different decision, the whole situation would have been different. Mm-hmm. Because my brother wouldn't have went outside. Mm-hmm. If I was around my brother and I didn't go to the mailbox, he would have never brought them boys in the house. Y'all will forever suffer. You will suffer for eternity because you do nothing wrong.
Priscilla. You are crazy as a
right? My brother brought him in the house because we had a pool table. We had a pool table. And he told them we had a pool table, and they said they wanted to come up there and play. He didn't know no better. He was only 10. He was only 10.
Yeah, he is crazy. He's so funny.
My brother tried to stop him, but he was only 10. He was a little bitty thing.
I think, think about Yanni. I think Yanni, like, she craves sisterhood. She wants a sisterhood so badly. I'm like, yeah, go live your life. Later said, if a woman starts her journey of these entering men, you're officially on your lesbian journey. Okay. It's like, I'm like, Yanni, go live your life. Yeah, like, go live your life. Like, she lost all this weight she don't want to live. She's always in the house, like, no, black man, I'm trying to help the black woman. Like, no, go help yourself. If you know so much, like, you made all this content now, it's time for you to go apply it. It's like she's scared. It's like she's really scared. And I think also, like, if she also gets a man, they're going to turn their backs on her. It's a very toxic relationship when you cater to the sisterhood, right? Because you have to be in pain. You either are like, you're by yourself, you're gonna be a lesbian, or you have to be in pain, but you can't be happy. Exactly. So it's like, that's why I'm like, her and B. Taylor was like, did you all sleep together? Like, what is going on here? Like, it's just so bizarre. Because she, like, B. Taylor was at her house. She was like, I'm gonna tell my truth about whatever. And then Yanni was in the corner somewhere because she went on TikTok and she tried to defend it. But I'm like, Yanni, you didn't tell us. Like, you let B. Taylor in your house talk about Priscilla. And then Priscilla talked about her daughter and this, and that. But you didn't tell us that you and Yanni went out and she left her kids with Priscilla. So which one is it? Is Priscilla a weirdo that can't be trusted with children? Or is she not? Because why would you leave your 2 sons with a woman you say hates men, she hates little boys, she says all things about little boys. So I'm like, once you start lying like that, I'm done with you. I'm not, B. Taylor, be quiet. You're in your feelings because what happened was Priscilla moved on. Priscilla got another girlfriend and B. Taylor was in her feelings because B. Taylor is very clingy. I feel like she probably felt, oh, I've never been with a woman before. You're the first one I've been with, so now you got to be with me forever. And I guess Priscilla was like, nah, take accountability. Okay. And she wasn't ready. So she was in her feelings because Priscilla moved on and she had a new girlfriend. And B. Taylor was hurt about that. So she did this whole lie because she was hurt. So then she wanted to like smear Priscilla because Priscilla moved on. And so to really hurt Priscilla, she went there and she talked about her daughter. The whole time, she also left her sons with Priscilla. And she would let Priscilla kiss all over her kids. And I'm like, what the heck? Yeah, she's very clingy. She's extremely clingy. It's like, girl, like, you know what I mean? Exactly. So I'm like, She got really upset because she, like, it's her first lesbian relationship and she wanted Priscilla to be hers forever. And because Priscilla moved on and got a new girlfriend, and also B. Taylor doesn't like to work, another one. She don't want to work. It's a recurring theme with these women. They don't want to work. Like Priscilla has an audience, like she has a bigger audience. She had a bigger, especially on TikTok. She has a bigger audience on TikTok. So I think she felt like, hey, if I stick with her, she gonna help me to grow because she don't want to work. B. Taylor used to hang around with Anton. She don't want to work. Then she came over here. Oh, I hate men. She came over here. Then she started having a relationship with this one. Yeah, they don't want to work. They don't have strong work ethics. That's what they do. It's a recurring theme. It never fails. They don't want to work. They don't want to work.
But don't you think that these errors help me make better decisions in my later life? Don't you think me reflecting on all of these things make me a better person, right? I don't do the reckless stuff that most of y'all do. I don't do the reckless things that most of y'all do. P, would you blame an infant? No, I blame the mammy. I blame the motherfucking mammy that had the infant. I blame the mammy that had the infant. I don't know why y'all acting willfully obtuse. Why you acting willfully obtuse? Because women can't keep their legs closed and don't know how to choose men, and they choose pedos. Women sleep and fuck anything.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all sleep with and screw anything and have babies by anything. You have babies by criminals.
Yeah.
So who responsible for a baby getting abused? The mother.
Yep.
The mother.
She's right. She's right. She's right.
You sell your bodies for pennies on a dollar. You sell your body for.
How can you have a baby with a man that just came out of prison? What if he kills babies? They're crazy.
Attention. You don't want to take no accountability for anything you do. Nothing.
And you know also what she's saying here too, I think this is what also is leading to black fatigue. People are tired of like so many black women making these ratchet choices, procreating with not good men, and then being a burden on everybody else. Because a man that just came out of prison, why do you have a baby with him? He barely found his first job. Where you gonna be working on anyways? Girl, no. This is crazy.
Everything is everybody else's fault. It's the government fault. It's the man's fault. It's your mama's fault. It's your daddy's fault. It's never your fault.
It's never, yeah. It's too much.
Never.
It's too much.
And that's why I can't get with y'all. I can't get with a lot of you, and a lot of you can't get with me because we not cut from the same cloth. Yeah, we don't have the same mentality. And that's why my life looked drastically different from yours. That's why you suffering mentally. That's why you need antidepressants. That's why you going through hell, because you don't want to take accountability for nothing you do. I do. That's the difference.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Priscilla's too funny. She's too funny. She cries.
You just want to whine and cry and complain.
Yeah.
Cassie ain't no victim. She just like the average woman.
Yeah.
Desperate for attention, desperate for a dollar, desperate for validation, desperate for an opportunity to be seen.
Yes, be famous, be an influencer, be a model. Like, what is this?
And by you chasing all that, the consequences that come with that are harsh and hard.
Yeah.
They harsh and hard.
Yeah.
You want a perfect world.
Yeah.
You want everything.
Yeah.
You want everything, but you don't want the consequences that come with everything.
Mm-hmm.
But it's built-in consequences to everything you do in life. It's built-in consequences to everything you do in life. Right? Women only want to be seen as sexual objects. Your asses don't want to get no education. You don't want to be responsible. You don't want to work. You want to attach yourself to a man with money. And you don't.
People, you see, my fellow Aquarius, they don't want to work. They do not want to work. They don't want to work. It got to be quick, shortcuts. And the path of shortcuts is laced with all kinds of sexual abuse. You're going to be abused. It's drug addiction, sexual abuse, you name it, financial abuse, all of that. You're asking for shortcuts. You're asking for problems. Anybody who, especially a woman who wants shortcuts, you're asking for people to prey on you. Take your time. Slow and steady wins the race. There's no rush. Go at your own speed. Get there when you can. Because the most important thing is not to get to your goal as quickly as possible. It's to get to your goal as safely as possible. Shortcuts. You're going to get hurt. Gonna get hurt. No, but they sexualize themselves. Men don't even sexualize women. Women do that. They go in front, especially if he has a lot of money. The more money he has, the least amount of fabric she's going to wear. She's going to wear. Like, what is this? Yeah. Like, they don't want to work. OnlyFans, quick money, easy money. You know, I'm like, once upon a time, they had prostitution, they had strip clubs, but the women back then, they used to have so much dignity. They'd rather clean toilets than to take their clothes off. We lived a time where women had so much dignity. She'd rather work at Taco Bell. She'd rather work at McDonald's than to take off her clothes. Are you crazy? But today, don't matter. From educated to non-educated, rich to poor, black to whatever color, everybody wants to be a sex worker because it's easy work. But then what about your spirit? What about your soul? What about your mental health? Look at that young white girl who went and slept with 1,000 men. How can you sleep with 1,000 men? You're going to hurt yourself? Are you crazy? How is this even okay? And then nobody's trying to even stop her. I'm like, she's going to hurt herself. This is ridiculous.
One day. My virgin self cannot even comprehend that.
She announced to her fans that in February of 2025, she would be sleeping with 1,000 men in a single day to break the world record.
I spent 14 consecutive hours getting ran through, and now I'm going to be doing 24 because I'm going to be going for the world record early February next year. I'm going to go for 1,000.
See, Chanel bag, Chanel. For Chanel, to make enough money to go buy Chanel, this little girl's going to let 1,000 people have sex with her. Jesus Christ.
Money, I've got countless guys lined up, ready to us. Oh, how many shoes are you guys counting?
But you see, my thing is, somebody give her an STD, she's going to be a victim. So if tomorrow you want to go, like you start having like psychosis, so you start having like episodes, who can you blame? Like, how can this idea even come to your head though? And if it does, Why don't you say I'm better than that? This lady subjected herself to sexual violence. 1,000 people in one day, in 24 hours. So I think every man had like 30 seconds to like shove his penis in there and leave. I said, huh? Because she wants to go buy Chanel bags. This is so disgusting.
Have you slept with a father and son at the same time?
Yes, yeah. I think that's brilliant.
That's brilliant.
Look how many men I've got queuing up today. I am one lucky girl. I've gone straight from students all the way to dads and their older brothers.
Did you see the rain? Married men. Hey guys, I'm back out here in the cold for you, so you can have a pretty view. Kind of pretty view. I mean, it's just my house, but it's prettier than being.
So you're obviously a subscriber of Lily's on.
They didn't do no STD checks. There was no STD checks. Nobody got tested. Nobody did. She didn't do no STD testing.
On OnlyFans?
I'm gonna be honest with you, it was only when she said.
So you got a text, but they sent the address quite late, didn't they?
Yeah, just this morning. Funny, like in the text it was like, you know, if you have any friends who'd like to take part, and I was like, oh, it's one of my motivations.
Hey, Glee.
I guess the interactions when like I'd have to stop them early and like, I'm so sorry you got to go, and like the awkward interaction of like you feeling pressure to have to make them if like you haven't spent enough time with them and feeling like you didn't give them a good time. I think that was kind of the hard part, like when they'd kind of be like, oh, like we've only had 2 minutes or 3 minutes and you said 5 on the message.
Did someone say that to you?
Yeah. And obviously it just makes it feel so bad.
Do you think you should feel bad about that?
I guess when you've promised something to people who support you, it's kind of hard to.
A community who supports you. So you show your gratitude by giving each man 2 minutes in your body. Y'all, I swear. This is demonic.
Let them down.
I don't know. It's just sad. I would like to see a documentary on these 101 men. You know, like we only saw 2 guys that were shown in this video.
Despite being on a 12-month visitor visa.
Is that not embarrassing? Your visa got canceled because they found out that you were going to be.
Started my content, I realized it was not necessarily relatable to the average person. And I wanted to make my content relatable. I'm just a girl, I'm relatable, I'm sort of the girl next door vibes. However, that does not portray online if I'm doing these rough, over the top scenes. And I want people to be able to watch my videos and be able to imagine themselves in it and, you know, connect with it.
Like, what is
it? Like, you see, but then, I was like, the days of your grandmother are gone. People think it's a joke. This is a lie.
Don't even understand what a man is. You don't understand what a male is. You just blindly walking out here just doing la la land stuff, and then don't know how life happened to you because you ain't living life. You in la la land, just being reckless.
Yeah, reckless.
And you don't want nobody to tell you about yourself. You don't want nobody to say what you do. You want me to sit up here. Cassie is a victim. Cassie is a victim. She not. She not.
They don't care.
Cassie told him, I'm lost without you. I'm lost without you. Black women are the highest educated. No, black women are the highest trained. Educated, that's a stretch. Educated, that's a stretch.
Oh my Lord.
Because how you so educated and you still do dumb stuff? How you educated and you let a Pookie and Ray Ray run game on you? How are women going to college and getting degrees in psychology and still getting played in the real world? You're not educated.
Yeah.
You just got a degree.
That's it.
How you go to study psych?
Priscilla's no Aquarius. Priscilla's Aquarius. She's my twin. She's my person. My prayer for Priscilla, like now I understand her a lot. Now that she said like she was, you know, raped at 12, I get it. I understand a lot. It makes more sense. I've always felt like people who were like LGB had experienced sexual trauma. You know, hey Taryn, what's up? You know, but honestly, I feel like Priscilla, if she can like heal that side of her, Priscilla can have a powerful voice. She don't play. Like she don't care. She don't care. She don't care. She will hurt your feelings. She's like, educated, that's a stretch. I said, oh my God. But a lot of women need somebody like Priscilla. She gonna do them good. The only thing is she cannot sleep anymore with her peoples. because that's what got her in trouble with B. Taylor, right? If a patient is a patient, you can't sleep with a patient. Like anybody in your community, you cannot sleep with them because they're coming here. You're the teacher, they the student. You can't do that. So that's what she needs to work on. We're gonna pray for her. But if she gets there and she has a real relationship with God, Priscilla's gonna be beautiful. She's gonna be awesome. Like my people is Priscilla, even Kitty. I like Kitty also. I think Kitty, she never should have been outside with Ace Metaphor. She's Aquarius. Kitty never ever should have been outside with Ace Metaphor. You're a married woman. You cannot hang with them crazy ass people, and that's why it became all of that. It's just too much. Just that's Kitty. She's dark skin, very pretty. She was out there with Ace Metaphor. You know what I'm saying? She was out there with Ace Metaphor. 6, the goddess too. 6, I believe in her. I believe in 6, but just at 6, we have to work on a few little things. But I believe in 6 also. You know, but I have my top 5 because these women, like these women, these are really Janice. I think that's not the black lady who didn't do a video about Carmelo. Okay, yeah, she don't play. Exactly. So they go to school just so they can be workers. Don't actually go there to like 6 have to work on a few minor things, but I'm like the whole showing her chest, it still says I crave attention, and she needs to satisfy that before she can be a full female coach. You know what I mean? And also, if you people come around you or they have husband, you can't be like 6 would be like this. This is 6. Hey, ladies, so let me tell you about these men today. Like, okay, 6, like, come on, like this is like her whole chest is like this, and then she wear these like short outfits. And she does not put a prayer cloth. Like you got to be a lady. She gives good advice, but she has to work on being an actual lady, not a sex vixen. Like 6 wants to be a vixen. And that also is narcissism. She has to work on that. Because I think maybe like her baby daddy's watching her. So she wants him to see like, oh, look at what you missed out on. So she's not fully healed. Because a real coach, a real teacher, a real healer cannot also exude narcissistic behavior. When you're out here trying to be a vixen, it lets me know there's a little girl in here that still needs validation. Like 6 wants to be a vixen. And that right there is problematic. Right? Because you're not ready yet. Because you still want to be, oh, you're pretty, you're beautiful, you're this. No, we're here for business. We're no longer doing this whole hair, makeup. No, I mean, not to say like completely not, but we don't want to be known for that. We're here to do the inner work. And it's not pretty. Like shadow work is ugly. Like it really, really is ugly. But the good thing is if you stick with it, like it gets prettier because you got to face the darkness before you can get to the light. You know what I'm saying? 6, like she wants to be a vixen. Exactly. She wants to be a vixen. And like, that right there is also narcissistic behavior. Because from what I heard, if it's correct, I don't know, but from what I heard, the baby dad left her. She was struggling. She had to be a sex worker. She had to be like a stripper or something like that. And I think that did something to her. But she has to deprogram that mind and give wife energy, not vixen energy. Because a vixen is a temptress. And if you have that in you, you're not fully healed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're not fully healed. Priscilla crazy. Yeah. So because it's that vixen thing. It's like she's in competition with the girls that she's trying to help for men. It's like, you can't do that. Like, what the heck is going on? But I have faith in her too, though. Yeah, exactly. And I think that messed her up. I think it really messed her up. And she hasn't learned to leave that at the strip club and truly be like 6, an actual goddess. Like, I mean, I guess, and even that thing, she got to change her name. She's not a goddess. She's a human being. Even that also gives narcissist. Why would you call yourself a goddess? Okay. And she just used her real name. People already know your past. You might as well embrace it. Like, yes, at that time it was hard. I didn't make the best decision, but I'm doing this to show y'all that you don't have to do this. That's it. Just own it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she was. She was. Just own it. Like, always using like your fake name. Like, people know who you are. Like, just use your real name and be a real coach. Like, do this thing and do it right. But you cannot be a vixen because it has to be real. And sometimes when you do too much makeup, too much this, it makes it hard for people to relate. And then it also makes it hard for people to be vulnerable as well. Like, we need to be vulnerable because shadow work is not pretty. You're truly asking people to go somewhere really, really dark in their anima subconscious. Okay. It's scary. I know it's scary, but it gets better because if you don't fix this, you're gonna be in a cycle. It sounds a bit harsh, like, but it has to be harsh because we have wasted so much time coddling people, and it's awful now. So we gotta be harsh. We have to be harsh because we gotta bring it back to the center a little bit. The delusion, it got away from us.
Psychology and know absolutely nothing about men. How do you get a degree in psychology and know absolutely nothing about men? Miseducated. Miseducation of the Negro. Miseducation of the Negro.
So you're crazy.
Cassie and Diddy stayed in touch after they broke up. So you being abused. Any dude that ever put his hands on me, that nigga don't hear from me no more. Any dude that ever did me wrong, they don't hear from me no more. Asia say she know a doctor messing with a felon. Yeah, educated, right? Cassie and Diddy stayed in touch after they broke up. And while she...
And you know why also, you know what, I'm going to tell you this. You know what, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to be really, really honest because once upon a time, Black women were not like this. Seriously. This thing, it truly started after Michelle Obama left the White House. I feel like these white folks wanted to make sure that people will never, ever vote for a Black family because you guys, Michelle Obama was just too damn elegant. That's why it hurts me. Like, this podcast hurts me to my soul. It's like you can't have shit, right? Like, you had Oprah on the pedestal. Look. You had Halle Berry on the pedestal. Look at what they're doing to her image. Michelle Obama, like, icon. Look at what they, not even just the image, the mystique of Michelle Obama. You know what I mean? I'm like, this is insanity. Why are they like this? Like, these people are just so damn evil. They're so evil. It's like you're not even allowed to have anything. This is the Michelle Obama we grew up to, Chad. When I tell you, baby, the fashions, oh my God. Oh my gosh. And I think they felt like because 8 years, people, if you guys remember too, like people were starting to change. They were starting to talk different. Oh, I want to go to law school. One. Michelle Obama was like, the era of Michelle Obama, for me, I'll speak for myself, as a Black girl, it's like, it wasn't just that, oh, I'm going to go to law school, I'm going to be educated. It's like, I'm going to be educated and classy, right? Even Beyonce was wearing gowns because that was the standard. You guys, that was the standard. You never even saw Michelle Obama frowning her face. Like, I mean, yeah, she had a little, but that's her just being a Black woman. We're going to do too much, okay? We're going to do too much, right? But I'm like, it was gowns after gowns. Yes, honey. You know what I'm saying? This is the Michelle Obama we knew. And now they want her to be out here mad. Oh, podcasts, braids, edges being chewed up by them goofy ass boho braids. She's upset about everything. She's mad about everything. She's not grateful for anything. Who is this? Who is this person? Who is this person? As soon as Michelle Obama left the White House, the rise of Cardi B and stripper culture, stripper rappers. And this industry thing is not ran by Black people. It's Black faces, but it's making decisions. So I feel like they did this because they never wanted to see this again. So they had to attach the image of Black women to stripper culture. That's what they use Cardi B, a Dominican, right? They use all kinds of immigrants out here to truly corrode the image to the point that now you have a statue of this obese Black girl in New York City. Because they knew if we had kept that Michelle Obama grace thing going, y'all, we would, I think Black women probably would have been the most desired group of women in America. because people were out here wearing gowns. If you guys remember, she used to have like this special collection with Jason Wu and Target. People were running to Target. I remember Kanye got so mad that he said, oh, he thinks that Kim Kardashian has better, she dresses better than Michelle Obama. We're like, what? Because the husband called him an ass. President Obama said he was an ass. You know what I'm saying? But Michelle, y'all, do y'all remember the days? It was gowns after gowns after gowns, you guys. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my God. Gowns. Okay. She was just always like, just so pretty. No. Braids, activist, angry, mad, I'm scared, I'm not this. I'm like, what is this? It's all by design. We can't have shit out here. Like, it's really crazy. It's very evil, you know. It's seriously evil. You cannot have anything.
I couldn't find evil in your Apple Music library. You can ask me to play a radio station.
I'm like, what is this? Like, truly, what is this? What is this? Ugh. It's like you really can't have anything. You truly cannot have anything. You can't have peace, man. Look at this dress. My Lord. Yo, it was gowns after gowns after gowns. I mean, the gowns were just getting stacked up. Oh, Lord, a time was had. A time was had. But now they want to turn her into an activist, put braids on her, damage her edges. They don't want her to smile. They want her to complain. What is wrong with these weirdos? Because you can't be soft. Be mad about something. Be mad about this. Oh, shut up. Where are the pictures? Oh. Yes, you see this? Oh, these are beautiful gowns, huh? Yeah, she had a Target collection with Jason Wu. That thing flew off the shelves. And there was an old DI. There was no DI. People just went there and bought it like crazy. People went and bought it like crazy. You can't have shit.
She was dating her now husband, Alex Fine. So you go through all this stuff with Diddy. And then you stay in contact with him. Why you dating you ain't even got no respect for your husband.
Yeah.
Victim sound like no self-control to me.
Mm-hmm.
Sound like no conviction to me. I'm telling you, I've been in domestic violence situations. I've been great. I done been through a lot of the same things that women been through. No matter how much I want to take my womanhood away from me, I have been through the life that you all have been through. And the difference between me is I got some doggone grit and grind about myself.
Can't take away my woman.
I'm not going to let nobody dog me. I'm not going to sit up here and be desperate. I'm not going to sit up here and be a crumb bum begging for a handout.
She said you can't take my woman.
I'm not going to cry and be a victim and whine and look for somebody to soothe my wounds and beg for a savior. And she slept with Diddy while she was with her husband. Not only that, she said Diddy came to her house and raped her. Mm-hmm. And then she had consensual sex with him right after that. Mm-hmm. She had consensual sex with him right after that.
Crazy. It's crazy. That's crazy.
Any dude that put their hands on me did not hear from me no more. And she said she had consensual sex with Diddy after the time he raped her. More exchanges between Cassie and Diddy were just shown in court Friday while Diddy's defense attorney, Ana Estevallo, was finishing up cross-examining the singer. Cassie testified the last time she had sex with Diddy was September 27, 2018, after Cassie alleges Diddy raped her following a breakup dinner. And the next day she told him she had a great time with him. The next day, she told him she had a great time with him. See, once I learned that y'all ass had these grape fantasies,
in droves and that you like great play? See, you like great play. You like kinks. See, you don't know nothing about the law of attraction because you don't realize the very world that you live in is the world that you manifest.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
I told y'all about this time, this content creator call herself trying to get into it with me, right? At the time, I was doing Facebook, and I was pretty popular on Facebook back in 2016, 2017, right? So I get a call from somebody that this content creator was dealing with, right? And he say, I need you to tell my side of the story for me because she over here trying to make me look bad. He sent me all the text messages that was exchanged between them two. So what was the deal? She out here, this girl out here trying to tell all the social media that she got raped by some dude, right? Then what's she telling everybody? I get the text messages, and she, who lives 800 miles away from him, she trying to set up a grape place situation, baiting this man into grape. Oh, I want you to put your hands around my neck and choke me, and I don't want you to stop even when I say stop. I don't want you to say stop even when I say stop.
And even this young lady here, because at first she slept with 100 men. But then she said 100 men is not enough. She wants 1,000 men. But I'm like, whether it's 100, I mean, even 1,000 is crazy. But don't we kind of feel like she's trying to like mimic grape? Because why would you want 100 men to sleep with you? Then you want 1,000. And I'm like, I'm really starting to believe that these women have grape fantasies. That we need psychologists to look into this. Because 100 men, 1,000 men, are you not mimicking grape? This is insane. This is really insane. This is insane.
Oh, I can't wait. I want you to do this, do this. Setting up the whole situation.
Yeah.
Then she go act on it. She fly to him. She fly 800 miles to him. She fly 800 miles to him. She get in the situation.
He needs to come back from the dead.
And then she cried grape because he didn't stop when she said stop.
Because the British girl who slept with 100, 1,000 people, she planned it. Like she plans it. She tells the guys, she plans it, she finds the venue, and then she has an assistant who's a woman. And the girl was helping her out. Let me show you right here. Let me show you. She has an assistant. And the assistant girl was telling the man, okay, it's your turn. It's your turn. She would send her water. I'm like, what is that? And this girl, Lily, I'm telling you, sorry. Oh my gosh, y'all, it stopped. Hold on. I'm telling you, Lily, if I saw her in the UK or I saw her in the States, I would never think that this young lady, she seems so sweet. I would never think that she was into that kind of stuff. I wouldn't even think she has OnlyFans. Like, girl, you don't look like the kind of girl that wants to sleep with 1,000 men. Why are you doing this to yourself?
Turn to have sex with Lily. Meanwhile, it seemed the reality of what Lily was undertaking was starting to become slightly more real.
Hello.
Hello, how are you feeling?
Nervous. No, excited. It's nice to actually meet the boys because it puts you at ease a bit.
This is a nearly hour-long video, 47 minutes. So I'm obviously not going to watch the full thing, but we'll skip to the end of.
Yeah. Oh, it's so nice to meet you. I'll get you on the bed, make yourself comfortable, take off your trousers, and we're gonna have a fun time. And then I'll give them the phone camera. I'll just say, I'm guessing you don't want your face in it. Yeah. And if they don't, it'll be POV phone camera.
This is so, I don't even have to say it. This is so bad for you. Why would you put yourself through this? It makes me so sad because the love for herself, it's just more.
Okay. It's more just tired. My eyes sting like nothing else. Why? Because of all the in it. I think it was when it was only like 40 and I was like, I'm not even halfway yet.
Yeah.
And 40 is still a lot of people.
When was the last time you ate?
I had I think I had a yam yam. Yam yam, is that what they're called? A little pastry. And I think I had a sandwich, and that was kind of, and then the rest. It's not for the weak, girls. If I'm honest, it was hard.
At what point do her parents say, we have to get her institutionalized? Like, this girl needs to go into a home. Like, at what point do we say, okay, she's freaky, she's kinky, and then we say, okay, like, this is mental illness. Like, this is not normal. This young lady needs to be medicated. This is not normal.
Like, what do you mean it's not for the weak? This does not scream strength to me.
I don't know if I'd recommend it. I think sometimes like feeling so like robotic, sometimes you'd like disassociate and be like, you know, like it's not like normal.
And it's just, this isn't supposed to be that way. It was created to be a good thing, but it was created to be this special thing with your special.
Please send your husbands and boyfriends my way. I really need them to help break this world record of being with 1,000 guys in 24 hours.
And you best believe there will be 1,000 pathetic men.
Oh, like we've only had 2 minutes or 3 minutes and you said 5 on the message.
Did someone say that to you?
Yeah. And obviously it just makes me feel so bad.
Do you think you should feel bad about that?
I guess when you've promised something to people who support you, it's kind of hard to let them down.
I don't know. It's just sad. I would like to see it.
Really sad. But she planned all of this. Like, she planned everything. And then she reached out to the guys. She gave them the address. She greets them. Take off your clothes. Here's some water. Like, they plan it all. You're like, at what point do her parents say, okay, you have to go into a home? Like, you need to be under psychological evaluation because you're not okay. You're sick.
But she told him she ain't want him to stop when she said it. So when I told her that I had the text message after she gonna try to get into it with me over something I don't even know. She just wanted to get into it with me. She stopped. She stopped talking. Because she knew she was on BS. She knew she was on BS. No. Women like being abused. Women like being abused.
Yeah, her parents.
Because there's no way. I done been raped. I had to have an abortion from a grape. And I ain't never said I had a good time with you when you did that.
I think it's a mental illness.
Sending a text message telling him you have a good time after he grapes you? How you know how I was raised? I was abused growing up. What you talking about? See, this is what I'm talking about. You all have a lot of excuses for your lack of self-discipline. You have a lot of excuses for your lack of forethought. You have a lot of excuses for your sexual pervasiveness.
But you know what, though? I will also say this, though. It's also the culture. Because the mainstream messaging is do what you want. Who cares? Don't let nobody stop you. It's your life. Da, 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 YOLO. Da, da. You know, people here in America, people are truly encouraged to embrace heathenism. Do what I want, when I want, with whom I want. So you're not really encouraged to also be like, okay, like, calm down. We don't have a culture of moderation. Even with food, we don't have a culture of moderation. The culture tells you, like, you matter. You're an individual. You can do whatever you want. You're the most important thing. Your happiness. As long as you're happy. Yeah, you can be happy today and be freaking sad tomorrow. But we don't have a culture that says, okay, do you have to eat all of this? Do you have to buy all of this? Do you have to consume? You know, we have a culture of like consumerism. It's like the culture is so horrible. But they don't tell you, okay, like, calm down. You know what I'm saying? Chill. Excess. Everything is always in excess. So it's like, this is sad. Greed. Oh, Lord.
You all have a lot of excuses for your desires that you like to act on.
Yes.
And you desperately want somebody to support you in that. Well, I don't. Because you need to be shown the mirror.
Because then they can sell you classes.
You need to be shown the mirror.
Yeah.
See, when I was being abused, right, I could have easily ran to some dude.
America really is built on creating all kinds of addicts. A lot, like addiction up to so many things. Addiction. They want you to be an addict to something. So that way they can sell you treatment, therapy, classes, courses, motivational speeches, and da-da-da. They want you to be an addict.
I could have easily did that.
Yeah.
You know, I got a bald spot in my head because my mama pulled a patch of hair out of my head and knocked me to the ground and kicked and stomped me all in my face and in my stomach. Pulled a patch of hair out of my head. See, y'all, a lot of y'all might think, I don't know, I think a lot of y'all think I ain't been through nothing. I think a lot of y'all think that I had a wonderful life and I'm just speaking on my high horse. I really think y'all think that. I didn't go looking for no man to take care of me. I joined the military on my 18th birthday. I joined the military on my 18th birthday because I wanted to get away from my family and be able to take care of myself and stand up on my own. I didn't turn to the streets. I didn't turn to some dude to save me. I didn't go out there and sell my body. I didn't try to roach up. I remember when I was in high school, because I used to wear baggy clothes in high school. I didn't like people looking at me. I didn't like people looking at me with sexual attention. So I wore a lot of baggy clothes. I remember some dude at school gonna say, you need to work what you got while you got it. Encouraging whoredom. Why won't you take accountability just for your mentality? Why can't y'all take accountability for your mentality? A lot of women think being a woman is being revealing.
Yes.
A lot of women think being girly is being revealing and trying to get male attention.
And that's why they got so mad when PLT rebranded. Oh, you didn't gonna sell us no more whole clothes no more? They're like, no, we are rebranding. Bruna said, hey, Bruna, I didn't see your thing. They were so upset when PLT said, y'all gonna cover up. It's over. Put some clothes on. Can you imagine being upset that people want to make clothes where you're fully dressed? Can y'all believe this? PLT is rebranding. PLT is rebranding. They were so mad. I'm like, why are you mad? That the people want you to wear more clothes. Look at them. Upset. Nobody asked for this. Nobody asked to wear more clothes. Huh? They hate us for real. They truly hate us. Hold on, let's see this one. They hate us.
Okay, a little promo right there. And partnerships with major reality stars like Kylie Jenner. And we all know Kylie Jenner was that girl back in the day. And by 2018, Pretty Little Thing was a powerhouse. They had partnerships with all of the it girls of the time. The Instagram. A lot of people are upset. People are tired of the minimalist aesthetic.
I just went and looked on the Pretty Little Thing website, and the biggest thing I see is it looked like they took away all the color. I've been seeing people say that they're just trying to cater to a more conservative audience, but that means you can't wear color, like, because everything is just like, brown, beige, and bland.
Unpopular opinion, but this new Pretty Little Thing rebrand, I don't want to see it. I don't. It's boring. I've just looked through their website, and it's boring. It's office attire, the models, it's giving clean girl. It's
giving clean girl. So you're a dirty girl. What are they even saying?
Giving bland, basically. But I don't want to see it. It's boring. We have other websites to shop this attire. And I just don't think Pretty Little Thing needed to do the rebrand.
So Pretty Little Thing rebranding to the old money Nora Smith core, yeah? Which is fantastic for them. But you know what I just think as a broader scale that needs to be mentioned? This whole old money, clean girl aesthetic, wrap it up expeditiously, because it's now becoming forced. There was always a few girls that did that really well, but now every other, like Sophia Richie old money core, the only old money you have is the money in your piggy bank that's old because you've not emptied it in a while. It's forced for a lot of you guys, and genuinely, Guys, I go through a few eras on here. I can be quite hypocritical, but if you ever catch me going through an old money clean girl aesthetic phase, report my account expeditiously. Report it. Where's a neon pink mini dress when you need one? You know what I mean? Hot Girl Summer is coming up and people are doing old money collections. I want a bright neon mini dress with my under boob out, so I'll be parking my ass to Fashion Over with haste. And second thing that I want to say is this whole like forced old money class, it has its market, but now when everyone's doing it, I want it to stop.
Why is luxury being marketed as something so niche? Like, why are brands obsessed with pushing monochromes and nudes down our throats when it comes to...
Or so upset because they want to be half naked. They want to go outside half naked. They do. They really do. I even saw this video today. Hold on, let me see if I can find it for y'all. I saw this one video today. I'm like, these girls really they want to be naked. They want to be as naked as possible. They're like, oh, don't sexualize me. But they want to walk around naked as women with body parts. And then be like, oh, don't sexualize me. You want to be sexualized. Go sit on somewhere. Look at this one video. Hold on.
And lose their value after 30. It literally drops in half. I was 29 and I had 6 months before I turned 30. It was during a podcast with the late Kevin Samuels. And I argued with him. I got pissed off with him. I couldn't help but think about what my boyfriend at the time was thinking because he was a huge Kevin Samuels fan. Anyway, today happens to be my 31st birthday. That boyfriend and I broke up. I got over a year of therapy, started doing music, started doing my own nails, taught myself how to sew so I can better my swimsuit company, started my passion projects of giving back. Honestly, I don't know what...
Swimsuit company, another narcissist. So she wants a reason to be half naked on Instagram all day. Be like, oh, I'm just promoting my swimsuit. Girl.
Value he was referring to. I'm pretty sure it was something about being in the dating marketplace or some bullshit. Let me tell y'all something. I don't give a fuck what y'all think about my value because I place value on myself. And for my fellow women out there who are younger than 30, older than 30, or being told that we exist solely to reproduce. Your value is what you make it. I don't care how old I am. I care about how old I feel, how old I look, and how wise I'm becoming. Because, baby, with age, I don't hesitate to set boundaries. I know my worth. The enemy wants you to think otherwise so you can rush into situations that are not for you.
Dating market value. Dating market value is different from your intrinsic value as a human. As a man, or as a woman now, a modern woman, the older you get, the more money you're going to make, the more accomplished you're going to get, especially if you're single, because you're not married, you're not going to have kids, there's nothing going to be holding you back. So you're just going to work, make more money, be more accomplished. Your value as a human being in society may go up. You start making more money, you pay more tax. So your intrinsic value is increasing. But your dating market value based on male preferences is not the same as it was 5 years ago. I don't feel like that's a difficult concept to understand. You might not like it, that men find a certain age of women attractive, but it just is.
That at the time that I did that podcast with Kevin Samuels, that was 3 years ago. So I was 29. I was about to turn 30. Right now I'm 32. I was dating someone at the time that I did that podcast, which Kevin Samuels didn't know. I'm very private with my relationships. So I was in a committed 4-year relationship at that time. And the person I was dating at that time was a die-hard Kevin Samuels fan. Like, when I went to his place and I turned on his TV and I typed in Kevin Samuels on YouTube, all of the videos, the little red line was at the end because he watched them all. And I'm telling you, Kevin Samuels brainwashed my boyfriend. He brainwashed him. Who he was in the beginning of our relationship and who he was at the end of our relationship was two different people. So we broke up. Okay, we broke up. And I'm telling you, that man, the things he was starting to say and do, I was like, who are you? You're not the same person I met and fell for. You're not. You're not. I was 29. He probably was like 33. And what I noticed in him was that he didn't realize it. It was subconscious, but he was looking for a male father figure. And I believe that Kevin Samuels was the perfect father figure for a lot of men who don't have, and as I'm seeing, a lot of men don't have father figures. So Kevin Samuels represented someone you could learn from, someone you could listen to. And of course you would want to. He was well spoken, he was well dressed, he could articulate himself. He could call a spade. He wasn't taking no shit. Like, of course.
So her man stopped taking her shit, right? Because what she's saying, Kevin, oh my gosh, Kevin called a spade. He could call a spade a spade. He wasn't taking no shit. So if your boyfriend changed and he started becoming more and more like Kevin, he grew a spine. And he was no longer impressed by your weaves, your fake hair, your makeup, your lashes, your ass. He started to see you at your natural beauty, like what you truly have to offer. He's like, nah, this ain't it. And I even think he probably dumped her ass. So we broke up. No, girl, he probably dumped your ass. Okay, there you go.
So before I give my commentary, she was very respectful. She didn't disrespect Kevin Samuels in any way. In the caption as well, she said, "R.I.P. Kevin Samuels." All good. Now, I only started watching Kevin Samuels a year before he passed. I started watching his long form content. Very, very entertaining. And this is what happens when you get introduced to this type of content. Firstly, there are extremes in every movement, right? So a guy might start watching Andrew Tate, Myron Gaines, and go from a regular guy to a demon. A man will start watching Kevin Samuels and you will start tolerating less. So there would have been things that you were doing that he didn't like, but he was just tolerating it. But you start to watch certain people and you start to get ingrained in their idea. You call it indoctrination. You start to get ingrained in the idea of thinking. You start to, oh wait, that actually makes sense. All of a sudden, and I'm going to put your video up here.
Okay, so you see her, this is her. So she's saying her boyfriend at the time, he was looking for a father figure. So she has a mother figure and she does this kind of stuff, you see? But once again, it's because on social media, these women are told that they can psychoanalyze men instead of psychoanalyzing themselves. That's why I said they need to know themselves before they try to go and know on somebody else. You say he needed a father figure. It's quite obvious you also need a mother figure. You are in a relationship with someone, and this is what you do on the internet. Thirst trapping. So I have this simp over here. He pays my bill. He kisses my ass. He kisses the ground I walk on. But she wanted something else. I'm glad he walked the fuck away from her, y'all. This is unacceptable. You cannot say that you are in a committed relationship and then you're posting stuff like this on the internet. Then talk about, oh, I think he needed a father figure. You need a mother figure. Okay? They don't want to wear clothes. They do not want to wear clothes. Because outside of their bodies, there's nothing else. This is all they're good for. My body, my body. And usually the body is paid for. They're crazy.
He doesn't like that you post half naked on the internet. All of a sudden, he doesn't like that you like to travel a lot.
Yeah,
and you like to go clubbing.
He woke up.
He didn't like it in the first place.
She liked him for his resources. She didn't like him. And like Carl Jung said, put yourself first. A woman should never be your number one. Your purpose should be your number one. Good for him. He walked away.
He just put up with it.
Yeah.
Now he's being vocal about it. The only change is that he got the courage to say what he'd been thinking. Because if us as men are being honest, we don't like when our women go to clubs. We don't like when our women's always going on girl trips. We don't like when our women is posting half naked on the internet. And here's the thing. A woman as attractive as yourself, dating shouldn't be hard for you. You should have got this wrapped up 5, 6, 7 years ago. You should have been married. You should have been done. But now you're making content like this.
To you. Don't touch me. Do not touch me. Do not touch my arm. Do not touch the small of my back. Do not touch my shoulder. The other day I'm at a party, chilling. This
Girls just wanna have.
These girls are crazy. Let's go back to Brazil. They're insane. They're truly insane.
I remember when I was in the military and we got stationed over there for a little bit in San Diego, California, right? And I was all my platoon wanted to go out and they wanted to go to the strip club. I went with them, but I was the designated driver because I didn't want to drink. Everybody else was drinking, right? But before we went to the store. We went to the grocery store to go pick up some items, right? The girls was talking about me and making fun of me because it was this dude in there advertising a product, demonstrating a product. It was some microfiber towels. I remember this like it was yesterday. He was demonstrating some microfiber towels in this solution or whatever. And I thought his presentation was good. And I was like, you know what? I need some cleaning supplies. So I bought that stuff. They made fun of me because, Priscilla, why you over there buying microfiber cleaning supplies and you don't even buy stuff to dress yourself up? You don't go get your hair done. You don't go buy nice dresses or whatever. That's because that's not what the hell I want to do. Because that's not what I want to do. Girls, women think being feminine and being a woman is being revealing and trying to get male attention. And if you don't do that, there's something wrong with you. So why don't women take responsibility for their thought process that help get you in situations? Because the mentality that I've always had is if a dude try to entice me with his money, I've always said, if I don't want you, I don't want your money. That's always been my mentality. If I don't want you, then I don't want your money. So I never got with no dude based on no money, just because he was trying to entice me to do that. Your belief systems are the catalyst to your behaviors, and your behaviors are the reason for the consequences that you get in your life. So why don't you want to take accountability and responsibility for your belief systems and your thought processes that get you into trouble? How you gonna tell somebody you had a great time with them after they graped you? A couple of weeks later, in October 2018, Diddy told Cassie he was going to fall back, but she could call him when she needed him. Cassie responded, in part, I'm lost without you. I'm lost without you. Why are you not responsible for your addictive behavior? Why do you not think that you're responsible for your addictive behavior and your neediness? I'm lost without you. Ladies, your mental weakness is your responsibility. Your mental weakness is your responsibility. And if you let a man play on your weaknesses, that's your responsibility. I already told you 41 Shades of Men, the pursuit to subdue and use you. I have already told you 41 Shades of Men, the pursuit to subdue and use you. If you are mentally weak and allow a man to use you because you feel like you need him and he got something that you want, that's your fault.
And I think also the arrogance. Hey, Egyptian, sometimes the arrogance comes in because they think they're playing these men. Meanwhile, the men are playing them. Oh, look at this dude. I got this much money out of him. No, girl. You can never get a certain amount of money out of a man. He gave you what he wanted to give you. He just made you believe that you were able to like pull that out of him, right? But to be quite honest, who's going to be more addicted? Women they don't want to be honest with themselves. Who is going to be more addicted? A man is going to be addicted to the cooch cooch, or is a woman going to be addicted to the money? Which one is more addictive? And I'm going to tell you this. I think it's the money that's more addictive. You know what I mean? Exactly. I didn't like that. I'm like, don't do that. Okay. Like what's it called? It's the money that is going to be addictive. So men know if I get her hooked to my money, I will train her behavior. I will turn her submissive. Because you see, look at Jazz. Look at what Jazz is doing with Cam. Is Cam out here? Oh, I'm gonna be monogamous. I'm gonna be monogamous. This is the best pum pum. Or what that girl goofy ass SZA would say. I got designer vagina. How do you know you have designer vagina? Have you ever tried any other vagina? You only know your vagina, right? But if sex was more, and it's like, if sex with one woman was more addictive than money, then these women would indeed be able to tame these men with money. But they can never. They end up being more hooked to the money than he is to the cooch cooch. Because he always sleeps with multiple women. I'm serious. It's the truth, though. But they don't realize that. He's going to get your ass. Because the thing about the whole money thing, it makes your life easy. You go one time, you open your legs, 600. You go one time, you open your leg, 5,000. You go one time, you open your leg, 300. That easy money thing, you can start like, I don't even have to work anymore, huh? I don't even have to work anymore, huh? You see, little by little, you're going to think, well, maybe if I keep doing it, I ain't got to work no more. You quit your job. He did not quit any of his, like the way he makes his money, he didn't quit any of those resources. So his money going to keep coming. So now who has the best supply? He has an incessant pool of money. You only have one vajayjay. You can have sex every day, all the time. You have your menstrual cycle. Like you're not always available. He can find somebody else. And that's what Shearer does not explain to these girls. You're going to get hooked to his money. He's not going to get hooked to your vagina. Because there's a lot of vaginas out here. Because you're not the only one. As long as he has a lot of money, he can keep paying all these vaginas. And that's why women are more likely to submit to a man with money than a man is to submit to a woman because she has a good vajayjay. Well, you first of all, you never know yourself. Number two, you don't know these men. You cannot play these people. And then you go for men that are way older. Like when you were in diapers, he was already finishing high school. When you started the 5th grade, he already had his first job. Are you okay? You think you can teach an old dog new tricks? Maybe he been outside. You got to humble yourself. And they really think they got this master plan to finesse this man and take all his, no, he going to take you. And then you're going to get used to his money. You're going to get used to the ease of it all. You're going to go quit your job. You're going to be fully reliant on this man. And now the abuse is going to start. Because once he knows that you have no other ways to take care of yourself but him financially, good luck. Good luck with that one.
That's your responsibility. Your lack of knowledge of your rejection. Your rejection of how men and women are not equal.
Yeah.
You trying to prove that men and women are the same and sex affects y'all the same way by you believing that and you coming out with the effects of seminal fluid that is absolutely going to happen to you. That is your responsibility.
We are not equal.
You being in a relationship with a dude and sleeping with other dudes, that's your responsibility. This is why I'm saying, this is the reason why we can't go no further. Because at the end of the day, I've been talking about.
I'm going to say this too. Something just came to my mind. I also feel like a lot of ladies have to understand sex to men is not automatically like intimacy, right? Stop thinking that, oh, no. To the vast majority of men, sex is just sex. It's like going out, like you go to Planet Fitness and you work out, like you had a good sweat, boom. To the vast majority of women, unless you have some underlying sexual trauma, right? To them, sex is intimacy. Because they think, oh, he slept with me. He must really like me. No, you were just a cooch cooch that was available. Nothing more, nothing less. To men, like a man giving intimacy to a woman, it's not just sex. It's like provision, taking care of her, security, children, family, nurturing, protector, provider. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that right there, that's intimacy. Because he can only give that to one woman. How can he protect multiple women if he got multiple women? Like, what the heck? Right? That's the intimacy. For a woman, her intimacy is her body. So that's why also you play these games in exchange for money, you're going to hurt yourself. He's not going to hurt. Because for most men, sex does not mean intimacy. It's just sex. Intimacy is something else. Okay? Yeah, I'm just saying. Don told you he's here. He has his other account. He gonna go.
This for 3 years. 3. Not 1, not 2, but 3. And you got all of the information. Why do you think my commentary would tread along the lines of victimhood? I don't understand why you would think that I would come here with a victimhood mentality. And I tell y'all every day that you cause your own pain. I tell you every day you cause your own pain. Now, first and foremost, don't Cassie have a, didn't Cassie win? Didn't she get some money? Huh? Didn't she get some money from this?
30 million.
Huh? So she got paid. End of story. Now let's talk about what part you played in this. If you got money and you done moved on with a new dude that you was still cheating on him with.
Yeah, that's messed up.
We can talk about her accountability. She got $20 million.
30. She got 30.
She ain't no victim. She got 30 million. She got $30 million. She ain't a victim. And this idea that you're going to make her into a victim with $30 million. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Because you ain't getting nothing. And the only thing that you can get is a peace of mind by taking accountability and responsibility, because the dudes you go hang around with is broke. You ain't getting 30 million. You ain't getting 30 million. When you go to a freak off, when you go to one of these dusty freak offs, you ain't getting nothing.
Oh my God.
So it behooves you to take accountability for your thought process. It behooves you to take accountability for your thought process. It ain't my fault that you just desperate for a man. It ain't my fault that y'all desperate to have men in your face. It's not my fault that you so hot in the pants that you got to open them. A male gonna be a male, damn it. He been one, he gonna be one, and he gonna forever be one. He was one yesterday, he won today, he gonna be one tomorrow, and 100 years from now.
Yeah.
They ain't changed. Any opportunity they get to fulfill their nature or to express their nature, they gonna do it. And if you let him, he gonna do it. You are responsible for what you choose to do. You're responsible for where you choose to go. You're responsible for what you think. You can't control nobody else. All you can understand is the nature of the beast and move accordingly.
I'm also gonna say this. You're also responsible for triggering the beast out of him. I want you to do this to me. I want you to choke me out. You go trigger the beast out of that man, and that beast comes to say, hello, you called me, right? We don't want to hear it. Don't go provoking the deep-seated demons out of people. Okay? Everybody has demons. Everybody has demons. But you think it's cute to have sex with his demons. Demons do what demons do. Don't go triggering I'm like, these kinds of messages she was sending to it's like, oh, you're trying to trigger something crazy in this man. If he goes batshit crazy on you, I don't want to hear it. Because like I said, sex was never even meant for this. God created sex to be something very simple, and you weird people are overcomplicating this. This is insanity. Okay? Oh my Lord.
Understand the nature of the beast and move accordingly. It ain't nobody else's fault that you live in La La Land. Ain't nobody else's fault that you live in La La Land. All this time, we done sat up here and talked about men, and you don't want to change your behavior. You don't want to change your behavior. You a sellout. You can be bought. You for sale. Do you not understand that? Ladies, you're for sale. You sell your soul to be accepted by broke men. If you sell your soul to be accepted by broke men, what you gonna do with a dude with money and fame? You gonna line up like you do for niggas in prison. You're gonna line up like you do for them dudes in prison. You for sale. And that's your fault that you don't have no self-esteem. That's your fault that you don't have no self-worth.
It's your fault that you want to attach yourself to somebody else's money.
Why don't you go make your own? And I will also say it's your fault for picking girlfriends who encourage you to also think like that. My thing is, why do you think you need all this money anyways? Who told you money makes a person happy? Right? The vast majority of people are not even married to people with money. They make enough. They make enough to be happy. But this obsession with being with somebody rich, it's like it turns into prostitution. And you run away from anybody who can steer you away from that path. Like, this is not what you want. Find your actual person that you can grow and build. Like, y'all can grow and build together. Like, no, money. Okay, keep calling on the devil.
Somebody else's status. You for sale. Didn't Cassie set it up? Didn't she want to be peed on? Didn't she want to do this stuff? Y'all ask for this stuff all the time. How you a victim? How you a victim? Cassie and Alex, a personal trainer got hitched in September 2019, but the defense says Cassie and Diddy kept sending each other warm messages. In one text, Diddy tells Cassie she's his ride or die always, and one of the greatest women in the world. Cassie replied to Diddy that the message blew my mind a bit. Women just love to hear that goo goo gaga crap.
Oh gosh.
You love to hear this goo goo gaga crap. You want a man so bad. It don't matter what this dude put you through, because y'all all do this.
Yeah.
You all do this. Cassie did it for a dude with money. You do it for broke dudes. You stick around with broke dudes for 10 and 15 years, tolerating all kind of crap because he just tell you some sweet nothings.
Yeah.
Because y'all like to hear lies.
Yeah.
You love to hear this goo goo gaga crap.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna change. He's gonna change. And she's married. Make me think that she married him just to make Diddy jealous.
Yes, she did.
She didn't even want to be with this dude. She got with this dude to say I moved on just so she could get a reaction out of Diddy.
Because he called Kim his soulmate. So because he called Kim his soulmate, she rushed to get married. So she can say, oh, see, I found my soulmate too. She does not. I'm telling you, Alex Fine is not her type. He's not her type.
She ain't doing that for that reason. Why she still talking to him?
Yeah.
Why she still open to all the stuff he say if she was so abused? Again, ain't damn dude that put his hands on me ever heard from me again. Y'all like abuse. You like the idea of being the only one, and you're willing to tolerate any type of abuse just to say that a man, that this your man. My man. You will tolerate anything for this. And you don't think that thought process is your responsibility. Nobody made you think like that. That's just how you think. And you don't want to change that thought process. But it's consequences that come with thinking like that. It's consequences that come with thinking like that. Cassie replied to Diddy that the message blew my mind a bit. And she told him, I don't hate you. I never have. I cussed the nigga out. I cussed the nigga out when he put his hands on me, you raggedy mother. Right? I ain't never told no dude that did me wrong, I love you. I love you. I don't hate you. I never have. What? What? Listen, I need y'all to understand. Y'all don't see yourselves as women. Y'all ask men to abuse you. Y'all don't even see yourselves. There's a reason that don't nobody take you seriously.
You all do some reckless things and you have deep, dark, wicked desires that men see you act on. And then they see you play hopscotch when things don't go your way. You constantly do this.
And you know what? Let me also talk about Haley Bailey. Hold on. She got some heat. Let's also talk about Haley Bailey. Okay? Right here. Haley said that, hold on. Haley said that DDG came, right? And when DDG came to pick up baby Halo, she opened the door half naked. She opened the door half naked.
The discussion continues. I walked him outside and put Halo in the car seat. I was buckling the baby in the car seat and physically got into the car to adjust the car seat. I had left my front door open and not.
She leaves her front door open.
Not fully dressed, and I wasn't even wearing shoes.
So the man, do y'all see that? So DDG comes to pick up the baby. This girl, she's half dressed, so she's half naked. She doesn't have shoes on. She leaves her front door open because she wants to put the baby in the car seat. And then she ends up staying in the car and driving off with DDG. But allegedly, this man he smashed her face into a steering wheel. We are truly confused. So he's cussing you out and you stay in the car.
Daryl kept saying, "Get out of my car, bitch."
So he calls you out your name, but you stay in the car.
Halo was crying. I repeatedly pleaded with him to stop calling me a bitch.
Why are you pleading with him? Just leave.
Felt nervous that he was going to take Halo with him and was very agitated. I did not feel safe leaving a baby with him in this state. Once again, that's the father of your child. She constantly.
So she got in the car. And then she left.
He talks about this man like he was competent enough to nut inside of her, but he's definitely not competent enough to take care of his own child. Once again, this is the reason why you might, if this goes to men and women, you need to have kids with your wife.
Seriously.
Because the baby mamas of this world look like they look at you as a babysitter. I didn't feel comfortable with him taking my child. Well, it's not his child too. She doesn't see that way. You could tell. I also wanted to know when he would bring Halo back. He wouldn't tell me. This argument escalated. Next thing I knew, things got physical between us. We fought each other, wrestled, and tussled. One point, he was pulling my hair.
And she's still in the car. She's not leaving the car.
Then slammed my face in the steering wheel.
And she didn't leave the car. She's not leaving the car.
Causing my teeth to be chipped. I then stopped fighting because I was in a lot of pain. I wanted to get out of the car with Halo, but now I was stuck.
You were stuck. You were stuck where?
Daryl said, since I would not leave the baby in the car, he would take me with them. He drove quickly towards his house. When we arrived at his house, I was crying, told his family what happened. I begged his family who were there to help me figure out a schedule with him. They said, just leave Halo and go. I left hysterically. I had bruises on my arm, chipped tooth. She puts an exhibit.
So she begged the family to help her create a schedule, and the family said, just go. And then she just left. So no schedule was set. You just went there half naked and you saw the family. Imagine showing up at his house half naked and his entire family sees you half naked. Girl, where are your shoes? And the whole time, y'all, her door is open. Her front door is left open because she just got to be in that car with that man. Do y'all see this, you guys? Did you see this behavior? Like, you cannot take these people seriously.
It's to leave her.
And if this was her man first, then why can't she keep effing on her man?
I mean,
That's all I see.
but he's not her man.
Yeah, but
He's
was
public property.
Once you have a man, you always gonna have that man. In the back of your mind, you gotta know what you always did, right? She knows that he is gonna love her or have this tie to her for a while. Because if they were together for years, that's his home at that point. Or is that toxic?
So as we hear from Holly Bailey herself, once I always got a man, he's always with me. What are you talking about, boo? I always got access to that man until DDG said,
and now she said, you abusive. These girls are insane. They are truly crazy.
Then DDG's brother Dub explained it.
I think it was hard for Hallie to see my brother moving on.
Yes.
And being okay with somebody that she thought that she was going to be with for life and raise his family with alone. That just really want to be a dad, bro. And the craziest thing is that ain't even had a chance to be a dad yet, real. Except when them was together. The hardest thing to do in life is coping that the person that you thought you was going to be with for life doesn't want to be with you anymore. It's hard knowing and coping that the person you thought you was gonna be with for life moved on because you like, I hate this person. Nobody will love that person. You ain't never gonna move on. You're gonna be stuck with me forever. Nobody wants you. So sometimes the only way to get over that is manipulation. Bro, what can I do to get to this person to know I love them? What can I do to get to this person? Because he don't love me no more. We're seeing that, bro.
You see, Holly Bailey thought that DDG was going to be there forever. And the reason why she thought that was because she was special. You see, how dare DDG leave Holly Bailey? I mean, she's beautiful. Chloe Bailey's her sister. She's an actress. She's a singer. And she's been on for a long time. I know he didn't think he was going to leave me, but that's exactly what happened. He broke up with her. And so all of this must be payback. But wait a minute. There are more Holly Bailey crash outs.
In a relationship, I think I have anxious attachment style. Everybody knows I'm an Aries. I'm a fire sign. I get very passionate. I seem nice online and innocent and everything, but you guys do not know. I will go to battle with my yelling, with my words, everything. I'm good at that, right? And if I gotta yell or check anyone, that's what I gotta do. That's just the way I be.
And another clip.
I'm territorial. I'm a jealous girlfriend. I'm a territorial girlfriend. Where you go, who are you with? That's me.
And another clip.
I am nosy, number one. And number two, I like drama.
So those are 3 consecutive crash outs from Holly Bailey. This is her saying this stuff herself. She's saying that she's controlling. She says she like drama. I mean, yeah, it seemed like a person that I would want to break up with also. Yeah, because this is, I don't even want this. I'll get away from your ass too. But stop the show. Check out what DDG's friend said himself.
Hallie was beating the out of this. I'm talking about swinging on it. I'm talking about piecing this up. Ha, 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 ha. You feel me?
Oh my God.
So are you just gonna sit there and just hands behind your back?
Yeah, and let her beat you. Yep.
No.
Yep. That's what.
Hey, what are you gonna do? Stop. Hey. Stop. Hey, stop. Stop. Rosano. Hey, stop. You know what I'm saying? Stop.
Now, this is DDG's homeboy, Baby Rich. Okay, so he's seen this before. And not only has he seen it, we're about to see it. Look at Holly Bailey going off on DDG's brother Dub. I mean, you can see it there in the B-roll. That's her not controlling her emotions, doing whatever she would like to do because she feels that she can. All right, here's something we must continue to discuss. I'm not saying that DDG is perfect because DDG isn't perfect. But at the same time, what DDG was up against was a lady who's entitled and wanted to punish him, even though DDG's brother even admitted that she continued to have a relationship with Brent Fires. Okay?
He slammed your face into the steering wheel. You have no medical records or pictures to say that maybe your lip was busted in the process from a chipped tooth going through your lip, because it's this tooth. So how come your lip didn't go like this and bust your lip? How come your nose didn't get hurt? How come, you have no bruises on your face, no swollen face, no nothing, no proof of swollen face, nothing? Come on now, he's pretty strong. So for him to even put your face into the steering wheel, hit your face into the steering wheel, you would have had some type of medical proof.
So where are the bruises? Where is the police report and all of that? That's a good question. The next day, Holly Bailey posted this particular post on X called Hey Pookie. So if you see the date, it's actually January 23rd, 2025. Now, I live in Uganda, and that's how the time is in Uganda and Europe. They put the day first, the month in the middle, and the year on the end. So it was January 23rd. This is the same day that she said she chipped her tooth. And let's look at the video. She was playing the guitar, and we're not going to listen to the music, but does anything look like something is wrong with Holly Bailey right there? Nope. She looks pretty good to me. Looks.
Oh, these women are crazy. These women are insane. They are crazy. What is Armand up to?
Some of y'all did not see the show that I did with women with these deep, dark grape fantasies.
deep and dark. Women got deep, dark desires. And then they want to act like they're angels. But you're not. That's just a card that you like to keep in your wallet in case something don't go the way you want it to go. But y'all be active participants in this crap.
Our money is crazy. You need to be careful not get a Rico. Yeah, he's doing crazy.
Cassie also told Diddy in a separate exchange, I wouldn't be at the beautiful point in my life if it hadn't been for you. I wouldn't be at the beautiful point in my life if it hadn't been for you. This is what Cassie telling him. I would highly recommend that y'all go watch the Great Fantasy live. I may make that public again so y'all can go watch it and listen to the women. Listen to the women talk about what they want a man to do to them. You all speak with forked tongues. What you speak with forked tongues. Do y'all not remember when Jess Hilarious was talking to the men? Remember the clip that she did, and she was like, "Fellas, let me let you know how to talk to women. Let me help you understand women. If I tell you that I'm not hungry, you better not come back here without no food. If I tell you no, that I don't want to be touched tonight, me and my vagina are she her own woman, you better give her some attention." And she kept going on and on with all of these things. And she says, the moral of the story is whatever a woman say, you do the opposite. And all the women was like, that's all we saying. You speak with forked tongues. And then you want somebody to be able to read your mind. See, there's a reason why people don't take you seriously. You don't see yourself. You think that the things that you do is perfectly okay. And then y'all get out here and you put these messages out here to the men that you want to point the finger at. You say that's for her, but it was thousands of women that agree with her. Thousands.
Yeah, they love me.
Remember the post that got over 37,000 shares? Remember that one? The one where the woman said, I want a nigga to beat me the fuck up and make me fuck him. Remember that one? Oh, I guess I got to show it to you. Because, see, y'all don't think fat meat greasy. You all don't think fat meat greasy. You sure don't. I want a nigga to beat me the fuck up and make me fuck him. Yeah. Y'all don't think fat meat greasy. You all out here doing dangerous shit and sending real dangerous messages. I want a nigga to beat me the fuck up and force me to fuck him. Look at that, 36,000 shares. I don't see no angry faces and no sad faces. I see laughter, wow, and hearts. And it's the majority of women who like this crap. You have wicked desires, and then you try to act on them. You get out here and act on them, and then when they don't go the way you want them to go, then you're crying victim. And then you wonder why nobody takes you seriously. Because you have a hand in your own demise. You do. Because let me tell you something. When I went to get my hair cut, I sat in the barber's chair. And the barber gonna ask me, he say, so you just gonna take it away from men and give it to women? Obviously talking about me dating a woman and not dating men no more. And he say, you just need some act right. You like it rough, don't you? I said, no. He said, you don't like to be choked? I said, absolutely not. I say, I don't even play like that. He said, well, shoes, that's what women like. That's what women like. I want you to know. I want y'all to know the messages that y'all put out there. I want you to know how men see you. I want you to see yourself. Because this is what you get out there and do. And then you act like you an angel. You're not an angel. You're not an angel at all. You deep, dark, and wicked. You got some dark fantasies that involve some brutality. You got dark fantasies that involve brutality. And then you want to act like she ain't complicit in this. Oh, yes, she is. Y'all like this. And you're trying to act like you don't. Cassie kept participating in freak-offs while she was dating Kid Cudi. She was participating in freak-offs while she was dating Kid Cudi. Jump off? Jump off? So Cassie says she was still participating in freak-offs with Diddy despite being on a break from him and dating Kid Cudi. You on a break from him? You on a break from him? And you dating somebody else, but you still participating in freak-offs? And you still participating in freak-offs? Just tell me, when was she not an active participant? When was she not an active participant?
But it's like, Cassie, I feel like if you're not degrading her, she's not happy. Like, she goes back where she's degraded. Like, she doesn't want clean sex. Like, she wants to be degraded. This is a mental illness.
I want to hear the victim. I'm waiting on the victim stuff. The singer testified Thursday in court during crossing.
Egyptian. They were 19. She said it was official. She was 21. But at 19, she was already with she was with Ryan Leslie. She was with Ryan Leslie. She went there with Ryan Leslie. And then her and Diddy decided to go to Miami to go have sex out there. So what they did is they created flyers to make Ryan Leslie believe that she had an engagement, like she was booked up in Miami to go perform. These people created fake flyers to dupe Ryan Leslie. I'm like, how can your mind be so wicked like this? Like, who does this? If you don't want to be with the man, just tell him to go. But she has a pattern. And I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm not trying to be funny, but she is Filipina. Like, it's their culture. Like, I'm not trying to be mean, but it's their culture. Nobody broke that girl. She was broken before she got there. Like me, Cassie, I can really see her. Like, maybe she was molested. Maybe she was molested, sexually assaulted, or raped, like in her formative years. But she was already broken before she met Diddy. She's already broken. She's already broken. She's already broken. You go there with because Ryan Leslie is 12 years older than her. Diddy is 17 years older. So it's like between Ryan and Diddy, it's only like 5 years. So like 5 years. But we're not even just talking about, oh, you want to have sex. Like, the lady is planning this stuff. She is planning it. She is finding it. Then she goes and sleeps with other men. Then she comes back to this kind of stuff. There are women out here who want to be degraded. They want to be degraded. I don't know when you came in, but even Jazz. Jazz is like, Cam didn't do nothing to her. And here she is saying, degrade me. I want to be degraded.
That's a choice that you have to make. I always make the choice to do it. I like to give. I like to allow my person to lead. They know, especially like when it translates in the bedroom, I like to feel dominated. You know, riding dick ain't always my favorite position because I like to be taken advantage. Oh my gosh. No, I don't like to be.
Yes, you do. It's okay.
Taken advantage of. I like to feel. That's okay. I like to be degraded.
You see, this one says she wants to be degraded. She wants to be taken advantage of. This one wants to be degraded. There are women like that.
Yeah.
Those are languages that I like and I accept.
I do. But if I'm comfortable and if I trust you. So just know what that means. Know that dance.
As like anything goes, like I'll put up with anything.
No way. I mean, like, I think anything goes for sure if you're comfortable with the person. Because I'm doing shit I never did before. I'm just like, I would have never done this, but you know what? I'm comfortable with this person and I feel safe.
Do you have an example?
Anal. You're like, have an example? Yeah, that.
Do you do it for you or do you do it for them?
I do it for him because for me, I'm not at a place where I like it yet. We had one successful time where I was like, okay, you know, my butt creamed. It was like, oh shit, like it was like creaming. I don't know what the fuck that was, but it was like, it was weird.
Yeah, I don't know the science of that in particular because your butt doesn't lubricate in that way. You could shit on the person.
So it was booty juice. It wasn't though.
It was clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fast. I'll have to get back to you on that. But then does anal become an act of submission because you're letting your partner do something to you that doesn't necessarily feel good for you, but you know that it feels good and maybe powerful for them?
I think it feels more powerful for them than it feels good because you're getting nowhere. It hurts. It's like, okay, like if he wants to,
but he can still orgasm from it.
I think it's just the butt is just so tight and so untouched. And I think it's the fact that nobody's been in there but him is like the power of that. Like, that's my asshole. Like, ain't nobody been in that shit but me. That shit's mine.
Do you get pleasure because you're giving him an experience?
No, I actually like a finger in the butt.
No, from like anal in particular.
Oh,
like what's the incentive for you to do it if you're like, it's not my favorite thing, but I do it because X?
I think I just do it because he wants it. And I think like when you come to me in a space where it's like you're very masculine and it's just like, give me that ass, or however you say it to me, and you're like, ooh, like I like that shit. Like, tell me what the fuck to do. Tell me what to do. I like to be told what to do. You know,
even
what I mean?
if the thing that they want you to do,
I don't want to do it. Yeah, that's traumatic too. I don't know, but like because it's him, I trust him.
I guess because we have all these like, and I hear when you're talking to, like you're listening to how it sounds, then reflecting on how it feels for you.
Yeah,
because the feeling might be that's my truth.
Yeah,
it might sound a certain way, but also too, we're talking about your relationship in a very specific, narrow lens.
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking to him, one,
yeah,
and two, we're not talking about the full breadth of things. So when things are,
so you see those big. There are women who don't want regular sex. They want to feel degraded. Now, Jazz, she was sexually assaulted, so I think that plays a part in there. Like, and Cassie, I think Cassie, she probably was, because this is not normal. The lady has a sex addiction. She has a sex addiction. Like it really is not a joke. It's not a joke. Even when she thinks she come back, she wants to be degraded. And like the text messages, like she wants to be degraded. She even had to settle a lawsuit with her friend because I guess I don't know what she did to her friend sexually, but the friend wanted money because whatever she did to her. There are women like that. I really think they need like medication for this because it's a lot. It really is a lot. But like, I don't know what my video is of what's her name? Of Gabby. But even Gabby was like, yeah, I don't mind eating booty. I'll gladly eat his behind. Where is she again? No, which one did I play? This one, right?
And I said, and then ask him to eat your.
Does that mean she has to eat the man's butt? Guys really aren't, at least the ones I know, aren't really into this.
That's what they say.
So
that's not what's happening.
So a lot of people were going in on Gabrielle for actually admitting that she eats the booty. And she said this on Twitter. I'm 45 and just got married. So my sexual experience covers decades. My sexual life didn't just start with my second marriage. God bless you. What's shocking is that people are shocked that a grown woman has the balls to speak openly and honestly about sex. Y'all are comedy. Judgment about sexual gratification is what keeps people sexually repressed and having uneven sexual experiences. Well, Gabrielle, we're not judging you, but I'm 45. So,
does that mean?
And I said, and then ask him to eat your.
Does that mean she has to eat the man's butt? Guys really aren't, at least the ones I know, aren't really into this.
That's what they say.
So
that's not what's happening.
So a lot of people were.
That's what they say. That's not what's happening. So she's out there like, yeah, people just out here just eating booty and stuff. She was like, yeah, she likes eating a man's butt. And why can't people believe that a woman would enjoy doing something like this? I'm like, okay. All right. So like her, we can't also say, oh my gosh, like Dwayne broke her. Maybe he did a little bit. But it's like they have these kinks out here. Like, it's a lot. It is a lot. They want to be choked. They want you to pretend like you're raping them. And it's a lot. It really is a lot. It truly, truly is a lot. It is a lot.
Examination. She was seeing Kid Cudi in 2011 while on a break from Diddy, but was still going back to Diddy for freak-offs. She a freak. Super freak, super freak. She's super freaky now. Super freak. And you swear to God that this is a victim. And you want everybody to talk and comment like she a victim. Because that's what women get off on.
But I think most people also who have a corn addiction have sexual trauma. I think these people were molested. They were not introduced to sex in a healthy way. So I feel like you're broken because of sex. You're broken because of sex. And I feel like those spirits, they find each other. Like, they're kindred spirits. So when they connect in their brokenness, it's like they just become even like, they feed off each other's like brokenness and stuff. Because I'm like, she was broken before she met Ryan Leslie. She was broken before she met Diddy. Somebody touched her when she was a child. This is overwhelming. It really, really is overwhelming. It's just too much.
And that's why people like Yada and Derek Jackson make so much money, because women just want to be told stuff.
Yeah.
Cassie's reasoning, the freak-offs were her job. The freak-offs was her job. See, the one thing that I can respect about a hoe that worked the blade, is she know what she got herself into. Mm. See, hoes that work the blade know what they get themselves into. They know that. They have to fight for their life.
That's what? And
they like the job. But all these other pro bono hoes or rookie hoes, mm-hmm. They don't want to be responsible for being hoes. Mm-hmm. But at least a hoe that worked the blade know what she doing and know what she done got herself into. All the rest of these hoes think that they still lying to themselves, talking about they pretty princesses. They still lying to themselves like they innocent. Innocent angels that do no wrong. How you want to be a hoe, but then don't want to take responsibility for being one? Don't want to take all the risks and accept the consequences that come with it. I saw a chick on 304 TikTok, and she was saying, y'all need to stop getting out here trying to do this stuff. I risk my life every day. I just had to fight a nigga off with a blade yesterday. You got to have heart out here. You can't be weak being out here. Now, the 304s that's working the blade sitting up here telling y'all this. But you want to go out here and play hoe with no consequences. And then want everybody to talk to you like you an angel when you need to be taking lessons from that chick that's working the blade, since it's the job you want to do. She told the jury she didn't know if Diddy considered them to be on break, and she was using a burner phone to communicate with Kid Cudi. She said she did not want Diddy to find out about the relationship with Cudi because she thought it would be way too dangerous. And at what point in the relationship did this become dangerous? At what point in her dealings with Diddy did it become dangerous? How deep in this was she before it turned dangerous? See, if you value money and fame over your soul and your dignity, you're going to inevitably walk into a problem. I'm just calling a thing a thing. I'm calling a spade a spade. Because one thing I do know is that a male with money and power have more freedom to be that reckless, dangerous male. That you all have a belief, not all men, you just hate men. And when you have this thought process, not all men, you just hate men, I'ma prove you wrong that not all men. Get what? That man that you don't think like that gonna show you better than he could tell you.
Hold on, you guys. First of all, so damn crazy. Yo, let's see this real quick. Let's watch this real quick. Let's see this.
I couldn't manage it. But tongue twisters aside, I think what I want to do today is go over what these kinks are on a basic level, why people enjoy them, and how they are different or the same as each other. Because the answer to that is not actually very clear. Are they basically the same kink going by different names, or are they totally separate and have nothing to do with each other at all? And there is actually quite a bit of debate about this. If you think you know the answer already, go ahead, stick around, watch the video, because I would bet there's going to be a few concepts in here that you might not already know about. But I think where I want to start is with humiliation, because I would feel comfortable saying it's probably the most popular and well-known out of these three terms. It was certainly the first thing that I was introduced to. And with humiliation play, I think it is something that can be fairly stigmatized and misunderstood. I know early on in my own kink journey, I didn't really get it. I was not.
She said my own kink journey. You just call it a kink. These people are all crazy. She said my own kink journey. Oh my Lord. These people always call something a journey. On your journey to being kinky. Girl, what? What is going on here? This is overwhelming. They put in medication.
Personally intrigued or drawn in by humiliation play. I was just like, I don't know why I'd want somebody to make fun of me in a scene. Doesn't really seem that fun to me, but you know, other people can be into it. And it wasn't really until I took a class on this from Midori, who is a wonderful educator, that I started to realize, oh, this is why people are into this thing. And I got to see actual demonstrations of what humiliation play can look like. Still wasn't really for me, but I started to understand it better. However, when you are in the kink community, be that online or in person, it seems to be very similar to bratting in that.
Is that when you are in the kinky community? Not the kinky community? Oh my God. Oh my God. This is overwhelming. This is overwhelming. What is wrong with these people? Oh my God. This is overwhelming.
People either love it, hate it, or misunderstand it altogether. Like if you are on Reddit, FetLife, Twitter, doesn't matter. I promise you right now, somewhere on one of those websites, somebody is having an argument about whether or not it's okay for a male submissive to find wearing pink clothing humiliating, or for sissy kinks to exist, or if it's ethical, or if it can ever be feminist for a male sub to be into that kind of thing, or whether it can actually be a radical challenge to gender norms for a male sub to wear high heels. Like, I don't think we're ever going to settle that debate, but it is something that a lot of people do talk about. And I'm not here to solve that question today, but what I do want to go over is the basics of humiliation. What is humiliation all about? And to quote from one source, humiliation is to cause a painful loss of pride, self-respect, or dignity. This goes beyond mere embarrassment, which is typically more of a passing feeling of being awkward or self-conscious. Humiliation tends to be more long-lasting and be felt in a deeper way. In the same way that like a single light tap on the butt is not a spanking scene, a fleeting feeling of embarrassment from an awkward memory is not really a humiliation scene. A humiliation scene relies on keeping a body bottom in a mental state where they believe their dignity is being stripped away or that their pride is being lost in some fashion. And this is exactly where we get into some confusion on what separates humiliation from everything else. I mean, I remember 5-6 years ago when I would look for information on this online, you would get two very different answers. I think the first one, and I'm not really sure where this comes from, I want to say it was Princess Kali, but it might have been someone else. You would get people who would say, degradation is just an extreme version of humiliation where it goes outside of the boundaries of the scene space into somebody feeling humiliated and feeling like they have a loss of pride on a more ongoing basis. Like it's like the edge play version of humiliation play, essentially. And you would have people who would say you could be into one, but not necessarily into the others. And you would get yet more other people who would say that degradation in particular was essentially a dirty word, that it represented abuse, and that if you felt degraded in your BDSM relationship, that was a huge red flag. And so naturally I went, okay, I need to look into this more because I am getting like 20 different versions of what these words mean and no one can seem to agree with each other. So I looked into it and I think I found some good representations of both these various thoughts and also some other ideas that I think will help explain how all of these different ideas come together and what my opinion personally actually is. My favorite post I think I found about this that I think really just hits the nail on the head is actually fairly recent. It's from 2020 and it's on a blog called Femdom Ramblings from a Submissive Male. Quote, degradation is the act of using words, actions, rules, etc. to push a sub outside of themselves. Humiliation is the act of using words, actions, rules, etc. to pull a sub into themselves.
Degradation is the act of using words, actions, rule, etc. to push a sub outside of themselves. Humiliation is the act of using words, actions, rule, etc. to push a sub into themselves. What in the world?
For example, if a sub is a service-oriented type that wants to feel like they are invisible and does not want recognition or praise for the service that they provide, they will most likely respond better to degradation. If their shift into submissive mental space is triggered by this sort of degradation, they can leave their self and become their desired role where they feel like their only purpose is to please the one that they serve, and successfully pleasing the dominant is its own reward. This scenario becomes sustainable because pushing the sub into their submissive mental space through degradation allows them to believe that they don't deserve respect or appreciation, and their sole purpose is to be overworked for someone else's benefit. It exists only to serve is their happy place. By contrast, humiliation works in the completely opposite way. While degradation allows the sub to disconnect from self-consciousness, humiliation forces the sub into self-consciousness. When a sub's shift into submissive mental space is triggered by humiliation, it forces them to confront their fears, shame, and embarrassment about themselves, and they are tormented by how other people respond to them. What brings about the fear, shame, embarrassment tends to be very unique too, and can be highly situational for individual subs. If you want a TLDR version, I would probably summarize it like this. Degradation equals makes the sub feel like they simply exist as blank, and humiliation equals make the sub feel fucked up about themselves because they are blank. And I think this is a beautiful way of describing this. As someone that is much more into degradation over humiliation, I think this really...
Well, she likes to be degraded. She prefers to be degraded. So pushed out of herself, she wants to be degraded. Yo, it's a real thing, y'all. It is a real thing. Like, I think for the rest of us who have like normal sex, it's a whole new world and stuff. It's a real thing. You have people out here when they have sex, they don't want normal sex. They want like degrade me. I want to be degraded. This is insanity. But you know what though? I'm also thinking like between degrading and being humiliated. I wonder if because Cassie wanted to be a celebrity, like she wants to be like a R&B singer or pop singer or whatever, and because she couldn't dance, she couldn't really perform. So I wonder if it's like she probably like think about this. It's a little sick, but maybe she liked doing the free calls because she was more in her element. Like whatever she couldn't do on stage, like, she can't perform, she can't dance. But when it comes to the free call, she can be a star. I mean, that's why she wanted to be recorded. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense, you guys? Like, I know, like, she just has stage fright, really, really bad stage fright. Like, you know what I mean? But when it comes to this right here, and she's performing, like, I mean, I feel like to me it was a performance. She's able to be herself. She's freaky. She's like, you know what I'm saying? And he just sits there and he watches and he records that because she wanted to be recorded. She wanted him to see her perform, and she wanted him to be recording it. Because I'm like, this sex thing, like these free calls is giving like, okay, this is when I get to perform, and this is when he gets to look at me perform. So is that degradation or humiliation? I don't know. Because it pushes you more into yourself, right? Yeah. Because then when you do it, you confront your deepest fears. And I feel like Cassie, one of her deepest fears also was like being on stage because she was really, really uncomfortable on stage because she can't really dance, But I'm like, what is going on here?
Captures what it is that I like about degradation and what I don't like about humiliation. Because I am someone that is very much in my head. I'm very aware of how I am perceived by others. I'm very self-conscious of that fact. And I like how degradation can offer me this opportunity to go outside of myself and also be kind of lesser than and a thing for a time being. And I get to just be an object, which is like weirdly comforting and soothing. That I can see that not really making sense to a lot of people, but it's very similar to how when you're doing like an impact play scene more commonly, and you're in the moment, in the scene, and you're being spanked, you're being hit, how you can get really lost in that moment of feeling the impact, receiving that sensation. And in the same way, I think with degradation, I am able to really lose myself in that feeling of like, I'm like down here and underneath other people, but my role is like still important. And with humiliation play, I think by contrast, I don't want to be any more self-conscious than I already am on a daily basis. Like, I don't need to be forced into this mental place where I feel like I'm being called out for being a failure, being wrong in some way, and that is so obvious that it's warranted being called out publicly out loud by other people. Like, that is just, it's not a hard limit for me, but it's at least in a soft limit territory where I don't want to deal with that. It feels really bad for me because it almost feels like when you're being humiliated to me that you're so much of a failure that the only solution to fix you is being called out. Whereas with degradation, even though I'm down here and not up here, there is still a chance for success. If I am a good object, if I'm a good tool, then I did my job. I did a good job. And
so see, that's why I feel like Cassie wants to be degraded. Cassie wants to be degraded. So you see, it's a real thing. It is a real thing. It's a kink thing. But I'm not on a kink journey though. But she's like, I want to feel like an object. I know I'm down here, but my role is still important. And then I feel like, oh, look, I'm a good object. This is crazy. This is crazy.
That seems a lot better to me mentally than just being told that I'm bad and a failure and being publicly called out. But that's me personally. I would much prefer being a servant or a footstool or a doll over myself, but like a
See, even when she says like, oh, she's Diddy's slave, I feel like I was a slave. I think people are interpreting that Diddy told her, you're my slave. No, she wants to be his slave. You see what she's saying here? Like when people who are into degradation, it is their pleasure to be objects. It's not so much that the man is saying, oh, you're my sex slave and you're my object. No. They want to be an object. And that's where they get their sexual pleasure, is that let me be your sex slave. Because the way it's coming across is as if Diddy told her, you're my slave, and he forced into the slavery thing, which is why I said the elevator scene, the girl's not really trying to leave. That elevator scene, the girl's not trying to leave. She's not afraid of him. Like, she's not scared. Okay? But in her mind, she is a slave, not because he told her that, not because he broke her. No. She's a woman who enjoys degrading sex. And when people who want to be degraded, they want to be pushed. How do men say? You're pushed outside of yourself. There you go. So it's like you serve people. That makes her feel good. But it's not like anybody forced her. She likes to do it. Just like I even feel like Carisha also could be one. Because Carisha said, I like for men to pee on me. But is the man saying, oh yeah, let me pee on you right now and you take this piss? No. Carisha says, I want you to pee. I'm like, she hasn't fully like, we can have sex, you can come, I can come. But it's not like you haven't sealed the deal until you pee on me. Because when you pee on me, then I know I probably gave you the most pleasure you've ever experienced. You guys, we have to understand, like, we can't look at this thing from a normal, like from our regular, basic, boring sex. These people have a special brain. Okay? It's a kink. But like regular sex, it doesn't turn these people on anymore. They're gone. She even said like the spanking stuff. She's like, yeah, but it's temporary. Like she wants something that's long lasting, but she doesn't mind getting hit. Like you can spank her, but you see how if you're not used to this stuff and you hear like, how can this man hit this girl? The whole time, that's what turns her on. She wants to be hit during sex. I'm like, this is crazy.
Failure, bad, embarrassing version of myself. You know what I mean? But if you prefer a more academic way of thinking about this, I was able to find a good resource for this. And I think you might resonate with what Mrs. B said on her blog, Marginalia, which also gets into the subject of objectification as well. By her definition, humiliation means to humiliate, to cause a painful loss of pride, self-respect, or dignity. Degradation, to degrade, to reduce in worth, honor, strength, character, rank, status, etc. As a subset of degradation, to objectify. I'm using the classic feminist definition for the purposes of this entry. It seems more relevant to our kink definitions of objectification. The 7 features of objectification are 1. Instrumentality, to be treated as a tool used for a purpose. Wow. 2. Denial of autonomy. 3. Inertness, to treat as though lacking in agency. Wow. 4. Fungibility, to treat as though interchangeable with other objects. Wow. 5. Viability, to treat as though lacking in boundaries. 6. Ownership, to treat as though capable of being bought or sold. Wow. And 7. Denial of subjectivity. Well, degradation implies a lowering or reduction of these things. Rank, status, worth, strength, etc. Objectification implies an elimination of these qualities. And I really love this list of the 7 features of being objectified because I love having lists in general, but this does such a good job of succinctly describing why people are into things like degradation or being objectified. It's about that feeling of not having agency, of not having worth, being used as a tool, being treated as though you don't have boundaries. And especially that last one, I think really hints at how, for a lot of people, being objectified overlaps into consensual non-consent or CNC, and how
it's a thing. Consensual. Oh, it's a real thing. It is a thing. Consensual non-consent. Wow. It's a thing.
That last one, I think, really hints at how, for a lot of people, being objectified overlaps into consensual non-consent or CNC, and how we have a whole subset of MS relationships, master and slave, total power exchange relationships called
master and slave. So that's why she uses the language. They're in that community. Slave, I'm a slave, I'm a slave. And we're like, what? Y'all.
Have a whole subset of MS relationships, master and slave, total power exchange relationships called owner property. That reflects this exact thing, right? And how that mentality can just change the flavor of the way you do DS or MS in a subtle but very meaningful capacity. However, for as much as I love this list, I don't want to turn it into a checklist. I don't want it to be a standard where in order for your thing to count as truly being objectification. You must meet all 7 of these requirements before you can call it that. Like, I don't really think that's actually helpful. I think it's a good guidepost. But I know for myself, there are certain parts of this list I don't personally resonate with.
Okay, girl, hold on. Y'all, hold on. It is a real thing. Consensual non-consent. It's called the ultimate power kink. It's a thing, y'all. Oh my God. It's a kink.
Is it? CNC, otherwise known as consensual non-consent, is a type of power play derived from the beautiful and kinky world of BDSM. Some may call it rape fantasy play if you're feeling forward that day. And I know that sometimes the word rape can have some people feeling a little bit triggered, so this video might not be for you. Go watch one of my other sex ed videos. As the term rape play kind of explains for itself, CNC is basically a role play or scenario that is acting out a non-consensual event between 2 or more consenting adults. And let's not skip over those 2 words. Role play / scene and consenting. 2 thumbs up.
And you think that's why Cassie couldn't remember if she was raped or not? Because it's not a real rape. It's consensual non-consent. Because Armand said, they asked her, when were you raped? Were you raped in August or were you raped in September? She couldn't remember when she was raped. So I'm like, is it because it wasn't like real rape, but it was consensual non-consent, like it was foreplay rape? But because she knows we don't understand shit about BDSM, she's like, oh, it's rape. But then her mind can't really remember because it's consensual non-consent. And it's not a regular rape. So that's why she went back there to have more sex with him. It was foreplay. Yo, this is something else, huh? This is really something else. Because it's a thing, Kevin. Like it's a rape fantasy. It's called consensual non-consent. I can see why she didn't remember the day, like the month where she got raped. How can you forget when he raped you? And then how can you go back there and get raped again? Because it was foreplay. Yes, Big says that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Because they asked her, when did he rape you? Was it August, September? She can't recall. And I'm like, this is if we're talking traditional, this is even sick. If anybody has been sexually assaulted, please forgive me, okay? But this is BDSM. It's very different. But I'm saying, like, if it's traditional rape, you cannot forget that. And if it's traditional rape, not only are you not going to forget it, you ain't going to go back there. But she went back to have consensual sex with Diddy because whatever she's calling rape, she's just saying that to shock us. But she knows it's consensual non-consent, which is why she has her date mixed up like that, because he didn't really rape her. It's foreplay. Yes, it is foreplay. This is something else. Yes, it probably is a fantasy of hers because she's not afraid. I'm like, how can you put lip gloss on your face? What is this? You know, they are truly 2 crackheads. Okay, this is a lot for us. Like, oh, good night, Miss Wanda. Do y'all get this? This is insanity.
And if the role play, i.e. rape scene, has not been negotiated beforehand, see my negotiations video for more, nor has everyone involved given consent, then you, my friend, are headed towards a situation that is real rape, real assault, and real fucking consequences. So if this topic is so risky and so serious, why do people dive deeply into these waters in the first place? It brings me to number 2. Why do people like it? There are 2 sides to every story, so I decided I would start with the beautiful bottom.
I think no means no when she said this, right? You got to have a contract or something. Okay.
Consenting. 2 thumbs up. And if the role play, i.e. rape,
you got to have a pre-negotiation. So that's you. So for you to have for consent, not consent to not be traditional rape that we think of, there is a pre-negotiation phase.
Scene has not been negotiated beforehand. See my negotiations video for more. Nor has everyone involved given consent.
Okay. So that's the thing. It's just, I told you this ain't right. But the thing is, we even when we hear these terms, I'm a slave, rape, we're thinking in the traditional sense. We're not thinking like BDSM. Like, we got to change our paradigm. These people out here crazy. So what she's saying is, if for consent, non-consent, great fantasy to not be traditional rape, you have to pre-negotiate it and you have to get mutual consent. And then you go into the foreplay. So we're going to pretend like you're raping me, but we already agreed to it. Which is what, then it makes sense why she went back there for now consensual sex. So she wasn't really raped. And that's some sick shit. Because we're thinking like, if you were raped, why did you go back there? Because it's not real rape. It's consent, non-consent. So them going out to eat in Malibu and like, I want to see you for closure. I want us to have closure. You see this right here? Right? You see this? Listen. So in September 2018, and mind you, at this point, she's dating Alex, right? Okay. So September 2018, she joined Mr. Combs for a dinner at an Italian restaurant in Malibu, California, for what she believed will be a discussion about concluding their relationship for good. Now I'm believing that this was foreplay. Because we don't have a BDSM mind. No, she wants to end it. But I'm like, why would you end such an abusive relationship with something so romantic? Dinner, Italian dinner in Malibu, beautiful restaurant by the water. This is just too damn romantic. But because we're reading this with our normal brains, we're like, oh, I guess. But I thought it was suspicious. I think this right here was foreplay. I'm starting to understand this. I'm here to break up with you. And you're like, but why? I can no longer do this anymore, Sean. Cassie, I promise I'll change. No, you can't. Yes, I will. Like, y'all, there's some crazy ass people. Okay. After dinner, Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura returned to Ms. Ventura's home, which was paid by Mr. Combs. Mr. Combs forced himself into her apartment. Technically, that's his apartment because he's paying for it. And tried to kiss Ms. Ventura. She told him to stop, you see, consensual non-consent, and attempted to push him away. Mr. Combs then forcibly pulled off Ms. Ventura's clothing, unbuckled his belt. He proceeded to rape Ms. Ventura while she repeatedly said no and tried to push him. Y'all, consent, non-consent. It's foreplay. I'm starting to understand this. Oh, yes, Big Sis. Oh, yes. And that's why she went back there to have more sex, because it was foreplay for these fuckers. But they got us reading this like with our regular brains. So we see rape. What they're doing here is fucking foreplay. These fucking weirdos. They need to end this case by tomorrow. Like, New York people, taxpayers of New York deserve better. This is a waste of money. This really is a waste of money. Like, this is crazy. Exactly. Like, what the heck? I'm like, but I mean, when you was on some BS though, but you're like, okay, but now that we know what this is, it's consent, not consent. This is a grape fantasy, which is why she doesn't remember when she was grape, because it wasn't real grape. It was foreplay that led to consent, non-consent. Jesus, these people need help. These people truly need help. As Egyptians said, this ain't in the Bible. What is this? So no doesn't mean no. No, because it's foreplay. So the more you say no, she needs to keep, you got to keep going, because she doesn't mean no. It's foreplay. Like, they need to stop. Like, they got to shut this down. It's a waste of money. These fools, these fucking fools. Cassie is playing everybody. This is insanity. Wow.
Then you, my friend, are headed towards a situation that is real rape, real assault, and real fucking consequences. So if this topic is so risky and so serious, why do people dive deeply into these waters in the first place? It brings me to number 2. Why do people like it? There are 2 sides to every story, so I decided I would start with the beautiful bottoms, i.e. the receivers or victims of the CNC.
So victims, even that also is like, so they're actually called bottoms. So she's not a victim, she's a bottom. Chat, I can't. This is a lot.
Now, the reason why it took me so long to talk about this glorious topic was the effort of explanation. I knew that this fantasy and this experience was a lot.
I don't want you to hit me. He's like, no, you want me to choke the fuck out of you. You want me to choke you, right? So for us regular people, what the fuck is going on? But it's not fair for them to do that to us. It really is not fair because we don't have kinks and we're not in that community. So when you say things, we hear things literally. Because for us, you say, I'm going to choke you when I see you. You want me to choke you, right? I'm like, yeah, his big black ass, he want to kill that little girl, right? You say, oh, did he rape me? I'm hearing literal rape because I'm not a kink person. I'm not on my kink journey. And I'm also not into BDSM. The whole time, these people are talking a different language. They're using words that we know, but it's a different language. Exactly. We don't have the proper context. So we look at this with our everyday minds like, he is insane. How can you choke this girl with your big black ass? The whole time it's part of it. When she was like, oh, I don't want you to hit me. This is insanity. This is crazy. Yes. So Cassie is a bottom that enjoys degradation. That's what she has sex, that's what she does. And I think also she probably felt more comfortable with Diddy doing that than with the others because she probably lied to them and she didn't want them to see it. Like she didn't want them to see her like that. They need to, maybe I'll send them an email. Because I'm like, they need to understand what she's doing here. She's not talking about a regular rape. She's talking about consent, non-consent, which is why she can't remember. Because they're like, who would forget the day upon which you got raped? And not just that, it's easy to check the receipt. Even if you don't remember when you got raped, it happened after you guys went to an Italian restaurant. So you remember that you went to an Italian restaurant, but you don't remember what day? That makes no sense. In September, he took me to an Italian restaurant. And then he came home. We came to the apartment that he pays for. And then he raped me. But I don't remember. How do you not remember? And if you don't remember, you can call the restaurant. They have reservations. You can just call it and ask, hey, when was I here again? Oh, how could you forget that? But the reason why she's forgetful, because it wasn't rape. It was consent, non-consent. It was a great fantasy. And the drugs also. These are not regular people. And they don't talk about sex the way we talk about sex. And they're not talking about assault. We think in assault. They're talking kinks. They're talking BDSM. This is insanity.
A lot more common in the world than a lot of.
If it was a drug draw, she can just call the restaurant to see when she was there. It's not that hard.
Other people think. But at the same time, the meaning and the power this certain particular roleplay has is a deeply personal one. So listening to what I'm about to just say right here, take what aligns with you and leave what doesn't. And some of you might wonder how I know that this fantasy is a lot more common than we think. It's actually a fun little fact. In an article by Jenny Bivona, there was a study done where the results were that about 62% of women, i.e. femme identifying, have had a rape fantasy before.
What the fuck? Are you kidding me? 62% of women have had a rape fantasy before? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Guess I gotta like this, I guess. Oh, even the government? Look, NIH. What? Our government even did a study on this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this, y'all? What the fuck is going on? What have we done? We need to go to bed. I feel like we've opened the door. I feel like, yo, we need to go to bed. I'm scared. I'm scared now. We need to go to bed. Yo, what the fuck have we done? How did we get here? Hey, Jesus. What the fuck is this? The nature of women's rape fantasies, an analysis of prevalence, frequency, and content by NIH. The government paid for this? This study evaluated rape fantasies for female undergraduates. So at college, 355 women using a fantasy checklist that reflected the legal definition of rape and a sexual fantasy log that included systemic prompts and self-rating. Results indicated that 62% of women have had a rape fantasy. What the fuck? Which is somewhat higher than previous estimate. What is going on? For women who've had rape fantasies, the median frequency of these fantasies was about 4 times per year, with 14% of participants reporting that they had rape fantasies at least once a week. Oh my God. This isn't, Kevin said, I don't know. What the fuck is this, Kevin? We've opened Pandora's box, not the NIH. How can the government be paying for this? How many men have had dreams regarding what happens after rape fantasies? I'm surprised you guys are surprised. I am surprised. Oh my Lord, this is overwhelming. I need to get this article. Wow. Once again, that's the NIH. How many studies have they paid for with these women and their rape fantasies? What is going on? I'll probably have to pay for the article. Y'all, I'm going to put her link and then you guys can click on it and read it also, huh? Okay, this article is the first systemic review of the research literature on women's rape fantasies. Current research indicates that between 30% and 50% of women have fantasies in which they are forced into sex against their will. You guys, Cassie wanted this. And for 9% to 17% of women, these are frequent a favorite fantasy experience. Erotic rape fantasies are paradoxical. They do not appear to make sense. Absolutely. Why would a person have an erotic and pleasurable fantasy about an event that in real life will be abhorrent and traumatic? In this article, the major theories of women's rape fantasies are evaluated both rationally and empirically. These theories explain rape fantasies in terms of masochism, sexual blame avoidance. You see this? Sexual blame avoidance. So I want to be nasty, but I want to blame somebody else for how nasty I truly am. Openness to sexuality, sexual desirability, male rape culture, biological predisposition to surrender. You see, I told you I don't want to be mean, but I think the part where Cassie is Filipino, I don't even know because I don't even know. But I'm like the part where, Cassie being Filipino, not trying to be offensive. I told you I'm not trying to be offensive. But Philippines, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, they're known for sex work. People, these white people go there just enjoy sex workers. So because she's Filipino, she's predisposed for that stuff, not trying to be mean. But they're like biological predisposition to surrender. And people also have this thing about Asian people and Asian women being more submissive. You know what I'm saying? Not trying to be funny, but I'm not trying to be mean, huh? Don't come for me. It ain't my fault. These are the stereotypes that Asian women are more submissive. But I'm like, being Filipina and what the Philippines is known for, you know what I'm trying to say? This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. Okay? Sympathetic psychological activation and adversary transformation. This article evaluates theory and research, makes provisional judgment as to which theories appear to be most viable, and begins the task of theoretical integration to arrive at a more complete and internally consistent explanation for why many women engage in erotic rape fantasies. Jesus Christ. Y'all, they have so many articles about women wanting to be raped. What is this? So even the government knows, then this is insanity. If I get the articles, I can see. I don't know if they did ethnicities. This is insanity. This is true insanity. Wow. No, her dad is Filipino. Oh my God. Where the fuck are we?
That does not mean that this fact gives anyone the right to play out a rape fantasy with someone who has not given consent. And though there's less research on other genders, there is definitely a possibility for them to fantasize about a rape scene as well. As I mentioned before, the meaning we make of consensual non-consent play is vastly different. Some bottoms are inspired to play out CNC through what I like to call kinky trauma therapy. If the bottom, i.e. the receiver victim, has actually experienced a real life unconsensual situation or event before in their lives, they can almost recreate the scene with their very trusted top, i.e. assaulter, in the scene, which can thus rewrite the event of the original trauma in both their brain and their physiological self.
So similar event of trauma plus different healthy outcome, it can reshift personal emotions and thoughts surrounding trauma. So it is also very possible. I really think Cassie was molested. And I also believe that Diddy also was molested. I really do. And this is y'all, these are people that are not introduced to sex in a healthy way. And because they're broken like that, their spirit, it connected. You know, because Diddy said he's a voyeur. Where did he learn that? And I think as a child, he probably saw his mom having sex with multiple men for money. Because where did you learn? Where did you become a voyeur? We need to ask him this. I need to know. When did you become a voyeur? And Cassie, most likely, she was molested. Now here you have people who are trying to recreate something traumatic that happened in their childhood. And these are two sick people. I'm like, can we use like the 8th Amendment and get him off? Because like, you know, this is cruel and unusual punishment. These people they're not, I'm like, even Diddy, now that I'm thinking about it, they should use the 8th Amendment and be done with this. Diddy is not fit for trial. This is some traumatic shit from your childhood. Where the fuck did you learn how to be a voyeur? And his mom needs to take the stand and say, I introduced my son to fuck shit when he was a little boy. Because when his dad died, I started having sex with all these men in a drug game so I could keep my lifestyle. Just be honest about it. So people can understand why your son is like this. Because he started watching you have sex. And you probably didn't even know. You thought he was asleep. He wasn't asleep. He was seeing you. Girl. Exactly. She needs to just take the stand so we can be done with this shit. And then Cassie, we need to ask Cassie if she was molested. You know what I mean? Because then it's like you people need help. You don't need a fucking trial. You need a clinical therapist. You need some cognitive behavioral therapy. You're a bunch of weirdos. Like, you need treatment. You cannot punish somebody for a sex addiction created out of abuse as children. This is insane. This is really insane. This is really insane. But you need a psychologist who understands speaking.
Psychology is so cool. Here's my fun example of that. Imagine you're bit by a mean, vicious dog when you're little, and now you're terrified of having any canine teeth getting close to you. But one day you decide to play with your friend's puppy, who you know is teething and biting a little bit, but you know they're not.
You can't say he kept her high, because when Armand read the messages, Diddy was telling her to stop. He was like, you gotta stop. They even told her at one point, okay, like, we need to have a sit down because we need to find some spiritual understanding. He told her that. Told her to stop the drugs. They didn't want her to do all these drugs. There were even times he said, girl, you don't have to do it. You can just sit and watch. It's like, no. No. So it's like, this is crazy.
Not doing it to be mean, but rather be playful and to give you little love nibbles. The event with the puppy helped you recreate probably your trauma response in terms of being around dogs' teeth, because you're experiencing this event in a much more lovable, safe, and secure, and very cute setting. In other words, you're having a very different outcome compared to what your original trauma provided for you. So cool. In the kinky trauma therapy approach to CNC, basically the traumatized person is going to be the bottom, and the very top person is going to provide that safe and secure, lovable setting, kind of like the puppy. And basically what they're going to be doing is helping the bottom re-experience this event in order to help both let it go and also provide a different outcome for the bottom itself with providing aftercare, etc. And also helping the bottom experience the event to perhaps get out any expression that's needed to be expressed, whether it's emotional, physical, etc. Now, to debunk the stereotype quickly, not all of the people who like to play victims in the CNC scenes have been victims in real life. BDSM humans aren't all traumatized people walking around in their leather and their chains, my friends. Some CNC bottoms simply enjoy the role play for the pure fear factor. Think of the same way why people like haunted houses. In my personal opinion, CNC is more fun. Some enjoy the aspect of both the struggle and challenge it provides for both the bottoms, if they're trying to get away, and the tops, if they're attempting to force the person into their own way.
Oh, so if you're trying to get away, so the elevator scene could also be foreplay. What is this?
It's for both the bottoms, if they're trying to get away, and the tops.
They're trying to get away. So most likely the elevator scene was also foreplay because she went back into that room. I'm like, why don't you leave? What the fuck?
Tops, if they're attempting to force the person into their own ways. Continuing on to the tops, i.e. the assaulters. Why do they like it? Let's get one thing straight. These people practicing as a top are not fucking rapists. They basically are the facilitators of the haunted house. Why do they like it? Let's get one thing straight. These people practicing as a top are not fucking rapists.
So Diddy's a top. So he's not a rapist. He's a facilitator. You know what? This is too much. I'm going to church tomorrow in a few hours.
They basically are the facilitators of the haunted house that their bottom will experience. The tops have a huge job on their hands. They are responsible in the CNC scene for the holistic safety and well-being of their victims. Isn't it ironic? Why do they like facilitating CNC though? There's definitely a major opportunity here to explore the dark sides of your closet when it comes to consensually acting out rape fantasies. Or in the words of famous psychologist Carl Jung, you are playing out your shadow self. As a dom myself, I completely understand that there's certain opportunities for growth for the top to experience as well. I'll list a couple of the ways here. One of them is learning how to push your bottom to the brink, just the brink, of their fear and depth. With
learning how to go far. So your job is to trigger them. And it's like some like shock, how's it called? Shock therapy? Are they using BDSM for shock therapy? Like, just go get electrocuted. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
List a couple of the ways here. One of them is learning how to push your bottom to the brink, just the brink, of their fear and depth, with also knowing how to bring them back safely to the shore of reality without them drowning.
No, he didn't orchestrate it. She did. He didn't orchestrate it. She did. She did it. Did you hear her properly? She orchestrated everything. The first one, Philip Daniels, right? She chose him. And when he got there, she greeted him and she greeted him in the hallway. She was wearing a robe and a red wig, and she gave him money. But Diddy, and he was like, when he got there, Diddy was wrapped up with a bandana and things like that. But Diddy's the producer. Like Diddy, like he holds the camera because he's a voyeur. But she sets everything up. These are her fantasies. And then he comes in and he watches because he's a voyeur. So her job is you set the whole fantasy up. And then he comes and he's like sneaky to see it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like these people are really sick. No, it is therapeutic because your job is like what you're doing when you do this. You're trying to trigger past trauma. So it's like you have bad trauma that you buried in your like what Carl Jung called like your anima subconscious. It's not right here. It's all the way in the back. It's like it's not in the forefront of your mind. It's in the back. So by doing this, you are trying to trigger you, but you're trying to trigger yourself. But then the job of the top, who is the rapist, right? When you get triggered, his job is to help you. Like he needs to give you like a safe space. He has to push you far, but then he got to bring you back. I'm like, it's giving shark therapy. Yeah, Cassie was the one who would find them, bring them, receive them, give them the money. She was the one doing all this. But this is insane. What is this?
Okay. The second opportunity for growth for the top can be finding acceptance with the dark sides of yourself, i.e. the parts of yourself that are not really widely accepted within the realm of societal values and society itself, potentially having you almost being judged or ostracized for. But this side of yourself will be witnessed without judgment from your victim, i.e. your bottom. This was a very important point, and let me explain why. The more we can safely and consensually experience the dark side of ourselves, the more opportunity we have to recognize how much control and royal responsibility that we have when it comes to letting our shadow selves out to play. I.e., you learn more that there's appropriate time and place to experience your dark self. The reason why I say this is because I think it's better to do that than lock your shadow closet door, throw away the key, and let those shadows grow in the dark. The last potential reason of many that tops may want to experience CNC for is their own trauma themselves. If the top has been a real victim of real rape and assault, seeing what it must have been like being in the role of the assaulter takes kinky trauma therapy to a whole new level. If you have been a victim of real rape and assault and you do get triggered super easily still by it, I would highly suggest making sure you are more resolved and waiting to be more resolved with your very own trauma before you start exploring CNC as a top, i.e. the assaulter. As you must be in a very in control, present, and active state for you to take care of your victim. If everyone involved in the CNC scene is easily triggered by rape, etc., it spells trouble. Simple as that. Okay, last but not least, 5 must fucking know tips for CNC. You need to watch these in order to ride the rape fantasy safely, like a kinky surfer. Number 1, discuss past traumas. This will help everyone involved understand that if one person is triggered during the CNC scene, where it might be stemming from. Empathy rules, after all. This will also be an opportunity for you to make an informed choice whether you want to explore a CNC scene with this person at all. Sometimes people's traumas are so major or so easily triggered that you might not feel competent in your own self to handle it if they enter a state of re-traumatization, as that is definitely one of the very scary risks. In other words, the serious risk of emotional and mental re-triggering that can potentially arise from CNC scenes. Do not sign up for a big game of 18-hole golf if you're only able to play mini golf. I assure you, the game of mini golf is still fun. Number 2, do it with someone you deeply trust. Now, understand that every individual CNC scenario will have its own level of intensity, and it's personal and unique to each and every individual, especially the bottom. So, you are the big bad boss of knowing what scene you want to play and with whom. A good rule of thumb is to ask yourself this. If I call my safe word because my triggers yell, surprise, I drop by unexpectedly to say hi, and I am feeling deeply emotionally scared, triggered, etc., will that person stay and be by my side to make sure that I'm okay emotionally, mentally, and physically? And do I trust them to see me in that vulnerable state? Number 3, this one's for the tops. Understand your victim's survival response. This is a very handy thing to talk about in negotiation, as this is going to help you recognize whether your victim is going outside of their window of tolerance, i.e. what they can handle in terms of the intensity and actions in the scene itself. And it's going to help you basically learn how to check in with them and make sure that they are still giving ongoing consent. Some of the things you should be looking for in the scene in terms of survival responses. For fight, they start moving, thrashing in a more disorganized and panicked state than they do in regular play. Their breathing starts to become rapid and uneven. And if they are in a more panicked screaming and yelling in a very panicked state, take very much note as well that if they are not very present with you, it doesn't seem like they're yelling at you per se, it probably means that they're re-traumatized and reliving in their head a moment or a flashback of their trauma. So really highly check in on them in that state. For the flight survivor response, It's going to be a little bit more harder to find, especially in a state of one person is over controlling a situation that one person is trying to get away from. But basically, maybe perhaps they're leaving the place where you are at in a very hurried state or manner. Or their eyes can be darting around almost in a traumatic state to different exits, etc., i.e. they're not really focused on the present moment. For the survival response of freeze, if they enter a state of dissociation, i.e. their expression is very blank, they're not responding to any stimuli around them, the body becomes almost rigid or frozen, and they're not responding to your verbal or visual cues. If any of these things start becoming present in your scary play scene, make sure to check in on your victim to make sure they're still in play mode and not trauma mode. Number 4. Write down on paper. Like I have repeated 1 billion NL1 times, CNC is walking a tightrope of risk for both the assaulter and the victim. One safety net that is very good to have for both parties is a written statement of the bottoms and tops limits, so i.e. what they both do not want to have happen at all or act out during the play scene. The safe word that will be used, so you can use the words no and stop in the play scene itself, as well as a wee little sentence saying how both of you are consenting to have this fun and freaky adventure and both of you are signing in agreements to it. For the assaulter, this little piece of paper is going to help protect you legally and socially with you to adhere to all of your bottom's limits and safe words that have been stated on that piece of paper. If the bottom, for some reason or some chance, comes out in the future stating that the CNC that you two were involved in was not consensual. It's kind of like a bullet vest. No harm having it if you're going to be entering a risky area of BDSM. For the victim, this little piece of paper is going to help protect you towards proof of legal action in case your top, i.e. your assaulter, does not adhere to your pre-discussed limits and safe words that you guys have mentioned. It's a win-win. And number 5, aftercare. This is a must in any realm of BDSM, not anything less. But I will reiterate it here in terms of especially it is a key component for anyone who's wanting to do CNC as a kinky trauma therapy to help rewrite their past events and traumas. For aftercare, the top is there to make sure that their victim, i.e. their bottom, feels complete after the scene, make sure that they're taken care of, feel loved, supported, blankets, cuddles, compliments, letting them have a good cry, whatever it is. I highly suggest discussing these aftercare things before the play even happens so you know exactly what to do to get your bottom to feel those good feels. And if you want to explore more in depth the topic of CNC or you are unsure of how to...
Girl, this is too much.
Hi, I'm Heather from HeelBuckTubes, and today is consensual non-consent. This is probably my favorite kink to read about. I know why I like it. And honestly, that has to do with purity culture. But there are a lot of different reasons why to say consensual non-consent. Consensual non-consent is where there is consent. There is a clear indication from both parties that they know what they're doing. There is usually a safe word or some specific thing that they are using to ask for permission without asking for permission. Both parties understand it and it is clear to them that it is consensual, but then usually the female can yell no and run and fight and do all these things, and it will still act out because none of those things are her safe word or the thing that will make it all stop, right? So some people...
So no is not a safe word when you do consent, non-consent. This is so dangerous.
Will act out because yell no and run and fight and do all these things, and it will still act out because none of those things are her safe word or the thing that will make it all stop, right? So some people can read consensual non-consent, and if it's not explained prior to any scenes, they can read it as dubious consent. But dubious consent and consensual non-consent are not the same thing. So just be aware of that. So I have a variety of different ones here. Again, it's probably my favorite kink to read. I finally have enough to do a recommendation video, and some of these guys are good guys. Some of them maybe not so much. Some of them depends on your perspective, but I will try to be clear on triggers and the kind of the way that it plays out in these books. So I'm excited. First one is Sing Me to Sleep by R.M. Virtues. I just read this one and loved it. We have a sleep paralysis demon. So he is able to go into dreams sometimes, not very often, but he can go into people's dreams, and of the people who have their dreams, he can only touch them if they consent. So even though she is acting like she doesn't want it, he actually can't do it unless she does want it. And she has trauma from her father being murdered in a home invasion with her in the house. And she's had night terrors and paralysis and just is having a horrific time. All the stuff that you might have a trigger for with your own sleep issues would be at the beginning of the book. So kind of
Tim, you all crazy as hell. You said, I thought, but if she want a rough, get on top of it. It's going. I'm going to bed. He said, get on top, do it yourself. I'm not going to catch you a kiss. Everybody's confused. Oh my God, this is overwhelming. What is going on? This is excessive. What the fuck? Hey, that's what I'm saying. Kim was not into this. Kim was not doing this. Kim is not doing this.
if you can make it through those scenes, you'll be good for the rest of the book, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's so good. There is an HEA for the couple. There is a plot that is going to be continued throughout the series, which I really wasn't anticipating. I was just getting a smutty novella, but he pulled it off really well. Very invested in the plot, really liked the couple, and loved this one. If you like paranormal, this might be a good place to start. Then I have Desperate Measures, which is Wicked Villains #1 by Katie Robert. This is consensual non-consent, but there's like one sentence where it's like she knows to say this thing if she doesn't want it. And if you miss that, then you might not understand that it's consensual non-consent. I found it to be very clear, and I know of several people who did not find it to be very clear. So it is consensual non-consent. It's not dubious at all. But again, it's like one sentence. You have to pay attention to it. This is a Jasmine and Jafar retelling. It's kind of a mafia style setting. So her father is the head of the crime organization, and he's going to sell her in marriage to Aladdin, and she doesn't want him to. And Jafar was always planning on taking over the organization, but because she's going to be sold, he steps up his plan and takes her. And there is consensual non-consent right off the bat, very first scene. It's so good. It's so good. They also play in the BDSM club where you see other kind of villain characters from fairy tales. I highly recommend, if you have never read Katie Robert, this is a good place to start. Then I have Captivated by Tessa Bailey and Eve Dangerfield, I think. This one, the guy is so sweet. So if you want someone who is really sweet about it, it's kind of like a Beauty and the Beast type retelling, but she is a little tiny blonde Australian who got cheated on by her boyfriend, so she dumped him, and then she has been having fantasies about their landlord, who is large and hairy and grumpy and has a limp. And through a series of events, he finds out that she has these fantasies about him, and he's like, okay, I will do this for you. And plus, he's very into it. But I want to go on dates. I don't want you to be genuinely terrified of me. Even though you think that's part of your fantasy, I don't want that. I want you to know that you're safe with me, and we can't do that if we don't know each other. So they go on dates and they do consensual non-consent. She's a veterinarian, and she's trying to decide if she should apply to get her work visa renewed or if she should go back to Australia with her family that she doesn't really want to have to go back to. It's so good. He does mess up pretty epically with their breakup. Although, like, I wouldn't have broken up over it. I would have been mad, but I wouldn't have broken up over it. But they work it out. They do. So break up, a little, a little whatever, but the rest of it, fantastic. Then I have Dirty Filthy Rich Men by Lauren Lynn Page. This was my first ever consensual non-consent. This book is when I found out that it was a thing, and I loved it. So she is at a college party and almost gets assaulted, and he saves her, and this kind of starts her kink with consensual non-consent. And they basically have a one-time thing, and then she leaves college for a different reason, and it's 10 years later, and they run into each other again. That's all I'm gonna say. It's a little bit of a dark romance, but it's my favorite of her books that I've read. Also, it is a duet, so you don't really get the HEA in this book. Next, I have Truly by Carmel Rhodes. This one has a major content warning because it is the hero sexually assaulting the heroine at the beginning of the book, and after that, they have a consensual non-consent relationship. So he assaults her one time, and after that, they have a consensual relationship. There are other factors. Do the other factors make it easier to forgive him? I think yes. Do they make what he did okay? Obviously not. So it's just up to you. I obviously knew that going into the book. I knew to expect that. I don't see how you would enjoy the book if you didn't know to expect that. So, if you don't want to read that, don't read it, because that is what it is. It's unpaged at the beginning of the book. That's what happened.
Okay, so editing. I just wanted to jump in and say that the heroine is Black and the hero is rich and white. And that's not really addressed in the book at all. I don't think it's ever addressed the racial inequality on top of the assault and power plays. But if you want to read it for that reason either, I always kind of think about mentioning that, and I never do, and this time I am. So be aware.
So he assaults her the night of their high school graduation. Then they end up going on a summer road trip in basically memory of her mother before college starts. And he does have to grovel, not so much for the assault, but he does have to grovel for other mistakes at the end there. I did love it. I actually reread this book, still loved it. So, if they can make you root for the hero, that takes some skill. Lastly, I had Bait by Jade West. This one I wouldn't recommend as strongly because this, while it is consensual, it very much plays out as non-consensual, and a lot of physical harm comes to her, and I wasn't really into that. So even though mentally she's consenting, physically she's still undergoing a lot of trauma. Basically, she is looking for somebody to do consensual non-consent with her on the internet, and this guy is like, you're gonna attract a bunch of weirdos. I don't think that's a good idea. But they end up having a thing. That's really all I've got to say about it. Again, it's very rough, very rough. So if that's not what you want, definitely would not start with this book. If this is a kink that you already like, would not start with this book. And it's the roughest. Obviously, you would think, truly, you would think that the one before this, where the hero does an actual assault on the heroine, would be the worst. But this one plays out much.
Oh, this is really, really crazy. I did not know it was a thing. So even gay guys also do it? What is this?
You on? Yeah, because it's different. It's arousing. It's interesting.
What's your favorite kind of CNC?
In someone's face.
I didn't CNC that coming. Why does it smell weird in here? I did not consent.
Did you see that?
So you know how sometimes when you're thinking about sexy stuff, you think about things that are too much for you, even for you, and you're like, ooh, but kind of still hot and transgressive, and not something you maybe would actually do, but it still turns you on.
Yeah, because it's different. It's arousing. It's interesting.
What's your favorite kind of CNC?
In someone's face.
So his consent, non-consent is cannot poop on your face. You want to poop on somebody's face? That's your consent, non-consent? What the freak is this?
I didn't CNC that coming. Why does it smell weird in here? I did not consent. Roll the opening. Hello, and welcome back to
Let's Safe Word.
I'm Ant.
I'm Mr. Christopher.
And it's nice to see and see you today. Are you a little robotic? Are you into some machining? I don't want to be too mechanical about it. CNC is a type of machinery for crafting.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Laugh!
I didn't consent to that joke.
Today's topic, we were talking about CNC, which stands for
consensual non-consent.
And it is a topic that has a lot of red flags to it, a lot of landmines you could land in, and a lot of talks about how consent works that makes this a very...
Because half of the appeal is pretending there is no consent.
Or doing something that you're against. And while CNC is often referred to as the R word, no, but close. If we were playing Wordle, you'd almost win. We're not going to use that word for obvious reasons. So if we're going to refer to that word, we're going to say ravishment.
Brother, you look ravishing.
Which is very similar in kind of the feel, but we're going to really break down what that means and the big differences that exist, as well as the ins, the outs, and the questions that you guys had about CNC on the whole.
Can you CNC in the hole?
Not yet, but if you bend over just a little bit. So we asked you guys for questions about CNC, and the best place to start is always at the beginning, defining what we are talking about. And Rev Kyle says, first question, what is that? And why do you have an umbrella?
It's an umbrella term where you and your partner are expressing non-consent to something you've actually consented to.
Okay, we're going to put the umbrella, your umbrella terms, yeah, okay.
It's raining men.
Hallelujah. In my experience, it's this phenomenon in kink that is easy to fantasize about, but a little bit harder to do in real practice. And while ravishment is CNC, not all CNC is or includes ravishment. Ravishing. I also love the term ravishment because it always makes me think of shows like Bridgerton, where they really are making that ravishment sexy.
I think of big breasts. Where it's like bodice ripping.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's ravishment.
That can be part of CNC, is like having your clothes ripped off and being like, no, please don't.
That's definitely CNC.
But you're still consenting to it. Yeah.
Don't stop. Don't stop.
Mixed signals.
Don't stop.
If you're getting into CNC, you should be telling your partner not only your wills, wants, and won'ts, but the whys. Like, why does that turn you on? Why do you want to see that? Because everyone does kink differently as well. So what is it? It's consenting to something that you don't want to do, but you're giving permission to your partner or partners to do that thing.
And remember, CNC is probably the most varsity level kink.
And the biggest distinction that I think a lot of people miss on this is CNC is not just the taking away of consent, but is the choice with full acknowledgement of the risks to take away your ability to consent with full consent in mind. You know, it is that choice that I think a lot of people miss when they talk about this topic. And so I'm really happy to be talking about it, but I hope you guys are ready for a very complicated, thick
what?
I don't know.
It's basically the definition of RAC, risk-aware consensual kink.
CNC does not imply blanket consent.
What is that? Risk aware? What is it?
Thick
what?
I don't know.
It's basically the definition of RAC, risk-aware consensual kink.
Risk-aware consensual kink. These people, they keep trying to find nomenclature to confuse you. Like, you people need to go see a doctor. Like, you're mentally ill.
CNC does not imply blanket consent, but we will talk about some of that later. And I am of the proponent that CNC should include safe words, whether they're verbal and out loud or visual, or there should be some sort of way in which you can express distress to your partner or partners.
CNC can be boundary pushing of soft limits.
It can also be no safe words.
It can be limits with surprises.
But CNC is not the same for everybody. So let's get to the next question. The next question from Onyx says, why is it so hot and fun? I had a little.
Yeah, I got that part.
Why is it hot to you?
So I've been to bondage all my life. So I grew up watching Westerns where someone was tied up against their will, prisoner of war, captives. That always turned me on. So I've always wanted to reenact those things in my sex life.
CNC plays with fire. It walks across the street without looking both ways. It runs with scissors. She's not like other kinks. She's different.
And also, it's hot not to have any choices. So to have those taken away from you, being thrown in the boot of a car and driven around, it's hot, right?
I think that's interesting, though, because you say that your choices are being taken away. You are giving the permission. It's a different way to express it, but sometimes people's brains click when you change the perspective of how you talk about it.
It is also a trust thing that you have with your partner. So you have established this trust, so you give them free range sometimes to do things that they may surprise you with.
So we want to instill from the get-go, from the very beginning of the episode, this is a complicated one, but this is like varsity level kink.
And you need to trust that the person isn't going to harm you.
Yeah. And speaking of negotiating, this next question from Port Aubert really hits home on there's so many different ways to do this, because he says, it's something I've considered trying, but for gay guys, when it comes to some sex, it requires preparation. So for gay guys, would the sub just need to be clean as much as possible? I think it would depend on the couple, but just curious how others have handled this and like negotiated how to do certain scenes. So like, let's say you want to do butt sex as part of your CNC.
Right.
You can't do surprise butt sex.
I think they're just being specific on one very specific part of CNC.
Sure.
Not everyone needs to have their hole clean.
No, but no, but I love this question because it makes me think, and it's like, how do you send a signal to your partner that it's time to do the CNC? And I've got some ideas. So let's say like I'm doing things around the house and like I'm like, ooh, CNC time, and I've already cleaned out. I'm gonna go, I don't know, put on my play collar. And that could be a way in which I'm signaling to you that, hey, if you're down, I'm in the mood for it. And you already know, because we've negotiated beforehand, what the paces could be.
Or depending on the type of scene, there could be surprises. So if you're blindfolded and somebody's feeding you different foods and you don't know what the foods are that are coming.
That's still CNC.
There's a great scene in 9.5 Weeks that does that with Kim Basinger. It could be honey, it could be red hot peppers. That's CNC.
But that's a great example of like ravishment in the very sense versus like feeding your partner food because they're blindfolded.
Ice cream so good.
Those are both still CNC and fall under that umbrella term. But it's a way in which you code switch or signal to your partner that you're ready for it that can make it very spontaneous and fun. And this is where our D&D nerds or anyone that does LARPing might get involved, because call outs or calibration signals are things that you do within a role play of like LARPing, which stands for
These people need help. They need help. There's a lot of loonies in America. CNC is consent, non-consent. This is madness. What is this?
What's LARPing?
What do you think it stands for?
Oh God, long arm real player.
You're not, I mean, live action role play.
Oh, okay.
So it's the people who do like the fighting with swords, lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt.
What's lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt?
I'm doing Eastim. What do you mean?
Oh, Eastim. That, just say that.
Within roleplay, callouts could be like, oh yeah, you did this one thing. You're so naughty. And then you could be like, no, please, no more. Or you could be like, you'll never stop me. Like, those are different ways. Rats are great at CNC. Those are different ways you can say yes more in this consensual non-consent, or this is like your yellow safe word. You know, I'm getting close maybe, but you can do some more, or a way in which you can test your soft limits, but still be in the role.
A great soft safe word is mercy, because it gives the illusion that they could keep going if they don't give you mercy.
Or maybe you just need a bucket and a mop.
What's that for? Water sports?
Or in this consensual non-consent, or this is like your yellow safe word. You know, I'm getting close maybe, but you can do some more, or a way in which you can test your soft limits, but still be in the role.
A great soft safe word is mercy. Because
mercy. So you ask for mercy? What is this?
It gives the illusion that they could keep going if they don't give you mercy.
Or maybe you just need a bucket and a mop.
What's that for? Water sports?
No, because Little Pup Kratal actually chimed in the thread. You guys had some great like references as well as responses to the thread for questions that said, should some people write up a mop or methods on procedure for the scene, and then you walk through, including the scenes, any back out procedures, any safe wording, aftercare procedures? Like, if that's how your CNC unfolds and you are that prepared, I love that for you. That is how you do your CNC.
I mean, you can do it that way, but that takes some of the spontaneity out of it.
You can build spontaneity parts in it, though. I mean, it's how your flow chart works. Everyone's a little bit different. Sure. But if you need a bucket and a mop for after cleaning out, maybe you just need a tushy.
No mopping up there.
Today's sponsor. Which, thank you again, Tushy, for sponsoring today's episode, making this conversation possible, keeping our lights on, because there's a lot of them, and keeping our butts nice and squeaky clean. So this on your has to do with CNC that's not penetrative. And they ask, what are some ways to practice CNC without penetration?
Bondage.
Yeah, bondage is a great one. You could do like forced tickling scenes with bondage. That's some really good one. I really like the idea of like verbal humiliation or even a bullying, but that
you want to be bullied in sex? What is going on with these people? So is this old man his lover? Look at his eyes.
Obviously, you have like those guidelines of what you can make fun of because that can step in some trauma.
And words that you can't use.
Yeah, you have to be very clear on words like that. There's also forced urination. You could cause someone to be like put in diapers and like humiliate them that way.
You peed on it, didn't you, little piss boy?
Manhandling aggressively, or even, we talked about this recently, blackmail and like interrogation. You don't need any penetration.
Oh, blackmail also is part of foreplay.
To do that.
Or free use where you're groping someone in public, or even like a sleeping kink. You sneak in on them while they're sleeping.
Yeah, somnophilia or like a sleeping beauty scenario. You don't have to do penetration for that, and you can have fun and manhandle someone within their agreed upon and consented upon actions. But again, always having those verbal or non-verbal safe words in place just to say,
Varsity kink.
But my favorite within that thread was actually Sailor Jupy, who had a recommendation for this. It said, creatively, a lot of extra work can get piled on the dom's plate. Something I'm working on for my daddy is a list of scenes that we could do that he can then roll on like a D&D random encounter table. I don't know what's coming next, but he doesn't have to do all the hard working. It's a win-win situation. That's such a smart way to do that too.
Yeah, no, you have a list of things that are acceptable to you, but you don't know when they'll be used on you.
And it really leans into that role play and that fantasy scenario in a way that I think is actually kind of fun and nerdy and hot. So I can't wait to see your list, Daddy. And then we're going to roll for perception.
With the D&D dice.
Yeah, roll for initiative. How about the next question? And we've been pretty good about safety concerns, but Tucker Max specifically asks, how do you keep yourself safe that there's some kind of proof it was agreed upon scene?
That's a good one. Because a lot of time, if someone is triggered or they view that you went too far, you're in hot water.
Or you might just step on a landmine that wasn't even present in your negotiation because it had, it wasn't really related to the scene, but you might have accidentally leaned into it.
Sure.
It can happen. I think that, and not to be like the conspiracy theorist, I think that it's a good idea to keep records of what's agreed upon, not only for your own reference in the moment, but just to be like, hey, I'm sorry, and take accountability, but like, here's where we were, here's where we went. And that goes for both DOMs and subs. There have been many a DOM that has gotten in trouble legally because they did something non-consensual, when in fact, there were records of like what they were doing and why.
And the problem is a lot of times in horny texts, subs especially will say, oh, I wish you would do this to me, and I wish you would do this to me. And
Hold on. So after sex, he had to clean her bathroom at her apartment, and that was still part of the kink? This is... I don't understand why people cannot enjoy normal sex. This is weird. This is... So after you have sex where you have to clean her apartment and clean her bathroom, and that turns her on, and he would do it. Oh, wow.
then when the Dom does it, you're like, I never said I couldn't wanted that.
It's important to have very explicit consented upon things. And that's where having a sit down is important. Like, yeah, horny texting is fun, but you need to be able to have a very clear, explicit prior permission. And this is actually something that the NCSF, actually a guest on our podcast, talked about, EPP.
Yeah, you know me.
Which stands for explicit prior permission, a way in which they are trying to change how consent is being labeled in legal arguments and actual defenses. And according to them, permission is explicit under Section 10 when it is personally given verbally or in a written agreement, but needs to A, specifying that the actor may ignore the other party's expressions of unwillingness or other absence of consent, B, identifying the specific forms and extent of force, restraint, or threats that are permitted, and C, that stipulating the specific words or gestures that will withdraw the permission. Essentially saying, here's what's on the table, here's what it means when I'm, not wanting to do something, and here's the express action or word that means stop. You should be negotiating that either way, but that's where they're trying to push consent, at least legally. And they're actually doing a really good job of it. I want to give the NCSF some props there, because consent, BDSM, and kink is already so villainized and criminalized. So shout out to them. If you want more information, we have that link down below.
And we did a podcast on them.
Yeah, they're great. We love them. Do they know you?
They know me.
Next question. And this one you should be ready for, because this one comes from Tucker James, Seattle, who says, as a fan of CNC and TPE, I've always counted them as basically the same. I'd love to hear your take on this. So, CNC, consensual non-consent. TPE.
Total power exchange. So with total power exchange, that is an agreed upon exchange of power between two parties. So it's not being taken.
What is power?
And we talked about something earlier called blanket consent, which has a distinguishing factor here that makes CNC and TPE very different things. Now, in CNC, you are essentially saying, I'm consenting to you taking these things away from me.
Right.
In a blanket consent power dynamic like a TPE, you are saying,
I'm giving.
I am your sub. Yes. I am giving myself to
you. So Diddy and Cassie had a TPE. They had this one. Diddy and Cassie had this one.
In CNC, you are essentially saying, I am consenting to you taking these things away from me.
Right.
In a blanket consent power dynamic like a TPE, you are saying,
I'm giving.
I am your sub.
Yes.
I am giving myself to you.
Yes.
You're not breaking my consent,
right?
But I am following your orders because I am your 24/7 dynamic sub.
And I want to.
24/7. Okay. So that's why you have like the 10, 12 hours free calls and stuff. Yeah. I think they need help though. They look okay on the outside, but mentally they're not okay.
Yeah, hopefully. TPE in that sense is about service. It's oriented to the DS dynamic, whereas CNC generally is short-term scenes that have an endpoint, you know, and a goal that you are going towards. There's a rule book where I think TPE, do you have a rule book every day with your Dom?
We have a contract.
Sure. You can have a contract in CNC too, though. That's a whole other thing. Mr. Gray, we watched 50 Shades of Grey recently, and that contract scene.
I apologize.
So it's so funny. Leave a comment down below if you want to see our reactions. Or how about the next one from Ride One about all things safety, who asks, what are some of the safety precautions one should take when practicing CNC, physically, mentally, and emotionally?
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Physically, that you don't harm anyone beyond repair. Emotionally, that you don't damage them emotionally. How do you put it? Leave the campsite the way you found it.
I like that.
Is it possible not to damage somebody emotionally? That's hypocritical. You're going to damage someone. You just want to lie to yourself. This is exploitative. What is this?
That analogy. When in any relationship, I like the campsite rule, which essentially says you are going to a campsite. You have rented out this space for a scene. You're going to have your fun. You're going to make your mess, but you should leave that campsite as you found it or better in a good scenario, you know?
Don't leave your garbage all around.
Yeah, because then someone else has to pick up that trauma down the line or deal with that. And that could be
Alex fine. Alex fine.
Be a therapist or another partner who steps in a landmine.
Make sure you put your fire out.
But also, like, stretching before a scene physically is important with CNC, making sure you know what you're going to do. Emotionally and mentally, I think it's just a lot about planning. Make sure you have your safe words.
Make sure you don't lose the keys, especially if you lock someone in the trunk of the car. Chains. Make sure you don't want to run to the fire station to have handcuffs cut off.
And mentally and emotionally, please make sure that there's aftercare involved, and not just for the sub, because DOMs go through a lot of mental distress sometimes with very consensual non-consent scenes, and they feel like they're a bad person.
Right.
So you have to make sure that you are communicating a lot beforehand with the planning, but also a lot afterwards.
Because a lot of CNC is acting, right?
We come to this place for magic.
So if you're like in a kidnap scene or a ravishment scene, you're trying to be this character of being the bad person, right? So that can take its toll on people.
And those safety precautions need to be very risk aware, or RAC, risk aware consensual kink. What happens when that person uses the safe word? Like, mentally, are you ready for that? Mentally, are you ready to understand that you didn't do something wrong? You might have just, like, that's what the safe word is for.
You push them too far, but you can't beat yourself up for it.
Yeah, you were asked to do this thing, you might have messed up, but you aren't a bad person for pushing it into the direction that someone asked you to. And you have to be able to have those conversations emotionally. You have to be ready for that. If somebody gets too taxed emotionally, physically, mentally, you have to be ready for that. And that is something you do need to be ready for if you're going to do CNC. I would love some negotiation recommendations. Like, how would you negotiate a CNC scene?
Say you wanted to do a bondage stress position. I would show the Dom pictures of things that appeal to me. Say you were going to, like, for me, hate to be tickled. So if I did a tickling scene, I would want to say when my limit is. Sometimes in a tickling scene, my muscles will cramp up and I'm not expecting that.
Body language, being able to express to your partner, here's where I'm feeling good, and here's where I'm in distress. Being able to negotiate out those landmines and present trauma in a way that is not baggage your partner has to take on, but it's information they can use to make sure you are safe.
And how would you do it?
I would do a yes, no, maybe list, which is generally like things I will do, go in the yes, things I won't do, go in the no, and then the maybe list is a very important list for CNC because those are the things, those might be my soft limits, and I'm like, these are the things that we can do, but here are the rules, or these are the things we can do that can be surprises. And last question actually comes from Ben. It does talk about headspace and trauma a bit, which says, how do you get into this headspace? It just
Marissa, this is a lot. Every gambler knows that to lose is what you're really here for. Therefore, these are all excuses. I really think so. And with these two gay men right here, I wonder if like growing up, they were told by their family like, oh, being gay is dirty. You're going to hell. You're dirty for being gay. So now they do the CNC TPE stuff to like, in a weird way, like it turns them on to be abused. I don't know. I'm like, this is psychological. Because why do you want to feel dirty like this? Like, what is going on? What is this? This is a lot.
seems so hard to get into this headspace where you feel like you're actually in danger. And that happens in CNC all the time.
I'm in danger.
I think that that's where CNC gets a bad rap because people will not negotiate properly and then put themselves in harm's way, or a dom will go too far on accident.
I've been there, and it's like, oh, fuck, what did I get myself into? And how do I stop this now?
The headspace is inherently, for some people, very triggering, but even psychologists will say that extreme uncomfortability or triggering things can still be arousing. Dr. Kate Balestri agrees that CNC can be helpful to SA survivors. Though it may seem paradoxical to some, CNC allows people to let go in a way that they can feel safe. When, in parentheses, survivors step into this role, regardless of whether they're dom or sub, it gives them access to control and having mastery over a situation that they were once very much out of control in. Essentially giving people the ability to play through scenes that they didn't have control in before. They were not given control, and now they can take that power back. That all said, please go to therapy if you have trauma. Kink is not going to fix the trauma. It's going to help you work through things that you've already fixed with a therapist and are working on.
And it's also important to remember that there's a difference between fantasy and reality. Things that you find horny online or in a movie, like being buried alive, is very different in reality. Well, you know what I mean. Like,
you're in a camping mood today, and I don't know. You just asked me if I want to go camping the other day?
The reality of some situations is way more than you can take, even if it turns you on.
You can meet Lady Gaga right now.
This is crazy. These people need medication. I'm so sorry. They need meds.
CNC as therapy, which a lot of people will talk about online, revolves around exposure therapy, which is this idea that you expose yourself to something that you might have had trauma around to help heal. And while I am no therapist, and I do think that exposure therapy can help with some things, experts in those fields do differentiate that exposure therapy or even cognitive behavioral therapy, where you condition yourself against something, those methods only really work when those fears are irrational or there is nothing to fear there. If someone is still scared of or has trauma about something, this does not help. This is going to make it worse. Yeah. It could be a long journey to get into that proper headspace if you had some trauma, but there's lots of ways to work through it. That said, how do you get into a headspace? We kind of tangented there, but
how do you get into a headspace? Usually having a time and place helps.
Time and place.
So knowing, like if you're doing a kidnapping scene, knowing the night it's going to occur.
You can do the signaling that we talked about before, where you wear a certain kind of outfit, but just make sure it's a very specific outfit. Like
my ravishment dress.
I'm going to wear my Bridgerton accurate period piece dress, and then we can get into some CNC. Otherwise,
and then you rip that bodice off.
And of course, getting in this headspace also requires fantasy. A lot of people will say, especially in the erotica, the literature realm, that CNC literature has helped them get agency of the things that they are turned on by or that they didn't have control over, and contextualize it in a way that makes them feel good and then helps them to realize their fantasies and bring them to reality. Or let's say you just want to show your partner what you're into and maybe get both you in the headspace. Show your partner some sort of erotica or video content that really turns you on and gets you in the headspace. Show them positivity, be like, I want that. I want to look like that. This is why I like that. Give them something to really not only get in the mood, but give them an idea of what you want to do. Or hey, show them a video on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But all that to say, CNC, is it hot?
Absolutely. I love giving up that control.
And I think that it is also a little controversial sometimes. I want to be very clear that, like, while we're having fun and laughing, it's because educating and also talking about serious topics, sometimes laughter helps to disengage. But education is important, especially on these kinds of topics. I don't want to see people using CNC as a crutch or an excuse to be abusive. And I certainly don't want someone being like, I know all about CNC now. I'm going to go do it. No, take your time, please. Negotiate. Know what you want to get into and why. Because at the end of the day, the only one that's going to take your safety seriously
is yourself.
Yeah. You can't trust the other person every time until you have learned to trust them. No one deserves your trust around CNC until they have earned it. And whether you're getting into CNC or not, always have a safe word. Today's safe word is...
I'm begging you for mercy. Mercy.
Because my morals got me on my knees, begging please. But safe words are still important. And hey, if you liked today's episode, leave a comment down below. Let us know what you thought of CNC. If you're into CNC, if you have some pointers, or maybe even like fun little scenes that you can share.
Yo, this is going crazy. I did not know it was a thing. I did not know it was a thing. Wow. So these women out here want to play out. They even have a dating app for this mess. Wow. Oh my gosh, you guys. Yo, that's it. They've taken me out. Wow. 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 Oh my God. So they got people out here looking at Diddy all kinds of crazy. Even though in the BDSM kinky world, like this is perfectly normal. So like most likely him beating her by the stair, like by the elevator, is like it's a kink. Cause I'm like, why is she putting on lip gloss? It was really strange to me. I'm like, what is this? And a security guard comes in. She doesn't leave. She goes back to the room. I'm like, y'all, it's too much, y'all. Listen. Jesus. This is just, my Lord. Our society is sick as hell. People need God and self-control. This is a lot. Wow. Oh no, I'm so confused. But I just don't feel like it's fair to put that out there. Like, because everyday people are going to see Diddy like a monster. Like, oh, he's beating on her. She's like, I'm his slave. The whole time, this is like BDSM like language. That's how you talk. She is TPE. So she wants to be his slave. He's not making her. But I'm like, what? They have to give people context. Like, I even think Diddy's lawyers need to go back on this whole tape stuff. And they truly need to make sure people understand this is BDSM. They have to do that because otherwise people are confused. And like I feel like his lawyers have to come back in there. Yeah, his lawyers have to go back in there and truly make sure they properly like explain what BDSM is, what a top is, what a bottom is, that the bottom is the victim, the top is the aggressor, that all this is consensual, live reenactment, all that. Like this is just like his lawyers have to do a better job explaining it. And then you understand, because I'm like, how many people even know that consent, non-consent is a thing? I don't think anybody in that jury knows about consent, non-consent. They need to actually say it. Like his lawyers have to properly educate people on that. Oh, Lonnie, I don't even blame you. But his lawyers have to properly, they need to educate people on that. Like, you're not looking at two regular people having sex. You are looking at people with kinks. It's a kinky people. And in that world of BDSM, somebody is up top. That's the aggressor. Somebody is the bottom. That's the victim. They are role-playing this. Rape is a fantasy. I even think like all these NIH, because it's the federal government. This is our government paying for this. They should print out all these NIH articles and make sure the jury sees it. Even our government understands that women have fantasies of rape. Out of 355 women that were surveyed in college, 62% of those women wanted to be raped. And many of them had a rape fantasy. They had a rape fantasy 4 times a week. So there are a bunch of women out here who want to be raped. Exactly. They have to educate the jury, because otherwise you're looking at it with your regular mind like, what the fuck is this? But we cannot, we have to go into their world and judge it from their perspective as kinky people. Cassie and Diddy are kinky people. This is their kink. You can't look at this with your normal mind. So it's very possible that the elevator thing was a kink. That's why she's not leaving. Because I'm like, unless she never called for the elevator. Because maybe that's what it is. Because remember also, like when they have sex, also he beats her. That's probably a kink also. So who did this to her? Her dad? Yeah. But I just feel like they have to explain it, because that's how Diddy's going to recover. Like, because otherwise he's a woman abuser. Whereas like that is her fantasy. Does that make sense, Lonnie? Because yes, he can walk like that, but he's going to be seen as an abuser, which affects the business. You have to say, this is kinky. This is foreplay. And to the regular mind, it's sick as hell. But to them, this is foreplay. And that's why she stops and she puts a little lip gloss on. She actually calls the security, because maybe even security coming turns her on. I'm going to call the security man and tell him you're beating me. Because notice how he doesn't beat her like repeatedly. Even after he grabs the phone, he looks at her like, girl, what? What? Then he just sits down because he's tired. You can tell he's exhausted. He's so damn fat. And she's not going to say it because she wants people to see her as a victim. Yeah. But I think his problem is he probably had bad representation. He should have had me as his lawyer. Because his problem is also, I think Diddy didn't think people were going to understand him. Because it's a kink. Because even when I first read it, I was like, what the heck? What's wrong with Diddy? That plus the videos, oh shit. But he should have also remembered, but maybe he was too high to remember. But he should have remembered that the video is way longer than this. This is not the entire video. Maybe he was even so high he forgot what happened that day. The fuck? I'm like, why are you putting on lip gloss? Because I'm like, how can you, did y'all see? I'm like, this is just so weird. This man is trying to kill you. And you stroll your way to the elevator. Why don't you run? This was just so bizarre. I'm like, the first thing you do, you don't call the elevator. That's why I said no, because I'm like, the elevator door is never open. And I'm like, this girl did not call for the elevator. She didn't call the elevator. She called security, but she never called for the elevator. It does not take more than 5 minutes for the elevator to come to the 6th floor. And then she gets there. The first thing she does is put on her shoes before she calls for the elevator. So she doesn't want to go. I don't even think she pressed the button, Lonnie. I don't think she pressed the button. I'm like, why is she not in a rush to leave? Why did she go for the elevator? But I'm like, no, this is foreplay. This is foreplay. See, I think she touched that. She didn't call it. And you know another thing too that's kind of suspicious, because I can't zoom in like that. But some people, if you have the if they have the actual video, they can zoom in. Because you know with elevators, if you hit one side, the other side also turns on. But even here from where I stand, I can't see anything come on. Because usually you hit one side, both sides will turn up because it's the same grid. It's the same grid. But the first thing she does, she walks there, she puts on her shoes. And I'm like, why aren't you calling for the elevator? This is crazy. This is not a person who's trying to run. It's a kink. What? And then he's running to the elevator to try to stop her. And then she just lays there like that. It's foreplay. This is foreplay. What? Yeah. I'm being a bad girl. I'm a bad girl. I'm trying to run away. Because she's not, I'm like, look, she gets up. She picks up the stuff. And you would think a person is trying to flee, she's going to call the elevator again. She doesn't. She walked right past the button. Here she is. So he comes back. And see, he doesn't just go rush again to go beat her up. I think this is foreplay, y'all, because he would have gone there and beat her ass like, bow. Like, you know what I'm saying? No, he's talking to her. Then he'll go rough her up, and then he'll take her phone. Then he'll come back, and he'll sit down and open his, you see, look, he's just standing there. Why don't you beat her up some more? Then he grabs her bags. I think this is foreplay. Oh, my, you see, she puts on her lip gloss. Look. You see? Look at her. She put on her lip gloss. What is this? Is foreplay. Look at her. He grabs her stuff. He walks away. Then she's look at her. She's putting on lip gloss. I mean, like what? Wow, senor. Then they cut something out. They cut a piece out. He comes out. I think this is foreplay. Then he gets her phone. He gets her phone. Wow. He gets the phone. And then she's still standing there. She's not trying to leave. Then he sits down. He sits down. He opens his legs. Breaks the vase. Yeah, I think this is, and you see, she's not scared. She's not running. She's not going to tap the, she's not calling for the elevator. You see, he doesn't hit her again. He doesn't hit her. He doesn't hit her. This, I'm serious, Tim. I ain't never seen that shit in my life. This is weird. This is foreplay. What the fuck? Y'all, this is foreplay. Oh, if you don't get in here, I'm going to beat your ass. Like Uncle Shay says, I'm going to choke you. Oh, you really want me to choke you, huh? Huh? You crazy? Trying to run away from me? This is fucking foreplay. Look at him. You see, he's crossing his hands. Because my thing is, if he wants to really beat her, oh, daddy beats her. If you really want to beat her, he'd have beat her some more. He'd have beat her some more. It's foreplay. This is foreplay. This is some sick shit. You see? Why doesn't he jump and beat her? I'm like, y'all, I'm trying to be funny, huh? But Diddy's very strong. If Diddy truly wanted to drag her back to that room, he would have done that shit. He really did. Even when he throws his foot on her, like he kicks her, I don't even think he hit her. I don't think he did. And when he stumped her a little bit, but she's standing like this. I'm like, you think it's that hard for Diddy to just drag her back to that room? We're looking at foreplay. And that's why she's putting lip gloss on. Because they're about to go have sex. Like, what the freak is this? I'm like, what? I was like, this is crazy. She never left him. She goes back in there. You'll see. She never leaves. She never leaves. But I'm like, even right here, if Diddy really was about killing this girl, he would have stomped her. No. He's just looking at her. He's crossing his hands. You know, and she's talking to him. They're talking to each other. She's not calling for the elevator. And mind you, this whole time, you guys, this whole time, the elevator doors have not opened. It's almost like 4 to 5 minutes, maybe longer than that. The elevator doors have yet to open. She never called for the elevator. These two fuckers are doing foreplay in front of us. This is ridiculous. I feel so fucking scammed. I need to sue. I need to sue Diddy and her ass. She got money. Yeah. This is foreplay for them. Because y'all, it doesn't take that long. I even asked Deep Seek. Some of y'all come in here late. But I asked Deep Seek, like, how long would it take? I said, how long would it take for an elevator to leave from the lobby to the 6th floor at a regular hotel? And then it says somewhere around 25 to 30 seconds, right? But consider the time she went there, she asked for she called the elevator. Diddy comes, he beats her, he grabs her stuff, he comes back, he grabs her phone, he walks away, he comes back, he sits down, he breaks the vase, he leaves, he comes back. You have yet to see these elevator doors open. She never called for the elevator. We are looking at a foreplay scene. This is foreplay. And instead of trying to leave, she pops out her lip gloss and then she puts her lip gloss in his face like, look at these lips. Look at these lips. Look at these lips. How can you be afraid for your life when you out here putting on lipstick, putting on lip gloss? Look at her. She's not scared. She unwinds her lip gloss and she about, look at that. Look at that. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? This girl's out here putting on lip gloss. This is insanity. Wow. It's foreplay. So he's being a dom. You assault her, and she's your victim. And it could also be that domestic violence is their thing. It's their kink. They foreplay domestic violence. Because if you can foreplay grape, if you see, he doesn't hit her. He only hit her once. He breaks stuff, but he doesn't hit her again. They are doing foreplay, y'all. This is some crazy shit. You see, even here, right? Even right here, you see how he walks so close to her? If he really wanted to, he could have banged her head in that wall. He could have. You see how close he walked by? Look at him get up. Look at him get up. Look at how close he was to her, y'all. Right? If then it was really what they want you to believe. If this was not foreplay, he was really want to beat her. He'd have grabbed her head and then pound that wall. What's she gonna do? Bust her face with that phone. He doesn't touch her face. He didn't. Look how close he is to her. This is fucking foreplay, y'all. And that's why he only hit her once. Then the next time he's yelling, he's grabbing her stuff. He's standing there like this. Why are you standing there? Beat her. Beat her some more. The video is longer than this. They were out there for 16 minutes. The whole video is 16 minutes. And in 60 minutes, she does not find a way to leave that place. How does that make sense? Because it's foreplay. Oh, please. This is crazy. You see? He doesn't hit her. He doesn't hit her. Now he's standing. You see, he could just grab her. Just grab her and drag her back there. He leaves. He comes back. He screams. She's talking to him. And she's not going to call the elevator. She's not trying to lift up the fire alarm. Because she's not trying to leave. Yeah, he definitely looks tired. He looks out of breath. It's their kink. You see? She acts like she's scared, but she ain't really scared. Then he just sits there. He doesn't hit her. He sits down. Then the security guy comes. She doesn't ask to be escorted out. I think this also is part of their kink. There's an authority figure. I'm going to expose you. They go back there. She doesn't ask to leave. She talks to Diddy. You see? She doesn't want to leave. This is foreplay. You telling us, oh, there's a freak off. I'm running for my life, and we see you strolling towards the elevator. The first thing you do when you get to the elevator, you don't call for the elevator. You put your shoes on. She never called that elevator. She never did. She never did. You see, he chased her. He dragged her, and he stopped right there. Why? Diddy is strong enough to drag her back to that room. No. This is foreplay. You see? She's not running. She's walking. So there's no freak off in there. It is their goofy ass kink. She's just walking. Wow. And now he runs behind her. And even that too is probably their kink. You see, why does he stop? You think Diddy can't drag her all the way back there if he wanted to? But he just drags a little bit and he stops. This is insanity. This is insanity. You see? And look right here. Security guy comes. Hold on. Look. You see? She's coming this way. So 622 to 640. Diddy is at 601 to 621, right? So security guy's here. She's not asking to leave. She goes in the other direction, right? Look. She goes in the other direction. He goes back in there, okay? He comes back. He gets to go get Diddy, right? Then he's out here by himself. Here she is again. And look what she does. She's going back in there. She goes back into the room. She goes back in there. But I'm like, a woman who's really scared, not only would you have security escort you out, you would say, okay, you go get my stuff, bring it back so I can leave. No, she goes in there. And I'm like, this right here, I think to me, Marlene, is foreplay. Okay, hold on. Let me see something. Hold on. What is this? Let me see something because I need to look this up. Because I'm like, this could really be foreplay. I'm gonna find it because sometimes with Google also they try to like control what you can and cannot see. Because I'm like, this could really be foreplay. Good night, Kev. I'm like, to me, I really do feel like exactly. But I'm like, even ring the fire alarm because in two different instances, like she walks past a fire alarm. Like, see the one right here, right? She doesn't set that off, and then when the guy comes right here, hold on. Where is it again? Okay, you see the other fire alarm is right here, and she walked right past it. She walked right past it. So not only did she have the opportunity to call the elevator multiple times, just ring the fire alarm. Then the security guy comes. She doesn't ask to be escorted. I'm like, what is going on? I'm thinking this is foreplay. Because the other guy, the other white guy, he was like, some people even want to be tied up and put in the trunk of a car, and it turns them on. You know what I mean? It turns them on. There's a lady who got hired for BDSM, and the guy wanted her to wrap him in saran wrap. You know, my things are going to be so bizarre. My Google search is going to be so weird. Yeah, look at, you see this girl right here? Let me show you.
Wrapped like a mummy and gluing boots on his feet, not something you hear about often. But what if I tell you some people pay for that to explore their own fetishes? However, that kinky sex act left a man dead. Now the OnlyFans model he hired to engage in the sex acts is charged with his murder. I'm Elizabeth Milner with Law and Crime. Now, before we get into this case, I want to tell you about something really exciting at Law and Crime. We're launching a new channel called Scandal that is dedicated to exposing the dark side of fame, covering all the wild crimes in Hollywood and earlier. That's when 55-year-old Michael Dale first contacted 31-year-old Michaela Ray Larsden. Police say he spotted her on a website usually used for hiring escorts and spicy dancers, i.e. strippers. Investigators say Michael had an interesting request for Michaela. He wanted her to wrap him up in saran wrap like a mummy and glue women's boots to his feet. Like I said, interesting request. Michaela reportedly said to police that it was the first time she ever engaged in, well, I guess you can put it as fetish behavior. The two met up on April 17th of that same year. Now, their encounter was reportedly between two consenting adults engaging in bondage, discipline, dominance, submission, sadism, and masochism. You know, BDSM. That night around 6 p.m., Michaela went over to Michael's home. Michaela told investigators Michael appeared intoxicated, but they still engaged in their tryst. And she spent several hours with Michael and played out his fetish at his request. Again, as long as it's two consenting adults, what's the harm, right? Well,
but the harm is if people don't understand it and the fetish becomes public. Because then people are looking at this through their like social norms, and this shit looks hell of abusive. Because I'm like, even for me, but it's like now that I understand more now, I'm like, okay, this is foreplay. But when you're not trained for this crap, it's like, what the fuck am I looking at? Right? But like this man reached out to her because he wanted her to wrap him in saran wrap and glue boots on him. Now he's dead. Unfortunately, he's dead. Okay, so it could be that for someone like their kink is like, I'm running away, and then you come and you grab me and you beat me, and then you apologize to me, and then I call security on you. Like, see, he's beating me. But I'm like, 16 minutes, you never found a way to leave that place? She don't want to leave. She never called for the elevator. She never did. She never did.
It was fine until a 911 call came in. When officers arrived, Michaela was performing CPR on Michael. He was rushed to the hospital, but declared brain dead the next day. A few days later, he was taken off life support. His cause of death? Deprivation of oxygen to the brain, meaning police think he suffocated to death. But here's the thing. It's not like Michaela was arrested then and there. However, she did cooperate with the investigation. Police say she handed over her phone, but what detectives saw was troubling, as they noted it. On her phone, police say that there were videos of Michael struggling to breathe. He had duct tape over his mouth, a plastic bag over his head, more saran wrap, then duct tape over his face and head. Police say his wrists were bound, his fingers were covered in duct tape, his legs were wrapped in plastic, and police say he was unable to remove the bag or wrappings that were over his head. It's pretty horrifying to think about, and there's more. Now, police say while he was laying there unresponsive, Michaela allegedly kept on filming content for her OnlyFans. Police say she filmed herself performing a sex act nearby, but didn't lay into what exactly it was. They say the footage was shot just moments before she called 911, but police say Michaela denied putting the bag over Michael's head. During their investigation,
so she bound him in, she bound his leg, his fingers, everything. And I think most likely she was playing with herself. And she's live on OnlyFans while a man is choking to death. Because that's also a kink. Wrap me up and then start pleasuring yourself. So she's probably there like doing this, like being a DJ with her lady part. Okay. These people are crazy. They are truly crazy.
They learned more. Like that, Michael paid Michaela $11,000 to have conversations with him and to come up to his house, tie him up, and perform other bondage acts with him. Michael's roommate reportedly told police he saw Michaela super freaked out. His roommate told police he saw Michael on the floor in his sweatpants wrapped in saran wrap from his hips down. Prosecutors say while the evidence shows Michael hired her to perform bondage and fetish acts, there's no indication he asked Michaela to obstruct his breathing or put tape over his mouth or a plastic bag over his head. But Michaela's attorney says that there was no intent to kill him and no attempt to cover up what happened. According to the Orange County Register, her attorney also questioned Michael's cause of death, pointing to the combination of alcohol and a prescription drug in his system. So what happens next? Well, trial. Michaela was arrested last month. The mom of three was charged with second-degree murder and pleaded not guilty to her charges.
Ultimately, it'll be up to a jury to decide whether or not Michaela is guilty or not guilty of second-degree murder. But let's bring on attorney Melba Pearson to get her take on this case. Melba,
yeah, you see? So like my thing is, I wonder if, I mean, to me, I'm like, after everything I heard today, I really do wonder if this is like, this is not foreplay. You know, and we were told, oh, he's beating her. But I'm like, why are you going that way? Leave. No, she's not leaving because she never wanted to leave. It turns them on. You see? And we need to see this entire video. I'm going to look for the entire video tomorrow. Hopefully it's up. Then she goes back in there. Then she goes back in the room. You see? His lawyers need to educate people on what BDSM is. I think it turned her on. Yeah. She didn't want to leave. She never called the elevator. Well, you guys came in late, but when I did it, because if you, like when I leave this and you're watching the replay, I counted, it was about like 5 minutes. And even that, they chopped the video up. So it's not the full video, but what is there, it's at least like 5 to 6 minutes. And with that, no elevator door opens at all. It never opened, like nothing never opened. The only time the elevator door, oh my gosh, the only time the elevator door opened is when the security guard came upstairs. But that's the elevator that he called. What happened to the one that she presumably called? It never came. There are 4 different elevators up there. Like, it never came. She never called. She never called. Just like she said, oh, he raped me. No, it was foreplay. This also is foreplay. Because I'm telling you, if he really wanted to drag her all the way back to that room, he could have. But that wasn't the point. It's like she's trying to escape. He tries to bring her back. He yells at her. He breaks the stuff. All of that is turning her on. She never called that elevator. She never did. She never did. This, we are looking at foreplay. And I'm sure if somebody can go on the dark web, they can find videos of that. Like people who have fantasies of like domestic violence. Like, you know, we have to, hold on. Fantasies. You see, look, this is what AI said. Fantasizing about being beaten by a man or having fantasies of BDSM. Nature or obedience of nature can be a source of sexual arousal for some individuals. However, it is important to differentiate between consensual fantasies and non-consensual potential harmful scenarios. So I'm like, it could definitely be a fantasy. Because it's called, there's something called a sexual masochism disorder. You see? Look at that, you guys. You see? This is foreplay. Y'all see this? Look at this. Y'all, look at that. Look what it says. Sexual masochism disorder. Sexual masochism disorder is a paraphilic. And what else is paraphilic? Peeing on someone. Remember how we saw it's urophilia, and urophilia is where is it again? Urophilia is a paraphilic disorder. Let me go back to my drive. Okay. Remember we saw this? Right? Let's see if I can make it bigger. Okay. So they're saying the interest in being peed on during sex, known as water sports or urophilia, is a kink that some people, including some women, enjoy for various psychological and sensory reasons. And getting hit also is a sensory thing. Here are some possible explanation. Okay. But it's a yeah, see? This is the first one? Okay, see? Paraphilias. If urophilia becomes compulsive, distressing, or harmful, it could fall under a paraphilic disorder. So the fact that Cassie likes to get peed on, she actually has paraphilia. She has paraphilias. Being beaten like being beaten by a man is also a paraphilic disorder. So she has paraphilias. Am I making sense? Now look over here, right? Sexual masochism is a disorder, is a paraphilic disorder. So that is foreplay. It's foreplay. Just like getting peed on, it turns her on. Getting hit also, it turns her on. Which involve recurrent intense sexual arousing fantasies, urges, and behaviors that are distressing or disabling and have the potential to cause harmful to oneself or others. Sexual masochism refers to engaging in or frequently fantasizing, being beaten, bound, humiliated, otherwise made to suffer, resulting in sexual satisfaction. If people with sexual preferences report psychological or social problem as a result, they may be diagnosed with sexual masochism disorder. The types of distress that people with this disorder may experience include severe anxiety, guilt, shame, and obsessive thoughts about engaging in sexual masochism. Which is why, when you get over here, she puts on her lip gloss. This is why she puts on her lip gloss. She never called for that elevator. She never called. She never called. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. It's a paraphilic disorder. This is crazy. This is crazy. Is it? Yeah, here she is, putting her lip gloss on. Let me slow this down. Yeah, it turns her on. Oh, wow. Yeah, there she is. Putting on her lip gloss. You're so crazy, Tim. Yeah, she put on her lip gloss. You see? It's a disorder. She needs help. This girl is sick. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. So this is what she has. She's a sexual masochist. Hold on. Let me see this. This is insanity. Oh, wow. Hey, Brown Sugar, what's up? Oh, my gosh. Where am I? I'm here, right? Okay, hold on. Is it? Look at this. Let me get out of here. Okay. Sexual masochism involves experiencing sexual arousal and pleasure from being humiliated, beaten, bound, or otherwise made to suffer. It is a paraphilia, just like peeing on someone, a condition where a typical sexual interest, fantasies, or behaviors are present. Oh, wow. Interesting. I should be a lawyer. Okay, sexual arousal. The core characteristics is the experience of sexual arousal and gratification from the act of being hurt, humiliated, or controlled. Fantasies, urges, behavior. This can manifest as fantasies, strong urges to engage in such activities, or actual behaviors. The stress or impairment. For it to be considered disorder, sexual masochism disorder, the experiences must cause distress or significant impairment in social, occupational, or other areas of life, which is why she couldn't work. DSM-5 criteria, diagnostic and oh my God, this is statistical manual of mental disorders classifies DSM-5 classifies sexual masochism disorder as a paraphilic disorder. Sadomasochism. It's important to distinguish between sexual masochism and sadomasochism, which involves a combination of both sexual sadism, pleasure in inflicting pain, and masochism. Jesus, this is too much. While sexual masochism is the most well-known form, there are other types like moral masochism, where a person seeks punishment due to unconscious guilt. Okay, treatment for sexual masochism disorder, when clinically significant, often involves therapy such as cognitive behavior therapy, potential medication to manage sexual urges. Not anti-feminist. Research indicates that sexual masochists are not necessarily anti-feminist. Well. All right, you guys. So this is why she's putting on her lip gloss. It turns her on. There you go. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, she's putting on her lipstick. There you go. Yeah. And she's not trying to leave. Because he's not there. Why not just make a dash for the stairs or something? No. Oh my gosh, you guys. His lawyers really need to educate people on this. Because if you're not educated, she looks like a victim. But then again, that's the thing. She's a bottom, right? She's a bottom. TPE. So the bottom is a victim. But to people, she's like a victim, like a traditional victim. But no, this is sexual. This is sexual. This entire thing here is sexual. You know, this is why, like, it's really crazy to watch videos if you don't have the proper context, because you can really misjudge people. You can truly misjudge people. I thought that he was violent. I'm like, oh, he's beating her. It's like, no, this turns them on. Wow. This is crazy. All right, you guys. I hope you enjoyed today's video. I'm going to go to sleep. I'll be outside tomorrow. Okay. Thank you for being with Marlene After Dark. I hope it wasn't too dark. But yeah, some people are different, I guess. Some people are really different. This is sad. It's still sad, though. Like, it really is, huh? Yeah, it's really sad. It's sad. People need to get help. Because I'm like, when you have regular sex, you know, like, or you have normal, like, heterosexual relationships, like, this looks crazy. But I'm like, okay, this is foreplay. I will try to find the full video of this tomorrow and see if it's out there. But his lawyers have to educate people, because people don't understand what people are not understanding what they're seeing. And so it does make it makes Diddy look crazy. It makes him look really, really crazy. Well, Mark, yeah, because I'm just saying, I always say do your own research, because what the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? All right. But I love y'all. Okay. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'll be back tomorrow. In a few hours. Okay. Love y'all. Gotta go. Bisous. She's tired. My mind is just, I need to go pray. I need the blood of Jesus. Bisous, Simone. Gotta go. This is crazy.